Chapter 1. Murdered at the End of Days. I am reborn. 3 packs of instant noodles for 1 calf. Mom, I want to drink Liang Chen's pork rib soup. Pain. Liang Chen trembled violently. At this moment, he was being dismembered with a sharp knife. In the darkness, someone was purchasing his flesh. This was not a nightmare, but a grim reality. In the abruptly arrived apocalypse, food had become the most precious resource. To those present, Liang Chen was the finest delicacy. Though bound to the table and unable to see, Liang Chen recognized these voices. They belonged to those friendly neighbors from everyday life. Each one had received Liang Chen's assistance. "You bunch of bastards, how has Liang Chen treated you all these years?" Liang Chen roared, enduring excruciating pain. Compared to the agony of his body, the treachery of these people ignited his fury. A brief silence enveloped the surroundings, seemingly startled by Liang Chen's fury. Slap! A harsh blow landed on Liang Chen's face, searing with pain. In his ear, he heard Lu Jinxian's icy voice. "Liang Chen, what do you think you are? Just an unlucky star who lost his parents? On what grounds do you think you deserve to be with me?" Liang Chen's blood boiled with hatred. "Lu Yinshuan, may you rot in hell." Lu Jinxian was Liang Chen's classmate, pursued by countless admirers as the campus belle. Liang Chen was among them. Yet, no matter how he confessed or the countless gifts he offered, Lu Jinxian always replied, "I'm not ready yet." Half a year ago, upon learning of Liang Chen's parents' untimely demise, Lu Jinxian's attitude shifted dramatically, and she moved into the house left behind by Liang Chen's parents. Soon, Liang Chen's health deteriorated. He frequently suffered from headaches, and months ago, he inexplicably lost his sight. Even then, Liang Chen never doubted Lu Jinxian. However, Lu Jinxian shed her fad, revealing her true nature, mercilessly tormenting the blind Liang Chen. It was then Liang Chen discovered that Lu Jinxian had poisoned him with chemical agents. Her intention was to seize his parents' inheritance and study abroad, settling overseas. Liang Chen fought desperately to kill her, but being blind rendered him powerless. He was confined in a cramped cage, with only scraps of food and filthy water. Lu Jinxian had initially planned to poison Liang Chen slowly, then flee the country. But the sudden apocalypse disrupted her plans. Trapped in Liang Chen's home, she began to sell his flesh as a commodity in the neighborhood group to barter for supplies. "Brother Liang Chen, after drinking your pork rib soup, I want to play with your figurines and game console." "Liang Chen, since you've always been good to us, why not be a good person to the end and let us fill our bellies? Stop dragging this out, it's just death, right? Dying for the greater good is your honor." The neighbors, coming to buy meat, began to urge Liang Chen to accept his fate. "Ha! You all deserve to die." Suddenly, Liang Chen erupted in wild laughter. He laughed at himself for not seeing through Lu Jinxian, this scheming witch. He failed to perceive the ungrateful beasts around him. "If there is a next life, I will make you regret being alive." The excruciating pain and loss of blood made Liang Chen unable to hold on any longer. His clenched fists gradually relaxed. Time passed, and he felt a warm, itchy sensation on his face. Opening his eyes, he saw a robust Tibetan Mastiff licking him. "Ergo, you're still alive?" Liang Chen lifted Ergo and tossed him aside. Wiping the drool from his face, he glanced out the window. The sun was shining brightly. "Ichem, I can see." He extended his hand, waving it in front of his eyes. The prolonged blindness had left him somewhat disoriented by the light. "Did I not die? And there's Ergo." As Liang Chen stared at the tail-wagging Ergo, he felt a wave of confusion. He remembered Ergo had fiercely protected him, taking blows meant for him, ultimately being beaten to death and consumed. Suddenly recalling something, Liang Chen quickly grabbed the phone on the table. "May 23rd, 2035. I have been reborn." With the memories of his past life, Liang Chen recalled that the global temperature spike would occur on June 23rd. Now, there was a month left before the apocalypse began. Unlike the apocalyptic novels he had read, this time the temperature rise had been detected 3 days in advance by scientists worldwide. A top-level alert was issued globally. According to the official news from Huagua, solar radiation would increase 100-fold. Temperatures would soar above 70 degrees Celsius. Panic ensued globally as people scrambled for supplies. Resources to cope with the heat were snatched up within 3 days. But only Liang Chen, who had experienced the apocalypse, knew that the experts were wrong, and everyone else was mistaken. Just a week after the heat wave began, humanity would face true hell. Global temperatures would plummet to 0 degrees in a single day. Moreover, in the following 10 days, they would drop to minus 80 degrees. The true apocalypse would be an icebound nightmare. When Liang Chun was murdered, extreme low temperatures had already persisted for a full 4 months. All preparations for the heat would be in vain. What was truly useful were the materials for insulation. Countless people would perish from the cold or starvation due to a lack of resources. Some would kill for a down jacket. Others would sell their wives and daughters for a few lumps of coal. At this time, it seems Lu Jinxian hasn't yet revealed her true colors. Liang Chun mused as he surveyed his surroundings. He noticed many valuable items in his home were missing. Lu Jinxian, you truly are greedy. Without a doubt, he knew. Lu Jinxian had undoubtedly taken advantage of his blindness to secretly sell off items from his home. No wonder during this time in my previous life, she was always coming and going at odd hours. Fortunately, when Liang Chen was reborn, Lu Jinxian was not at home. Since heaven has granted me a second chance, I will not allow you all to die easily. Liang Chen took a long breath and began to contemplate how to survive the apocalypse. He sought vengeance against those who harmed him, sparing none. Ding! Rebirth of the host detected before the apocalypse. Apocalypse synthesis system activated. This system can combine 2 items of the same type to create a more advanced item. This is a must-have system for the reborn. Rubbing his eyes, Liang Chen realized the system panel before him was not an illusion. He was overwhelmed with excitement and slapped his thigh hard. Ergo, who was sitting on a cushion, jumped in surprise. Apocalypse synthesis system? Sounds a bit underwhelming. As if responding to Liang Chen's complaint, a mechanical voice from the system echoed again. The basic system can triple the quantity of items and initially enhance their quality. Interesting. Having experienced the apocalypse, Liang Chen understood too well the importance of resources for survival. If the system can triple the quantity of items, doesn't that mean I would have infinite resources? After several deep breaths, Liang Chen gradually calmed down and began to study the system panel. It was then he noticed a few lines of small print in the lower left corner. Current level, basic, remaining synthesis types, 3. There's a limit on the types? Currently a basic system, limited to 3 types of items. Once selected, that type can be synthesized infinitely. Fortunately, the limitation is only on types, not on the number of times. To cope with the apocalypse, I must choose wisely what to synthesize. After careful consideration, Liang Chen decided to experiment with water first. Clean drinking water is the source of life, especially in the apocalypse. Liang Chen retrieved 2 bottles of Nongfu Spring from the fridge. Synthesize. With a thought, a flash of white light enveloped the room. The 2 bottles of water on the table vanished into thin air. In their place appeared a compact water bucket. 1,100 milliliters of purified water, synthesized successfully. Obtained 3.3 liters of water, quality upgraded to Avion-grade mineral water, selected type. Water. Remaining synthesis types. 2. Liang Chen gazed at the water bucket before him, his face brightening with joy. Not only did the quantity triple after synthesis, but the quality also improved. Evian mineral water, sourced from Rooster Country, is rich in various minerals and is the most sought-after premium mineral water worldwide. New type unlocked. Reward. Safe House Design Blueprint 1. There's a reward too? With a thought, a translucent USB drive appeared in his hand. It seems this contains the Safe House Design Blueprint. I'll keep it for now. To prepare for the apocalypse, a safe house is essential. I'll see if it comes in handy later. Liang Chen tucked the USB drive away and turned his gaze back to the system template. Since I've unlocked water, does that mean I can use any 2 identical sources of water, regardless of brand or if it's rainwater or tap water? Liang Chen inquired. Any substance regarded as water can be synthesized infinitely, since it's infinite. Liang Chen took out 2 more bottles of Nongfu Spring purified water. Synthesize. 1,100 milliliters of purified water, synthesized successfully. Obtained 3.3 liters of Avion-grade mineral water. Continue synthesizing. 6.6 liters of Avion-grade mineral water, synthesized successfully. Obtained 19.8 liters of Avion-grade mineral water. Why didn't the quality improve this time? Currently a basic system, can only enhance once. Liang Chen felt slightly frustrated. How can I upgrade? This system is the apocalypse synthesis system. The host only needs to enhance the comfort of survival during the apocalypse to upgrade the system. Comfort of survival during the apocalypse? Comfort includes both the host's physical and psychological well-being. Any increase in comfort can accumulate towards the upgrade. Physical comfort is not an issue, it's merely a matter of eating, drinking, and sleeping. As for mental comfort, does witnessing my enemies suffer count? The host's comfort is the standard to be considered. Liang Chun immediately perked up, scrutinizing the panel for quite a while. The apocalypse has not yet commenced. Survival comfort cannot be monitored. Liang Chun pondered, what benefits does an upgrade confer? The apocalypse has not yet commenced. The host lacks the authority to view the functionalities of the next system level. Liang Chen's expression faltered momentarily, but he quickly came to terms with it. Regardless, he had acquired a system, and it would not be too late to understand it once the apocalypse began. At the very least, he now knew that the more enjoyable his life was, the faster the system would upgrade. As someone who had already experienced the apocalypse, Liang Chun understood better than anyone how to thrive in such dire circumstances. Moreover, the thought of rendering his enemies' lives a living hell was undeniably comforting. Before Liang Chun could continue his inquiries, the system's notification echoed in his mind once more. First synthesis completed. Congratulations to the host on receiving a starter pack. Would you like to open it? Chapter 2. Expelling the Manipulative Bitch and Targeting the Huanan Storage Base. Without a moment's hesitation, Liang Chun declared, open it. Starter pack. Infinite storage space, permanently bound to the host. Liang Chun had been troubled about how to store supplies, and the system provided him with infinite space. He tested it by placing large barrels of water and some furniture inside. Liang Chun could feel that the storage space was indeed limitless. Furthermore, aside from colossal structures, large items like refrigerators and sofas presented no challenge at all. With merely a thought, it could be accomplished in an instant. As for other functionalities, further experimentation was required. There are still 2 items remaining. I must carefully decide what to synthesize. The immediate concern is how to prepare for the upcoming apocalypse. The 4 most critical matters at present are as follows. First, I need to hoard as many supplies as possible. What if the system becomes unbound one day? In his previous life, Liang Chun had read numerous novels where such a scenario, though rare, did occur from time to time. Thus, he had to be thoroughly prepared. Survival during the apocalypse necessitated a cautious approach. To live comfortably, naturally, the more abundant the supplies, the better. Second, it is imperative to create a safe haven. Third, to exact revenge on those enemies from my past. And lastly, to enhance the so-called comfort during the apocalypse, although the system has not provided many hints. Ensuring my mental and physical well-being should suffice, right? The priority remains supplies. Regarding supplies, had he not awakened the system and acquired storage space, Liang Chun would undoubtedly have faced great difficulties. But now the issue of supplies was actually the easiest for him to resolve. In 28 days, the Huadua government will announce the news of global warming. Food and water supplies will be frantically snatched up. Even if no one knows that extreme cold weather is imminent, the country will descend into chaos. Therefore, everything must be completed within 28 days. After careful deliberation, Liang Chun devised a detailed action plan. Before stepping outside, he casually picked up the blind man's cane by the door and donned a pair of sunglasses. Now, everyone in the neighborhood assumed he was blind, which was advantageous for Liang Chun. A blind man would not attract undue attention and could discern the true nature of certain individuals. As he exited the building, Liang Chun noticed a pink sports car just parking, and a young woman stepped out. The woman was clad in a beautifully crafted low-cut long dress, exuding an aloof aura that could undoubtedly captivate countless men's gazes. This woman was Lu Jinxian, the very manipulative vixen who had betrayed Liang Chun after he earnestly pursued her, ultimately leading to his demise as she sold him to their neighbor. It seems she has profited from selling my belongings. Liang Chun hailed from an ordinary middle-class family. After his parents passed away, they left behind some gold and jade artifacts worth around 800,000 to 900,000. Additionally, he had transferred over 300,000 of his 1 million savings to Lu Jinxian. I truly was a qualified sycophant, Liang Chun thought to himself with suppressed disdain. Even though he had imagined killing her countless times in his heart, he knew that now was not the time to confront her. If he were to act now, even if he succeeded in killing Lu Jinxian, he would still be taken away by the police. In this life, he would never risk such a thing. Safety was the foundation of all Liang Chun's actions. Moreover, he would not allow Lu Jinxian to perish easily. He would relish in watching her suffer, and slowly succumbed to despair. Liang Chun decided to send her away first, with the ultimate goal of constructing a safe haven. "Oh, Liang Chen, why are you out here alone? What if you fall? I would be heartbroken." Lu Jinxian smirked mockingly, yet her words dripped with feigned concern. Liang Chen couldn't help but admire her. This woman was undoubtedly the epitome of a manipulative vixen. Adjusting his sunglasses, Liang Chen addressed the empty space beside her. "Oh, you won't need to come by anymore," Liang Chen stated flatly. Lu Jinxian appeared momentarily taken aback. "What did you say?" "I said, from now on, you take your path, and I shall take mine. We shall have no further interactions. Furthermore, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your actions in selling my belongings. You have 3 days to return them, along with the 300,000 I transferred to you, or I shall report you to the authorities." Lu Jinxian stared at Liang Chun in disbelief, fear evident in her eyes. "Why, your eyesight has returned? What business is that of yours?" Liang Chun retorted before turning away. Upon seeing Liang Chun continue to use the cane to navigate, Lu Jinxian finally regained a semblance of composure. "Liang Chun, have you heard something? Let me explain. Remember what I said, return all items within 3 days, or you may explain to the police." Lu Jinxian could hardly believe her ears. Liang Chun had always been her most loyal sycophant, and she had never suspected him even when she poisoned him. How could he have suddenly changed? She could not allow Liang Chun to report her after all. She had sold his family's possessions and poisoned him, leaving him blind. If the police intervened, she would likely spend the rest of her life in prison. Once she had made enough money, she intended to study and settle in the beautiful country. She could not afford to fail here. As this thought crossed her mind, Lu Jinxian suddenly felt a wave of grievance wash over her as the campus bell. How could she be scolded by a mere nobody like Liang Chun? "Liang Chun, you will regret this. Do you know how many people wish to be with me? That is of no concern to me. Remember, 3 days. Just you wait, Liang Chun." Watching Liang Chen's retreating figure, Lu Jinxian clenched her fists, furious and stamping her feet. Although she dared not ignore Liang Chen's warning, she had already spent the entirety of the 300,000, and most of the money from selling the items had also been spent. Aside from the sports car, she had bought numerous cosmetics and handbags. Lu Jinxian pulled out her phone, found her sycophants group, and began sending messages. She had plenty of fish in her pond, and gathering a few 100,000 at a critical moment was still feasible. After all, it merely required dining with them, and playing the charming damsel her allure could create value. "Liang Chun, I will make you regret the words you spoke today when the time comes. Even if you beg on your knees, I shall not grant you another opportunity to pursue me." As Lu Jinxian gazed at the incessantly buzzing screen of her phone, her confidence and composure returned. After sending Lu Jinxian on her way, Liang Chen continued to tap the ground with his cane, cautiously making his way out of the community. The Jinxiu Tianqing community, where Liang Chen resided, was an upscale, mixed complex of high-rise apartments and villas. Liang Chen lived in an apartment on a high floor, surrounded by rows of townhouses occupied by the affluent residents of Yangjiang City. Passing through the community square, Liang Chen noticed several neighbors he had known for many years. Before his blindness, these individuals had greeted him with utmost warmth. Now, as Liang Chen approached, not a single person offered him a greeting. Liang Chen was indifferent. He had already seen through the true nature of these people in his previous life. When the apocalypse struck, most of the inhabitants here would perish, even if some managed to survive by chance. Liang Chen would ensure they would not have it easy. Perhaps witnessing their suffering could also enhance his comfort level? As he neared the community entrance, a woman clad in red and green blocked Liang Chen's path. This individual was named Wang Xiulan, notoriously known for her self-righteousness, believing she would suffer a loss if she did not take advantage of others every time she ventured out. "Liang Chen, wait. It's your Aunt Wang." "Oh, Aunt Wang, is there something you need?" "Nothing major. Don't you have 2 parking spaces? My son just bought a car last week, and our community's parking fees are exorbitant. So I'd like to park in your space for now." Wang Xiulan spoke with an air of entitlement, casting a smug glance at the other neighbors. Liang Chen's parents had been kind-hearted and generous during their lifetimes, often being taken advantage of by Wang Xiulan's family. However, this time, to Wang Xiulan's surprise, Liang Chen did not indulge her. He remembered it was Wang Xiulan who had first come to buy his meat and had fawned over Lu Jinxian for some supplies, claiming that Liang Chen, like a toad, was fortunate to have been sold by Lu Jinxian. "Of course you can. We are old neighbors after all, it'll give you in 20 discount, so the monthly rent will be 2,000. Upon hearing the first half of Liang Chen's statement, Wang Xiaolin's smug smile blossomed, only to nearly choke on the latter half. Liang Chen, are you joking with Annie? We are old neighbors, discussing money hurts our feelings. Liang Chen sneered, discussing feelings hurts our finances. Aunt Wang, a few years ago, you claimed your son had just started working and borrowed my 8th Yuan Yuan bicycle because it was inconvenient for him to commute. Now that your son has bought a car, please return my bicycle. Upon hearing that she was to return the bicycle, Wang Xiaolin's face instantly turned pale. She had long since sold that bicycle even if she hadn't. With her character, she would never return it to Liang Chen. What bicycle? I am talking about the parking space. You wouldn't possibly refuse to help me with this small favor, would you? Return the bicycle first. Then you may pay the rent and use the parking space. Wang Xiaolin, with one hand on her hip, pointed at Liang Chen, ready to unleash her ire, only to be interrupted by him. Aunt Wang, are you about to say that as an elderly person, we young folks ought to show you respect and deference? You might have forgotten that I am now blind. If you continue to make a scene, I will report you to the Disability Association and the Neighborhood Committee, and then cause a stir at your son's workplace. We are all marginalized groups who should be afraid of whom? Upon finishing his statement, Liang Chen turned and walked away, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonishment. Was this truly the Liang Chen who would grant any request? Blind yet still occupying a parking space. How selfish the youth have become. I recall it was Liang Chen's father who assisted your husband in his promotion some years back, wasn't it? Don't speak nonsense. My husband's promotion was due to his own capabilities. It had nothing to do with anyone else. As he regarded these individuals, Liang Chen was reminded of the harrowing experiences he had endured in his past life, where those who had benefited from his family's kindness turned into demons that feasted upon him. Enjoy your fleeting moments of happiness when the end times arrive. I hope you will still find the spirit to gossip. Upon exiting the community, Liang Chen removed his sunglasses and hailed a taxi, heading straight to the suburbs. Half an hour later, gazing at the vast expanse of the colossal complex before him, Liang Chen found himself momentarily lost in thought. This was the largest storage base in southern Huaihua, the Huanan Yangjiang Storage Park. Though Yangjiang was not a first-tier city, its advantageous geographical position, convenient transportation, and low land prices made it appealing. Numerous renowned domestic and international enterprises, including Walmart, China Resources, and 7-Eleven, had chosen to establish warehouses here. Feeling the identification card in his pocket, Liang Chen approached the entrance of the storage base. To ascertain the internal security situation of the storage base, the most effective approach was to apply directly for a position and work as a security guard. A fortress is best breached from within. Chapter 3. The innate guardian saint body. As Liang Chen approached the entrance of the Yangjiang storage base, a security guard immediately approached him. What brings you here? This is a restricted area. No entry for unauthorized personnel, sir. I am here to apply for a position, Liang Chen replied, handing over a freshly purchased cigarette, which elicited a smile from the guard. For job applications, you need to use the side entrance. Thank you, sir. May I ask how much the security personnel earn here? 3,500. What's the matter? Are you looking to become a security guard? Liang Chen nodded, and the guard looked astonished. At your age, becoming a security guard? The movers here can earn 6,000 to 7,000 a month, and driving a forklift can yield over 10,000. Liang Chen chuckled inwardly. He wasn't there to toil like a beast of burden. It's not about how much I earn, sir. After a lifetime of hard work, isn't it worth it to simply collect a paycheck while enjoying my days? If I become a security guard, I will have achieved that goal ahead of my peers by 40 years. The guard took a puff from his cigarette, gazing at Liang Chen's retreating figure, as if life itself had reached a new zenith at that moment. 15 minutes later, Liang Chen stood in the office of the security department manager. Manager Wang Yang glanced at Liang Chen's ID card and, in a routine manner, inquired, Age? 21. You're not a university student. Are you? No. Do you have any special skills? I struggle to wake up during the day and can't fall asleep at night. Are you proficient with computers? I have worked as a network administrator for 3 years. What's your opinion on labor arbitration? What is labor arbitration? A satisfied smile spread across Wang Yang's face. Could this lad truly be the fabled innate guardian saint body? He promptly handed Liang Chen a form. You re in luck. Someone just resigned yesterday. Fill this out and report to the surveillance room tomorrow night. You'll work 2 night shifts a month, earning 2,500. Any issues with that? Liang Chen shook his head. No, the guard mentioned that the security staff here earned $3,500 a month. Wang Yang, however, intended to pocket $1,000 from that amount. Liang Chun was not only unconcerned but felt somewhat fortunate. The more greedy a person is, the easier they are to deal with. If the individual were diligent and earnest, it would pose more of a challenge. Pay a $500 deposit and pick up your uniform on the first floor. As Liang Chun obediently left, Wang Yang whistled and took out his phone, resuming his indulgence in videos featuring long-legged beauties, wearing a lewd grin. Half an hour later, Liang Chun exited the storage base. Carrying a set of security uniforms, he hadn't anticipated such a smooth transition into the surveillance room. This would allow him to comprehensively grasp the layout of the entire base and the distribution of various supplies. Once he devised a plan, he would be ready to act in 28 days. The reason for not acting sooner was that in 28 days, the entire nation would descend into chaos as citizens rushed to stock up on supplies. After 3 days of turmoil, the apocalypse would officially commence. By then, the police would be occupied with maintaining order, completely oblivious to any reports of missing goods. Even if they suspected him, without evidence, they wouldn't be able to take any action against him. If he acted prematurely, he risked being treated as a suspect and summoned for questioning. Liang Chun had no desire to be singing songs of sorrow in a detention center when the apocalypse arrived. An hour later, Liang Chun returned home. After confirming that he and Ergo were the only ones present, he locked the doors and windows. He retrieved several bags of seafood and vegetables, along with a clock, all of which he had purchased from a roadside supermarket that morning. The fish and shrimp in the bags had perished, yet remained fresh, as if just caught. The vegetables were equally succulent, with droplets of water still intact. The clock had paused at the moment it was stored, only resuming its ticking once removed. With a satisfied smile, Liang Chun noted that while the storage space could not accommodate living creatures, time within it either stagnated or flowed at an extremely slow rate, alleviating any concerns regarding food preservation. He cooked several pieces of premium steak and poured 2 glasses of Roman Iconi red wine. As the tender, juicy steak entered his mouth, the rich aroma of meat filled Liang Chun with immense pleasure. In his past life during the apocalypse, Lu Jinxian had confined him to a dog cage, providing merely half a bowl of rice or a small bun each day. Eventually, he was left to survive solely on water. The sensation of hunger was one he never wished to endure again. This meal left both Liang Chun and Ergo thoroughly satisfied. Liang Chun felt no regret in sharing steak and wine with Ergo. His past experiences had taught him that only Ergo remained steadfastly loyal. Even when Lu Jinxian moved in and expressed her fear of dogs, Liang Chun had tied Ergo in the stairwell, yet Ergo had never abandoned him. Thus, Ergo was deserving of such treats. Watching Ergo, sated and now indulging in a pillow, Liang Chun shook his head and retreated to the bathroom. After showering and lying on his bed, he began contemplating his next steps. Tomorrow, he would commence crafting a safe haven. This endeavor would require a significant sum of money. Given the current system capabilities, 20,000 yuan could be synthesized into 60,000. After much deliberation, Liang Chun decided against synthesizing money. It was not a matter of doubting the system's capabilities, but rather that the primary system was limited to 3 types of items. After synthesizing water, only 2 options remained. Whether to choose food, weaponry, medicine, or energy, all would prove more beneficial than merely synthesizing money. When the apocalypse struck, money would hold less value than toilet paper. Seconds later, Liang Chun suddenly slapped Ergo's head. If he lacked sufficient funds, borrowing was the solution. Before the apocalypse descended, what could be simpler than acquiring money? Just borrowing without the intention of repaying would suffice. Not to mention, various online loans were readily available. There were also high-interest loans, known for their quick processing and high limits. Aggregating several online lending platforms could yield over 3 million, a paltry sum. He would first pursue high-interest loans. As for whom to approach for borrowing, Liang Chun already had someone in mind. He took out his phone and searched briefly, locking onto a contact, Snake Uncle, the high-interest loan shark. If he wanted to swiftly acquire a substantial sum, seeking Snake Uncle was the most efficient choice. Snake Uncle was a notorious loan shark in Yangjiang City, infamous for his ruthless methods, willing to betray even his own parents for money. Years ago, Liang Chun's parents had borrowed 300,000 from Snake Uncle for their business, only to be extorted for over 1 million through various means. Liang Chun still vividly recalled his parents' distress and regret from that time. Therefore, when it came to acquiring money, deceiving Snake Uncle for a considerable sum was the only option. The next day, at 7 in the morning, Liang Chun was promptly awakened by Ergo's affectionate licks. After getting up, eating breakfast, and feeding Ergo, Liang Chun dialed Snake Uncle's number. "Hello, what's the matter?" "Snake Uncle, it's Liang Chun and I urgently need money. How much can you lend me?" "Liang Chun, while I am friends with your parents, our business has its rules and I need to ask you about your situation first. Are you still at the usual place? Shall we meet to discuss?" After hanging up, Liang Chun donned sunglasses and grabbed a cane before heading out. Half an hour later, he arrived at a Cantonese tea house, entering a private room where a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit was engrossed in eating shrimp dumplings. Surrounding him were 5 or 6 burly men clad in black suits. Liang Chun boldly sat down across from the man and grabbed a portion of black bean pork ribs to eat. Snake Uncle glanced up at Liang Chun, grinning to reveal a few gold teeth. "My dear nephew, in such a hurry to borrow money, have you encountered some trouble?" "Snake Uncle, I've recently ventured into business and need to borrow 8 million. It must be transferred today." Snake Uncle appraised Liang Chun with a critical eye. Liang Chun suddenly feigned nervousness, rolling down his sleeve to reveal several dark red spots on his forearm. Snake Uncle focused on Liang Chun's forearm for a moment, smiling knowingly. "Speak, what do you have as collateral?" Liang Chun felt a spark of realization. The old fox had taken the bait. "I'll use my house as collateral." That house was only worth a little over 5 million. That won't do. "What then?" Liang Chun feigned distress. A glimmer of greed flashed in Snake Uncle's eyes. 8 million was no small sum. "Snake Uncle, considering your long-standing friendship with my parents, please help me out. It's not that I can't help you." But Liang Chun sensed the moment was ripe. He slammed his hand on the table and declared, "If not, I'll put myself up as collateral. If I can't repay, you can dismantle me and sell my organs." Snake Uncle's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. "Excellent. Let us sign the contract. The terms remain the same. A month's borrowing period with a 30,000 upfront fee. You're charging too much." Liang Chun openly complained. "Ha ha ha, this is just the way it is. Don't worry, 770,000 will be in your account within the hour. Remember to repay on time." Liang Chun scratched his head with a grin, signed the contract, and bid farewell as he left. Once outside the tea house, Liang Chun hailed a taxi. 5 minutes into the ride, he rolled up his sleeve and laughed as he wiped away the small red dots that he had drawn on his arm. Meanwhile, back at the tea house, a lackey asked Snake Uncle, "Boss, 8 million is our entire fortune. If that kid can't repay, we suffer a significant loss." Snake Uncle took a sip from his teacup. "There's no if about it. He definitely won't repay. Did you not see the red spots on his arm?" "Boss, you mean?" "Exactly. That kid has fallen into addiction. His life is ruined. On this day next month, we'll go to the Liang residence to collect. Contact our overseas buyers immediately. The parts from this kid will fetch a few million, not to mention the house. We'll make a killing." The group of lackeys showered him with flattery. "Boss is mighty. Boss is amazing. Following the boss means there's meat to eat." So do I. Chapter 4. Crafting a safe haven and encounter with black technology. Upon glancing at the mobile map, I swiftly located my destination for this journey, the Huajian Group Special Construction Company. This is a construction firm with official backing. When it comes to building doomsday shelters, no other construction company in the entirety of Huagua can compare to this one. Liang Chun's parents were engaged in the construction industry during their lifetimes. He recalls his father mentioning that this company specializes in catering to various unique requirements, including the creation of top-tier safe houses. It is said that they once constructed a safe house for a royal family in a Gulf nation, which subsequently revolutionized the wealthy's perception of safe houses in the region. Numerous affluent individuals abandoned the exorbitant security firms of the beautiful country, lining up with checks in hand to request this company to build their safe houses. Many residences of significant figures in Huagua were constructed by them. Due to various unspeakable reasons, this firm has not engaged in extensive operations within Huagua, remaining relatively unknown among the general populace, known only to high-ranking officials and a few peers. As Liang Chun entered the company lobby, the receptionist promptly stood up. "Sir, how may I assist you today?" "I would like to speak with the supervisor in charge of safe house operations. Please hold on for a moment." 10 minutes later, Liang Chun was ushered into an office. "Good day, sir. I am Chen Ziyuan, the project head for safe houses here," said a man in a suit whose physique and appearance bore a striking resemblance to Ma Dongxi. His demeanor and posture suggested he was a veteran. "Liang Chun, may I inquire about your budget for the safe house renovation?" Chen Ziyuan's tone was neither warm nor cold. As a senior executive, He had constructed safe houses for many bigwigs. Upon seeing Liang Qin's youthful appearance, he immediately categorized him as a wealthy enthusiast, someone unlikely to invest significantly in a safe house, primarily interested in aesthetics to impress friends. Liang Qin focused on the tablet in his hand, which outlined the project. No upper limit. Chen Ziyuan shook his head with a smile. Mr. Liang, our most expensive safe house costs 30 million. Only 30 million? Liang Qin raised an eyebrow, recalling a certain wealthy individual from his past life who had constructed an underground fortress costing at least 1.9 billion RMB. However, a considerable portion of that was for purchasing an island, and the labor costs in the beautiful country were significantly higher than in Huaguo. Chen Ziyuan appeared somewhat displeased. What do you mean by only 30 million? The safe house we built for the Gulf Crown Prince was valued at 20 million, capable of withstanding rocket bombardments. I will pay a deposit of 3 million now, and settle the remaining balance upon completion of the project. Chen Ziyuan stared at Liang Qin in astonishment, not expecting such decisiveness, and his demeanor shifted to one of warmth. May I ask why you wish to build a safe house? For personal interests. Chen Ziyuan nodded, having encountered many similar explanations before. Please select the desired projects. Liang Qin redirected his gaze to the tablet. Under Chen Ziyuan's increasingly astonished gaze, Liang Qin began to swiftly make selections. Aerospace-grade alloy exterior walls for the entire house. Military-grade steel plates capable of resisting conventional explosives. A vault door akin to those in Swiss banks. Top-tier bulletproof glass, triple-layered. And a gas exchange system used by the military of Huaguo. 10 minutes later, Chen Ziyuan examined the project list in his hands, beginning to suspect that Liang Qin was being monitored by an adversarial nation. Once constructed, such a configuration would render it nearly impossible for even military forces. Without heavy weaponry, to inflict any damage, Mr. Liang, do you have any additional requirements? Insulation. I desire utmost insulation. Chen Ziyuan was visibly taken aback, but nodded earnestly. Rest assured, we possess the world's finest insulation solutions and materials. Our team includes individuals who have participated in the construction of Antarctic research stations. Liang Qin nodded slightly. It seemed he had indeed found the right person. Based on these materials, you can certainly be considered half an expert. Chen Ziyuan replied earnestly, not merely flattering Liang Qin. Having delved deeply into the field of safe houses for many years, he could discern that while some of the materials Liang Qin selected were not the most expensive, they were indeed the best within their category. Liang Qin chuckled softly. I have my own ideas regarding the design of the safe house. I wonder. Before Liang Qin could finish his sentence, Chen Ziyuan waved his hand to interrupt. He had just regarded Liang Qin as quite professional in material selection, but he hadn't anticipated that the young man would wish to interfere with their safe house design. Mr. Liang, you may not be aware, but the structure of a safe house is meticulously designed by experts and has been refined through extensive practical experience. I can assure you that in this regard, our company's design solutions are undoubtedly the most perfect in the world. It would not be an exaggeration to say they are the strongest on the planet, surpassing even the top teams globally. Liang Qin nodded, appreciating Chen Ziyuan's confident demeanor, which at least indicated genuine capability. In truth, he was not an expert in safe house design, but when synthesizing items, the system had rewarded him with a design blueprint. Therefore, Liang Qin intended to show it to Chen Ziyuan, without concern for its usability. Manager Chen, I trust in your company's capabilities. I simply wish for you to assess this design proposal from a professional standpoint to determine its feasibility. As Liang Qin spoke, he retrieved a translucent USB drive given to him by the system. Chen Ziyuan took it, momentarily taken aback by its futuristic design. However, he turned and approached his desk, inserting the USB into the main computer. Mr. Liang, regarding the renovation of high-level apartment safe houses, our design proposal is absolutely... While Chen Ziyuan operated the computer, he prepared to continue persuading Liang Qin, as it was part of his responsibilities as the project supervisor to dissuade clients from Navi ideas. Yet, halfway through his sentence, Chen Ziyuan abruptly fell silent, forgetting to sit down as he crouched, his gaze fixed intently on the computer screen. From Liang Qin's perspective, Chen Ziyuan's mouth hung open, his pupils reflecting a series of design blueprints. A full 10 minutes passed before Chen Ziyuan slowly straightened up, his expression serious as he fixed his gaze on Liang Qin. Mr. Liang, forgive my intrusion, but may I inquire as to the origin of this design proposal? A friend of mine concocted it. Could I possibly meet this friend of yours? No, I wish to pay my respects. Liang Qin was at a loss for words. He could hardly awaken the system to let the other party see it. And he had previously experimented, discovering that aside from himself, no one else could view the system's interface. Is there a problem with this proposal? No, there are absolutely no issues. This proposal is nothing short of perfect. And compared to it, our company's proposal is at least a generation behind. Should this design blueprint be implemented, can your team ensure its realization? Chun Ziyuan reviewed the design proposal again and nodded. No problem. Liang Chen exhaled in relief. He had feared that the design provided by the system might be too advanced for Chen Ziyuan and his team to execute. Can it be completed within 25 days? Absolutely. Please ensure the final payment is made within 10 days of project acceptance. That is only natural. Liang Chen had initially paid a deposit of 3 million, leaving no room for Chen Ziyuan to doubt his financial capacity. However, Liang Chen knew he would not be able to make the subsequent payment. The 3 million prepayment was merely to ensure quality and timely completion. Liang Chen meticulously cross-referenced all details with Chen Ziyuan, ensuring there were no oversights before feeling at ease. Even Chen Ziyuan remarked that Liang Chen was the most detail-oriented client he had ever encountered. Liang Chen certainly could not afford to be careless. The Doomsday Safe House was one of his greatest assurances and must not contain even the slightest flaw. Just as he was about to close the tablet, he suddenly noticed a section at the bottom of the menu that was grayed out. Manager Chen, what is this? Chen Ziyuan glanced at the screen and explained, this is the artificial intelligence project for the safe house, which is currently still in the experimental stage and has not been publicly disclosed. Upon hearing the term artificial intelligence, Liang Chen became intrigued. His university major was related to artificial intelligence, and he understood its immense potential better than anyone. If artificial intelligence could indeed be incorporated into a safe house, it would significantly enhance both its security and comfort. The AI could provide round-the-clock vigilance, possess extremely high sensitivity, automatically identify threats, continuously monitor health, propose treatment plans, and even perform surgeries in place of doctors. As for cooking and cleaning, those chores could certainly be entrusted to the AI. Moreover, the most crucial aspect for Liang Chen was that artificial intelligence would never betray him. In a doomsday scenario, it would be far more reliable than any human. Could you take me through it? Chen Ziyuan, evidently surprised by Liang Chen's interest in this project, readily responded, of course, please follow me. 10 minutes later, Liang Chen and Chen Ziyuan arrived at the experimental base on the third underground level. Liang Chen's pupils constricted as he beheld the scene before him. As a semi-professional, he could readily discern that the level of artificial intelligence research here was indeed world-class. His institution, South China University of Technology, had consistently been at the forefront of AI research, but compared to this facility, it was slightly lacking. He observed the intelligent control systems undergoing testing, as well as machine dogs capable of identifying enemies and firing weapons. All of this indicated that the artificial intelligence here, in terms of both software and hardware, was remarkably mature. As Chenza began to introduce the project to Liang Chen, a man with a tousled hairstyle and thick glasses rushed over. Manager Chen, why was my field experiment suddenly cancelled? The man did not even glance at Liang Chen, shouting hoarsely at Chenza and Su Xiang. Why are you shouting? Do you not see I am with a client? The man named Su Xiang adjusted his glasses and glanced at Liang Chen before turning back to Chen Ziyuan, continuing to yell, we finally secured the client's consent to conduct tests in his safe house. Why this sudden halt? Chen Ziyuan glanced at Liang Chen and whispered, the suspension of the project is the directive from higher-ups. Su Xiang stared at Chen Ziyuan for a long moment and sighed deeply. He certainly understood what the directive implied. It was merely his unwillingness to accept it that troubled him. Liang Chen, intrigued, inquired, Manager Chen, who is this? Chen Ziyuan shook his head. Su Xiang, the head of the Artificial Intelligence Research Group. His technical prowess is unmatched, yet his emotional intelligence is virtually non-existent. Su Xiang glared, stop deflecting. When is the next on-site test scheduled? Before Chen Ziyuan could respond, Liang Chen interjected, if feasible, my safe house can be utilized for testing. Su Xiang turned to Chen Ziyuan. This Mr. Liang has just secured a substantial order. Upon hearing this, Su Xiang immediately deflated, the order just signed. Isn't that for a unit apartment? I already told you, none of the current design proposals are suitable for testing the AI project. Chen Ziyuan chuckled, retrieving a tablet from under his arm and presenting it to Su Xiang. What is this for? Just take a look. Are you trying to bamboozle me with a new design? I assure you, despite being single for 36 years, I am not as desperate as you might think. Su Xiang's gaze fell upon the design proposal on the tablet, and he was suddenly rendered speechless. 3 minutes later, Su Xiang lifted his trembling eyelids. Who crafted this proposal? Did a top team from the beautiful country make a breakthrough? That seems impossible to achieve such an improvement. Observing Su Xiang's dismay, Chen Ziyuan felt an immense satisfaction. Su Xiang was undoubtedly a leader in his field, yet his pride often blinded him to others, even to his own superior. Unfortunately, the majority of the company's technological achievements were attributable to him. Thus, witnessing Su Xiang's self-doubt instigated by Liang Qin's design brought Chen Ziyuan unparalleled joy. This is brought to you by Liang Qin. It's the work of a friend of mine. Your friend? From Hua country? To some extent, yes. Is there a problem? No problem. If this proposal is followed, my AI system can be seamlessly implemented in the unit department. Liang Qin smiled. Then it's settled. I have a great fondness for new technology, and I have no other reservations. I merely worry that your company's technology may be superficial. Just don't turn it into artificial stupidity. Liang Qin raised his chin defiantly, gazing provocatively at Su Xiang. Su Xiang's breathing grew heavy as he fixed his gaze on Liang Qin. Little brother, you may insult me, but you cannot belittle my technology. This matter is settled. I concede to your design proposal, yet my AI will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. With that, Su Xiang departed without a backward glance, akin to a general heading into battle. Mr. Liang, please don't take offense. Old Su is blunt, but his technical skills are impeccable. Chen Ziyuan apologized. Liang Qin waved his hand with a smile, fully aware of Su Xiang's character. He even understood that goading someone like Su Xiang could unleash his utmost potential. Upon exiting the underground laboratory, Liang Qin received a text from the bank. The 7.7 million from Shibo had been deposited. He promptly signed the contract with his card, while Chen Ziyuan assured him that staff would arrive to measure the house by evening. Stepping out of the building, Liang Qin felt exceedingly pleased with the day's events. He had not anticipated such an impressive design from the system's reward. It not only resolved the safe house issue, but also unexpectedly introduced him to some cutting-edge technology. He had a premonition that Su Xiang might just surprise him. Having secured the safe house, it was time to consider sustenance. Even with plans to stockpile vast amounts of supplies, most of it was merely essential for survival. An array of delectable dishes was undoubtedly key to enhancing comfort. While others rejoiced at obtaining a piece of dry bread, Liang Qin's dining table would be laden with an abundance of gourmet food. Chapter 5. From Michelin 3 stars to trendy eateries, the entire community is envious. Liang Qin walked to the city center and entered a restaurant named Nianfeng. Before the apocalypse, he was a regular patron. Yangjiang, as a second-tier city, may not boast a true Michelin 3-star restaurant, but it did have Michelin 3-star chains, with Nianfeng being the best among them. This establishment specialized in contemporary gourmet Sichuan cuisine, known for generous portions and exquisite flavors. Signature dishes such as Didao red oil kidney slices, garlic salted prawns, and braised chicken with fresh white fruits received resounding acclaim. Welcome to Nianfeng. How many are dining today? I would like a private room. Once seated in the private room, Liang Qin picked up the ordering tablet and selected several of his favorite dishes. While waiting for the food, he took out his phone and opened Douyin, browsing through numerous highly rated posts about Yangjiang cuisine. Excluding duplicates, Liang Qin ultimately chose over 60 quality restaurants. These included Michelin 3-star chains, popular specialty dishes, and particularly, hidden gems known only to locals. Yangjiang's well-developed transportation network brought together many authentic culinary delights from across the country. Whether it be grand dishes from the north and south or exquisite snacks, there were authentic establishments to be found, including Haidaleo and several other delicious hot pot options. Enjoying food, diversity was crucial. The ordered dishes soon arrived, and the quality remained as excellent as before, leaving Liang Qin thoroughly satisfied. Half an hour later, he summoned the waiter. Upon witnessing Liang Qin devour 7 or 8 dishes single-handedly, the waiter was taken aback. Sir, would you like the bill? I would like to add a few more dishes. Certainly, I want 500 portions of every item on your menu. What? The waiter stood there, mouth agape, momentarily stunned. Liang Qin repeated his order, and only then did the waiter snap back to reality. Sir, please hold on. I will inform the manager. Shortly thereafter, a woman in her 40s, dressed in professional attire, entered. Sir, are you looking to order every item on our menu? Liang Qin nodded. 500 portions. Asa manager. She quickly regained her composure after a brief hesitation. Is there a special occasion at your residence? One might say that we can also cater for events. However, 500 tables might be a challenge. No need for tables. Just prepare for delivery. The manager, realizing Liang Chun was serious, swiftly picked up the ordering tablet. The total cost for preparing all our dishes is 7,500 yuan. 500 portions would amount to 370,000. I will process the payment. Liang Chun handed over his bank card. Can it be prepared by today? The manager's hands trembled slightly as she accepted the card. This order could significantly boost everyone's performance. Naturally, the manager would profit the most, so she now walked with an air of confidence. 10 minutes later, the flushed manager returned Liang Chen's card. Rest assured, by 8 o'clock tonight, all dishes will be delivered to your residence. I will personally oversee the quality control. The owner has generously added 500 sets of Jing Dejun porcelain dinnerware as a bonus. Liang Chen nodded. That's fine. I would like to stay here for a while longer. The manager and waiter exchanged glances, nodding vigorously. Of course, you may stay as long as you wish. Please enjoy some tea. Bring the finest Longjing. At that moment, Liang Chun was viewed as a major client, and they were determined to cater to his every need. The waiter quickly brought a cup of fragrant tea, leaving Liang Chun alone in the private room. He took out his phone and called each of the selected restaurants, similarly ordering 500 portions of every item. Some restaurants requested Liang Chun visit in person. Others added Liang Chen on WeChat. And upon seeing the deposit, they quickly shifted their attitude, pledging to deliver on time. A few establishments even regarded Liang Chun as either insane or a competitor attempting to create chaos. Liang Chun meticulously noted each response and then personally took a taxi to visit them. Some of the bustling restaurants claimed they couldn't fulfill such a large order, but upon seeing the exorbitant price Liang Chun offered, they all agreed. Money was secondary. The primary focus was treating the customer like royalty. 2 hours later, Liang Chun successfully arranged for over 60 restaurants to provide all their dishes, each with 500 portions. He then made a trip to several popular hot pot restaurants to purchase large quantities of hot pot base and specialty ingredients. These delicacies could last me 8 lifetimes, Liang Chun mused, staring at the long list of payment records on his phone, feeling a profound sense of security. Aside from Yinfeng and a few star-rated hotels, the prices at other restaurants were remarkably reasonable. In total, Liang Chun spent over 7 million, significantly less than he had anticipated. In the post-apocalyptic world, money was akin to worthless paper, and even if he exhausted borrowed funds, he could still resort to online loans or mortgage his house for a loan. By the time he returned home, it was already 7:30 in the evening. Liang Chun tossed the packed dompa pork and scallion braised sea cucumber to ergo and hurriedly took a shower. Just as he settled down with a cigarette, his phone rang. Hello. Who is this? Is this Mr. Liang? I am the manager of Dongfu Cantonese Cuisine. The 500 portions you ordered have arrived downstairs. Please sign for them. Liang Chun donned his sunglasses and made his way downstairs. At the entrance of the unit, 3 rounded electric delivery trucks were parked side by side, each accompanied by 3 neatly uniformed staff members. 2501, let's move it. Just stack it neatly. Understood, Mr. Liang. The staff expertly opened the cargo holds and began transporting the packed dishes. Within 10 minutes, delivery vehicles from over 10 restaurants arrived, creating a bustling scene at the unit entrance. It was precisely 8 o'clock, and the community was alive with residents out for evening strolls, all drawn to witness the spectacle as the array of dishes multiplied, the air filled with enticing aromas wafting through the neighborhood. Dongfu Cantonese Cuisine. I tried this restaurant when my boss treated us. The flavors were absolutely divine. Someone recognized the Dongfu Cantonese Cuisine logo and, swallowing hard, remarked, the flavors at Dongfu are remarkably authentic, and their prices are quite steep. My family can only afford to dine there once every few months. Look, that's Hongjia Barbecue. They have hundreds of thousands of followers on Douyin, and their crawfish and grilled meat are simply delectable. The only downside is that the queue starts at 2 hours. After hearing this, someone, envious, began to sneer. Liang Chun only orders from inexpensive roadside stalls. It may seem like a lot, but it hardly costs a fortune. However, the residents of the villa area quickly countered. If you don't understand, please refrain from speaking out of turn. These dishes require at least a few million. Are the current high-rise residents really that extravagant? Indeed, it suddenly made the villas seem less appealing. Goodness, what is Liang Chun up to? He actually ordered so many Buddha jumps over the wall. How much could that possibly cost? Look, Yinfeng Restaurant. My goodness. The aroma of their dishes is simply divine after all these years. Although the majority of people were merely out for a stroll after dinner, Liang Chun had ordered the finest delicacies from Yangjiang. Anyone who caught a whiff of the enticing scents would inevitably be tempted, swallowing in anticipation. Haha, Liang Chun, you've ordered so many delicious dishes. You can't possibly eat them all by yourself. Do me a favor and send a few servings to the brothers. A rough male voice called out. Liang Chen, peering through his sunglasses, saw a burly man in a security uniform parting the crowd, followed by 6 or 7 scruffily dressed security guards. Qian Wenchao. Memories from his past life immediately surfaced in Liang Chen's mind. This Qian Wenchao was the brother-in-law of the property manager, arrogant and overbearing due to his sister's husband's influence, with a notoriously poor attitude towards the residents. Once, when a resident complained about security issues in the community group, Qian Wenchao brazenly led a dozen guards to the resident's home in the middle of the night, storming in to beat the homeowner. The incident later trended on social media, drawing public outrage. The property company could not withstand the pressure and Qian Wenchao had to retreat in disgrace back to his hometown. Surprisingly, after a few months, he returned to continue as the head of security. After the apocalypse began, Qian Wenchao became even more tyrannical, not only failing to protect the residents but also leading his men in robberies, even breaking into residents' homes to vandalize and assault female tenants. When Qian Wenchao stormed into Liang Chen's home, Lu Jinxian sold Liang Chen out to preserve their meager supplies. Liang Chen recalled being dragged out of a dog cage, struggling as Qian Wenchao struck him viciously on the head. It was Qian Wenchao who had struck him, and it was Qian Wenchao who wore a triumphant grin as Liang Chen bled profusely. Thus, upon seeing that face, marred by excess flesh, Liang Chen couldn't help but clench his jaw. Chapter 6. Liang Chen must be insane. Suppressing his fury, Liang Chen maintained a stoic expression. Captain Qian, all of this food is for my own consumption. If you wish to eat, you may purchase it yourself. Qian Wenchao was taken aback. Liang Chen, usually so easygoing, was unexpectedly unyielding. His lip twitched. Liang Chen, you must be joking. How can you possibly eat all this food by yourself, even if your parents were alive? The 3 of you wouldn't finish it in a year. Just send a few servings my way so the brothers can enjoy a good meal. You see, we have strength now. It would be wise to ensure your safety. He emphasized the word safety. Liang Chen did not respond but instead whistled sharply. Woof! A resounding bark echoed from the corridor. A dog with a striking yellow coat, Ergo, dashed to Liang Chen's side. Standing proudly and glaring fiercely at Qian Wenchao and his men, baring its sharp fangs. Observing the imposing figure of Ergo, Liang Chen silently nodded. The silly dog still looked somewhat impressive in front of outsiders. Qian Wenchao, startled by Ergo's bold demeanor, quickly regained his composure and glared menacingly at Liang Chen. Liang Chen, what are you implying? Liang Chen's voice was frosty. I've already stated that this food is for my own consumption. If you wish to eat, by your OWN. Ergo typically eats my food. Protecting my safety is his duty, and he won't demand a single morsel of dog food from me. Qian Wenchao's face turned ashen with rage, and he prepared to charge forward. Liang Chen sneered. There are cameras here, and someone is recording. If you make the headlines again, it won't simply be a matter of returning home for a few months. You might even lose your brother-in-law's position. Qian Wenchao's advance halted abruptly. Though he was wicked, he was not foolish. The last incident of illegally entering a residence and assaulting a homeowner had already garnered significant attention. His mother had wept for 3 days in front of his sister before the brother-in-law allowed him to return to work. If another scandal broke, his brother-in-law's job would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. Without that position as property manager, how could his family continue to live in the city? You have guts, Liang Chen. Let's see how a blind man like you can compete with me. I have 1,000 ways to deal with you. Just wait. After delivering his threat, Qian Wenchao led his band of security guards away. Despite the brazen behavior of the security guards, none of the onlooking residents, the true owners of the community, dared to speak up. Liang Chen regarded their cowardly behavior with a smirk of derision. Mom, I want to eat. At that moment, a plump boy, about 5 feet 7 inches tall, burst through the crowd, snatched a tray of garlic Australian lobster being transported, and took a hearty bite. His eyes gleamed with mischief as he continued to scan for more food. It was Liang Chen. Behind the boy, a 40-year-old woman with cascading waves of hair chuckled. I was worried about you eating food from strangers and ending up with a stomach ache. Since it's your family's lobster, it should be safe, right? Slow down, dear. Your brother Liang Chen can't see and won't be able to snatch it from you. Watching the spectacle of this mother-son duo, Liang Chen felt immense disgust. The boy, named Li Tiantian, had been a troublemaker since childhood, having bullied nearly every child in the community. Whenever the parents of the bullied children sought out the Li family for resolution, they were met with Li Tiantian's mother, Li Wanfang, who would dismiss them with a shake of her head. In the end, she would always say, "He's still a child." Now 13 years old, Li Tiantian was in his rebellious phase, reportedly harassing single women in the community, growing bolder in his antics. Once, in an elevator, he nearly covered the mouth of a 7-year-old girl and dragged her away. Yet, no matter how vile Li Tiantian's behavior, Li Wanfang would always defend him with, "He's just a child. He'll grow out of it." Liang Chen remembered that in his past life, during the apocalypse, Li Tiantian had broken into the home of an elderly couple living alone, stealing all their food supplies. When discovered, he had even assaulted the elderly man. The couple later froze and starved to death. Li Wanfang had boasted in the residence group that Li Tiantian was a good and filial child, knowing to find food for his parents. Seeing Li Tiantian with grease smeared all over his face, Liang Chen addressed the manager of the Western restaurant. "Return that dish to me. You can collect the payment from him." Liang Chen did not lower his voice, ensuring everyone present could hear his words. Some who recognized Liang Chen felt he had changed, becoming less agreeable than before. Li Wanfang, noticing her son had only half of the Australian lobster left, turned pale. "Liang Chen, what do you mean? What's wrong with Tiantian eating a little of your food? Why are you quarreling with a child? Aren't you a man?" Liang Chen felt a wave of nausea. Don't call him a child. He's no better than a parasite. Paying for food is a matter of principle. How can he not afford it? Liang Chen's words left Li Wanfang speechless for a long moment. We're all neighbors. Can't we reason this out? Is this how you speak?" As Li Wanfang began to whine, a few dim-witted individuals chimed in to support her. The moralist, Grandpa Chen, pointed at Liang Chen, lecturing, "Indeed, Liang Chen, one should be magnanimous. Tiantian is only a teenager. He is just eating a bit of your food. Be more forgiving." Liang Chen could not be bothered to argue with these people, as they would all be dead when the apocalypse came. Whistling once more, he turned and entered the building, with Ergo exhaling a puff of air at the crowd before following Liang Chen inside. Just as Li Wanfang was about to drag Li Tiantian away, the manager of the Western restaurant immediately blocked their path. "Madam, please pay for that plate of Australian lobster." "Why should I? I didn't buy it. Our delivery vehicle has recorded the entire process." The manager replied calmly, clearly accustomed to such unreasonable behavior. "We are the Royal Banquet of Shitong Street, and I believe you've heard of our reputation and why boss is well connected. You're not someone who can afford to offend." Li Wanfang's expression froze, clearly aware of the restaurant's background. "How much?" "The premium Australian lobster, plus delivery fees, totals 3,888. Upon hearing the price, Li Wanfang lost her earlier bravado, shot a glare at Li Tiantian, and took out her phone to make the payment. Liang Chen, uninterested in the gossip of onlookers, returned home with Ergo. Half an hour later, all the dishes were moved in, stacked from the floor to the ceiling, nearly filling Liang Chen's 180 square meter home. After storing all the dishes in his space, Liang Chen surveyed the neatly categorized and organized array of countless delicacies with immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, the entire Jinqiu Tiancheng community buzzed with news of Liang Chen's extravagant purchase of over 100 lavish meals. Some even speculated that Liang Chen had gone mad after suddenly going blind, leading him to spend recklessly. That moment. Many neighbors still lingered in front of Liang Chen's unit door. In my opinion, Liang Chen has become extremely insecure after losing his sight, believing the apocalypse is imminent, which is why he's hoarding food. Perhaps he's planning a gathering. What's wrong with buying food? You all are just envious of his wealth. Look, another car has arrived. Which family's feast is this time? As dozens of SUVs parked in front of the unit, the crowd's confusion deepened. If these people aren't delivering food, then they must be here to eat. Liang Chen has invited them. The individuals donned in work uniforms emblazoned with words from Huajian Group Special Construction Company. What kind of establishment is this? Amidst the myriad speculations of the crowd, a young man wearing black rim glasses remarked, "I have heard of this company. It is affiliated with Huajian Group and possesses an official background. I believe they are involved in constructing some sort of doomsday safety shelters." What new absurdity is Liang Chen up to? Surely, he isn't planning renovations, is he? It seems the demise of his parents has rendered him blind. A blow too great to bear. Doomsday? A safety shelter? Ha ha ha, in this vast expanse. Where is the doomsday coming from? Hurry and send Liang Chun to a psychiatric hospital. It would be unfortunate if one day he truly goes mad and harms someone with a knife. Him? He can't even see people, let alone wield a knife against them. The neighbors buzzed with chatter, most reveling in schadenfreude. Not only were those strolling and seeking respite in the community discussing it, but also some inquisitive residents shared photos and videos in the owners group, igniting a wave of discussions and mockery. Chun Joe reclined on his girlfriend's lap, enjoying the air conditioning while scrolling through his phone. Huh? Upon seeing the messages in the owners group, Chun Joe immediately sat up. Ha ha ha, truly, misfortunes never come singly. Liang Chun has been blind for only a few days, and now his mind seems to have unraveled. Chun Joe and Liang Chun were university classmates, renowned as the rich second generation, with familial businesses ranking among the top 10 in Yangjiang City. After entering their sophomore year and obtaining a girlfriend, they decided to cohabit. Conveniently, his family owned a villa in the Jinshu Tianqing community, making them neighbors. Chun Joe's girlfriend also spotted the messages in the owners group and opened one of the videos. Yinfeng Restaurant? So many dishes. This is a royal banquet. I've wanted to eat this for ages. Liang Chun is truly wealthy? Chun Joe scoffed. Can he compare to my wealth? Liang Chun is merely Lu Jinshuan's sycophant. And now that he is blind, he is destined to end up with nothing. Observing the infatuated expression of his girlfriend, Chun Joe's jealousy surged. After all, he too was a rich second generation, and his looks were quite presentable. What did Liang Chun possess? Merely good looks and academic prowess. Why should the goddess Lu Jinxian move into his home? She was Lu Jinxian, the ideal of countless boys from South China University of Science and Technology. Over the years, he had spent no small amount on Lu Jinxian, but upon realizing that although she accepted gifts, getting closer was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, he settled for his current girlfriend, albeit with some reluctance. The more Chun Joe thought about it, the angrier he became. So he shared the photos and videos from the owners group and the class group. Guess who bought all this? Everyone? Wow, so much delicious food. Is this a banquet for the entire village? The whole village? Shouldn't you check the names of those restaurants? Which village can afford such a feast? Is Chen Xiao treating us to a meal? Indeed, besides Chen Xiao, who else could afford such a lavish spread? Chen Xiao, stop keeping us in suspense, reveal the answer. Some couldn't help but urge. This was shared in our community owners group. That unit belongs to Liang Chun. Liang Chun? Didn't he take sick leave? I heard Liang Chun has lost his sight. It's true. Such a pity. What is so pitiful? Lu Jinxian has moved into his home. What? That's quite the stroke of luck. I'd gladly sacrifice my own eyes for the goddess to reside in my house. Sacrificing eyes may not suffice. I heard Liang Chin's parents also. What? I can't aspire to such a goddess. Isn't anyone curious why Liang Chin bought so much food? Indeed, with such an abundance, even a refrigerator wouldn't suffice. In a few days, wouldn't it turn into a breeding ground for flies? Could it be Liang Qian has lost his mind? I heard immense blows coupled with disabilities can drive one insane. Quite possibly. I noticed a construction company's vehicle. What does Liang Qian intend to do? I know this company. They often assist wealthy individuals in building safety shelters overseas. Safety shelters? Has Liang Qian developed a persecution complex? One can understand. Anyone enduring his misfortunes would feel insecure. TSK, 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 even when mad. A handsome man possesses such charm. Stop fawning. If you're so keen, why not move into his home? In a few days, when the food spoils, Liang Chin's house will undoubtedly be fragrant for miles. That's excessive. Over the years, Liang Chun has selflessly served as class monitor. Who hasn't he assisted? Exactly, Liang Chun is still in the group. Mind your words. What of being in the group? Is it possible he cannot see? Oh, haha, I find this amusing. Am I somewhat twisted? Chun Joe felt elated as he read the messages in the class group. What does it matter that you're handsome? What of being class monitor? What of the goddess residing in your house? In your current state, what meaning does your existence hold? With this thought, Chun Joe felt immensely superior to Liang Chun. At least he could still enjoy life without succumbing to madness. Chapter 7. The Abundant Storage Base When Doomsday Arrives. I hope you can still smile as brightly. Liang Chun observed the conversations in the owners and class groups, not in anger, but rather with anticipation, eagerly awaiting to witness the plight of these individuals when the doomsday finally descends. This moment. In Liang Chen's home, Chun Ziwan was leading over 30 staff members to conduct a comprehensive measurement of the premises. The efficiency of these individuals was remarkable. They swiftly deployed various professional instruments and completed the measurements in no time. A few specialized materials were being airlifted, with construction set to commence tomorrow afternoon. Chen Ziyuan informed Liang Chun after verifying the data. Liang Chun nodded in agreement. Such speed was commendable, especially since many materials were not easily procured by ordinary companies. After seeing off Chen Ziyuan, Liang Chun donned his security uniform, preparing to head to the Yangjiang storage base. Familiarizing himself with the internal situation of the storage base was the first step in receiving a vast amount of supplies. While in the taxi, Liang Chun's phone buzzed. It was Lu Jinxian. Liang Chun, why did you buy so much food? Lu Jinxian, a classmate of Liang Chun, had just seen the message Chun Joy posted in the class group. If it's not about returning items, I'm hanging up. Wait, Liang Chun, what is wrong with you? Have you heard something? What are you preparing for? Although Liang Chun detested Lu Jinxian, her instincts were remarkably sharp. When did it become your turn to question me? I only care about when you will return my things. Cash equivalently will do. Are you really that heartless? I've been living with you. And you still want to divide what's yours and mine? Is that amusing? Living together? Please, we merely sleep in adjacent rooms. I haven't even touched a hair on your head. Liang Chun, do you think I'm upset because you haven't possessed me? If so, tonight. Liang Chun felt a wave of nausea and quickly interrupted. You want to repay me in flesh instead of cash. If you don't have a mirror at home, surely there is a toilet? I'll reiterate, return my belongings or payment within 3 days. Otherwise, I'll involve the police. Liang Chun concluded, hanging up the phone. At that moment, Lu Jinxian sat on the bed in her shared apartment with her friend Zhao Mingqi. He was so obvious. Yet Zhao Mingqi sat up in surprise. No way. Liang Chun actually dared to reject you. He must be truly losing his mind. Lu Jinxian shot a glare at Zhao Mingqi. How could that be? If he really goes mad, all his inheritance would be mine. So what now? If he truly reports us, we're finished. Although Zhao Mingqi lacked common sense, she still possessed basic legal awareness. Lu Jinxian was well aware of all that Liang Chun had done. Even the toxic chemicals used for poisoning were pilfered from the school laboratory by her. Lu Jinxian declared fiercely, what can we do? First, find others to return the money to him. Zhao Mingqi nodded. Fortunately, you have plenty of sycophants. Gathering enough should be manageable. I refuse to believe he suddenly lost interest in me. He must be afraid he can't match up to me after losing his sight. There's indeed that possibility. Liang Chun appears strong, but the more he cares, the more insecure he becomes. He fears dragging you down. Hence the harsh words to provoke you. Lu Jinxian pondered this, finding the speculation quite reasonable. Regardless, our transaction for his belongings was somewhat excessive. Even if Liang Chun doesn't report it, revealing this matter would tarnish my reputation. Then what? First, return the money, and once he calms down, I'll tell him I still like him and want to disdain him. After draining him of resources, I'll discard him, leaving him to live on the streets, worse than a dog. That is the price for insulting me. Watching her WeChat notifications light up with incoming transfers, Lu Jinxian disdainfully curled her lip. These sycophants were indeed diligent. As long as she sent out a voice message, they would sob and plead to give her money, but ultimately, they only provided paltry sums of 1 or 2,000. With the largest being merely 5,000, Zhao Mingqi looked enviously at the incessantly flashing screen of Lu Jinxian's phone, suppressing her jealousy and smiling. You shouldn't be so disdainful. Although these men aren't rich and handsome, there are enough of them. Let us deal with Liang Chun first. At 10 o'clock that evening, Liang Chun arrived at the Yangjiang storage base. Entering the monitoring room, he reported to the supervisor and was assigned to a computer in the corner. The entire park contained over 100 warehouses and more than 3,000 cameras, all monitored from this location. That computer over there contains the layout of the park. Familiarize yourself with it. Tonight, you'll be tasked with watching the surveillance. After the supervisor outlined his duties, he took several other security personnel to play cards, leaving Liang Chun alone in the monitoring room. Observing the activities in the break room through the surveillance, Liang Chun noticed that the individuals were not merely pretending to play cards but were intentionally testing him. Before arriving, Liang Chun contemplated 100 ways to disguise his intentions, yet ultimately none were employed. He chuckled at his own naivety and began to diligently investigate the internal conditions of the base. After half an hour, Liang Chun had garnered a general understanding of the premises. There was a designated supermarket storage area for retail enterprises. a section for pharmaceutical companies, and warehouses for various clothing brands, including several international top-tier outdoor equipment brands. Additionally, there were warehouses specifically for storing various electronic products, and even a well-known brand of adult toys from a certain island nation. After several hours of meticulous research, Liang Qian meticulously noted down the locations of the supplies he required and printed a map of the park, preparing to chart his course and conduct several reconnaissance walks to ensure absolute certainty. His primary targets were the warehouses of foreign retail giants such as Walmart, Sam's Club, Costco, and 7-Eleven. These international retail behemoths thrived globally due to their high-quality products, extensive variety, and attention to detail. Moreover, recalling his memories from a previous life, he remembered that 3 days before the apocalypse struck, countries around the world issued warnings, prompting a frenzy of resource hoarding among the populace. In response, these foreign chain enterprises sealed their warehouses and covertly transported supplies back to their home countries. This time, Liang Qian was determined to claim all these resources for himself, ensuring that the vile capitalists would not benefit. The heaps of various gaming consoles and entertainment facilities piled within the warehouses were also included on his must-have list. As maintaining a spiritual life during the apocalypse was equally vital, a night passed, and Liang Qian had fully grasped the distribution of the warehouses. The next step was to familiarize himself with the target warehouses from which he would procure supplies, while also paying attention to the placement of surveillance cameras. Even if he chose to act on the eve of the apocalypse warning, he needed to be wary of being detected by surveillance, which could lead to unnecessary complications. With a month remaining until the apocalypse warning, Liang Qian felt no anxiety about time constraints. At 7:30 in the morning, he returned home with 2 pounds of pan-fried buns. Ergo stood at the door, wagging his tail furiously, clearly having spent the entire night waiting at the entrance. Liang Qian shared half of the buns with Ergo, brewed himself a cup of coffee, and sat down at the table, pulling out pen and paper to contemplate his upcoming actions. The issue of the safe house had been resolved. Qian Ziyuan would commence work that afternoon. The challenge of procuring supplies appeared manageable. But the focus now shifted to weapons. In the apocalypse, only the strong deserve to survive, and the possession of weaponry directly determined an individual's strength. Chapter 8. Weapons acquired. A stronger energy core. Liang Qian understood that once the apocalypse commenced, societal order would collapse. At that point, notions of morality and law would hold no value in the face of survival. People would resort to murder over mere pieces of charcoal or a bowl of instant noodles. Under the dominance of hunger and cold, humanity would regress to the most primitive jungle law. The one with the mightiest fist would dictate the fates of the weak, securing a few extra days of life. Thus, weapons were indispensable. Liang Qian recalled the egalitarian instruments he had seen in various films and dramas. If he could possess one in the apocalypse, it would undoubtedly be a formidable weapon. He remembered that in his previous life, there was a gang leader in his community who wielded a homemade double-barreled shotgun, killing numerous individuals, with the stolen supplies allowing him and his subordinates to live quite comfortably. Attempting to procure that gang leader's shotgun seemed too risky and not worth the trouble. Liang Qian took out his phone and scrolled through his contacts, his gaze landing on one name. Chenzi, what is up? Tang Peng, I need to talk to you. Oh, you have time. Of course, if it's inconvenient for you. I can come to find you. No need, just wait for me. After hanging up, Liang Qian quickly washed up and took a taxi to the suburbs. Tang Peng was a middle school classmate of Liang Qian, and they shared a close bond. After completing the second year of junior high, Tang Peng dropped out to help his parents run a recycling station. As far as Liang Qian knew, aside from regular business, Tang Peng's family also dealt in contraband, although much of it consisted of used or damaged goods. Navigating through piles of discarded vehicles, Liang Qian entered an open shipping container. Can you see this? Yes. Tang Peng, clad in worn camouflage attire, immediately embraced Liang Qian. I told you your eyesight was like Liu Bei's. Just give it a few days. Get lost, you with your millions, always looking so shabby. It's a work uniform. Now, what do you need me for? I want to buy AGUN. As soon as Liang Qian's words fell, Tang Peng squinted, a cheeky grin spreading across his face. Little brother, you're still young. Please don't tread the path of crime. Liang Qian produced a stack of cash from his pocket and handed it over. Seeing Liang Qian's serious demeanor, Tang Peng's smile faded as he closed the shipping container door. Did you offend someone? Liang Qian nodded. Do you need me to help you sort it out? Or do you want to hide out for a few days? It's not as serious as you think. I just want to be cautious. Take it back. Don't try that with me. Tang Peng pushed the money back, turning to open a tattered cardboard box in the corner. A black plastic bag was tossed onto the table, containing 4 or 5 rusty egalitarian instruments. "This is it?" Liang Chun expressed disappointment. "What do you mean this is it? Do you know how strict the inspections are in Yangjiang? Just recently, an elderly lady at the park was arrested for selling balloons." Liang Chun had indeed heard of that. The government's crackdown on firearms was undeniably severe. It was no small feat for Tang Peng to acquire such standard items. "Can these even be used?" Tang Peng chuckled, retrieving a rag from the drawer and wiping one of the weapons. Liang Chen's eyes lit up as the previously rusty item transformed into something pristine. "They're intentionally made to look old. How many do you want?" "I'll take them all." "What the hell? Are you planning to go to northern Myanmar to fight?" "At least leave me one for self-defense." Tang Peng retrieved one from the bag and handed it to Liang Chun, then produced another black plastic bag containing 500 rounds of ammunition. "Don't act impulsively. If you find yourself in a tough spot, just come to me, and I'll help you lay low." Liang Chun felt a warmth in his heart. He remembered that after losing his sight in his previous life, only Tang Peng and one other person came to visit him, buy a batch of food and water, along with warm clothing supplies. "Get as much as you can. Don't stay here. Go home." "What's the matter? Are we expecting an earthquake?" "Just do as I say. I'm leaving." Liang Chun turned and departed. For the sake of survival, he could resort to any means necessary, but that did not mean he lacked emotions. Upon returning home, Liang Chun placed the bag on the table. After a thorough cleaning, all 4 weapons gleamed as if brand new. The military-grade Type 92 had a capacity of 15 rounds and quite decent firepower. As an enthusiast, Liang Chun was well acquainted with various weapons and equipment, and he skillfully loaded them, knowledge gleaned from his previous life online. Once he confirmed that all were operational, he opened his storage space to stow them away. Liang Chen contemplated using the system to synthesize the newly acquired egalitarian instruments. Not only could he upgrade their quality, but he could also transform 2 into 6 and 6 into 18, effectively achieving infinite firepower. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to wait. Given his current situation, as long as he remained in the safe house, he was unlikely to encounter danger. Even if he did find himself lacking firepower, he could still synthesize more powerful weapons later. After all, with only 2 types of synthesis remaining, it was prudent to choose carefully. He retrieved 200 skewers of meat and several plates of grilled oysters, sharing a hearty meal with Air Gou.at2 in the afternoon. Chan Ziyuan and his construction team arrived punctually. Liang Chun packed some personal items, preparing to take Ergo to a nearby 5-star hotel for temporary lodging. All the valuables in his home were stored away in his space. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Ziyuan handed Liang Chen a tablet. "Mr. Liang, here is the final design for the safe house." Liang Chen examined the 3-dimensional model carefully, feeling it had reached perfection. What is this?" Liang Chen pointed to a string of numbers in the upper left corner of the screen. 75%. That's the safety index for this safe house. Not 100%. This safety index is determined by artificial intelligence through simulated attacks, reflecting the proportion of successful breaches. Chen Ziyuan patiently explained. "This safety index is the highest I've ever seen. Even the safe house of the Gulf Prince only has a safety index of 69. Liang Chen furrowed his brow. He was unconcerned with others' safety indices. "I only want to know how my safe house was breached in the AI simulation." Chen Ziyuan's expression turned peculiar as he glanced at a man with a crew cut behind him. "Su Xiang, come explain to Mr. Liang." Su Xiang adjusted his bottle-bottom glasses and smiled. "The AI will exhaust all methods to simulate the breach of the safe house. This simulation result is indeed the best. Thanks to I just want to know what happened during the simulation of the breach." Seeing Liang Chen's serious tone, Su Xiang pondered for a few seconds before responding earnestly. "I checked, and in the simulated attacks, the most common breach method was to act directly from below your apartment, essentially blowing up or demolishing the unit beneath you. In such a scenario, even if the safe house remains intact, the structural tilt would significantly impact its safety and comfort." Hearing Su Xiang's explanation, Liang Chun could only shake his head helplessly. He could ensure his home was indestructible, yet he could not alter the fact that it was a high-rise building. In other words, the greatest vulnerability of this safe house was its location within the entire building. If significant structural issues arose with the building, no matter how fortified the safe house was, it would be of little consequence. Su Xiang noticed that Liang Chen remained silent, and he promptly explained, "However, you can rest assured that, based on artificial intelligence simulations, The structural integrity of this safe house ensures that as long as explosives are not used to obliterate the lower levels entirely, the possibility of a complete breach remains highly unlikely. Liang Chun took a moment to calm himself before continuing. Aside from this scenario, what other breach hypotheses exist? Su Xiang exchanged glances with Chen Ziyuan before responding. In addition to attacking the building structure, there remains only one other potential breach: the artificial intelligence compromising the safe house's ventilation system. Ventilation system? Liang Chen inquired. Indeed, Su Xiang confirmed. Despite the safe house employing the most secure gas exchange methods, current technology cannot achieve complete isolation from external gases. Thus, why is that not feasible? How much air do my dog and I require for breathing? Even if we exchange air every 10 days or so. That should suffice. Su Xiang gestured for Liang Chen to remain calm and pointed to the schematic on the tablet, saying it is due to the energy source. The generator operates on diesel or gasoline, and in the process of generating power, it inevitably produces exhaust fumes. If these fumes are not expelled promptly, the occupants inside would suffer from poisoning. Why must we rely on a generator rather than batteries? Liang Chen queried. Su Xiang shook his head, because, at our current technological level, even the most advanced batteries cannot sustain prolonged power supply. Accumulating a large number of batteries would consume excessive space, and they would deteriorate over time, leading to failure. This is not merely our issue. It is a reflection of present technological limitations. Liang Chen fell into deep thought, acknowledging Su Xiang's point. At the current technological stage, the capabilities of batteries pale in comparison to gasoline. However, burning gasoline generates a significant amount of toxic gas, rendering the ventilation system a vulnerability of the safe house. Even if the enemy cannot breach the ventilation system, if they are clever enough to block it from the outside, the safe house would lose its energy supply. What if, and I emphasize if, I could procure more advanced batteries? The safety of this room would be drastically enhanced. It would be impossible to harm you without compromising the building. Su Xiang adjusted his glasses and added, of course, that is purely theoretical, as a flawless energy core does not exist in reality. All right, you may commence the construction. The safe house will utilize electric power as its core. However, Su Xiang attempted to interject, only to be interrupted by Liang Chen. I'll handle the battery issue. With that, Liang Chen departed the room with ergo, realizing he needed to find a way to acquire more advanced batteries. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Chen suddenly had an idea. He hailed a taxi, and together with his dog, they climbed in.to South China University of Technology. In the taxi, Liang Chen mentally inquired of the system. Since synthesis can enhance quality, can it generate items not yet invented by humanity? Synthesis disregards technological tree limitations. Liang Chen smiled in satisfaction. He thought of a person who, perhaps in collaboration with the synthesis system, could indeed produce a more powerful energy core. Chapter 9. Graphene Battery Acquired. Confronting the entire class in the taxi, Liang Chen took out his phone and dialed a number. Soon, a melodious female voice came through the line. Liang Chen? Senior Lin Yueran? What's the matter? Do you need to go to the hospital, or is there something going on at school? The voice belonged to Lin Yueran, a graduate student at South China University of Technology, who was part of the same research project group as Liang Chen. Although Liang Chen excelled academically, he remained an undergraduate tasked with menial duties within the group. Lin Yueran took great care of him, frequently visiting him after he lost his sight, alongside Tang Peng. Senior Yueran, it's your concern for me that matters. Alas, what good is concern? The falling flowers may be willing, but the flowing water is indifferent. Junior, you still do not harbor feelings for me, Liang Chen mused, knowing Lin Yueran often teased him, relishing in making him blush. All right, I won't tease you any longer. What do you need? Let us meet and discuss. I will arrive at the lab in half an hour. Okay. 20 minutes later, Liang Chen arrived at the tall experimental building of South China University of Technology. A graceful figure clad in a white lab coat stood at the entrance, the garment failing to conceal her long, elegant legs. Upon spotting Liang Chen alight from the taxi, Lin Yueran jogged over to greet him, her appearance capable of eclipsing many online celebrities. Lin Yueran picked up ergo and playfully ruffled its fur for a moment before linking her arm with Liang Chen's. Why are you here alone? Where is Lu Jinxian? I don't know. I told her to leave. All right, Junior, you've finally come to your senses. What do you mean by that? Not realizing how good a senior sister is. Mistaking green tea for treasure. Senior sister, are you going to tease me again? Not at all. I'm genuinely happy for you. Follow me. As they walked, Lin Yueran chatted animatedly about amusing incidents at school as if Liang Chun had never lost his sight or left. Liang Chun suddenly felt a wave of warmth wash over him and leaned against Lin Yueran's impressive form, relishing the gentle touch on his arm. Lin Yueran's body stiffened momentarily, but she did not flinch, blushing slightly as she continued guiding Liang Chen. Upon entering the laboratory, Liang Chun surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one else was present, before removing his sunglasses. His striking, spirited eyes locked onto Lin Yueran with a playful smile. Lin Yueran's mouth parted slightly, and after a few seconds, she playfully punched Liang Chen on the arm. "So, you're pretending to be blind now that your eyesight is restored. Senior sister, I kindly ask that you keep this matter confidential." Without questioning further, Lin Yueran nodded as if it were a matter of course. "Speak. What do you need from your sister?" "Senior Yueran, has our research group made any progress on the graphene battery?" Lin Yueran's expression faltered. She hadn't anticipated Liang Chun would ask about that. It's not that simple. Although the university remains at the forefront in this field, developing a mass-producible graphene battery is exceedingly challenging. Are there finished products available? There are, but their performance is subpar, rendering them merely failed prototypes. Could I obtain 2 of them? What do you intend to do? Having been away from the project for so long, I wish to return and study to catch up. Hemph, if you don't want to share, then don't. Although Lin Yueran was skeptical of Liang Chen's excuse, she nonetheless opened the safe and retrieved 2 black boxes the size of laptop computers. These 2 are the latest prototypes, but they didn't meet the standards. You can take them if you wish. Thank you, senior sister. Express your gratitude properly. Verbal thanks work too. Get lost. Before leaving, Liang Chun surveyed the laboratory once more, astonished to discover that many of the configurations in this graphene lab could withstand the apocalypse a month later. Senior sister, the holiday is approaching. Do you have any plans? What plans could I possibly have? I am preparing to head to the capital to seek employment. Could you promise me one thing? Stay in the lab throughout the summer vacation and don't go anywhere. I'll help you procure some supplies. Why? You must trust me. Just follow my instructions. Lin Yueran scrutinized Liang Chen for a few seconds, noticing he had indeed changed but unable to pinpoint how. All right, I'll follow your lead. Even though Lin Yueran treated him exceptionally well, Liang Chen was determined not to recklessly divulge the impending apocalypse to her until absolute safety was assured. Offering her a warning and providing some supplies would serve as compensation for the batteries she had given him. As for whether he would accept Lin Yueran when the apocalypse arrived, that decision could wait until then. Ultimately, Liang Chen would not allow any unsafe elements to linger, not even the alluring and charming senior sister. Bidding farewell to Lin Yueran, Liang Chen made his way outside the university. With 2 of the most advanced graphene batteries in hand, he felt confident that, with the support of the system, he could certainly create some groundbreaking technology. After all, this represented the pinnacle of battery technology globally, and he believed the system would surprise him as he neared the playground. Liang Chen spotted a group of familiar faces. It was his classmates, seemingly taking graduation photos. Although no one noticed him, Liang Chen donned his sunglasses. He wished to avoid drawing any attention before the apocalypse, as being discovered by the school regarding his restored eyesight might complicate his preparations. On the playground, Chun Jiawei was organizing the class for a group photo when he unexpectedly caught sight of a familiar figure. With a mischievous grin, he exclaimed, "Everyone, look who has arrived." At Chun Jiawei's call, over 30 classmates turned to see Liang Chen. The class monitor? What class monitor? Liang Chen has long ceased to be the monitor. Indeed, in his current state, graduation seems difficult. He is likely on the verge of expulsion. A group of students approached Liang Chen, with Chun Jiawei positioning himself in front of him, sizing him up with disdain. "We didn't plan to invite you for the graduation photo. Who informed you to come?" Liang Chen remained expressionless. Step aside to at that moment, Lu Jinxian, who had been hiding at the back of the crowd, slowly stepped forward, looking apologetic. "Liang Chen, I'm sorry. I didn't tell you about the graduation photo because I was afraid it would remind you of the past and make you sad." Ignoring Lu Jinxuan's feigned sympathy, Liang Chen chose to disregard her. "Liang Chen, do you still think you're the class monitor?" Chun Jiawei's expression darkened, a sly smile creeping across his face as he suggested. "You can leave, but as the new class monitor, I must conduct an audit. Over the 4 years of college, you've managed the class funds. Can you guarantee that everything is above board, without embezzling money from everyone?" Liang Chen chuckled lightly. That meager class fund is even worth embezzling? I've sent the detailed expenditure reports to the group. If you can't read, find someone to read them to you. After speaking, Liang Chen attempted to leave but was once again blocked. Class monitor, no, Liang Chen. Chun Xiao is conducting this audit for everyone's benefit. After all, no one's money comes easily, if you're not guilty. Then what's the harm in an audit? As Liang Chen gazed at his classmate, whom he had cared for over the past 4 years, a sigh escaped his lips, reflecting the complexities of human nature. I understand that many of you will be heading to Chen Zhou's company after graduation. It is only natural to serve your benefactor. While I do not concern myself with your sycophantic flattery, do not attempt to involve me in your schemes. Chen Zhou's lips twitched, having been struck at his vulnerable point by Liang Chen's words. Nonsense. The person simply spoke the truth. You have lavished Lu Jinxian with countless gifts. Given your family's limited resources, can you honestly claim you have not taken money from the class funds? Lu Jinxian, standing at the back of the crowd, suddenly froze, her gaze directed at Chen Zhou. Brimming with indignation in response, Liang Chen produced several stacks of cash from his pocket, money he had set aside for emergencies. He scattered the bills on the ground. The total class funds over 4 years barely exceed 30,000. Here are 50,000. Consider it dog food. Fuming, Chen Zhou retorted. Who do you dare to insult as a dog? I command you to pick up that money and apologize to the entire class. Liang Chen seized Chen Zhou by the collar. What do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? My previous kindness was extended out of respect for our shared class. Since you have chosen to disregard my goodwill, I shan't hesitate to inform you. Even a blind man who commits murder is likely to serve only a few years in prison. Care to test that theory? Witnessing Liang Chen's fury, the imposing figure of Ergo bared his teeth and growled. His menacing demeanor sent a wave of fear through the group of university students, who instinctively recoiled, knowing that at Liang Chen's command, this ferocious beast could easily tear into anyone's throat. Chen Zhou did not anticipate Liang Chen's swift and decisive actions, and he found himself momentarily silenced by Liang Chen's icy tone, his mouth opening and closing without a sound. The classmates who had been the most vocal suddenly fell silent, astonished at Liang Chen's display of authority. Lu Jinxian, observing Liang Chen's generous outpouring of cash, felt a flicker of intrigue, further solidifying her suspicion that he was from a wealthy family. As she watched Liang Chen command the room, a glimmer of surprise crossed her features. In her memory, Liang Chen had always been a gentle and refined young man. The remaining classmates exchanged glances, sensing that Liang Chen had transformed, no longer the amiable and warm-hearted class leader he once was. With a mocking smile, Liang Chen turned to leave, entirely uninterested in engaging with these foolish and malicious classmates. When the apocalypse arrives, they would be forced to confront a new reality, at which point they would truly comprehend the world's chilling nature. Chapter 10. Synthesizing the Ultimate Power Core. Su Xiang's astonishment. Half an hour later, Liang Chen arrived at a 5-star hotel near his home, securing a presidential suite. After ensuring there were no hidden cameras, he locked the door and drew the curtains. Placing 2 experimental graphene batteries on the table, Liang Chen focused his mind. Synthesis. A flash of white light illuminated the room. 6 black metal blocks, each the size of a smartphone, materialized on the table. 2 graphene batteries, semi-finished, synthesized successfully. Acquired Ultimate Power Core 6. Selected type, Power Core. Remaining synthesis types. 1. New type unlocked. Reward, Microbionic Drone 1. The Ultimate Power Core. What might its performance be? Liang Chen toyed with the black metal block and called Su Xiang. Upon learning that Liang Chen had procured a battery not available on the market, Su Xiang insisted on immediate testing. After hanging up, Liang Chen concentrated, and a small object the size of a mung bean appeared in his palm. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a metal insect, a microbionic drone. This was the reward he received after synthesizing the Ultimate Power Core. After consulting the system, Liang Chen gained a clearer understanding. The metallic insect was essentially a miniature drone, its capabilities far surpassing any existing model. It operated in complete silence while exhibiting exceptional endurance and resilience against harsh environments. With this little device, Liang Chen effectively acquired a pair of all-seeing eyes. He decided to name it Little Bug. After pondering, he stored the little bug in his space, intending to experiment with it at an opportune moment. 15 minutes later, Su Xiang arrived at the presidential suite, carrying a large suitcase. Where is it? Liang Chun handed him one of the ultimate power cores. This is. Su Xiang stroked the surface of the core. Where did you get this? What material is it made from? Liang Chen casually replied. A friend provided it. I wanted to know if it could serve as the energy core for a safe house. Su Xiang shook his head in disappointment. Impossible. Why not? The energy density. This thing is only the size of a palm and weighs about 3 to 4 smartphones. It cannot possibly store a significant amount of energy. How about we test it anyway? Seeing Liang Chen's persistence, Su Xiang retrieved a palm-sized device from his bag, attaching electrodes to it. What's wrong? Su Xiang's expression turned incredulous. This handheld device can measure up to 120 kilowatt-hours, which is typical for electric vehicles. But how is it off the charts? Liang Chen glanced at the device's dial. Noticing the needle had surpassed the maximum limit, appearing stuck. It must be a mechanical failure. Su Xiang opened his suitcase and retrieved a square instrument. He placed the ultimate power core into the device's slot and pressed a button. In an instant, the needle again exceeded the maximum limit and became immobile. Gulp. Su Xiang swallowed hard, turning to Liang Chen. Something's not right. You are not what you seem. Liang Chen felt a bit uneasy under Su Xiang's scrutiny. Su Xiang exhaled deeply and pointed at the square instrument. This device is the latest technology from the China Electric Power Group. It can detect up to 30 million kilowatt-hours. This means your battery's current energy storage exceeds 30 million kilowatt-hours. This is unbelievable. This object will change the fate of humanity. Seeing Su Xiang's frenzied demeanor, Liang Chen realized that this synthesis had indeed paid off, effectively resolving the energy issue for the safe house. Su Xiang cradled the ultimate power core in his hands, eager to delve into its secrets. Su Gong. Does this mean it can serve as the energy core for the safe house? Absolutely. This thing can store at least 30 million kilowatt-hours. Do you understand the implications? A coal-fired power plant produces approximately 24 million kilowatt-hours in 24 hours, enough to supply a city of 1 million people. Unless you're running a high-speed train at home. This little block contains enough electricity to last you a lifetime. Liang Chen nodded, astonished by the advanced technology provided by the system. Can you tell me where this came from? Liang Chen shook his head. A friend created it. And I cannot disclose his identity. Please keep this confidential. Su Xiang nodded, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Yet he understood that those capable of developing such groundbreaking technology often preferred to remain in the shadows. Shunning attention, I'll measure the dimensions and get started on making a suitable slot. Just as Su Xiang was about to leave, Liang Chen suddenly recalled something. Su Gong, could you provide me with an additional set of your artificial intelligence system? What do you mean? I would like to purchase an extra set of your AI system, just in case that a mainframe equipped with the latest AI system costs 12 million. Are you sure? Liang Chen smiled and nodded. Absolutely. Su Xiang acknowledged him. You are the consumer. It's your call. They say I'm a madman, but I think you are the real lunatic. Liang Chen was certainly not mad. He had merely realized that with the system's ability to upgrade items, if he could elevate the AI one level higher, it might once again push the boundaries of technology and bring him unexpected delights. After bidding farewell to Su Xiang, Liang Chen retrieved 2 ultimate power cores from his space. Synthesis. 2 ultimate power cores synthesized successfully. Acquired ultimate power core 6. Synthesis. 6 ultimate power cores synthesized successfully. Acquired ultimate power core 36. Synthesis. 36 ultimate power cores synthesized. 5 minutes later, Liang Chen gazed at the mountains of ultimate power cores piled high in the suite, feeling a momentary sense of relief. He had not anticipated the system's enhancement effects to be so pronounced. This was merely the initial system, capable of only one upgrade. As he stored the power cores back in his space, Liang Chen developed a newfound appreciation for the system's capabilities. Once the apocalypse arrived, he would need to expedite the system's upgrades. To upgrade the system, he needed to enhance the comfort level of survival during the apocalypse. With food and drink options exhausted for the time being, he considered another aspect. Liang Chen shifted his gaze toward the large bed behind him. Yes, sleep. Tomorrow night, he would need to thoroughly investigate whether the South China storage base had high-end mattresses and bedding. The finest bathrooms and toilets would also need to be arranged. Lying on the soft bed of the 5-star hotel, he gently patted Ergo's head and soon drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Liang Chen awoke to the sound of a ringing phone. Who is it? Liang Chen, it's me. The voice on the other end belonged to Lu Jinxian, sounding somewhat haggard. Do you have a moment? I have gathered the money I owe you, and I'd like to return it in person today. Oh. Liang Chen hung up the phone and sent her the hotel address and room number. Meanwhile, Lu Jinxian was in front of the mirror, applying her makeup with techniques that could only be described as extraordinary, earning praises from Zhao Mingqi beside her. Jinxian, it's a shame you aren't a beauty influencer. Please, what's so great about being an influencer? You might earn a little pocket money, but if I accidentally show my bare face, my image would be ruined. As they spoke, Lu Jinxian noticed the message Liang Chen had sent. Waldorf? What Waldorf? Are you referring to the best five-star hotel in Yangjiang? The address Liang Chen sent me is Waldorf Hotel. What is going on with him? Could it be? I recall that the most ordinary room costs over 3,000 a day. Zhao Mingqi snatched the phone. Could it be that Liang Chen is an invisible rich second generation? Shouldn't we just go and find out? Zhao Mingqi pondered aloud. I suddenly remembered, wasn't Liang Chen already blind? Even if you put on makeup, he wouldn't be able to see it. Lu Jinxian applied the final touch of blush, stating, makeup is a form of attitude. Besides, what if we encounter a truly high-quality gentleman from the upper echelons of society? Half an hour later, Liang Chen and Ergo were indulging in Buddha jumps over the wall when the doorbell rang. Liang Chen donned his sunglasses and nodded slightly. Ergo understood instantly and stealthily made his way to the door, standing on his hind legs to open it. Upon seeing Lu Jinxian and her companion at the threshold, Ergo stepped aside to allow them entry. Zhao Mingqi was left in awe by the opulent presidential suite, her mouth agape as she surveyed the surroundings. Although Lu Jinxian felt equally exhilarated inside, she maintained her poise, suppressing her curiosity. The sight of the expensive Buddha jumps over the wall on the table startled her further. When she caught a glimpse of the same dish being relished by Ergo on the floor, her suspicions about Liang Chen concealing his wealth began to solidify. He truly might be an invisible rich second generation. With this thought, Lu Jinxian tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her voice sultry as she inquired, Liang Chen, why don't you stay at home? He replied, I was tired of being at home and wanted to stay out for a few days. I brought the money I owe you. I wanted to deliver it in person to express my sincerest apologies. Please forgive me. I had my reasons. Lu Jinxian spoke. Large tears streamed down her cheeks, resembling a weeping pear blossom. Zhao Mingqi quickly handed her a tissue, saying, Liang Chen, enough already die in all my life. I've never seen Jinxian apologize to anyone. She genuinely cares about you. Liang Chen accepted the paper bag from Lu Jinxian, shaking it slightly. All right, from today onwards, we are even. Take care, and I won't see you out. Lu Jinxian paused momentarily, her fingers clenched tightly as she surveyed the luxurious decor. With a gentle smile, she remarked, you rest now. We won't disturb you. Since your sight is impaired, don't hesitate to reach out if you need anything from me. Zhao Mingqi seemed poised to say something more but was tugged away by Lu Jinxian as they exited the room. Liang Chen removed his sunglasses, revealing a playful smile. This woman truly knows how to bend and stretch in her pursuit of wealth. Chapter 11. Lu Jinxian's plan as they stepped out of the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. Lu Jinxian and Zhao Mingqi gradually emerged from their state of shock. Zhao Mingqi grasped Lu Jinxian's hand, her eagerness palpable. Jinxian, Liang Chen is undoubtedly an invisible millionaire. Just look at how nonchalant he is. It is impossible that he is pretending. He is clearly accustomed to beautiful women. Lu Jinxian shot her a glance. Liang Chen hides his wealth very well. During my time at his home, I truly didn't discover that he was so affluent. Zhao Mingqi countered, he pretended to be poor. It seems he didn't want to be with you. Lu Jinxian smiled confidently, you're mistaken. This indicates he cares for me. Oh? How so? If he is indeed so wealthy, why would he choose to court me under the guise of a poor man? He is testing me. The more Lu Jinxian contemplated, the more exhilarated she became, as if the life of a millionaire beckoned her. He wants to marry me. That's why he is testing my worth. But you secretly sold his belongings. That's irrelevant. What matters is that I now know he is truly wealthy, and he cannot escape my grasp. Are you going to pursue Liang Chen? Tisich? Only a fool would chase after him. Just watch. With my charm and experience, a little maneuvering will ensure Liang Chen remains obediently at my feet. What do you plan to do? Lu Jinxian pondered briefly. I will arrange a private meeting, then slip him a drug to make him lose control and take my first time. What first time? At this rate, it's more like your 10,000th. He is blind, so it's all reliant on my persuasion. I'll compel him to marry me, or else I'll threaten him with a rape accusation. The two women grew increasingly animated, completely unaware that above their heads, an insect-shaped drone silently followed. Every action and utterance was being live-streamed to Liang Chen's phone. Liang Chen hadn't anticipated that Lu Jinxian was such a skilled manipulator. He silently rejoiced that he had never crossed paths with her in his past life. Upon hearing their scheme, he resolved to distance himself from both women for a month. It was not out of fear, but rather, he deemed it a poor investment of time and energy to engage with them before the impending apocalypse. The microdrone, a reward from the system, indeed performed admirably, and Liang Chen inwardly praised its capabilities as he maneuvered the device back to the hotel room. Meanwhile, he was en route to the shooting range. Although the equalizer was formidable, mastering the aim required practice. Otherwise, one risked injuring oneself or missing the target. The trainers at the range were exceptionally professional, and Liang Chen opted for the most expensive gold medal coach for one-on-one training. From the foundational aspects of disassembly and assembly to trajectory explanations, the instruction was thorough and nurturing. In just one afternoon, Liang Chen was already capable of hitting a moving target at 30 meters. That evening, he returned to the Yangjing City storage base for work. This time, he brought barbecue and beer, allowing the squad leader and several colleagues to enjoy a game of cards while eating. This gesture significantly boosted their fondness for him. When Liang Chen expressed a desire to tour the warehouse, no one raised any suspicions. They merely praised the young man's enthusiasm for his job. Liang Chen focused on inspecting the warehouses of several major international chain supermarkets, feeling quite satisfied with the millions of food and beverage supplies stored within. He also checked a few high-end lifestyle product warehouses, discovering they were stocked with top-tier international brands. A mattress costing 200,000 was something Liang Chen would have never dared to imagine in the past. However, after lying on it once, he was convinced he must procure them all. For the entire evening, Liang Chen meticulously examined several key locations to ensure everything was flawless for the day of action. After finishing his shift the next morning, he returned to the hotel for a half-day rest before heading straight to the shooting range to continue honing his marksmanship under the coach's guidance. Upon returning to the hotel that night, he began scouring the internet for various resources, downloading an array of movies, television series, reality shows, documentaries, competitions, and gaming videos, making 3 copies of everything to store on solid-state drives. He remembered that during his previous life, although the government had upgraded the national network before the apocalypse, as the climate worsened, it could only support basic chat functions. One could not deny the allure of the presidential suite's internet speed. Watching the progress bar fill rapidly, Liang Chen couldn't help but marvel. These were essential mental sustenance for survival in the apocalypse, and he could not afford to be careless. He also purchased various well-reviewed snacks online, ordering at least 1,000 of each that seemed appealing, utilizing platforms like certain apps and various financial services. Eventually, he placed orders for fitness equipment and collectibles, acquiring everything he fancied. As a flood of deliveries arrived, Liang Chen had no inclination to unpack them. He simply tossed everything into his space for later examination when the apocalypse arrived. During his night shifts as a security guard, Liang Chen continued to familiarize himself with the storage base. The Yangjing City storage base was indeed the largest in South China, with many small warehouses unmarked on maps, leading to pleasant surprises during his explorations. For instance, he discovered that Pfizer, the world's leading pharmaceutical company, had a small warehouse there, stocked with exceptionally expensive specialty medications. Fate had deemed it thus, and Liang Chen was left with no choice but to add this to his list of must-haves. Additionally, he uncovered several remote yet genuinely valuable warehouses, such as one filled entirely with outdoor survival gear, where gasoline and solid fuel were piled high, along with a vast quantity of canned food. There were at least a dozen similar warehouses, all marked on his map to ensure none were overlooked. Time flew by, and soon over 20 days had passed. During this time, Lu Jinxian had invited Liang Chen to her home on multiple occasions, all of which he declined with various excuses. That afternoon, while practicing at the shooting range, Liang Chen received a call from Chen Ziyuan, informing him that the safe house was finally complete and inviting him for inspection. Liang Chen returned the gun to his coach, and according to the trainer, his shooting skills were now battlefield-ready. An hour later, Liang Chen, accompanied by Ergo, returned home after an absence of 25 days. Every detail has been completed according to your initial requirements, Chen Ziyuan said, holding a laser pointer as he introduced the features of the house. To be honest, this is the most satisfying safe house I have ever built. Liang Chen chuckled. Manager Chen wouldn't say that every time, would you? Chen Ziyuan replied earnestly, I swear. This house surpasses the highest standards of our company. Not only are all materials of the utmost quality, but their also Suxiang artificial intelligence system. Most importantly, the design plan you provided, along with that cutting-edge technology. As the highest authority responsible for the safe house renovation, Chen Ziyuan was well aware that Liang Chun had supplied the core energy source for the entire house. Initially, he had adamantly opposed using electricity to power the safe house, as in his view, gasoline and diesel were the most stable and suitable energy sources for storage, favored by political leaders and wealthy individuals across nations. However, upon learning from Su Xiang that Liang Chun had acquired a black iron block capable of storing at least 30 million kilowatt-hours of energy, he quickly fell silent. Henceforth, he fully endorsed Su Xiang's decision to convert the house's energy supply to battery power. After thoroughly inspecting all the facilities and confirming there were no oversights, Liang Chun signed on the tablet that Chen Ziyuan extended. Mr. Liang, please settle the final payment within the next 10 days. Liang Chun nodded. No problem. As they spoke, Su Xiang entered with several staff members. Just place it there, Liang Chun. The second artificial intelligence hub you requested has been moved in. Liang Chun smiled and nodded. Su Gong. Now I can finally witness your masterpiece, can I? Once the workers had departed, Su Xiang turned to Liang Chun with a mysterious smile, then addressed the air. Activate surveillance. Liang Chun took the tablet from Su Xiang's hands and was immediately captivated. The screen was densely populated with hundreds of small squares, displaying real-time surveillance of the entire Jinxiu Tiancheng community. He casually selected one of the squares, and the image instantly magnified. It was a surveillance video from an elevator, showing a young couple sharing a kiss. The surveillance footage for the entire community? In addition to the cameras installed by the property management, it also included all cameras surrounding the community, even those set up by the police. Liang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Xiang observed Liang Chen's reaction with great satisfaction. He tapped the tablet a few more times, and an electronic map appeared, with a red dot at its center, expanding outward in red circles every second. As a military enthusiast, Liang Chen recognized it immediately as a military-grade security system, also known as an electronic fence. The location of the red dot was precisely his home. With this security system, the artificial intelligence would monitor the surroundings 24/7. In the event of any danger, it would provide immediate alerts and responses. Su Xiang went on to introduce several other features, each one delighting Liang Chun. Su Xiang handed the tablet to Liang Chun. As for the other functions, they are all contained within this device. Later, through facial recognition, you will be the only one able to access everything equipped in this room. Liang Chun gazed at the military green tablet in his hands and asked the question that had been on his mind. Now, under the simulated attack of the artificial intelligence, what is the safety rating of this safe house? Su Xiang exhaled. 80%. Upon hearing this answer, Liang Chun nodded slightly. It seemed that the ultimate power core, serving as the energy source, indeed enhanced the safety level. To improve the remaining 20%, he would likely have to abandon the current high-rise apartment and opt for a villa or similar structure for renovations, which was nearly impossible for Liang Chun at this moment. He extended his hand towards Su Xiang. Thank you. Su Xiang proudly reciprocated. Liang Chun, seeing your astonished expression brings me great satisfaction. Liang Chun was momentarily taken aback, recalling how he had intentionally provoked Su Xiang by calling his product an artificial intelligence blunder during their first meeting. He hadn't expected this tech-savvy individual to still remember it. After Chen Ziyuan and Su Xiang left, Liang Chun closed the heavy door. Following the prompts, he bound the system's unique control permissions through facial recognition and then granted access to his mobile phone. From that moment on, no one but Liang Chun could control the operation system of this safe house. After familiarizing himself with the entire environment, Liang Chun removed a painting from the living room wall, revealing a reinforced alloy safe embedded in the wall, which he opened by scanning his pupils. At the bottom of the safe was a black slot the size of a mobile phone. This was the energy core designed for the safe house by Su Xiang. Liang Chun retrieved an ultimate power core from storage and inserted it into the black slot. A strange electrical sound resonated, and a full battery icon appeared on the operating system interface, accompanied by a line of small text. Estimated usage, 351 years, 29 days. Seeing the ultimate power core's ample energy supply, Liang Chun finally felt completely at ease. He plopped down onto the sofa, beginning to contemplate the final preparations before the apocalypse. Collecting supplies. Chapter 12. Collecting massive supplies. Phase 1 of the apocalypse begins today is June 21 SD, around 6 in the evening, when many countries' officials will issue warnings. Under pressure, at 7 o'clock tonight, the official government of Hua Country will also announce a heat warning in the news. Liang Chen opened Douyin to find that many bloggers had already shared warnings from scientists in Maoxiong Country. The astronomers from Maoxiong Country claim to have detected the remnants of a supernova, which could have devastating effects on Earth's environment. Scientists from Maoxiong Country predicted that in 3 days, the temperature on Earth would rise by 40 degrees. Liang Chen found dozens of warning videos, and the comments below were almost uniformly filled with mockery and ridicule. 70 degrees. Can it warm this cold heart of mine? The Mayans prophesied the end of the world. At least they had the decency to boast for 5,000 years. But Maoxiong scientists give us just 3 days. The answer will be revealed in 3 days. This is a recipe for disgrace at light speed. I choose to believe in science. I'm off to the supermarket to buy a few boxes of Qingdao, AT650 in the evening. Liang Chen had arrived at the Yangjiang City storage base. The normal shift change time was 10 o'clock in the evening, but since the official apocalypse warning would be issued at 7, Liang Chen planned to take action early. While everyone was descending into panic and scrambling for supplies, he would collect the designated warehouse's goods. Upon entering the surveillance room, Liang Chen handed over a selection of fine wines and delicacies to his colleagues, raising no suspicions and even receiving a wave of compliments. Since he had always arrived early for his shifts, no one thought it odd that he was there ahead of schedule. Watching the group eagerly begin to feast, Liang Chen changed into his uniform and stepped outside. Following the established plan, he navigated the blind spots of the surveillance cameras and silently cut the main power supply to the park's monitoring system. Liang Chen made his way toward the warehouse area, periodically glancing down at the prepared route map on his phone. According to his memories from his previous life, these foreign retail giants had already sealed off Hua Country's goods before the governments issued their apocalypse warnings, secretly transporting them back to their own countries. Hence, Liang Chen decided to seize all these supplies. Following the map, Liang Chen first arrived at the Sam's Club South China Regional Warehouse. Sam's Club is a subsidiary of the retail giant Walmart, known for its high-quality food and beverages. Although Liang Chen had been there many times before, he was still awed by the towering 3-story shelves and endless aisles. It was dinner time, and there were almost no staff members in sight. Liang Chen approached a shelf filled with cold cabinets and glanced at the labels. S-grade original Wagyu steak, French lamb chops, Australian beef rolls, top-grade grain-fed ribeye. I'll take them. A slight fluctuation in space caused thousands of the largest freezers to vanish in an instant. Arctic sweet shrimp, mixed seafood, crispy beef pastry, lime cheesecake, Swiss rolls. I'll take those too. For the next half hour, Liang Chen navigated the vast warehouse of Sam's Club, continuously collecting countless premium food and beverage items. Half an hour later, he arrived at the Walmart warehouse and began a new round of collection. Due to his familiarity with the route, Liang Chen emptied Walmart's warehouse in just 40 minutes. Next up was 7-11, as he couldn't overlook the supplies from the little daily necessities. Gazing at the neatly stacked goods, resembling small mountains, Liang Chen did not pause, collecting everything in half an hour. Following that, he utilized the pre-researched nearest route to reach several relatively low-profile warehouses. Here lay the outdoor equipment warehouse. Liang Chen looked at the dazzling array of cold-weather gear and quickened his pace in collecting. Extreme parkas and military-grade cold-weather tactical gear were all present. Additionally, there were the Pathfinder products, domestic black technology designed specifically for polar scientific research and astronauts. As a military enthusiast, Liang Chen was well-versed in these military-grade equipment. Witnessing so many top-tier gear exhilarated him beyond words. After an hour and a half of busy collecting, Liang Chen completely emptied several outdoor warehouses. Other warehouses would likely come under close scrutiny from major corporations and the government shortly after. But these outdoor supply warehouses would undoubtedly be overlooked, as everyone believed the apocalypse would only bring high temperatures. NO1 anticipated the true hell would come a week later with the extreme cold. Liang Chen tirelessly accumulated vast amounts of gasoline, natural gas, canned goods, lighters, and outdoor survival tools. He also seized a particularly remote warehouse, filled with various sports equipment, including over 1,000 bows and tens of thousands of arrows. For the final stop, Liang Chen arrived at the Pfizer Group's pharmaceutical warehouse, taking away thousands of boxes of expensive special medicines. He recalled from his previous life that the Pfizer Group received orders from the higher-ups in the beautiful nation, choosing to burn the entire warehouse of special drugs rather than leaving a single pill for the citizens of Hua Country. This time, let me collect them for you. With the surveillance system powered down, Liang Qin only needed to avoid the sporadic appearance of staff, moving like a ghost through the shadows. Before long, it was deep into the night. Liang Qin trudged towards the exit. After passing through security checks, he finally stepped outside the storage base. A glance at the time revealed it was 11 o'clock at night. The supplies collected today would last a lifetime. Liang Qin's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he reflected on his haul. He hopped into a taxi and opened his phone, only to see an overwhelming amount of news regarding the apocalypse. Governments from multiple nations, led by the beautiful nation, had issued heat warnings, and the Hua Country officials formally announced it. Official statement: the Hua Country Academy of Sciences confirms that global high temperatures will arrive in 3 days. Please respond in an organized manner under the guidance of authorities and refrain from panicking. The sky is falling. How does it feel like the officials are joking? Can you all stop rushing to the supermarkets? Can someone tell me if this is for real? Don't ask. Just know that people are already scrambling for water. Which beast has already snatched away the air conditioning? Let's all expose him online. Watching the global chaos unfold, Liang Qin shook his head slightly. In the face of natural disasters, even the most powerful officials are powerless. For human nature is inherently selfish. In the fight for survival, or even just to live comfortably in the heat, people will desperately scramble for essential supplies. Liang Qin sent WeChat messages to Tang Peng and Lin Yuran, advising them to stock up on some cold-resistant supplies in these next 2 days. After receiving their affirmative replies, Liang Qin dismissed any lingering doubts. Upon returning home, Liang Qin deftly operated his smartphone to secure the doors and windows, activating the safety room's protective system. That moment, even if the official special forces were to arrive, they would find themselves powerless against him. All that remained was to patiently await the arrival of the apocalypse. Liang Qin retrieved a magnificently rounded, oversized sofa from his space, sinking into its embrace. This newly acquired flex-form sofa was reputed to be the most comfortable in the world. As he switched on the television, he was met with a barrage of news reports regarding extreme heat warnings. A certain city was engulfed in rampant looting, with stampedes resulting in 30 fatalities. Authorities urged the public to refrain from looting, assuring that essential supplies would be swiftly delivered to meet the residents' basic needs. In a bid to facilitate information exchange, the government announced an upgrade to the national network within 2 days, connecting it to satellite signals, urging citizens to remain calm. Countries such as Beautiful Nation, Kangaroo Land, and Maple Leaf Country declared abandonment of official actions, urging their citizens to fend for themselves in the face of extreme weather. Prompting protests, Liang Qin shook his head. In such dire circumstances, the government of Huaguo was already among the most responsible. However, when confronted with the vast and unpredictable cosmos, humanity remained woefully insignificant. As Liang Qin perused various news articles, his phone suddenly rang. To his surprise, it was Lu Jinxian calling. There's something you need? Liang Qin, I've been to several supermarkets and can't find any food. You bought so much delicious food last time. Could you spare me some? Apologies, but I've consumed it all. Lu Jinxian felt a surge of anger. She had witnessed Liang Qin purchasing an abundance of food on video, including hundreds of portions of lobster and abalone, far too much for a single person to consume. Clearly a dismissal of her plight. After receiving the official alert, she and Zhao Mingqi had rushed to the supermarket, enduring hours of struggle to procure only 20 boxes of water and 10 boxes of instant noodles. The thought of Liang Qin indulging in exquisite dishes while she was relegated to instant noodles under the sweltering heat left her feeling deeply unsettled. Taking a deep breath, she said, Liang Qin, I know you're still angry with me, but I truly have my reasons. I had to sell some of your things because my father has succumbed to gambling, and my mother is unwell. Your ailing mother, a gambling father, and they're also a brother on the verge of dropping out? Liang Qin rolled his eyes, reflecting on how infatuated he had been in his past life to be ensnared by such a woman, ultimately leading to his demise. How do you know that? Because I often go to the foot massage parlor. Seriously, sister, if you're going to beg for food, at least conjure a more creative excuse. Enough of this. I am going to sleep, Liang Qin declared, abruptly hanging up. Lu Jinxian was nearly incensed enough to hurl her phone. You, Liang Qin, whether you're an invisible rich heir or not, I will make you kneel before me one day. Begging at my feet. Zhao Mingqi, munching on chips while scrolling through her phone, chimed in, Jinxian, it's just food. Once the heat wave passes, there will be plenty of suitors willing to treat you. As Lu Jinxian shot her a glare. What do you know? Global warming. We VE worked ourselves to the bone today just to gather this little bit. They say the extreme heat could last for half a year, without water or food. We might as well wait for death. Zhao Mingqi shrugged nonchalantly. Didn't the news say the government would distribute supplies? What are you worried about? Lu Jinxuan's face paled with frustration. She had always been the one to dismiss others. Never before had she encountered a man as fierce as Liang Qin. Yet, she would not relinquish her pursuit of him. If he truly was wealthy, she would simply change her approach and pursue him earnestly. Despite her materialistic tendencies, she possessed a modicum of intelligence. In the face of extreme climate, even if the government wished to intervene, they would be utterly powerless. Self-preservation could only be achieved through one's own efforts. And aligning herself with a wealthy individual like Liang Chun was undoubtedly the best strategy. For now, she needed to gather more supplies. She opened WeChat, beginning to send voice messages to the sycophants she had been cultivating in her social circle. Listening to Lu Jinxian's pitiful, alluring voice, Zhao Mingqi couldn't help but shudder. 2 chaotic days passed. On June 23, 2035, at 6 in the morning, Liang Chun was awakened early by his alarm. After a quick wash, he approached the floor-to-ceiling window, coffee in hand, gazing out. According to his memories from his previous life, the global temperature would spike at 6:30 on this very morning. Watching the seconds tick by, he felt his heart race despite knowing the safety room's temperature control system was infallible. His anxiety stemmed from the harrowing experiences of the apocalypse he had endured before. Suddenly, a blinding white light enveloped the earth, dissipating mere seconds later. Even though the floor-to-ceiling window was made of triple-layered, tempered, bulletproof glass, the brightness was disconcerting to his eyes. Rubbing them, he looked outside once more. In the height of summer, the once lush trees in the community had withered in an instant, reminiscent of special effects in a sci-fi film depicting life being drained away. The grass on the community lawn began to dry out, gradually turning yellow. A few oblivious souls taking a leisurely stroll screeched in panic, scurrying away like scalded rats. Liang Qin had already activated the temperature control system in the safety room. Holding his coffee and relishing the cool breeze at 22 degrees, he surveyed the scene before him, feeling as though he had been transported to another realm. The first phase of the apocalypse had finally arrived. At that moment, a familiar electronic voice echoed in his mind. Apocalypse detected, apocalypse synthesis system fully activated. Chapter 13. The system's surprise. As Liang Chun listened to the system's voice, he paused briefly. Recalling a month prior when he had first acquired the system, he remembered being informed that it was merely a primary synthesis system. Upgrading the system required enhancing comfort during the apocalypse. Host comfort level detected. Current comfort level, 18. Current system level, primary. Comfort level required for upgrade, 1000. My comfort level is only 18. Liang Chun felt bewildered. He had thought himself quite comfortable, only to discover his level was so low. Well, he could gradually improve it. After all, the apocalypse was bound to last a while. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he promptly inquired within his mind. Now, can you tell me the benefits of upgrading the system? He recalled asking about the advantages of upgrading to a mid-level system when he first received it, only to be rebuffed, the reason being that the apocalypse had not yet arrived. Now that it had, Liang Chun was eager to understand its benefits. If the advantages of upgrading were not significant, he would prefer to remain idle. Mid-level system. Synthesis item variety 3, quality enhancement cap 1. An increase of 3? That seems rather paltry. The quality enhancement cap of 1, however, holds some promise. The system's cutting-edge technology is worth looking forward to. Just as Liang Chun was digesting the system's explanation, the electronic voice chimed in again. Mid-level upgrade reward. Apocalypse Bunker 1, huh? Liang Chin's heart soared with joy. Although his current safety room was quite reliable, simulations indicated a 20% probability of it being breached. This outcome stemmed from the fact that his safety room was merely a unit in a high-rise building. No matter how impenetrable it was, if the structure were compromised, escape would be impossible. The Apocalypse Bunker would effectively resolve this issue, representing the ultimate form of safety room. For the sake of acquiring the Apocalypse Bunker, he was determined to enhance the system's level. Liang Qin noticed that the previously barren system panel now displayed a new line in the lower left corner. 18-1000. This must be what they refer to as comfort level. He took a sip of his coffee. What was once a comfort level of 18 had now increased to 19. Liang Chen glanced at the coffee in his hand, which he had procured from Sam's Club, Page Mediterranean coffee. Highly praised online. Today was his first taste, and indeed, it was rich and aromatic. Simply relishing the coffee had raised his comfort level by 1 point. It seemed that upgrading wasn't as difficult as he had initially thought. Liang Chen reclined on the sofa, phone in hand, intending to check the outside situation. Just as he unlocked the screen, a group message pinged in. Someone had tagged everyone in the community group chat. Does anyone have quality sunscreen? I can trade a box of water for it. Turned out an owner was posting about exchanging supplies. Liang Chen remembered that such exchanges were relatively common at the onset of extreme heat. It seemed everyone believed the apocalypse would soon pass, and trading excess supplies for other items was not entirely unreasonable. However, only Liang Chen understood that those trading food and water for sunscreen would soon regret their decisions. When the frigid apocalypse truly descended, everyone would cling tightly to their survival supplies, refusing to exchange them for anything else. In addition to trading, the extreme heat had also prompted a chorus of complaints among the owners. It seems my air conditioning is broken. All I get is hot air. Anyone else experiencing this? I work in appliance sales. Residential air conditioners simply cannot withstand the current high temperatures. I recommend turning them off for an hour to cool down. What do you mean? Turning off the air conditioning in this heat might as well be a death sentence. Calm down. Just follow my lead. Get a few pots of water and enjoy a free sauna. Embrace life. Who understands this struggle? I just filled a bathtub with cold water to soak in, and within minutes it turned lukewarm. Liang Chen draped a summer blanket over himself. The 22-degree breeze felt a tad chilly. When he opened the system panel once more, he felt elated again. His comfort level had risen from 19 to 20. Indeed, even watching others suffer could enhance one's comfort level. Liang Chen felt no guilt in observing others' misfortunes. After all, many of these homeowners had fed off him in his past life, complicit in his demise. With a smile, he regarded the group chat. It was evident that many had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. The extreme heat had only just begun, and the supply of tap water and electricity was still barely sustainable, creating a false sense of security regarding the extreme temperatures. A handful of discerning homeowners have sensed something amiss. Do not underestimate this heat wave. My relative in Lingnan province has reported temperatures soaring close to 90 degrees. Water and electricity were cut off this morning, and there have already been fatalities due to the heat. However, such well-meaning warnings have been met with derision. The temperatures in Lingnan are inherently higher than here. What is the fuss about? Indeed, power outages are not necessarily a result of the heat. Perhaps it's merely a malfunction of their equipment. Liang Chen understands that the reason most people regard global warming as insignificant is largely due to the government's advance warning issued 3 days prior. Although this led to chaos and panic buying, it also enabled many to stockpile essentials. Furthermore, both foreign scientists and the Chinese government have asserted that extreme heat will last no more than 6 months. Thus, many not only dismiss their concerns about the scorching weather but instead view it as an unparalleled extended holiday. Moreover, Yangjiang, being a southern city in China, though not as sweltering as coastal regions, boasts a populace with a high tolerance for heat. Little did anyone dream that this extreme temperature would persist for just a week, followed by a nightmarish global freeze, a true apocalypse and descent into hell. As Liang Chen perused the homeowners group chat for amusement, another message popped up on WeChat. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from his university class group. The content similarly called for a resource exchange. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Chen realized that over half of his classmates had remained on campus. The reason being, at the time of the government alert, they were engaged in graduation activities, hiking in the countryside. By the time they returned to the city, it was already noon the following day, and all tickets for flights and trains had sold out, leaving those with homes in distant locales stranded in their dormitories. Oh heavens, the air conditioning in the dormitory has suddenly ceased. I'm going to perish from the heat. Had I known it would be this sweltering, I wouldn't have gone hiking. I long to return home. Psychology teaches us that to alleviate our discomfort, we must focus on those worse off than ourselves. Are there individuals suffering more than us at this moment? Certainly. Have you forgotten about our classmate with disabilities? Referring to the class monitor. Ugh, Liang Chen. Who knows if he is even aware of the extreme heat? Even if he does, what difference does it make? As a blind person, he cannot possibly rush to the supermarket for supplies. At that moment, Chen Jiawei was indulging in watermelon in his villa. Despite having installed several air conditioners in advance, the temperature within the villa still hovered around 40 degrees. Upon seeing the class group messages, Chen Jiawei was immediately filled with excitement. sending a voice message to mock Liang Chen. Liang Chen, are you there? If you're not dead from heat or thirst, just blink. Liang Chen smiled as he observed the class group, where a gaggle of clever minds continued their banter. Rather than retaliate directly, he opened his phone's camera, captured an image of his dining table, and shared it in the class group in the photograph. A large bucket of ice cream sat alongside a plate of chilled lemon spicy shrimp and a frosty mung bean smoothie. These were all delicacies Liang Chen had procured from various popular restaurants. Veritable treasures for combating the heat. After posting the picture, an initial silence ensued. Firstly, no one expected Liang Chen to send a message. Secondly, they could hardly believe he could indulge in such a bounty of icy delights. Following the silence, the class group erupted in a frenzy. Mom, I want ice cream too. Liang Chen, I just took an ice pop out of the freezer, and before I could even unwrap it, it melted. Can you explain how your ice cream is still intact? Chen Jiawei, looking at the tepid watermelon in his hand, suddenly found it unappetizing. The few pieces of watermelon he had gnawed down to the rind were still too precious to discard. Having been purchased at a premium in this extreme heat, even with ample money, one could not procure ice cream or similar frozen treats. The reason was simple. Even if such items could be purchased, they could not be retrieved from the freezer. With indoor temperatures reaching 50 or 60 degrees, any frozen treat would melt within moments, leaving no time to savor them. Chen Jiawei, with a smirk, glanced at the image Liang Chen had posted and jestingly sent another voice message. I say? Liang Chen, even pretending to be cool has its limits at this temperature. How could ice cream possibly remain unmelted? Are you playing with plastic models? His words quickly garnered agreement from many, and soon the group was flooded with voices berating Liang Chen. The class monitor is right. It's clearly photoshopped. Liang Chen must be on the verge of heat stroke and dehydration, posting a fake image to evoke envy. I'll stake my claim here. If that picture is real, I'll live stream myself drinking toilet water. Liang Chen, it's not that I'm criticizing you. We're all classmates after all, but you're being quite hypocritical, right? You've been a class monitor for a few years. If you had approached us with sincerity asking for help, perhaps we could have assisted you. Instead, you've turned around and deceived us. Liang Chen continued to smile as he watched the class group spiral into chaos. Then raised his phone once more. This time, instead of taking a photo, he recorded a video, deliberately capturing the thermometer on his table as well. Upon sharing the video, the group fell silent once again. Those in the dormitory watched the footage and felt even worse in the video. Not only were there ice cream and other delicacies on the table, but also a bucket of ice emitting cold air. The thermometer displayed a mere 23 degrees. Upon witnessing this scene, rather than feeling a sense of relief, the classmates felt even hotter. Each of them, stripped down to their bare essentials, gulped down water, only for the sweat to evaporate the moment it appeared. The air conditioning vent in the dormitory felt like a blow dryer expelling hot air. Meanwhile, Liang Chen's home temperature was a refreshing 23 degrees. Heat is one thing. I can endure it, as we are all suffering together. But to be shown this, my mental state is crumbling. Not only is he photoshopping, but is he also editing videos? Liang Chen, how much longer will this go on? Is this prank truly entertaining? The class group again rallied against Liang Chen, until a student from the campus TV station chimed in. Classmates, based on my years of editing experience, this video is highly likely authentic. Hu Ming, have you lost your mind from the heat? The boy named Hu Ming lay lethargically on his dorm bed, utterly exhausted. Though I'm reluctant to admit it, I assure you, this video is genuine. Without any editing or alterations, Hu Ming's video skills were among the finest in the school, and his word was not to be doubted. A chorus of groans erupted in the class group. Yet this time no one dared to voice their opinions, fearful of revealing their envious faces. Liang Chen observed the group for a few moments and noted his own sense of comfort rising several notches. Feeling a warm glow of camaraderie within the collective, he then turned on his computer, seizing the opportunity to enjoy a few favorite female streamers before the extreme heat fully manifested its consequences. For he knew that in a few days, no one would be able to apply makeup or dance in front of the camera with such ease. At that moment, in the shared apartment of Lu Jinxian and Zhao Mingqi, the temperature had soared to nearly 60 degrees. The two had drawn the curtains, opting for a candid revelation, leaving no reservations. Even so, the heat made breathing laborious, forcing them to continuously hydrate. Jinxian, look at the class group. Zhao Mingqi exclaimed, startling Lu Jinxian. With puffy eyes, Lu Jinxian had not enjoyed a good night's sleep since the heat began. Every time she finally drifted off, an unrelenting wave of warmth would awaken her. Zhao Mingqi stared at her phone screen in astonishment. Liang Qian has ice cream, and his home temperature is only 23 degrees. Lu Jinxian glanced at the video Liang Qian had posted in the group. Unable to resist licking her lips, Jinxian, Liang Qian is your devoted admirer. You should ask him to bring over the frozen treats. No, it's too hot. The ice cream would melt. Let us just ask him to let us stay at his place. Lu Jinxian shot a disdainful look at Zhao Mingqi, responding haughtily. Have you forgotten how he treated me before? How dare he be so cold to me and expect to invite me over? Zhao Mingqi remained undeterred. Jinxian, the weather is unbearable. If Liang Qian's place is genuinely 23 degrees, we could escape this misery. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Jinxian soon regained her icy demeanor. Humph. Ive already stated it. Unless Liang Qian kneels and begs for my presence, I want to go back to his house. So what if he has installed a few extra air conditioners? So what if he stocked up on snacks ahead of time? The authorities have stated that this scorching weather will last no more than 6 months. Once the heat passes, I can enjoy whatever delicacies I desire. And there will be people lining up to treat me a tea that time. I shall ensure he regrets his past indifference. Though Zhao Mingqi was eager to escape the heat at Liang Qian's house, upon witnessing Lu Jinxian's resolute stance, she echoed, You're absolutely right. We can endure for at most 6 months, while Liang Qian will lose your favor. When that time comes, he will surely come begging for your forgiveness. Lu Jinxian wiped the sweat from her brow, envisioning Liang Qian in a state of desperation, and felt a surge of superiority. After all, with her stunning beauty, she was destined to be adored and coveted by all. If Liang Qian failed to recognize her worth, once the heat subsided, she would find someone to eliminate him and seize his wealth. Chapter 14. The Golden Shower of Baptism. As Liang Qian watched the live stream, he noticed that his favorite borderline female streamers had been performing far below their usual standards. After merely 10 minutes, they were drenched in sweat, needing to retouch their makeup and take breaks to continue. One had even transformed from a beauty to a matron due to excessive perspiration. Witnessing the increasing number of streamers logging off left Liang Qian feeling drowsy. He walked straight to his master bedroom, laid down on the newly replaced VI spring mattress, and drifted into a slumber at a constant temperature of 23 degrees. This mattress was said to be a favorite of the British Queen. Recognized as one of the world's most comfortable mattresses, with a price tag of 600,000, due to its limited edition nature, Liang Qian's space contained only a little over 50 items. Upon awakening from a restful slumber, Liang Qian felt invigorated and embarked on a new round of indulgence, which included feasting, revelry, and perusing various short videos and group chats. It must be said that certain influencers, in their quest for views, exhibit a commendable disregard for their own safety, enduring sweltering temperatures exceeding 80 degrees in their reckless pursuits. Some fry steaks on stone slabs, others sunbathe for health benefits, and there are female streamers who utilize shared bicycle seats to remedy gynecological issues, leaving Liang Qian both astonished and intrigued. Over the course of 3 days, he spent his time in a state of leisurely comfort, achieving a satisfaction level of 85 out of 1,000, which pleased him immensely. On the 4th day of the heat wave, during midday, while sipping chilled beer and scrolling through short videos, a message popped up in the homeowners group chat, tagging him. Liang Qian clicked to view it, discovering a voice message followed. To his surprise, the sender was none other than Qian Wenchao, the head of security. Liang Qian narrowed his eyes and played the voice message. Liang Qian, I am Qian Wenchao, the head of security. On behalf of the Neighborhood Committee and Property Management, I am reaching out to offer support to special individuals. If you receive this message, please respond promptly, as I will be sending security personnel to assist you. Immediately following this, several neighbors reacted with mischievous emojis. Liang Qian scoffed. If Qian Wenchao truly had good intentions, he could simply call him directly. The reason for the public message was merely to assert dominance. Everyone knew that a month prior, Qian Wenchao had witnessed Liang Qian ordering a plethora of delicacies and had attempted to extort him, only to be publicly humiliated. He had harbored resentment ever since. Now, by calling Liang Qian out in the homeowners group, he aimed to demonstrate that the Jinxiu Tianquan community was under his control. Anyone who crossed him would face consequences. Another significant factor was that after 3 days of extreme heat, Official institutions like the police station and hospitals were overwhelmed. Emergency hotlines had been unreachable for over a day. This provided Qian Wenchao with a newfound sense of freedom, allowing him to engage in actions he previously dared not undertake. Liang Qian accepted the ice-cold cola brought to him by Ergo, took a generous sip, and sent a voice message to the homeowners group. Captain Qian, I'm fine on my own. It would be better for you to check on others. My home does not welcome you. Seeing Liang Qian's message, Qian Wenchao, who was enjoying the air conditioning in the security office, leaped from his chair in excitement and replied arrogantly, Since you are home, my brothers will be coming over. After all, you are the only blind person in our community and deserve a bit of special care. I recall you have quite a few Australian lobsters and a whole roasted lamb. Right? When we arrive, don't be stingy. After Qian Wenchao finished, the surrounding junior security guards drooled in anticipation, expressing their eagerness to accompany him. Meanwhile, in the group chat, the homeowners observed Qian Wenchao threatening Liang Qian. And instead of defending him, many relished the spectacle. Liang Qian, I'm not criticizing you, but Captain Qian is braving the heat to visit you. You shouldn't shut him out, one remarked. Yes, everyone saw how much food you bought that day. There's no way you can finish it all by yourself. Why not treat Captain Qian? Another chimed in. Captain Qian, remember to share some photos in the group of how you're taking care of Liang Qian. Someone else added. There were even private messages sent to Liang Qian. I know you're young and impulsive, but the circumstances are not in your favor. Just give Qian Wenchao what he wants. In the community, several security guards surrounded Qian Wenchao as they briskly approached Building 8, where Liang Qian resided. Each of them held black umbrellas, their surfaces lined with aluminum foil, a method released by official sources to shield against some of the heat and solar radiation. Qian Wenchao strode quickly with his hands clasped behind his back, and despite wearing thick-soled leather boots, the scorching ground beneath him was excruciating anew. Young security guard gasped for breath and asked, Boss, what if Liang Qian refuses to open the door? Qian Wenchao chuckled darkly. Refuse to open the door? Let him try. To defy me in front of so many people, he'll learn what happens when you cross me. The security guards, armed with crowbars and wrenches, wore expressions of eager excitement. They had long engaged in such activities privately in the entire Jinshu Tianqing community. No door was beyond their capabilities, but they had refrained from acting out of fear of the police. Now that the authorities were preoccupied with combating the heat, their systems were paralyzed. They no longer had to worry about repercussions for storming into Liang Qian's home to loot or, even worse, assault him. A group of them charged towards Building 8, their minds filled with visions of Liang Qian begging for mercy, tears streaming down his face. Simultaneously, inside the safety room, the AI's magnetic female voice chimed. Alert! Potential threat detected. Threat level 0. Liang Qian, intrigued by the AI's warning, said, Display the surveillance footage. The screen on his phone immediately revealed Qian Wenchao and his entourage ascending the building via the elevator. Liang Qian casually inquired, What does threat level 0 mean? Threat levels range from weak to strong, categorized into 11 levels, with level 0 being the weakest, the AI replied. Liang Qian noticed the AI had zoomed in on the crowbar and wrench held by the security guards, even providing detailed specifications for these weapons. Are there any countermeasures? He asked. 21 countermeasures have been provided. Please select. As soon as the AI finished speaking, a form appeared on Liang Qian's phone screen, detailing various counter-strategies, complete with images and video explanations. Just then, a faint knocking sound echoed at the door on the sofa. Ergo immediately perked up, attentively raising his ears, but moments later, he lay back down, too lazy to lift his eyelids any further. Clearly, from Ergo's perspective, the knocking posed no threat at all. At that moment, the monitor at the entrance lit up, and Qian Wenchao's gruff voice rang out. Liang Qian, open the door quickly. I can spare you some suffering. Simultaneously, a resident across from Liang Qian's home cautiously opened a peephole, revealing a smartphone camera to record the scene. This couple aimed to capture the moment and share it in the homeowners group, allowing everyone to witness Qian Wenchao's retaliation against Liang Qian. They believed Qian Wenchao would appreciate this display, hoping to curry favor with him, at the very least, improving their relationship to reduce the chances of being bullied. Open up, shouted one of the security guards behind Qian Wenchao, who then kicked the front door, producing hardly a sound as he stumbled back, landing on the ground. My leg, boss. This door is strange. Inside, Liang Qian slowly sat up from the sofa, stretched and addressed the door. Captain Qian, it's quite hot in the hallway, isn't it? My air conditioning is too cold. I'll just take a hot shower to warm up and we'll open the door in 3 to 5 hours. Qian Wenchao and his men were startled by the sudden voice and looked around, failing to locate the source. The surveillance camera and amplification system at the door had been specially designed during the construction of the safety room. Without professional equipment, ordinary individuals could not detect or damage it. After a fruitless search, Qian Wenchao waved his hand dismissively. Just trying to be mysterious, break it down. The security guards, eager to comply, raised their crowbars and wrenches, pounding on the door with enthusiasm. Each had a specific role, some targeting the lock, others focusing on the hinges, displaying a level of professionalism. Liang Qian approached the door, observing the monitor for a moment, and noticed that despite their frenzied assault, his door bore no scratches whatsoever, and no matter how forcefully they struck. All that could be heard from inside was a faint tapping, akin to chopsticks lightly tapping on a table. After several minutes of pounding, Qian Wenchao's brow furrowed progressively, and he gestured for his underlings to cease their efforts. After the guards stopped, they sat down, panting heavily. After exerting themselves in the sweltering heat for several minutes, they felt more fatigued than after climbing 30 flights of stairs. Qian Wenchao scrutinized Liang Qian's door, noting its blue-gray metallic material and excellent texture. Striking it with his fist felt as though he were hitting concrete. Damn it, where did Liang Qian find such a thick door? Qian Wenchao muttered under his breath, then shouted at the door. Liang Qian, don't think you can hide in your home. I have people monitoring you 24/7. If you have the guts, don't ever come out. Let us see how long you can hold out. Watching Qian Wenchao's impotent fury on the monitor, Liang Qian was reminded of past experiences. With Lu Jinxuan's assistance, Qian Wenchao had once stormed into his home, personally dragging him from a cage and smashing a metal rod over his head, inflicting excruciating pain that left him feeling worse than death. Since they had come to his doorstep, he would not allow them to have it easy. Liang Qian's finger glided across his phone screen, bypassing a particularly lethal strategy, and settled on a later plan. Golden Essence Baptism. Intriguing. The term golden essence originates from ancient China, where armies would collect large amounts of excrement to smear on their weapons, causing infections in the wounds of enemy soldiers, ultimately leading to their demise. Liang Qian spoke without hesitation. Let us use this method. Outside, Qian Wenchao commanded his subordinates to commence another round of door banging, while he stood to the side, hurling insults at Liang Qian for being a coward. Unnoticed by them, a small round hole above and to the right of the door opened, beginning to spray scalding liquid downward. Ouch! It's burning me alive. Who the hell poured boiling water? The group let out anguished cries akin to slaughtered pigs, desperately attempting to evade the evenly sprayed scalding water, but the hallway was too narrow for them to escape its reach. Fortunately, after just a few seconds, the scalding water ceased to flow. Despite this, the thin security uniforms of a few individuals had long been soaked through, their bodies flushed a deep red, with blisters rising on their arms and faces. Liang Qian, I swear I will not rest until I have your head. Qian Wenchao cursed furiously, and the other security guards, snapping back to reality, opened their umbrellas while echoing his vitriol. Unbeknownst to them, a circular aperture opened beneath the main gate, spewing forth a yellow liquid. This time, however, the liquid was not boiling hot. Startled by the scalding water overhead, the guards raised their umbrellas high, completely unprepared for the renewed onslaught from below, and once again found themselves drenched. Qian Wenchao shivered in fright, only to soon realize that the yellow liquid was not scalding. But before he could fully process this, an overpowering stench assaulted his senses, leaving him momentarily breathless. The two junior security guards beside him fared even worse, having the foul liquid sprayed directly into their mouths, collapsing to the ground in a fit of retching. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Qian Wenchao suppressed his nausea and led the charge towards the elevator, practically willing the door button to ignite with his urgency. On the other side of the door, Liang Qian observed the scene through the monitor, feeling a thrill of satisfaction mixed with a tinge of disgust. Fortunately, the security room was sealed tightly, equipped with a military-grade air filtration system, ensuring that no trace of the outside odor could infiltrate. Having witnessed the AI's tactical response, Liang Qian marveled at the ruthlessness of this maneuver. First, they inflicted burns with boiling water, then doused the wounds with a virulent liquid, allowing harmful bacteria to take root. Anyone caught in this spray, without specialized treatment, would undoubtedly suffer from festering wounds, enduring unbearable agony. Liang Qin glanced at the system panel. He was astonished to find his comfort level had surged to 105, 1000, a remarkable increase of 20. Who would have thought that instigating a debacle for Qian Wenchao would yield such a boost in comfort? Watching the numbers rise, Liang Chun felt a moment of joy, even concerned that Qian Wenchao and his crew might perish too swiftly. Dying too quickly would prevent him from maximizing his comfort level, which would indeed be a pity. Yet, he would never sacrifice his own advancement to aid Qian Wenchao and his men. Their fate was entirely in their own hands. Closing the system panel, he brewed a pot of exquisite Dongding oolong tea and retrieved a brand new PS gaming console from his space. Immersing himself in the freshly released Civilization 13, meanwhile, Qian Wenchao and his comrades finally returned to the security dormitory, their bodies not only marked by burned blisters, but also smeared with excrement. After running under extreme heat for an extended period, they were now utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the floor while incessantly gagging. A few minutes later, Qian Wenchao struggled to rise from the ground, leaning against the wall as he painfully made his way to the washroom. Desperate to rinse off the filth, trembling, he turned on the faucet, only to find not a single drop of water flowed forth. Stop! Has the water been cut off? Chapter 15. Scheduled water supply begins. Property manager Huang Jun. Qian Wenchao vigorously rubbed his hands on his pants and pulled out his phone to check the homeowners group chat. What is going on? Water has suddenly been cut off. My house is out of water too. In this sweltering heat, how are we supposed to survive? The authorities have issued a notice. Water will only be supplied at 6 in the morning for a limited time of 10 minutes. Heavens, how much water can you collect in 10 minutes? I have 4 people in my household. Just drinking alone is enough. At this rate, someone is bound to die. Qian Wenchao surveyed the panic unfolding in the group chat, his gaze shifting towards the large water barrel behind the door. That barrel contained the security team's stored drinking water. That moment, several junior guards entered, having learned of the water outage, and handed Qian Wenchao a roll of paper towels. Boss, the water supply is limited now. You might as well wipe yourself off with this. Under normal circumstances, Qian Wenchao would have lashed out, cursing and beating the junior guards for their insolence. After running back in the sweltering heat, with excrement baked into their skin, mere paper towels would do little to alleviate their plight. Yet he understood that without water, they would face the dire prospect of dying of thirst. Gritting his teeth, Qian Wenchao ultimately chose the former, saying, "Damn you, Liang Chun. I will make sure to drag you out and use you as a toilet." At that moment, a junior guard chimed in, "Boss, with the water supply cut off, we only have enough stored water to last 3 days. What do we do next?" Without a moment's hesitation, Qian Wenchao pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, brother-in-law, we're running low on water here. I am about to die of thirst. You need to help me get some drinking water and food." On the other end of the line, a greasy middle-aged voice responded, and moments later, Qian Wenchao hung up. A triumphant grin spreading across his face, he immediately opened the large water barrel, vaulting himself inside. His junior guards gasped in shock. "Boss, that is all our water. If you use it to bathe, what will we drink?" Qian Wenchao rolled his eyes confidently. "My brother-in-law has the final say on the water restrictions. There is no way he'll limit us. Once I'm done bathing, you all can jump in too. When the water comes back tomorrow, we'll fill it up again." Qian Wenchao's brother-in-law, Huang Jun, was the property manager, wielding considerable influence over the property management company and maintaining strong ties with both the neighborhood committee and the police station. In the eyes of the guards, Huang Jun was the true ruler of the Jingxi Yushanqing community, which was why they were willing to follow Qian Wenchao loyally. The junior guards exchanged relieved glances, all eager to wash off the excrement clinging to their bodies. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that the burns they had sustained were already being invaded by bacteria. Without medication, their plight would be futile. Meanwhile, Liang Chun, engrossed in his game at home, was interrupted by a WeChat notification. He picked up his phone and learned of the official announcement regarding the scheduled water supply, reminiscent of events from his previous life. Furthermore, according to his recollections, on the night of the water outage, the electricity supply would also be curtailed, restricted to just 3 hours a day. This was hardly surprising. The extreme heat had caused all natural water bodies and reservoirs to dwindle, rapidly depleting available water sources. To ensure that essential services like hospitals could operate normally, residential water consumption had to be reduced. Liang Chun stood up to use the restroom, feeling the urgent need after consuming too many cold beverages. At this point, The homeowners group chat had lost its initial calm, with panic spreading among the residents. Why does it feel like the situation is worsening? If I had known, I would have stockpiled more water. Now I can't even step outside. Will I die of heat or thirst in my own home? Damn it. Initially, they wouldn't let us hoard supplies, and now they're limiting the water supply. This is a deep scheme. Neighbors, if there's no water, better prepare some empty bottles. Why? Someone sent a message filled with confusion, but it quickly dawned on them. Get lost? That's disgusting, disgusting or not. I've already started hoarding bottles. Just then, a message tagged everyone appeared in the group. The message was from Property Manager Huang Jun. Dear homeowners, I am Property Manager Huang Jun. According to the official notice, starting tomorrow, water will be supplied daily at 6 o'clock for 10 minutes. Each household is limited to 5 liters, and exceeding this limit is strictly prohibited. We will dispatch personnel to check water meters at any time, and any household found to be exceeding the limit will face immediate cuts to their water and electricity. As soon as Huang Jun's message was sent, it incited protests from the homeowners. What the hell? The official notice didn't mention any limitations. Manager Huang, this is too ruthless. You're cutting off our livelihoods. Yes, as long as you property management turn a blind eye. Who will know if we use a little extra water? I just asked my colleague from the neighboring community, and there's no such regulation. Meanwhile, in his home, Huang Jun, a rotund man, sat shirtless, fanning himself while sneering at the dissenting voices in the homeowners group. He also lived in the Jingxi Yushengqing community, a benefit housing provided by the real estate company. Once the homeowners had vented their frustrations, Huang Jun leisurely raised his phone to his mouth and recorded a voice message. I represent the property management, the neighborhood committee, and the official notice to inform you that we are not soliciting anyone's opinion. Your opinions mean nothing to me. Do you understand? If anyone dares to complain again, I will immediately cut off your water and electricity. Anyone who disagrees can try calling the police and see if you can even get through. Following this, the homeowners group fell into silence. However, it wasn't long before Huang Jun's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, a knowing smile creeping onto his face. Hello, who is this? Manager Huang, this is Fu Chang from Villa number 3 in the Villa district. Manager Huang, we're buddies. I have a large family. Can you make an exception and let me have a bit more water? Boss Fu, friendship aside, the regulations are set by above. You're putting me in a difficult position. I understand, Manager Huang. Please accept this small token of appreciation. Huang Jun glanced at his phone screen, noting Fu Chang's WeChat transfer of 10,000 yuan, and disdainfully scoffed, Boss Fu, what do you mean by this? Do you take me for a fool? The phone fell silent for a few seconds before Fu Chang spoke hesitantly. Manager Huang, please do me a favor. I still have a case of mineral water and some heat stroke medication at home. I'll send them to you shortly. Huang Jun nodded in satisfaction. All right, considering our years of friendship, I'll make an exception for you. He was well aware of the dynamics with the street office and police station, and his sense of the situation was sharper than others. While he loved money, right now, water and food were paramount. Of course, he also wanted cash, and the more, the better. After all, the officials had stated that the extreme heat would pass in 6 months, and money would still be king then. Fu Chang forced a strained smile. You're too generous. I'll deliver it to you right away. Just after hanging up, Huang Jun's phone rang again. At this point, the homeowners group remained eerily quiet. But many had already caught on and were privately contacting Huang Jun. The residents of Jingxi Yushengqing knew Huang Jun well. When the police and government were around, he only dared to indulge in minor corruptions, always wearing a smiling face before them. As homeowners, they certainly did not regard this petty man with any respect. However, everything has now changed. In the face of extreme heat, the authorities have become utterly preoccupied with their own affairs, allowing Huang Jun to become the de facto ruler of the entire community. At this juncture, if one wishes to lead a good life, one can only cater to his whims and ensure he receives ample benefits. Some homeowners have begun to form small groups to advocate for unity among residents to resist Huang Jun and Qian Wenchao. Yet, while everyone vocally supports the idea, no one is willing to take action, and the plans for resistance fizzle out. With too many people trying to contact Huang Jun, many find their calls going unanswered. Those with a quick wit think to reach out to Qian Wenchao. It is common knowledge among the residents that Qian Wenchao is Huang Jun's brother-in-law, and the two are inseparable in their dealings. When Qian Wenchao receives these flattering calls, he does not feign politeness like his brother-in-law. Instead, he is direct and upfront with his demands, primarily seeking financial gain. He has even begun to anticipate that, By the end of the extreme heat in 6 months, he will transform into a legitimate member of the affluent elite. As he listens to the homeowners shower him with flattery, a sudden realization causes his smile to falter. He scratches at a burn on his neck. Though he pays it no heed, he picks up his phone and dials Huang Jun once more. Brother-in-law, we had quite the misfortune at Liang Qin's house today. Qian Wenchao embellishes the tale of the misadventures encountered at Liang Qin's doorstep. He emphasizes that Liang Qin's parents were once business people, leaving behind considerable wealth, which sparks a glint of greed in Huang Jun's eyes. Moments later, a voice message appears in the homeowners group, followed by Huang Jun tagging Liang Qin. Liang Qin, engrossed in a bowl of authentic snail rice noodles, opens the voice message to hear Huang Jun's greasy voice emanating from his phone. Liang Qin, this is Huang Jun, the property manager that I am now notifying you, in my capacity as the temporary caretaker of the community, to immediately surrender all your household supplies for uniform distribution by the property management. Furthermore, you must apologize to Captain Qian and the others whom you have wronged. As a punishment, your household's water supply will be reduced by half for the next 3 days. Residents closely monitoring the homeowners group hear this voice message, many expressing astonishment as they discuss in small groups. Just moments ago, Qian Wenchao sought revenge at Liang Qin's residence. Could it be that Liang Qin has actually harmed him? Impossible. After all, isn't Liang Qin blind? How could he possibly be a match for Qian Wenchao? Just then, a resident from across the hall shares a secretly recorded video in the small group. Upon viewing the video, everyone becomes agitated. How is Liang Qin's door so resilient? What are those 2 water-spraying devices? This Liang Qin is quite intriguing. He managed to drive Qian Wenchao and his crew away. But so what? It is still extreme heat. As a blind man, he is akin to a fish in a barrel. If he does not resist today, he is certain to be toyed with by Qian Wenchao and Huang Jun sooner or later. Indeed, Liang Qin is utterly finished. Despite their surprise at Liang Qin's ability to chase off Qian Wenchao and his gang, all the homeowners believe it to be mere luck. A blind man like Liang Qin is certainly no match for Qian Wenchao. While heated discussions ensue in the small group, Liang Qin listens to Huang Jun's voice message, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. He raises his phone to take a picture of the dining table and sends it privately to Huang Jun. In the photograph, Liang Qin's dining table is piled high with an array of delectable dishes: half-eaten Australian lobster, steaming bowls of snail rice noodles, an entire bottle of premium red wine, and even a tub of Häagen-Dazs ice cream. Huang Jun gapes at the photo on his phone, saliva uncontrollably pooling in his mouth. As a gluttonous individual, he has no resistance against gourmet food, especially in this extreme heat where restaurants are scarce, and all one can find are instant noodles and crackers. He has long yearned for fine cuisine. After sending the photo, Liang Qin opens the homeowners group and begins to record a voice message. Huang Jun, do you really think of yourself as something special? To put it bluntly, you are merely a dog kept by us homeowners. Unfortunately, these people are too cowardly, allowing you to become a vicious dog that bites its owner. But a dog is a dog, destined to consume filth. If you desire meat, you can only fantasize about it. After sending the voice message, Liang Qin silences his phone and continues to savor his bowl of snail rice noodles. Chapter 16. Huang Jun's targeted attack and genuine panic. Upon hearing Liang Qin's voice message, Huang Jun's plump cheeks turn a shade reminiscent of liver. He hurls the fan from his hand and dials Liang Qin's number. After several attempts with no response, he angrily smashes the teacup in front of him. Just then, his phone rings. It is Qian Wenchao. Hey, Chaozi, he answers. That damn Liang Qin actually dared to insult you in the group. But his door is too sturdy. We can't break it down. Get people right now and go cut off his water supply and sever his electricity lines. But brother-in-law, in this sweltering heat, won't that kill him? Let him die if it comes to that. Remember to record the entire process and share it in the homeowners group. Since this brat wants to be a martyr, I will make an example of him to deter others. Don't worry, brother-in-law, I'm on it. From this moment on, I want someone stationed outside his door around the clock. The instant he dares to step outside, seize him at once and take everything valuable from his home. On the other end of the line, Qian Wenchao scratches at his burned hand, hangs up, and calls over a few security guards who are also scratching at their itching skin, setting off towards Liang Qin's residence once more. Having learned from their previous encounter, the group is fully armed, using umbrellas to shield themselves and wrapping their bodies in plastic bags. Although the heat nearly causes them to faint, they manage to avoid being drenched in filth. The electrical meter and water supply valve for Liang Chen's high-rise building are conveniently located in the hallway. This design, intended to save space within the units and facilitate property management repairs, has now become a means for Huang Jun to exert control over the residents during this extreme heat. Those who do not offer him favors face a mere 5 liters of water daily. And anyone who dares to protest will find their water supply cut off. For someone like Liang Chun, who openly insults him, the most ruthless measures are imperative. Otherwise, more individuals will challenge his authority in the future. Under the tight protection of several security guards, Qian Wenchao arrives once more at Liang Chen's doorstep. Liang Chun has just finished his meal and is playing frisbee with Ergo in the living room when he hears an artificial intelligence alert. He opens the surveillance feed and sees Qian Wenchao and the others once again, choosing to ignore them. With the tools they are carrying, even Ergo can deduce they are there to cut off his water and electricity. Fools, Liang Chen chuckles to himself. An independent water and electricity system is a standard feature for a safe house. From the very inception of the safe house design, Chan Ziwan had severed Liang Chen's water and electricity supply, making it the first step in constructing all safe houses. If even basic survival needs like water and electricity can be manipulated by external forces, the very existence of a safe house becomes a farce. After playing with Ergo for a while, Liang Chun receives a message in the homeowners group. Upon opening it, he finds a video sent by Qian Wenchao. The video shows a water pipe the size of a forearm being wrenched apart, and an electrical box labeled 8 to 2501 being smashed. Accompanying the video is Qian Wenchao's lewd laughter. Everyone, to express gratitude to a certain homeowner, the security team has personally come to repair his electricity and water supply. If any homeowners are blind to the situation, we will certainly provide our services. Not long after the video is released, several homeowners quickly react with likes. Captain Qian is working hard for the community. From now on, we must all submit to Manager Huang's management and cooperate with Captain Qian's efforts. Exactly. People like Liang Chun, who lack a broad perspective and fail to appreciate the management's hard work, deserve their fate. Ha ha ha. Experiencing water and electricity outages in this weather is as torturous as the 10 most brutal punishments of ancient times. No discussion would be complete without Chun Jiawei, who sends a flurry of celebratory emojis followed by a gloating voice message. You all may not know, but Liang Chun and I were classmates. He was quite the nuisance at school. Hence, I wholeheartedly support Manager Huang and Captain Qian's actions. Someone like him does not deserve access to water or electricity. I propose we limit Liang Chen's water supply and share it with other neighbors, allowing each household to use it on a rotating basis. What does everyone think? While many homeowners had previously disapproved of Huang Jun and Qian Wenchao's actions, upon hearing Chan Jiawei's remarks, they eagerly voiced their agreement. Even if it means sharing, who wouldn't want to stockpile more water in such weather? Huang Jun, having listened to Chan Jiawei's voice message, chuckles inwardly at his cleverness. He promptly decides to implement this method, eliciting further praise from the homeowners. Meanwhile, Lu Jinxian also catches wind of the news in the Jinxiu Tiancheng homeowners group. Having previously stayed at Liang Chen's residence for a while, she had added herself to the group for the sake of receiving notifications. Upon learning of Liang Chen's water and electricity being cut off, she feels a sense of satisfaction. Although Liang Chen may be a hidden wealthy heir, he had been rather cold towards her before, and now he deserves to face some hardship. Furthermore, this situation means Liang Chen will inevitably need assistance from others. At that moment, she plans to seize the opportunity to show concern, perhaps offering him a few bottles of water. Liang Chen will undoubtedly be profoundly touched and continue to pander to her. As a top-tier gold digger and schemer, she knows all too well the advantages of having a wealthy admirer. She has never had a catch as sizable as Liang Chen, and even after being blinded by poison, he has never doubted her intentions. Liang Chen, while watching the news and scrolling through the homeowners group messages, sees nothing but flattery directed at Huang Jun or gloating remarks, with some even asserting that after the water and electricity are cut off, Liang Chen would not last 3 days. Observing the faces of these people, Liang Chen suddenly feels a playful urge. Since they relish seeing him suffer, he will let them experience what true suffering feels like. He retrieves an inflatable swimming pool from his space, taken from a Walmart warehouse, and uses an electric pump to inflate it. With a thought, he draws out the bottled water he had previously stored, instantly filling the pool. Luckily, Liang Chen's living room is spacious enough. Otherwise, this size of inflatable pool would not fit. Liang Chen once again retrieved a large beer mug, filled it with ice, and then poured in the beer before comfortably settling into the swimming pool. He then took out his phone to record a video and sent it to the homeowners group. At that moment, the group was buzzing with speculation about how many days Liang Chun could maintain this lifestyle, and upon seeing his video, the homeowners were momentarily stunned. "Liang Chun, why are you sharing movie clips in the group?" One remarked, "This doesn't look like a movie scene. It resembles a video shot on a mobile phone. Whose home is this? It looks so luxurious. In this weather, being able to lounge in a pool with a beer is sheer indulgence. That pool is enormous and filled to the brim. It could serve our family for an entire month. Look closely, there are ice cubes in the beer. How could this have been filmed today? It must be an old video. Are you blind? The news on TV is from today, and it just aired because I was watching it too. Good heavens, is this real? Didn't Liang Chun's home just have its water and electricity cut off? How can he still be watching TV? Come on, he is just pretending. There's no way he could have all this at home. He must have found a video online to make us envious." At that moment, Chun Jiawei, recovering from his shock, sent a voice message. "Ha ha ha, Liang Chun, you truly are a talent. If you really have it that good at home, I'll give every family in the neighborhood a bottle of water for free." However, the layout in the video was unmistakably that of homes in their community. "Damn it, Liang Chun, come out and say something. Admit that the video is fake. I was already suffering from the heat, and now it's even worse. Me too. I've been suffering from heat stroke for 2 days. After watching that video, I feel like giving up. Liang Chun, please, come out and clarify that this is all a hoax." It was then that Qian Wenchao chimed in. "Everyone, don't believe this. It has to be fake. There's no way I could have made a mistake with something I did myself. In 3 days at most, you'll all know the truth." Shortly after Chen Jiawei sent his voice message, Liang Chun posted another video. This time, not only did it showcase the pool and beer, but also the view from his window, revealing the scenery of the Jinqiu Tiancheng community. This left Chen Jiawei utterly flustered, as just moments ago he had sworn that if Liang Chun's claims were true, he would treat every household in the community to a bottle of water. With at least 1,500 households in their community, even if he had 1,500 bottles, he wouldn't part with a single one. Feeling anxious, Chen Jiawei muted his phone and prepared to discreetly retreat. Yet, no matter how composed he tried to appear, he was unable to quell the turmoil inside him. The comfortable environment of Liang Chun's home seemed utterly at odds with the notion of having their water and electricity cut off. He couldn't fathom how Liang Chun could be better off than him, especially since Liang Chun had already made enemies of Huang Jun and Qian Wenchao. The video had to be fake. No matter how he tried to play it cool, in 3 days, Liang Chun would undoubtedly succumb to the heat and thirst. Ultimately, Chen Jiawei remained convinced that Liang Chun's video was fabricated, based on the simple fact that Qian Wenchao could easily cut off Liang Chun's water and electricity, negating any need for deception. In contrast to the shock felt by the other homeowners, Huang Jun and Qian Wenchao maintained a calm demeanor. Having just personally cut off Liang Chun's utilities, they were certain the video was fake. Let him enjoy his little charade. In 3 days, he'll have no choice but to come out and seek help. Qian Wenchao mused with a cruel laugh, conjuring images of the sumptuous meals at Liang Chun's home that made Huang Jun swallow hard. Lu Jinxian, watching the video in the group, felt a pang of disappointment. Although she too believed the video to be false, a sliver of doubt lingered. What if it were true? If it were, then the hardships she had endured these past few days would have been in vain. The cool and comfortable environment of Liang Chun's home should rightfully belong to her. It was Liang Chun who had forced her out. After mulling it over, she ultimately dismissed the thought in this extreme heat. There was no way a blind man like Liang Chun could have made his home so comfortable in advance. He must be putting on a brave front, refusing to admit defeat. She thought to herself, "Keep pretending. In a few days, you'll be begging me to rescue you." Comfort level 120-1000. At that moment, Liang Chun was secretly reveling in the system panel. What had begun as a spur-of-the-moment decision to share a video had resulted in his neighbors exhibiting confusion, despair, and self-deception. His comfort level had surprisingly increased by 15 points, leading him to ponder the necessity of showcasing his situation. As he swam in the pool, an hour later, his phone alarm chimed. Liang Chun turned off the alarm, gazing out at the city illuminated by countless lights, softly murmuring, "If I remember correctly, something interesting is about to happen." And no sooner had he spoken than the brightly lit buildings before him began to plunge into darkness. One after another. Moments later, Aside from Liang Chen's home, which remained as luminous as day, the outside world was swallowed by complete darkness. Close all the curtains, Liang Chen instructed his artificial intelligence in no time. All 3 layers of protective curtains were drawn shut. These specialized curtains could block even radiation, let alone light. In truth, it wouldn't matter if Liang Chen left his lights on. At this stage, no one could breach his safe haven. However, he preferred to keep a low profile. Attracting unforeseen dangers would be counterproductive. Pouring himself a glass of chilled coconut juice, he settled onto the sofa to scroll through his phone. By now, the homeowners group was in a frenzy, and unlike their previous banter, Liang Chen could sense that the homeowners were now genuinely frightened. It's over. I saw the entire street go dark in an instant. The entire city must have lost power. A blackout means the authorities can no longer cope in this sweltering heat. A lack of electricity will soon lead to fatalities. What about our phones and tablets after the blackout? We can't send messages, and official rescue efforts will be non-existent. Oh God, I don't want to die. This afternoon, we were laughing at Liang Chen's power cut, and now the entire city is experiencing a blackout. I was on my balcony smoking when I thought I saw Liang Chen's house still lit. Are you seeing things? Didn't you watch the video? His power was cut off. Liang Chen took a sip of the refreshing sweet coconut juice, complemented by a piece of the most authentic dried plum beef from Yangjiang, savoring the delightful flavors. After browsing the class group for a while, he noted that the college students displayed a slightly higher level of awareness than the average residents. Within the group, someone had already begun analyzing the situation. Everyone, don't panic. With the extreme heat, all the air conditioning units across the city are working overtime, creating an overload on the power grid. It's only natural that there would be a blackout. Exactly. There's a nuclear power plant nearby in Yangjiang. The authorities will never allow us to remain in darkness indefinitely. Yes, I suspect the electricity will be rationed, just like the water supply. Hearing this, Liang Chen felt somewhat reassured, though the heat was still unbearable. Same here. I just drenched my bed with water, and within 10 minutes, it was dry. After a while, Liang Chen opened a live streaming app, discovering that most of the streaming rooms were illuminated by just a single light. Clearly, this blackout was not limited to Yangjiang but was likely a nationwide phenomenon. Thankfully, prior to this incident, the authorities had upgraded the satellite network to ensure that communication would not be disrupted by the power outage. Otherwise, a widespread blackout would certainly lead to a loss of internet connectivity. He recalled that in his past life, the authorities would still manage to guarantee 3 hours of electricity every day. Turning on the television, Liang Chen was surprised to see that the news anchors, who typically donned formal suits, were now dressed in short sleeves. Despite this, the 2 anchors were visibly sweating, often needing to wipe their faces with tissues. Under the extreme heat, the electric grid in Huaguo was operating beyond its capacity, leading to a nationwide blackout. The power company promised that they would restore power as swiftly as possible. According to incomplete statistics, 3.8 million people had already succumbed to the heat within a 24-hour period. The authorities issued a stern warning, urging everyone to stay hydrated and remain indoors to prevent heat-related illnesses. Heat stroke, in simple terms, is the most severe form of heat exhaustion. If not treated promptly, heat stroke could very well lead to death. Liang Chen stretched, scooped up the reluctant ergo, and headed toward the bathroom. Water and electricity have been cut off. The extreme heat is upon us, and the final 3 days of this apocalyptic heat are just beginning. Chapter 17. Hellish heat. Lu Jinxian could no longer bear it. After watching the news and group chat for a while, Liang Chen sent 2 WeChat messages inquiring about Tang Peng and Lin Yueran's well-being. Both had heeded Liang Chen's advice and stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies. Even though the heat made them uncomfortable, their survival was assured. Upon learning that both had prepared generators to power their air conditioners and fans, Liang Chen felt completely at ease. He retrieved a sizzling, oil-dripping roasted leg of lamb from his storage space. Along with a bottle of Feiyan Mutide, he and Ergo enjoyed a delightful late-night snack, raising his comfort level by 3 points before drifting into a tipsy slumber. The following morning, Liang Chen was awakened by Ergo's affectionate licks. According to his plan, he prepared to practice with the crossbow. He had acquired over 1,000 various types of bows and crossbows, along with tens of thousands of arrows from a sporting goods warehouse. Liang Chen set up a practice dummy in the living room and selected a lightweight compound crossbow. As the largest unit in a high-rise residential building, Liang Chen's home spanned nearly 180 square meters. with a distance of at least 15 meters between the two ends of the living room. Having undergone professional firearm training previously, Liang Chen quickly familiarized himself with the operation and firing of the crossbow. After a few test shots, he was astounded by the power of the crossbow. At a distance of 15 meters, a single arrow could pierce through the dummy made of 3 layers of cowhide. Good things, with enough power at close range to be lethal, and the key advantage is their complete silence. Hiding in the shadows to take someone down is far more effective than using a pistol. After practicing for a while, Liang Chen put away the crossbow and prepared 2 bowls of vegetable and fruit salad for himself and Ergo gazed longingly at the vibrant, fresh vegetables in his bowl, wearing a mournful expression. If you don't eat, I'll confiscate your cushion, Liang Chen declared. The sound of his words, Ergo perked up as if wound up like a toy, and immediately buried his snout in his food. Liang Chen chuckled and shook his head. It wasn't that he was reluctant to feed Ergo meat. The various meats in their storage could last a lifetime for both man and dog, even if they indulged in meat at every meal. However, if they only consumed meat, their digestive systems would likely suffer, and in the end, it would be them who would endure the consequences, even with miraculous remedies at hand. After breakfast, Liang Chen habitually reclined on the sofa and picked up his phone to catch up on the outside world. To his astonishment, every message in dozens of WeChat groups was marked 99. He casually opened the neighborhood owners group and found a plethora of distress signals. Some even went so far as to share pictures of family members frothing at the mouth to validate their claims. Please, everyone, save my husband. He has been unconscious since last night, and his breathing is becoming weaker. Is there anyone with Huaxiang Jingqi water? I'll pay 500 for it. I have a small bottle left. I'll pay 1,000. I want 1,005. Help! My family member has stopped breathing. I've dialed 120 over 100 times, but it's all busy. The owners group was flooded with over 300 similar messages. Unlike before, all they saw now were cries for help, with no one willing to lend a hand. Liang Chen glanced at the official report, noting that the temperature in Jiangnan province had soared to nearly 80 degrees. Hotter than in previous days. The widespread power outage that began at 8 last night rendered air conditioners and fans mere ornaments in every household. Naturally, those with weaker constitutions could not withstand such an onslaught. Survival of the fittest, one might say. This too is a form of natural selection. Clearing his throat, Liang Chen signaled to Ergo, who promptly fetched a bottle of ice-cold cola from the fridge. After taking a sip, Liang Chen opened the class group chat from university. The situation here was equally dire. Many classmates had succumbed to heat stroke, particularly the female students. Zhang Nana, when are you going to return the bottle of water you owe me from yesterday? Zhang Nana, don't pretend you don't see this. You promised that if you couldn't return the water, you'd consider me your boyfriend, right? Zhang Nana died last night. Are you kidding me? It's just a bottle of water. You're using that as an excuse? Is that a picture of Zhang Nana? Did she really die? Without the protection of air conditioning and fans, combined with their naturally weaker constitutions, 3 female students had tragically perished from the heat within a single night. The girls from the same dormitory even shared photos of the deceased, sending the group into a frenzy of horror. What was once a jovial class group now felt overwhelmingly heavy, as the collective fear grew palpable. It was only at this moment that they finally comprehended how close to death they truly were in this extreme heat. Liang Chen also saw that the school was organizing professionals to handle the bodies of the deceased students. However, due to the high death toll, the 3 female bodies from their class would not be transported until evening. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, feeling the cool air of the air conditioner, Liang Chen gazed out at the scenery. The city appeared as it always did, but all the streets were deserted. The sunset looked the same as ever, yet apart from Liang Chen, everyone else was being scorched and tormented by its rays. Stretching lazily, he reclined on the enveloping sofa and activated the projector, connecting his phone. In the next moment, the entire wall of the living room transformed into a grand screen. After rummaging for a while, he found the collection of videos he had previously saved from Bilibili. The surround sound system played the opening music with remarkable clarity. The 30 actresses of Hong Kong and Taiwan, known for their ethereal beauty, graced the screen. Liang Chen noted the last one, Qiu Shuzhen. Meanwhile, in the rental apartment of Lu Jinxian and Zhao Mingqi, the temperature had soared above 65 degrees due to the power outage. To cool down, the two had soaked in the bathtub for the entire night. Jinxian, dawn has arrived. Wake up! Lu Jinxian opened her eyes, and together with Zhao Mingqi, they helped each other out of the bathtub. A wave of heat enveloped them instantly, yet neither wished to return to the tub. After a whole night of soaking, they had evaded the extreme heat, but their skin was stinging from the prolonged exposure. Apart from their faces, the rest of their skin was pale and wrinkled. Jin Xian, what flavor instant noodles should we eat? Lu Jinxian shook her head. Merely seeing the instant noodles made her feel nauseated. Previously, she had indulged in French and Japanese cuisine every couple of days. Instant noodles, such lowly fare, would never grace her menu. Yet in this extreme heat, it was not even possible to find a hard crusty baguette. My heavens! Several people died in this neighborhood last night. I'm scared. Jin Xian, think of a way. Lu Jinxian shook her head, feeling dizzy, her heart echoing a similar fear. What can I do in this weather? With the power out, it's sweltering everywhere. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Mingqi suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Liang Chen's house. Don't you remember? The video we saw in the class group. Even Hu Ming said it was real. Liang Chen's house is only around 20 degrees. His place must be very cool. Lu Jinxian lifted her heavy eyelids, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes, soon replaced by hesitation. Those videos could be fake, and besides, he has been so cold towards me. That's because he thought he had no chance with you. Just give him a little sweetness. And he'll be head over heels, happy to let us stay at his place. Reflecting on Liang Chen's unusual demeanor after his blindness, it seemed this was the only explanation that made sense. Reigniting hope within her, Zhao Mingqi continued, even if the videos are fake, doesn't he have plenty of food at home? I can't stand eating instant noodles any longer. Lu Jinxian nodded, clearing her throat, practicing a few phrases of her sweet voice before opening WeChat to send a video request. Chapter 18. The scheming girl's defense crumbled after enjoying the peak beauty of the Hong Kong and Taiwan starlets. Liang Chen stretched and took out the induction cooker and hot pot from his storage. Under Ergo's eager gaze, he revealed an array of tantalizing hot pot ingredients. As he watched the fragrant red oil broth bubbling vigorously. He picked up a slice of thick-cut beef. Just as he took a bite, he received a video invitation from Lu Jinxian. Liang Chen turned the camera towards the table. The moment the call connected, Lu Jinxian's melodious voice filled the phone. Liang Chen, what are you doing? Eating. You're actually having hot pot. Seeing the steaming spicy hot pot on the screen, Lu Jinxian couldn't help but exclaim, even forgetting to use her sweet voice. Which amused Liang Chen greatly. Indeed, I've been in the air conditioning for the past 24 hours, and my body is too cold. A spicy hot pot is perfect for warming up. Liang Chen feigned a sneeze. Followed by the sound of him blowing his nose, Lu Jinxian felt a mix of frustration and urgency, her eyes glued to the bubbling pot. The thick steam rising from the hot pot indicated that the temperature inside Liang Chen's home would not exceed 25 degrees. Brother Liang Chen, I'm nearly dying from the heat here. How come your place feels so cool? Hearing Lu Jinxian refer to him as Brother Liang Chen sent a wave of unease through Liang Chen's stomach. He sighed, saying, my air conditioner is broken. You have no idea how uncomfortable it is. Lu Jinxian expressed concern. Your air conditioner is broken too? In this high temperature, it's unbearable without one. No, my air conditioner won't turn off. It's always around 22 or 23 degrees, and I feel like I'm freezing to death. Liang Chen said, holding up his phone to show the blanket draped over his legs. There's no choice. I have to keep covered with a blanket wherever I go, or I'll catch a cold. Isn't that uncomfortable? Uncomfortable? Lu Jinxian was momentarily at a loss for words. Gazing at the phone screen, she could almost feel the long-lost coolness and smell the enticing aroma of the spicy hot pot. Beside her, Zhao Mingqi could no longer contain her drooling, tugging at Lu Jinxian's sleeve with eyes full of longing. In that moment, Lu Jinxian's usual restraint shattered. The oppressive heat and monotonous food made her yearn to be at Liang Chen's house immediately. Even if Liang Chen made some excessive request, she would not be entirely opposed to it. Brother Liang Chen, I've invited you so many times this month, yet you've always declined. Are you still angry at Jinxian? I've just been too busy. Are you free now? If not, I could come to your house. And you could treat me to hot pot? You want to eat hot pot? I remember you saying that spicy hot pot is too low class and can cause breakouts. You prefer French and Japanese cuisine. Lu Jinxian's expression turned awkward, but she soon adopted a shy demeanor. I've never gone out to eat with a guy before. I'm a bit shy about being alone with Brother Liang Chen. You rewrite. We're not boyfriend and girlfriend. It wouldn't reflect well on you to come to my house for a meal. That's fine. I can bring Zhao Mengqi along. The more, the merrier. Zhao Mengqi? Liang Chen immediately pictured a plump face covered in freckles. Yes, you've met Mengqi. She is my best friend, I remember now. Your friend is quite unattractive. Can we not bring her along? Liang Chen deliberately lowered his voice. Lu Jinxian covered Zhao Mengqi's mouth with one hand, laughing as she said, of course, if brother Liang Chen doesn't like her, I'll try to spend less time with her. But isn't she your best friend? Best friends don't have boyfriends? Liang Chen, you're so naughty, tricking me into saying embarrassing things. Liang Chen pretended to be in a dilemma. But these are all things I've eaten before. Don't you mind? How could Jin Xin mind you? What matters is not what we eat, but who we eat with. That's so. Does that mean I'm very important to you? Lu Jinxian detected the confusion in Liang Chen's tone and feigned shyness as she said, Brother Liang Chen, you are asking knowingly. Jin Xian merely wished to see you after such a long time. Even if it is just to visit your home for a glass of water, it would still be sweet. Liang Chen inwardly gave a thumbs up to this scheming woman. With her pitiful expression paired with her sweet voice, who could resist being enchanted? Unfortunately, such tactics were not only futile against him but would only deepen his aversion towards Lu Jinxian. For he had already seen through her true nature in his previous life. Sweet water, is it? Then allow me to offer you a drink. Lu Jinxian's lips twitched. Having encountered numerous men, it was her first time meeting a titanium alloy straight man like Liang Chen. However, as a top-tier gold digger, Lu Jinxian understood that her primary goal was to enter Liang Chen's home. Everything else was secondary. Suppressing her anger, she sweetly replied, All right, I shall set off to your home right away. Liang Chen yawned and said, It's just water and it's so hot outside. There's no need for you to run back and forth. I can simply transfer the money to you via WeChat. Without hesitation, Liang Chen indeed sent Lu Jinxian a red envelope. Lu Jinxian stared in disbelief as she opened the envelope, revealing a mere 2 yuan. Liang Chen's hearty laughter resonated through the call. Since I'm treating you to water, it should be of better quality. Remember to buy 2 yuan's worth of Havua purified water. Take care of yourself a bit more. Lu Jinxian was utterly speechless, boiling with pent-up anger yet unwilling to unleash it. The allure of hot pot on her phone and the coolness of the room was simply too tempting. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted her demeanor, feigning joy as she said, Brother Liang Chen, it has been so long since I last saw you. I wish to keep you company. Your eyes are inconvenient. And cleaning up this table of dishes must be quite troublesome, right? How about I come over and help with the chores? Zhao Mengqi gave Lu Jinxian a thumbs up from the side. This reasoning was one Liang Chen could not possibly refuse. Despite her resentment for Liang Chen's earlier insults, she knew that once inside his home, there would be ample opportunity for revenge. Liang Chen pretended to ponder for a moment before responding. All right, Lu Jinxian was nearly brought to tears with joy. As long as she could enter Liang Chen's home, she was confident they could easily manipulate a blind man like him. However, before she could speak, Liang Chen continued, But it seems there isn't much housework to do at my place. Lu Jinxian hastily retorted, How could that be? You've made such a mess with the hot pot. It simply won't do without a girl to tidy up after you. Liang Chen chuckled lightly. There's really no need to clean, as he spoke. Liang Chen rose and opened the window, then lifted the induction cooker and tossed it, along with the hot pot, out in the extreme heat. There wasn't even a cat in sight within the community. Moments later, a loud crash echoed. Lu Jinxian's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. Liang Chen then proceeded to throw all the bowls, chopsticks, and cups off the table. After a cacophony of clattering sounds, Liang Chen remarked, What a pity there are some leftovers. Lu Jinxian and Zhao Mengqi crowded in front of the screen, noticing that Liang Chen's table was laden with dozens of plates of various fresh and enticing ingredients. Succulent thick-cut Wagyu beef, pristine slices of grouper, thinly sliced live sea cucumber, and sashimi of geoduck. Each plate still had a substantial amount left. Their eyes seemed glued to the screen, their throats quivering. Brother Liang Chen, it would be such a waste to throw these dishes away. How about? Before Lu Jinxian could finish her sentence, Liang Chen kicked a stainless steel basin from under the table. Before she could react, Liang Chen had already dumped all the exquisite leftovers into it. With a command of eat up, a shiny coated golden retriever dashed into view, diving into the food basin and began devouring it voraciously. Lu Jinxian and Zhao Mengqi watched in horror as the dog splattered drool everywhere. feeling as though their hearts were bleeding. Liang Chen yawned again. All right, I need to take some cold medicine and head to bed. In this heat, it's only bearable wrapped in a blanket. Eugene Xian gasped for breath, her chest heaving violently. She had completely lost her composure. The fact that Liang Chen would rather feed such expensive food to a dog than utter a single invitation to her was devastating. Pointing at the screen, she shouted, Liang Chen. Before she could finish, Liang Chen abruptly ended the call and silenced his phone. Seeing Lu Jinxian finally drop her facade in that last moment filled him with satisfaction. Opening the system panel, he noted with mild surprise that the comfort level displayed 161-1000. I recall my comfort level was only 128 before the hot pot. Aside from a point or two gained from eating, playing with Lu Jinxian has surprisingly boosted my comfort level by over 30 points. It seemed that making an enemy uncomfortable brought a strong sense of psychological pleasure. He resolved to seize opportunities for further amusement. Even though he understood that revenge could enhance his comfort level, Liang Chen would never take the risk of striking first. He would wait for his enemies to deliver themselves to him. Fortunately, he knew that in this apocalyptic world, such opportunities were plentiful. Meanwhile, Lu Jinxian was furiously cursing. That bastard Liang Chen is clearly toying with me. I truly regret not poisoning him directly back then. Zhao Mingqi, equally enraged, exclaimed, Jinxian, why not just find someone to barge into his home? After all, there are no police around now. Lu Jinxian replied, I've seen videos from the owner's group. Liang Chen's front door is too sturdy. Even 6 or 7 security guards couldn't handle it. Zhao Mingqi, feeling deflated, asked, then what should we do? Lu Jinxian pondered for a moment inside. Let's first find a way to escape the heat. Do you remember Zheng Feng? Of course I do. Isn't he your most loyal admirer? His family sells fish, and you always complain about the smell. Yes, I've already contacted him. His family has a cold storage for seafood. Although it's currently without power, the temperature inside is significantly lower than outside. When he heard we were coming, Zheng Feng was willing to clear out his space for us. Although Zhao Mengqi disliked the fishy smell, the thought of the cool temperature in the cold storage quickly dispelled her concerns. Zheng Feng drove a refrigerated truck for transporting seafood, picking up Lu Jinxian and Zhao Mingqi to his cold storage. Upon learning that his goddess, Lu Jinxian, was coming, he was so excited he couldn't sleep the whole night. Throughout the trip, he chattered incessantly, while Lu Jinxian merely chimed in occasionally with a few scattered words, enough to keep Zheng Feng thrilled for an entire day. Under normal circumstances, Lu Jinxian wouldn't have exchanged a single word with him in a year. Zhao Mingqi remained preoccupied with how to enter Liang Chen's home. So she embellished the story of how Liang Chen had toyed with them to Zheng Feng. Furious, Zheng Feng declared, Jinxian, rest assured. Just say the word, and I'll make sure to handle that guy for you. Avenging this grievance, Lu Jinxian's eyes gleamed as a new idea formed. Zheng Feng, don't you have a cousin who's involved with some rough crowds? Zheng Feng nodded. Yes, why do you ask? Lu Jinxian feigned innocence. I was bullied terribly by Liang Chen today. Could you perhaps ask your cousin to look into Liang Chen's background? If we can find out how much money his family has, that would be even better. Zheng Feng patted his chest. Jinxian, don't worry. I'll call my cousin right away. He'll take care of it. As long as they aren't official people, he'll uncover everything quickly. Lu Jinxian complimented Zheng Feng a few times, and he was so moved that he nearly shed tears in her heart. Lu Jinxian resolved that if it turned out Liang Chen was not a rich second generation, she would ensure he faced a grim fate. Chapter 19. Angrily retorting against moral coercion after finishing the hot pot at noon, Liang Chen prepared to take a short nap. However, upon waking, he discovered it was already dark outside. He retrieved a basin of steaming hot crayfish from his space and paired it with some chilled beer. Beginning to feast heartily, after satisfying his hunger and thirst, Liang Chen headed to the gaming room, a space he had specifically requested Chen Zuan to design. The room boasted a sci-fi decor reminiscent of a dazzling starry sky, making one feel as though they were in outer space. The spacious gaming chair was incredibly comfortable. He powered on the computer, costing over 300,000, its transparent case pulsing with a rhythmic light display. Liang Chen launched the top-rated game of the year, Elden Ring. Final chapter, immersing himself in a game he had loved for over a decade. He played through the night, and when fatigue finally set in, it was already past 5 in the morning. After a quick breakfast of Cantonese dim sum, he collapsed into bed. 3 days passed in such a manner, indulging in food, games, and sleep at will. Living freely was incredibly enjoyable. His life was far better than before the apocalypse. Sitting up in bed, Liang Qin glanced at his comfort level, now at 195/1000, and smiled slightly. He was one step closer to upgrading the system. Thinking of the reward for upgrading the system, a doomsday bunker, brought a warm feeling to his heart. Lowering his gaze to his phone, he was slightly taken aback. He had received hundreds of WeChat notifications and a dozen missed calls. Having been preoccupied with gaming for 3 days, Liang Chun had switched his phone to silent mode, only glancing at various group chats and news while eating or using the restroom. The content was utterly mundane, either reporting on the extreme heat or fatalities. In the past few days, there had indeed been messages in the Owner-S group tagging Liang Chun, mostly mocking him and tentatively inquiring if he was nearing death. The most enthusiastic were Qian Wanchao and Chen Jiawei, who not only tagged him in the group but also frequently sent voice messages and called, all of which Liang Chun had ignored. However, today was different. In the Owner-S group alone, there were at least 100 messages tagging Liang Qin. He opened the group chat and quickly scanned through it, a smirk creeping onto his face within seconds. Owner Wang Shilan Liang Chun, followed by a 36-second voice message. Liang Chun, it is your Aunt Wang. I have heard that your household has stored a pool of water. Our family of 4 is on the brink of dehydration. Please do send us some, not too much, just half would suffice. Next came a voice message from owner Li Wanfeng. Liang Chun, this is Tian's mother, Li Wanfeng. I have sent Tian to stay at your place for a few days. The child is still young. If the extreme heat affects his development, you will bear the responsibility. There were over 100 similar voice messages, and Liang Chun had no time to listen to them all. Seeing that Liang Chun was slow to respond, the owners began to criticize him for his lack of compassion. Among them, Old Man Chen was the most vehement. Liang Chun, I know you can hear me. As a young person, how can you turn a blind eye to your neighbors' pleas for help? Even if the videos you posted are fabricated, at least come out and clarify the situation. It's cruel to raise our hopes only to leave us empty-handed. Liang Chen scrolled rapidly through the messages, taking a good dozen swipes before reaching the ENDIT. Seemed some were truly unable to bear the heat any longer and began to believe his videos were genuine. Liang Chen chuckled and shook his head, looking down upon the faces of these people. When Huang Jun and Qian Wanchao cut off his water and electricity, they reveled in his misfortune. Now, witnessing their lives pale in comparison to his, they accused him of posting fake videos to deceive them. Now tormented by the sweltering heat, they began to morally coerce him into providing assistance. Just then, Chen Jiawei sent a voice message. Liang Chen, have you already perished at home? In this heat, without water and electricity, even a camel would not survive 3 days. Liang Chen observed the chorus of agreement in the owner group and found it amusing. Such a convenient comfort delivered to my doorstep. He turned on all the lights in the living room, illuminating it brilliantly. He then produced an array of steaming delicacies and various refreshing beverages from his space, including several large barrels of Evian mineral water. Liang Chen recorded a brief video of the table and shared it in the owner group before indulging in the feast with air. 10 minutes later, Liang Chen picked up his phone again, only to find the owner group ablaze once more. The loudest voices belonged to Wang Shilan and Li Wanfeng. Liang Chen, it turns out your home has not lost power, and you have all this food and drink. Quickly send some over to Auntie. I'm old and in this heat, I might fall ill. Liang Chen, you finally showed up. I'll be over shortly with Tiantong. We're neighbors. It's no trouble to stay at your place for a few days, right? Rest assured, we'll sleep in the guest room and won't disturb you. Chen Jiawei, watching the videos in the group, felt his composure wavering. He had initially thought himself the most fortunate resident of the Jingxi Yushengqing community. Although his generator could only operate for 4 hours a day, it was still significantly better than the mere 3 hours available to ordinary residents. Furthermore, he had stockpiled ample drinking water and convenience foods. Even some fruits, yet they had all spoiled after the fridge began to smoke. Upon seeing Liang Chen's vast array of culinary delights and the temperature that surely did not exceed 30 degrees, he felt he was living a life inferior even to Liang Chen's dog. Regardless of whether your videos are real or not, I will not allow you to live in comfort. Chen Jiawei, observing the neighbors pleading with Liang Chun, recorded a voice message and tagged everyone. As you all can see, Liang Chun has plenty of supplies. With so many children and elderly in our community, he should embody the spirit of generosity and share his resources with those in genuine need. What do you all think? Chen Jiawei's words instantly resonated with agreement, and everyone praised his kindness and broad-mindedness. As he basked in their compliments, Chun Jiawei felt an overwhelming satisfaction. His ploy would undoubtedly cause Liang Chun considerable distress. If Liang Qian admitted the video was fake, he would be drowned in disappointment from his neighbors. If he indeed had such an abundance of food and water and refused to share, he would be condemned. Yet, if he shared, he would be left with nothing. He was unafraid of Liang Chun severing ties with everyone. For official reports had stated that the extreme heat would last at most 6 months. If Liang Qian dared to turn against everyone, even if he survived, he would face their wrath in half a year, becoming the pariah of the community. After hearing Chun Jiawei's fervent speech, Liang Chun coldly responded with a voice message. I agree to share my supplies, but I have a condition. Since Chun Xiao is so benevolent, let us do it this way. You provide a certain amount of resources, and I will match it. Together, we can assist those in need. What do you think? Liang Qin's words sent the owners into a frenzy. Given that Chun Jiawei often flaunted his wealth, whether revving his sports car in the community or throwing parties in his yard, many knew he was a wealthy second generation living in a villa. So, upon hearing Liang Qin's proposal, everyone felt they had encountered a savior. Since Liang Chun dared to say such things, he must have hoarded plenty of food and drink. The owners were now even more convinced of the video's authenticity. Not only would they receive Liang Qin's stock, but they would also compel Chun Xiao to contribute an equal share, truly a dream come true. Just as everyone rejoiced, Chun Jiawei, who had been smiling at his phone, suddenly froze. He had not anticipated Liang Qin's boldness in proposing a joint donation. This was a clear case of inflicting harm while harming oneself. Though he had stockpiled much, he had no intention of sharing even a single morsel. After all, with 6 months of extreme heat ahead, he did not want to run out of water and food before the crisis ended. Yet if he declined, the community would turn on him, and Liang Chun would emerge as the noble benefactor. What he did not realize was that even if he offered 10 times his supplies, it would amount to a drop in the bucket for Liang Chun. Having no impact whatsoever, as the crowd recognized Chun Jiawei's reluctance to step forward, they grasped his stance. Those who had previously lauded him began to shift their criticisms, hurling various insults at him. Witnessing this, Liang Chun lamented. As you all have seen, I was quite willing to assist, but Chun Xiao, the instigator, has turned into a coward. This leads me to suspect that you all have conspired to trap me alone. So I will temporarily refrain from offering any assistance. Of course, my promise to Chun Xiao remains valid. As long as he is willing to contribute, I will match him. Upon hearing Liang Qin's voice, Chun Jiawei completely lost his composure, realizing he had shot himself in the foot. Liang Qian, how cunning of you. You want me to bleed for this? Dream on. He turned off his phone, locked his doors and windows, and, feeling guilty, embraced his girlfriend, preparing to relieve his stress. Perhaps it was the first time he had been scolded by so many, and the psychological pressure was intense, compounded by Liang Qin's provocation. And no matter how his girlfriend encouraged him verbally, Chun Jiawei refused to engage. The flicker of disappointment in his girlfriend's eyes made him wish he could eliminate Liang Qin himself. Liang Chun, of course, had no intention of providing resources to these people. He said what he did because he was utterly convinced that Chun Jiawei was merely posturing and would never truly part with his supplies. At that moment, Wang Shilan sent another voice message Liang Qian. But this time, she adopted a tone of boldness rather than the earlier feeble lament. Liang Chun, are you even human? I merely asked to borrow some food and water. Why must you be so calculative over such a trivial matter? Faced with such shameless rhetoric, Liang Qian did not hold back, retorting. Aunt Wang, are you even human? Is it not just a little food and water? If you cannot spare even that, how can you expect to borrow from others? Before Aunt Wang could respond, Li Wanfeng chimed in. Liang Chun, you are at least a man. It is your duty to help us, the orphans and widows. Liang Chun scoffed. Li Wanfeng, there are at least 300 men in this group. If they are all willing to help you, then I too shall be willing. If not, I shall call them all fools. The moral exemplar, Old Man Shin, began his new round of criticism. Liang Chun, do not be unreasonable. Young people should possess a spirit of sacrifice. You can still rectify your ways. Only with a proper attitude can we possibly forgive you. What Liang Qian despised most were these hypocritical old fools. Preaching virtue while being morally bankrupt themselves, he picked up his phone and said earnestly, Old Man Shin, thank you for your guidance. Thanks to you, I have resolved to mend my ways and learn from you. At that moment, Old Man Shun, clad in lace underwear, lay on a bamboo mat, feeling immensely gratified by Liang Qin's submissive tone. "It seems I am the life mentor in everyone's eyes." As Old Man Chen reveled in self-satisfaction. Liang Chen sent another voice message. "To express my respect for you, I have decided to send you a case of Evian mineral water, along with a piece of steak." Old Man Chen's voice trembled with excitement. "Young people who can humbly accept criticism are commendable. I have high hopes for you. Quickly send the water and steak over," Liang Chen continued. "Old Man Chen, my eyesight is not well. Perhaps you could come to my house to collect them. Just call out at the door, and I will bring the items out." Just as Old Man Chen was about to agree, a sudden realization struck him, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. He cursed, "You cunning Liang Chen! If I do not go, it would mean I did not believe my own words. If I go to your door and receive the supplies, I will be the center of everyone's attention. With my frail old bones, I could easily be stripped of even my undergarments in a matter of moments." Liang Chen, noticing that Old Man Chen remained silent, sent another voice message, his tone imbued with utmost respect. "I understand that you are a kind-hearted individual willing to assist the vulnerable. When the time comes, I shall contribute an additional box of water and steak, and as for the distribution, I leave it entirely in your capable hands." Liang Chen's words rekindled hope among the homeowners. They regarded even the premium Evian mineral water as a treasure, let alone steak. Following the power outage, all the refrigerators had long ceased to function, and even if there were any meat or fruit, they had surely spoiled. "Old Man Chen, you are still the same old man. Hurry to Liang Chen's house to fetch the supplies and distribute them among those of us in need." "Indeed, Old Man Chen. My child is only 4 years old and has gone an entire day without water. Please, go get the water from Liang Chen and bring it to my house." Initially, Old Man Chen had appeared dignified and righteous, but now his expression was more dismal than that of a purple lace curtain. Trembling, he pressed the voice key. "What many do not realize is that I have been experiencing difficulty with my legs recently and truly cannot descend the stairs. After a few days of rest, I shall retrieve those supplies." Upon hearing that Old Man Chen had actually declined to seek water and steak from Liang Chen, the hopeful neighbors could not let him off the hook. They began to lecture him in his previous tone. "Old Man Chen, I lived directly across from you and saw you dancing in the living room this morning. Your steps quite lively, Old Man Chen. Are you secretly planning to go to Liang Chen and hoard those items for yourself? Old Man Chen, what about the spirit of selflessness you always speak of? Why do you falter when it comes to your own contribution?" Liang Chen watched with amusement as the homeowners chastised Old Man Chen, a smile spreading across his face. This scene was far more entertaining than any drama in a film. Liang Chen was pleased not only because he enjoyed seeing Old Man Chen and the others flounder, but also because after confronting these individuals, his comfort level had surged by nearly 20 points, akin to the effects of spending 2 days at home eating, sleeping, and enjoying leisure. Chapter 20. The End of the Apocalypse? The fierce Lu Jinxian after witnessing the riveting exchanges in the homeowners group. Liang Chen set down his phone and approached the window, lighting a Huangalu cigarette as he gazed out at the darkening sky. If memory served him correctly, the oppressive heat would subside tonight, and the true apocalypse was only just beginning. Liang Chen's eyes swept over everything before him. He felt no sympathy for anyone. Instead, he yearned to glimpse the normal world one last time, for he alone understood that in just one more day, everything would be blanketed in ice and snow. According to his memories from a past life, the temperature would begin to drop tonight, plummeting to around 0 degrees within 24 hours. Over the next 10 days, global temperatures would descend to a terrifying -80 degrees. As the temperature fell, intriguing events were bound to unfold. He recalled that in his previous life, the brief cessation of extreme heat had prompted a nationwide celebration. Everyone, including meteorological experts, believed the apocalypse had passed and life would soon return to normal. Yet, 24 hours later, as the temperature continued to drop, people gradually came to realize the gravity of the situation. Only a select few remained composed, choosing to utilize that fleeting day to prepare for the possibility of returning heat. However, even those individuals could not have anticipated that they had only guessed half the truth. The apocalypse would indeed return, but it would manifest as a global freeze, in stark contrast to the previous extreme heat. Liang Chen retrieved 2 authentic roast ducks from the Four Seasons Minfu restaurant. Tossing one into Ergo's food bowl, he then took a steaming platter of pancakes, wrapping the duck meat and fresh cucumber shreds, dipping them in Lubiju's sweet bean sauce, Ergo let out a joyful grunt and eagerly devoured the roast duck. Halfway through his meal, Ergo perked up, raising his nose to sniff the air outside. Liang Chen noticed Ergo's unusual behavior and strolled over to the window. Indeed, the rain had commenced. Under the evening sky, gentle raindrops began to fall, leaving trails on the glass. Small groups of people cautiously stood at the entrance of the building, umbrellas in hand, peering outside. More opted to open their windows, inviting the refreshing breeze into their homes. Soundproofing off, Liang Chen commanded, and the soundproof system of the safe house was disabled. Instantly, he was greeted by the jubilant cheers of neighbors from above, below, and beside him. As the rain intensified, the cheers grew louder, evolving into excited shouts and finally into roars. Those tormented by the heat for an entire week unleashed their pent-up frustrations in wild cries. Woohoo! It's finally over. The heavens have seen fit to spare us. Having danced with death, one finally comprehends the illusion of reality. I'm going to feast on meat? Of course, some wept for lost loved ones. The cacophony of voices intertwined, echoing throughout the building, as more people gathered outside the complex. Initially sheltered under umbrellas, they gradually surrendered their umbrellas and began to celebrate in the rain. Some, driven by thirst, tilted their heads back to catch raindrops in their mouths, while others, seeking relief from the heat, dove into a puddle to roll around. Liang Chen found it rather uninteresting and returned to the dining table to continue enjoying his roast duck, simultaneously checking his phone for messages. Douyin was inundated with a plethora of videos depicting the downpour. The authorities also released news stating, the area affected by this precipitation is vast, with most regions globally, including Huaghua, experiencing rainfall. The temperature has already dropped by 40 degrees, and experts are confident that the extreme heat has come to an end. The host's voice trembled with excitement, evidently having been wearied by the heat. The homeowners group and the class group erupted in jubilation, making plans to indulge in various culinary delights, with some sharing videos of their journey to swim by the river. Meanwhile, outside Zheng Feng's home, Lu Jinxian and Zhao Mingqi dashed out from the cold storage. Ecstatic, they gazed at the torrential rain, for the first time not minding being drenched. Zheng Feng hurried over, holding an umbrella for Lu Jinxian. However, Lu Jinxian frowned slightly, unable to suppress her urge to retch at the fishy odor emanating from Zheng Feng. Unaware of Lu Jinshuan's discomfort, Zheng Feng leaned in closer, saying, Jinxian, my cousin just replied that Liang Chen is no rich second generation at all. Oh, how can he be so wealthy then? Zhao Mingqi asked, puzzled. Lu Jinxian was equally baffled. He purchased a plethora of expensive dishes, stayed in a 5-star hotel, and even renovated his home. How could he be broke? Zheng Feng smirked condescendingly. My cousin said that Liang Chen borrowed all his money from loan sharks a month ago. He mortgaged his house and borrowed money from several loan sharks. Lu Jinxian raised an eyebrow and inquired, how much did he borrow? Zheng Feng held up 2 fingers, 20 million. Upon hearing this figure, Lu Jinshuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Zheng Feng lowered his voice. Not only did he mortgage his house, but he also signed contracts with each loan shark, putting his own organs on the line. Zhao Mingqi gasped in shock. He wants to die. Liang Chen must be insane. Lu Jinshuan's mind raced. After a few moments, she turned to Zheng Feng with a charming smile. Zheng Feng, thank you for your hospitality these past few days. Mengqi and I will take our leave now. Zheng Feng was entranced by Lu Jinshuan's alluring smile. Jinxian, you flatter me. It is my honor to host you. Allow me to escort you. Lu Jinxian glanced around, noticing the absence of taxis on the road, and reluctantly nodded while covering her nose. Upon returning to their rented room, Zhao Mingqi rushed into the bathroom to shower, while Lu Jinxian eagerly pulled out her phone and dialed Liang Chen's number. She had already devised a plan to extort a significant sum from Liang Chen on the way back. Liang Chen was seated at his computer, engrossed in playing Elden Ring when the phone rang. Noticing it was Lu Jinxian, he promptly hung up. The phone rang again, and Liang Chen silenced it, fully concentrating on his battle with the boss. After half an hour, Liang Chen exhaled, finally defeating the boss. Stretching his neck, he picked up his phone to find that Lu Jinxian was still calling. He answered the call. Hello? Liang Chen, I've called you dozens of times. What have you been doing? Sleeping? Is there something you need? Lu Jinxian was momentarily speechless, but managed to suppress her anger. Liang Chen, are you hiding something from me? Why would I need to hide anything from you? My affairs are of no concern to you, are they? Liang Chen, I know you're still angry with me. but I've already apologized. What more do you want? I just want to say, if you're facing difficulties, let me know, and we can confront them together. Liang Chen raised an intrigued eyebrow. Pray tell, what difficulties do I have? Lu Jinxian whispered softly. Liang Chen, are you in debt to someone? If your eyes aren't well, I can help you lay low for a while. Upon hearing this, Liang Chen suddenly understood, chuckling lightly. Before I go into hiding, should I hand over all my money for you to safeguard? Lu Jinshuan's face flushed, but she still replied with concern. Please don't misunderstand. I'm simply worried about your safety. Liang Chen felt nauseated. If you keep this up, I might actually throw up. My stomach is about to suffer. Lu Jinxian, exasperated, shouted. Liang Chen, don't be so arrogant. I've had someone investigate, and you are just a complete loser. You mortgaged your house and your organs to borrow 20 million from loan sharks. Dante, you get it? You're finished? Recalling how Liang Chen had previously pressured her to repay hundreds of thousands and treated her poorly, Lu Jinxian seethed with anger. She had initially planned to make Liang Chen her lapdog again and extract money from him. Now, however, if the loan sharks found him first, she would end up with nothing. Liang Chen surely has some of that 20 million left, so the most pressing matter now is that she must obtain the remaining funds from him and find a way to ensure his eternal silence. Only then can she realize her dreams of studying abroad in the beautiful country and, with a stroke of luck, perhaps even find a handsome man to marry there. Liang Chen chuckled and said, What does my debt to the loan sharks have to do with you? Are you going to help me pay it off? Lu Jinxian gritted her teeth and retorted, Liang Chen, don't celebrate too soon. The deadline was long overdue, and you can imagine what those creditors might do to you without me saying a word, so what can a blind man do? Your only way out is to hand over all your assets to me. I know some people who can help you hide away and save your life. Liang Chen laughed heartily. Hide from debt. Lu Jinxian, your schemes are laid bare before me, if I'm not mistaken. The moment I hand you the money, you'll likely silence me for good. One to you? Lu Jinxian, caught off guard by Liang Chen's insight, quickly explained, How could you think that? Even if there is a misunderstanding between us, how could a frail girl like me commit such a dreadful act? Liang Chen shook his head, unwilling to waste any more time with this venomous schemer. Thank you for your kind intentions, but if I had the audacity to borrow money, I certainly have the gall to default. You needn't worry about me with that. Liang Chen abruptly hung up the phone and proceeded to confront the next boss. On the other end, Lu Jinxian fumed, stamping her feet in frustration. She never expected Liang Chen to still be sulking at this juncture. Very well, since you refuse to appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for being impolite. She quickly dialed Jing Feng's number. Brother Jing Feng, could you do me a favor tomorrow? Have my cousin bring a few capable brothers to find Liang Chen and help me vent my anger. Zheng Feng, utterly defenseless against Lu Jinxian's charm, immediately agreed. Lu Jinxian made sure to remind him, the front door of Liang Chen's house is particularly sturdy. Please tell my cousin to bring tools that can break it down. Zheng Feng patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, Jinxian, my cousin and his crew often do this sort of thing. If you're still worried, I can borrow an oxygen cutting machine. Don't worry about a mere security door. I could make a hole in a tank. Lu Jinxian nodded in satisfaction. Thank you so much, Brother Zheng Feng. I will surely reward you handsomely afterward. Zheng Feng's heart raced with excitement as he hung up the phone and began contacting his cousin while preparing various door-breaking tools. Chapter 21. Lu Jinxian's arrival and the power of the crossbow. The rain fell throughout the night. Upon waking, Liang Chen instinctively opened the system panel, discovering that his comfort level had reached 223-1000. He kicked Ergo off the bed to fetch some drinks. It seems that eating, drinking, sleeping, and gaming enhance comfort levels, but nothing compares to revenge, if only someone would deliver it daily. With that thought in mind, he took out his phone to check the temperature outside, only to find it had dropped to 20 degrees. He retrieved 2 bowls of spicy wontons and 2 servings of soup dumplings from his space, allowing Ergo to feast heartily. Just then, the artificial intelligence's melodious female voice resonated. Alert. Potential threat detected. Threat level 1. Liang Chen raised an eyebrow and replied, Show me the surveillance. The projector activated, displaying the surveillance footage across an entire wall of the living room. Liang Chen squinted in surprise. The video revealed familiar faces, Lu Jinxian and Zhao Mingqi, along with Zheng Feng from the neighboring class. Reportedly Lu Jinxian's most devoted admirer. The footage showed 8 individuals in the elevator, 4 of whom were dressed like thugs wielding machetes, with one holding a small metal cutting device. Zheng Feng was pushing a cart, on which sat a blue metal gas cylinder, connected by a rubber hose to a metal nozzle. Liang Qian immediately recognized it as an oxygen tank used for cutting. Standing beside Lu Jinxian, Zheng Feng grinned ingratiatingly. Jinxian, don't worry, with our gear, we'll be able to take down Liang Qian's front door in under 3 minutes. After that, you can exact your revenge however you wish. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lu Jinxian's eyes as she offered Zheng Feng a sweet smile. Then I'll leave it to you, brother Zheng Feng. At the sight of Lu Jinshuan's smile, Zheng Feng's eyes sparkled with admiration. A burly thug chuckled. No problem, sister-in-law's matters are our business, but we must stipulate one thing. Anything of value in Liang's household will be split 3 ways. I don't mind what my cousin gets, but the brothers need to eat too. Liu Jinxian's smile faltered as she shot a reproachful glance at the guilt-ridden Zheng Feng. Of course. Zheng Feng said his cousin is trustworthy, and the promised 3-way split will not be shortchanged. Liang Chun had long anticipated that, with the temperature dropping today, someone would come knocking at his door. He initially thought it would be a few loan sharks demanding repayment, given that he had borrowed 2 million from them. To his surprise, it was Lu Jinxian who arrived first, and it appeared she had come prepared. It was likely that when Qian Wanchao and the others attempted to break down his door, someone captured it on video and leaked it. Otherwise, Lu Jinxian wouldn't have brought door-breaking tools. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Chun quickly deduced that the couple next door must have recorded the video, but he didn't pay it much mind. Did they really pose a threat to his door? Just as he pondered this, the AI assessed the threat level of the group as 1, which was essentially negligible, yet he still inquired. Detecting 1 metal cutter and 1 oxygen cutting machine. Analyzing, the system concluded that neither posed any danger to the security door. It simulated that, if the oxygen tank were to explode, it would cause a slight tremor in the building, but the tremor would not have any substantial impact on the safe house. After hearing the AI's explanation, Liang Qian felt reassured. Since they had come, he might as well entertain them. Rather than feeling anxious, Liang Qian found himself somewhat eager. He could not let the opportunity for comfort slip away. Soon, Lu Jinxian and her group arrived at Liang Qian's front door. Zheng Feng took the lead, kicking the door with force. Lu Jinxian didn't have time to stop him before he groaned and crouched down, clutching his foot. Both Lu Jinxian and her cousin shot him exasperated looks. Her cousin approached the door, feeling its surface and gently knocking twice. This door was indeed extraordinary. He had never seen anyone use such thick metal for a door before. He surveyed the area but found no doorbell or similar device. Taking the baseball bat from one of the thugs, he struck the door forcefully several times, calling out, "Brothers inside. I'm Zhang Rulong, the boss of the Beijiao fishing ground. I'm here to discuss how you've bullied my sister-in-law. If you regard me as a brother, open the door." Zhang Rulong's voice boomed, echoing through the corridor. Liang Qian, seated on the sofa with the television on, slowly lit a cigarette and replied, "Who the hell is this Zhang Rulong? I've never heard of you. If you're sensible, get lost and don't disturb my sleep." Lu Jinxian, standing at the back of the group, called out, "Liang Chun, this door won't keep brother long out. We just want to talk. If you open the door peacefully, I assure you on my honor that they will not harm you." After Lu Jinxian's shout, silence fell in the corridor as everyone awaited Liang Qian's response. However, 2 minutes passed without a sound from him. Even Zhang Rulong and his companions turned to glance at Lu Jinxian, who was being completely ignored. Feeling her cheeks flush under their scrutiny, Lu Jinxian shouted again, "Liang Chun, don't make the mistake of rejecting our overtures. Once we break down the door, it will be too late for regrets." Silence enveloped the corridor once more. 10 seconds later, Lu Jinxian's face turned crimson, and Zheng Feng was seething with rage. He had always dreamt of having more conversations with Lu Jinxian, yet Liang Qian dared to ignore him. "Liang Chun, are you even a man? Jinxian is just a girl. And you act as if you can't hear her. You better apologize immediately, or once I break down this door, you'll never speak again." The awkward silence continued. Observing Liang Chun's utter disregard, Zhang Rulong waved his hand impatiently. "Why waste words on such a person? I've seen my fair share of tough nuts. Let us just do it." With a glance from Zhang Rulong, one thug smashed the corridor's electrical box with a baseball bat, while another expertly connected 2 wires. As the switch flipped, the metal cutter whirred to life. The thug wielding it donned sunglasses and aimed it at Liang Qian's front door. A shower of sparks erupted, and the jarring sound of metal grinding filled the corridor. Lu Jinxian covered her ears, her eyes brimming with satisfaction. The thugs worked in perfect harmony, displaying a level of skill that suggested this was not their first endeavor. Lu Jinxian seethed with anger as she recalled how Liang Chen had not only refused to help her in her time of need, but had also humiliated her. Once the door was opened, she would ensure that Zhang Rulong taught Liang Chen a proper lesson. Inside the room, Liang Chen sat on the sofa, watching the surveillance footage. Although he knew the door would withstand the metal cutter, he still felt a twinge of anxiety as he watched Zhang Rulong's thug attempt to cut through his door. Based on his past experiences, such a metal cutter could slice through most metals. While his door was comparable to that of a Swiss bank vault, it was still made of metal. Would it really hold up? The AI seemed to sense Liang Chen's apprehension, automatically enlarging the cutting image. As everyone watched, the metal cutter furiously ground against the door. 3 minutes passed, and the deafening noise finally ceased. The worker turned off the cutter but stood still, looking down. Lu Jinxian anxiously inquired, "What's the situation? Has it been cut?" Zhang Feng cast her a reassuring glance, stepping forward to take a look, only to erupt into a string of expletives the next moment. "What the hell? How is this possible?" Zhang Rulong, unable to contain his impatience, approached and slapped a younger brother on the shoulder. "Speak up, damn it!" Under Zhang Rulong's insistence, the younger brother slowly turned around. Only then did they see that the cutting disc, which had been the size of a palm, had been reduced to the size of a coin. They all turned in unison to gaze at the entrance of Liang Chen's house, discovering that the spot where the cutting had taken place bore only a faint white mark. Zhang Rulong, in utter shock, reached out to touch the door, only to find that even the white mark had been erased. Inside the room, Liang Chen, watching the scene on the surveillance footage, finally exhaled in relief. At that moment, the artificial intelligence inquired, "Should we retaliate?" Liang Chen shook his head. "There's no rush. They have prepared so thoroughly. They must wait until they've exhausted their methods." Meanwhile, in the corridor, Lu Jinxian and the others finally regained their composure from the initial shock. Zheng Feng pulled over a cart, twisting the oxygen valve of the cutting machine. "Cousin, let me handle this. No door can withstand the high-temperature burn." Zhang Rulong nodded. After years of experience, he had broken down countless doors, yet had never encountered a situation like this. Lu Jinxian gazed at Zhang Feng's confident demeanor, feigning immense admiration as she gently pinched the back of his hand. "Brother Zhang Feng, it's all up to you today. Good luck." The first time Lu Jinxian touched his hand, Zhang Feng felt invigorated. He donned the sunglasses handed to him, pulled out a lighter, and ignited it, the metallic nozzle instantly spewing forth blue flames. "Liang Chen, once I burn through your front door, I'll roast your vital parts," Zhang Feng declared fiercely, directing the flames towards the lock hole. Liang Chen, reclining on the sofa, yawned, his heart devoid of any turmoil. The lock hole on the door had merely been a decoy, designed to lure enemies. After observing the surveillance footage for 2 minutes, Liang Chen found it rather dull and decided to split the screen to watch Bright Sword. 10 minutes later, the flame in Zhang Feng's hand gradually receded until it was completely extinguished. Despite the small oxygen tank working at full capacity, it could only last so long. It wasn't due to Zhang Feng's lack of preparation. Under normal circumstances, no metal could withstand such prolonged high-temperature burning. Without needing to be reminded, Lu Jinxian, Zhang Rulong, and the others stood behind him, their eyes fixed on the door's lock hole. After 10 minutes of scorching, the lock hole had turned pitch black, making it impossible to discern whether it had been damaged. Zhang Rulong anxiously inquired, "How is it? Has it burned through?" Zhang Feng nodded. "Although I can't see clearly, I am certain that this spot is damaged. You all come over and help me push the door." The younger brother stepped forward, standing in line with Zhang Feng. With a nod from him, they all exerted their strength to push the door. Under Lu Jinxian's hopeful gaze, Liang Chen's front door remained immovable. "How can this be?" Zhang Feng questioned in confusion. "A cutting machine can melt even the hardest rebar. It is impossible for it not to damage a door." Lu Jinxian furrowed her brows, pulling out a pack of wet wipes from her bag and handing it over. "Wipe the burnt area clean and take a look." Zhang Feng accepted the wipes, first dabbing the sweat from his forehead before beginning to clean the blackened spot on the door. Half a minute later, amidst Zhang Feng's heavy breathing, an intact lock hole revealed itself. "Impossible. I took a materials science elective. How could this door be so resilient? Unless..." Lu Jinxian's eyes were filled with disbelief as she glanced at the equally astonished Zhang Feng, aware that he had chosen materials science as a course to get closer to her. Zhang Rulong looked perplexed. Unless what? Seeing Zhang Feng open his mouth but unable to articulate, Lu Jinxian interjected. Unless this door is made of an exceptionally rare alloy, a material typically used for the vault doors of international banks or spacecraft. Zhang Rulong's eyes sparkled. Does that mean it's incredibly valuable? Lu Jinxian rolled her eyes, surprised that someone could be more greedy than herself. Cousin, don't joke around. Doors made of such material are extremely difficult to destroy, let alone remove. Zhang Rulong remained undeterred. There must be a way. Damn it, this door alone is worth so much. There must be more treasures inside. You three are college students. Think of a way while we provide the muscle. And we'll split the profits evenly. Lu Jinxian felt speechless. Zhang Rulong had just said he would settle for 30%, but upon hearing the door's value, he quickly changed to an even split. Nevertheless, she knew that to deal with Liang Chun, they would need Zhang Rulong's assistance, so she refrained from arguing further, and together with Zhao Mingqi and Zheng Feng, they took out their phones to search for ways to breach Liang Chen's front door. Liang Chen observed their actions and conversations with clarity, rising to stretch, softly murmuring. You all have played enough. It's time for me to have some fun. With that, he retrieved a hand crossbow from his space. The very one he had practiced with, capable of piercing through 3 layers of cowhide. Climbing up a movable ladder with agility, Liang Chen tapped his phone a few times, and a circular shooting hole slowly opened above the door. Through the hole, Liang Chen finally caught sight of Zhang Rulong and his group outside. He loaded 5 crossbow bolts into the hand crossbow, aimed at the nearest thug below, and pulled the trigger. With a barely audible sound, the bolt struck the thug's arm, piercing through it with a scream. The struck thug staggered backward, his arm pinned to the wall by the crossbow bolt, before the others could react. Liang Chun swiftly shot several more bolts, each finding its mark. He deliberately targeted non-lethal areas, knowing that after today, a global freeze would soon ensue. Even a mere cut could result in severe necrosis. The pain they would endure would be far worse than death. One thug had his cheek pierced. The agonizing pain made him instinctively want to scream, but he found himself unable to open his mouth. Zhang Rulong, as the leader, reacted swiftly, realizing the danger and turning to flee into the corridor. But Liang Chun would not let him escape. A crossbow bolt shot after him, embedding itself into Zhang Rulong's rear. Ah! Zhang Rulong screamed as he fell to the ground, blood gushing from the wound like a fountain. Zheng Feng, caught off guard by the sudden scene, felt his legs go weak, wanting to run but finding himself unable to move an inch. After shooting Zhang Rulong and several younger brothers, Liang Chun turned the crossbow towards Zhang Feng's groin. Bang! The bolt struck true, hitting Zheng Feng directly in the middle. Ouch! Zheng Feng shrieked and collapsed, blood pouring from between his legs. Just moments ago, he had vowed to roast Liang Chen's vital parts, and now he had become impotent himself. Lu Jinxian and Zhao Mingqi were left pale with fear, their legs giving way as they collapsed to the ground, emitting piercing screams. After firing 5 bolts, Liang Chun looked down to reload. That moment, Lu Jinxian, fueled by a sudden surge of survival instinct, desperately crawled towards the corridor. As Liang Chun finished loading the crossbow and prepared to fire, he saw Lu Jinxian nearly making it to the stairwell. Bang! Liang Chun, unable to aim properly, raised his hand and shot an arrow at Lu Jinxian. Just as it was about to hit, a figure lunged in front, using their leg to block the bolt. Liang Chun squinted and realized it was Zheng Feng, truly a devoted fool, willing to sacrifice himself for this woman. With a resigned shake of his head, Liang Chun aimed the remaining bolts at the others. Once again, 5 bolts were fired, and among the 8 individuals, only Lu Jinxian escaped unscathed. Even Zhao Mingqi was struck in the palm while trying to flee. The group, enduring excruciating pain, descended 1 floor before daring to take the elevator down to the 1st floor. Throughout their descent, they repeatedly dialed 120, but not a single call went through. Clearly, the brief drop in temperature had left the hospital system in chaos. Let us go to my house. I have a first aid kit and some spare medicine. We must extract the arrows first. Otherwise, we'll bleed to death. Zhang Rulong, the most composed among them, instructed everyone to help each other into the vehicle. Watching the surveillance footage of the group, blood-soaked and trembling from fear and pain, Liang Chun felt a sense of satisfaction as he climbed down the ladder. Opening the system panel, he was pleasantly surprised to see his comfort level had risen to 264-1000, an increase of 41 points, quite good. Seeing he was 1 step closer to upgrading the system, Liang Chun began to anticipate more visitors. Chapter 22. Debt Collection with 100-fold Pain and Electric Shock. Lu Jinxian sat in a bread van that reeked of fish, her body trembling uncontrollably. Didn't you say that guy was blind? How could he shoot so accurately? You better explain this to me. Zhang Rulong, with a bolt lodged in his rear, could only lie on the passenger seat, his gaze fixed menacingly on Lu Jinxian. Lu Jinxian stiffened, while Zhao Mingqi, covering her injured palm, blurted out, "Absolutely impossible. That kind of drug's poison." Lu Jinxian swiftly covered her mouth, addressing Zhang Rulong. "I guarantee he is definitely blind. He must have other helpers at home." The van jolted, causing everyone to gasp in pain. Zhang Rulong growled fiercely. "I'll remember this debt today. Once I've healed, even if I have to blow up that door, I'll make sure to capture that bastard." Lu Jinxian looked down at her feet, stained with blood, trembling even more. She regretted whether she should have chosen Liang Chen as her target for making money from the very beginning. With her looks and skills, she could easily find a man willing to do anything for her. Compared to other sycophants, Liang Chen seemed somewhat unique, particularly since a month ago when he began to exhibit peculiar behavior. Yet, upon recalling Liang Chen's previous obsequiousness and the immense sum of 20 million he possesses, a glimmer of greed flickered in Lu Jinxuan's eyes. Leaning against Zheng Feng, she inadvertently caused him to flinch in pain. "Zhang Gu, thank you for saving my life. I am truly moved. I promise not to let you take revenge for me again," she declared. Zheng Feng, already on the brink of madness from the pain, felt invigorated by Lu Jinxuan's heartfelt confession. Clutching his bleeding groin, he grinned at her. "Jinxian, you mustn't put yourself in a difficult position. It is my honor to protect you. Rest assured, once we recover, we will certainly capture Liang Chen. I want to punch 1,000 holes in him." Lu Jinxian smiled coyly. "Great. I'll help you sharpen your knives." Zhang Rulong observed his cousin with a lovesick expression and heightened his wariness towards Lu Jinxian. This woman is far from simple. Were it not for the profit to be gained from Liang Chen, he would not dare to wade into such murky waters. 10 minutes later, they arrived at Zhang Rulong's home, where his girlfriend, a former nurse, assisted them in extracting arrows, staunching bleeding, and treating their wounds with Lu Jinxian's help. The entire building echoed with chilling cries of agony. After sending Lu Jinxian and the others away, Liang Chen reclined on the sofa, smoking, as he replayed the earlier scene in his mind. The group had been too consumed by pain and fear to locate the shooting holes. If they had encountered a ruthless adversary or had more people, detection would have been nearly inevitable. In such a scenario, the assailants could retaliate through the shooting holes, and even a 1 in 10,000 chance was unacceptable. Liang Chen did not allow himself to become complacent due to the injuries inflicted on others. From a safety-first perspective, he needed to ensure that his next move was more secure. It seemed imperative to avoid relying on only one shooting hole in the future. Surrounding his own front door, there were a total of 12 shooting holes. When sealed, their strength and airtightness were identical to that of the door. Shoot once and change positions. Indeed, the teachings of great men are veritable truths. Resolute, Liang Chen retrieved a set of Samida iron plate barbecue from his storage, preparing sumptuous marinated meats for a celebratory feast. Just then, the alarm from the artificial intelligence sounded again. Alert, potential threat detected. Without Liang Chen's prompting, the projection activated, displaying real-time surveillance footage on the living room wall. Upon seeing the multitude of figures in the surveillance feed, Liang Chen smirked slightly. "Just as I thought. The debt collectors have arrived sooner than expected." In the surveillance footage, 2 elevators ascended simultaneously, each containing no fewer than 20 individuals. Some donned black suits, while others wore only vests, revealing tattoos on their bodies. Liang Chen recognized these individuals. They were from the usury company he had borrowed from a month prior. Shiba, adorned with a golden tooth, was flanked by 3 lackeys, creating a relatively spacious area around him. Liang Chen picked up a thick slice of pork belly and placed it on the iron plate. "Analyze." The artificial intelligence responded. Number of individuals, 45.No. Threatening weapons detected in the footage. Threat level, 0. These individuals were even less formidable than Lu Jinxian and the fishmongers. They arrived empty-handed to collect debts. Half a minute later, the sound of banging on the door echoed through the surveillance, followed by Shiba's gravelly voice. "Liang Chen, my nephew, are you home?" Liang Chen snipped the grilled pork belly into bite-sized pieces, tossing 2 pieces to Ergo while casually replying, "Shiba? What brings you here?" Outside, Shiba and his entourage looked up in confusion, searching for the source of the voice but finding no sound device. Shiba's expression shifted slightly. Liang Chen, you borrowed 8 million from me with a written contract. The repayment deadline has passed. You must either pay up or, he chuckled, this house along with you may well come under my name. Liang Chen dipped a piece of grilled meat in pepper salt and replied, Oh, I remember now. Besides what I owe you, I still owe several other usurers. I've mortgaged this house to all of you. But I've spent all the money, and this is the only house I have. How do you plan to divide it? As soon as Liang Chen finished speaking, a short, stocky middle-aged man, about 5 feet tall, shouted, Old Snake, you can't have it all to yourself. This kid used one house to swindle money from us four. Why should the house go to you alone? Another man with graying hair nodded in agreement. Exactly. We can sell the house and take apart this kid's body piece by piece. We'll split it 4 ways. Shiba glared, his voice low and threatening. You lot are seasoned players. Have you turned against each other just because of a young whippersnapper's provocation? Shiba held a significant position in this line of work, and his mere words silenced the other 3. Liang Chen, the reason we 4 are here today is singular. Either pay the debt or hand over the house and your life. Choose wisely. Liang Chen took a bite of authentic Samida kimchi, mumbling, no money in my life? Not giving that either. Shiba's eyes narrowed, seemingly taken aback by Liang Chen's brazen refusal. All right, I've seen many deadbeats, but it's my first time encountering one so audacious. Shiba waved his hand, and several burly men pulled crowbars from their suits. Seeing the crowbars, Liang Chen shook his head, signaling the artificial intelligence to minimize the surveillance, and resumed watching Bright Sword. 5 minutes later, the lackeys, panting heavily, dropped the crowbars, staring incredulously at the unscathed door. Shiba stepped forward, and as his finger touched the door, an unusual expression crossed his face. It seemed that this kid had planned to default from the very beginning. The stocky middle-aged man chuckled. Is this kid trying to play games with us? Looks like he has watched too many movies. Shiba turned and signaled to a wiry middle-aged man in the crowd. The man immediately understood. Stepping forward, a young man in the crowd exclaimed, Yuan Isho? Sensing the confusion among the younger crowd, a middle-aged thug whispered, This man is known as Yuan Isho, reputed to be the best thief in Yangjiang. He once cracked a bank vault with the simplest of tools. After offending a big shot, they chopped off his right hand, and yet he still lives, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Yuan Isho approached the door, examining the lock hole, his brow furrowing. What's wrong? Shiba inquired. Big brother, this lock hole is a fake. Yuan Isho's words plunged the hallway into silence, momentarily halting Liang Chen, who was savoring his barbecue, as he turned his gaze toward the slender figure in the surveillance. Can you find the real lock hole? Yuan Isho scrutinized the door again, running his hand over it several times, his expression growing increasingly grave. Big brother, this is a vault door? Ah? The crowd gasped in astonishment. I've been collecting debts for years, but this is the first time I've seen someone install a vault door just to evade payment. Truly a ruthless individual. Shiba waved for silence. Is there a way to open it? Yes, we can bypass this door and choose to dig through the wall, Yuan Isho replied, causing the expressions of the several bosses to stiffen. They exchanged glances and ultimately, Shiba stated, Then let us dig through the wall. I refuse to believe that with so many of us, we can't break through a flimsy wall. Liang Chen observed the commotion outside, and upon hearing their plan to dig through the wall, he couldn't help but chuckle. For Shiba, digging through the wall was undoubtedly a wise choice. After all, with their numbers, they could quickly break through. However, they would never suspect that all the walls in Liang Chen's home were reinforced with aerospace-grade alloy exteriors. This type of alloy wall was impervious to human destruction, and even a bulldozer would struggle to breach it. Although they couldn't break it, leaving a gaping hole in the exterior would indeed be quite unsightly. Muttering to himself, Liang Chen casually inquired, What countermeasures do we have? Soon, a long list of counterattack strategies appeared on the projection screen. Liang Chen munched on his barbecue and sipped sake, his gaze sweeping across the list. Pain beyond endurance? The artificial intelligence immediately clarified. Release high concentrations of neurotoxins, amplifying the pain sensation by 100-fold for the inhalers. Utilize electric shocks, generating high-frequency impacts exceeding level 13 pain, releasing over 300 times per second. Liang Chen shuddered. During his school days, he had once experienced the infamous childbirth pain simulator, and even a single instance of level 10 pain had left an indelible mark on him. The thought of inflicting level 13 pain with 300 impacts per second on his adversaries was tantalizingly exquisite. This sounds splendid. Let us proceed with that. Outside, Yuan Isho had his right hand in his pocket, while his left hand tapped against the wall surrounding the door. Other lackeys were either shedding their jackets or stretching their shoulders, with dozens of crowbars and spades arranged neatly before the door. No one would suspect that several barely perceptible tiny holes in the wall were seeping a transparent gas. This apartment building's walls were a maximum of 20 centimeters thick. Give them half an hour, and they'd dig a hole tall enough for a person. Shiba picked at his golden tooth with a toothpick, saying, "Don't worry, with this kind of wall, I can handle it all by myself." Shiba stared incredulously at the young man before him. "Old Six? What are you laughing at?" The young man replied. "I'm not laughing." Shiba failed to notice that his own mouth and eyes were twitching slightly. Just then, the fire sprinkler overhead suddenly activated, drenching all 40-plus individuals unexpectedly. Shiba wiped the water from his face, angrily exclaiming, "Who the hell accidentally triggered the fire switch? Hurry up and block it." A multitude of underlings scurried about in a frenzy, desperately searching for items to block the flow. While the fire sprinkler had ceased its deluge, the Snake Elder gazed sorrowfully at his exquisite suit. "Once prepared, let us commence our task without delay." The underlings, invigorated, seized their tools and approached the wall. At that moment, two metallic rods subtly extended from the lowest point of the main door, plunging into the puddles on the ground. A flash of blue electricity illuminated the scene, and a collective scream erupted from the 40-odd individuals present. Yet, silence swiftly followed, as an unprecedented agony pierced through each body, making every inch of flesh and organ feel as though it had been punctured countless times. All 40 individuals became rigid, their faces contorted in anguish. Mouths agape yet unable to emit any sound, creating an exceedingly bizarre spectacle. Liang Chun witnessed this horrifying scene through the surveillance footage, memories of his prior experience with a birthing machine flooding back, prompting him to gulp down a mouthful of sake. The torment of electric shocks was already excruciating, compounded by the earlier inhalation of nerve gas, which had magnified their pain 100-fold. After enduring 10 more seconds of electric shocks, death awaited all. Should he continue? Liang Chan narrowed his eyes. While eliminating these individuals posed no psychological burden for him, the apocalypse had only just begun. The sight of over 40 corpses at his doorstep could potentially frighten away other influential figures. Furthermore, it would be more advantageous to let Snake Elder and his companions return injured rather than dispatching them outright. With their internal organs compromised, they could still savor a wave of suffering in this frigid environment. Thus, he commanded, "Cease the electric shocks." Outside, as the shocks halted, the excruciating pain experienced by Snake Elder and the others gradually subsided. "Help, it hurts." A few minutes later, several robust underlings finally managed to utter faint cries for assistance. Gradually, the wails of despair grew louder, with nearly all of them experiencing yellow liquid seeping from their trousers. The Snake Elder leaned weakly against the wall, still not fully liberated from the hellish pain he had just endured. Feeling a warmth trickle down his legs, he felt not shame but a sense of relief at having survived. He beckoned two nearby underlings to assist him, hoarsely calling out, "Withdraw." Before departing, the Snake Elder glanced back at Liang Chen's front door. A profound fear welling up within him, as if it were a portal to hell. The 40-odd individuals staggered away, supporting themselves against the wall, leaving a trail of excrement in their wake. Minutes later, the fire sprinkler resumed its operation, cleansing the floor. Inside, Liang Chun observed the disheveled appearance of Snake Elder and the others, feeling immensely satisfied with the AI's cunning strategy. Opening the system panel, he noted with pleasure that the comfort level displayed a score of 289 out of 1,000, prompting him to light a cigarette. Shocking Snake Elder and his cohorts had elevated the comfort level by 35 points. Quite commendable. He emptied the remaining grilled meat into Ergo's food bowl and retrieved his phone. Beginning to check the news outside, the temperature had already plummeted below 10 degrees. If memory served him correctly, the blizzard that would entomb human civilization would arrive tonight as promised. Chapter 23. The blizzard approaches. A sense of unease permeated the homeowners group. Outside, temperatures hovered near zero, triggering the activation of the heating circulation system. When the artificial intelligence resumed its announcements, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and Liang Chun was diligently exercising on a rowing machine. Perspiring profusely, even though life in the apocalypse allowed for indulgence, he was determined to maintain his physical fitness. After all, no one could guarantee that one day he wouldn't step out of the safety of his shelter and confront certain dangers. Fortunately, the space was stocked with hundreds of fitness equipment, encompassing a wide variety of categories. He had also downloaded numerous instructional videos on martial arts and parkour, planning to practice daily. After a quick shower, Liang Chan, bare-chested, cradled a steaming cup of freshly brewed coffee and approached the floor-to-ceiling window. Beyond the transparent, bulletproof glass, snowflakes swirled and danced like cotton, blanketing the view in white. The once bustling community, filled with jubilant pedestrians during the day, now lay deserted. Glancing at the news, as soon as he finished speaking, the projection screen behind him flickered to life, broadcasting a program from the official channel of Huaguo in the studio. The two anchors, who had appeared cheerful just the day before, now wore grave expressions. Currently, the national average temperature has dipped to nearly -5 degrees, with a drop exceeding 80 degrees within the past 24 hours. Other nations and regions are experiencing equally severe challenges. Experts state that the reasons for the temperature decline require further investigation, and the duration of the snowfall remains uncertain. We urge everyone to return indoors promptly, to take necessary precautions against the cold, and to remain calm. The government will coordinate the distribution of emergency supplies to ensure the populace can endure the harsh winter. Upon hearing this, Liang Chun recalled that the government had indeed distributed supplies once after the onset of the frigid apocalypse. It must be said, in the face of natural disasters, the Huaguo authorities had made their utmost efforts compared to other countries. Just as the extreme heat had ended, they wasted no time in gathering resources. Liang Chun also remembered that Huaguo, with its advanced satellite technology and nuclear power, had managed to maintain communication despite the ice age lasting over 4 months, ensuring a limited power supply for 1 hour each day. Opening the homeowners group chat, he noticed a flurry of messages flooding the screen, prompting a frown to crease his brow. It seemed that, as in his previous life, some individuals were poised to stir up trouble. The culprits flooding the group chat with incessant messages were a cohort of retired, elderly individuals. Leading the charge were Wang Dama, known for her penchant for taking advantage, and Chen Dage, a self-proclaimed moralist, who inundated the group with various messages regarding the temperature drop. Wang Dama proclaimed, "Dear neighbors, I am Wang Dama from Building 1. My son works at the Meteorological Bureau, and he informed me that this snowfall will cease in no more than 3 days. So please, do not panic. Simply remain at home and wait." Wang Dama's words kindled a glimmer of hope among many homeowners. The brutal heat wave had just concluded, and those who had been reveling were now abruptly confronted with a sharp drop in temperature. This left the residents once again engulfed in fear, particularly since many had not restocked their supplies. Those who had managed to replenish their stocks had only acquired a meager amount of essential goods. The rapid decline in temperature left many businesses unable to reopen in time. An anxious homeowner inquired, "Wang Dama, is what you said true? Will the snow and cold truly end in 3 days?" Another chimed in, "I hope it is true. After the extreme heat, we even removed our windows to stay cool. I did prepare some supplies, but they're all for heat relief. Now they're useless in this cold." Seizing the opportunity to respond, Wang Dama immediately sent a voice message. "At my age, how could I possibly lie? My son works at the Meteorological Bureau, and many in the community know this. The experts have already stated that the snow will cease in no more than 3 days." Liang Chun watched with a smile, as only he knew that interesting events were about to unfold. In his previous life, it was precisely Wang Dama and Chen Dage, among a few elderly individuals, who had deceived many homeowners out of their life-saving supplies, resulting in numerous people freezing and starving to death. Sure enough, Chen Dage proceeded to post 2 articles of dubious credibility. Why will the snow only last 3 days? The Book of Changes already provides the answer, and still preparing for the cold? Experts say it's unnecessary. Under normal circumstances, such articles would hardly garner belief. However, the current homeowners, like startled birds, had lost their judgment in the face of calamity. With a mere nudge, they would blindly follow. Predictably, following Chen Dage's 2 poorly constructed articles, Chun Mama's voice message came, gently coaxing. "I heard that tomorrow the government will distribute living supplies to us. Many of us elderly have difficulty moving, and with the ice and snow, we cannot venture far. Here, on behalf of the elderly in our community, I request that everyone consider sharing additional supplies with us. After all, everything will return to normal in 3 days, and you young people can go out to buy more. Chen Dage chimed in at the opportune moment. Chun Mama is correct. Since this snow will soon come to an end, distributing supplies to us elderly is something you young people ought to do. Upon hearing Chun Dage's unapologetic statement, a young homeowner protested. The government supplies are meant for everyone. Why should only the elderly receive them? Chen Dage, taken aback that someone dared to openly oppose him, retorted passionately, if you young people cannot even manage such a small matter, what purpose do young people serve in society? Do you not envision a time when you too will grow old? Witnessing the impending argument between Chen Dage and the young homeowner, Wang Dama swiftly produced her trump card. Young people lack understanding of human relationships. Are you not curious why I, Wang Dama, was the first to learn about the distribution of supplies? Let me enlighten you. Whether it be the community, the neighborhood committee, or even the municipal government, we have our old classmates and former colleagues involved. Although we elderly folks are retired at home, our social connections are far stronger than yours. If it weren't for me and Chen Dage speaking favorably to those above, do you think the government would distribute supplies to our community? Wang Dama's words had a palpable effect that a portion of the homeowners began to express their willingness to allocate a portion of their supplies to Wang Dama and her group. Liang Chen, initially intending to observe the spectacle, was taken aback when Wang Dama directly mentioned him in the group. Liang Chen, your stockpile is so substantial that you need not participate in this official distribution. Rather, please donate your share to us elderly. Chun Dage immediately added, Liang Chen should set an example for the young. Not only should he refuse the official allocation, but also donate half of his supplies. Afterward, he specifically Liang Chen. Liang Chen, if you hear this, please come forward and make your stance known. Although you are currently blind, as a youth, it is only right to care for us elderly. Liang Chen would not indulge them. He retorted in a voice message, since the government supplies are allocated to everyone, naturally, I have my share as well that I, Liang Chen, do not take advantage of anyone. Yet should anyone dare to touch my belongings, they should not blame me for turning hostile. Furthermore, who can guarantee that the heavy snowfall will cease in 3 days? If the weather continues to deteriorate by then, will you return the surplus supplies to others? Liang Chen articulated the sentiments that many homeowners harbored but were too timid to express, prompting several young individuals below to chime in. Liang Chen is right. What if the blizzard persists, and we find ourselves bereft of supplies? How shall we survive? Old Man Chen, initially reclining contentedly in bed, prepared to collect supplies the following day, found his agreement to relinquish resources wavering due to Liang Chen's discourse. Was this not akin to carving flesh from his own body? Old Man Chen sat upright, seizing his phone in indignation, exclaiming, You, Liang Chen, lacking morals and boundaries, showing no respect for the elderly, yet you dare to incite discord among us in this group? Do you not have parents? Will they not age? Moreover, let us not forget, without my and Aunt Wang's connections, would official supplies have ever been allocated to our community? In his fury, Old Man Chen neglected to recall that Liang Chen's parents had passed away, reveling instead in his own presumption that Liang Chen would soon realize his errors and be filled with remorse. Shortly, Liang Chen's voice message emerged. You old fossil, I have no desire to engage with you. Yet you persist in your arrogance? Just now, the authorities announced that all supplies will be distributed per capita and the military will handle transportation. What relevance do you have in this matter? You are merely gilding your own image. Before the two elderly men could respond, Liang Chen continued, Do you truly believe that you few can represent the Jingxi Yushengqing community? Ha! Do not forget, Huang Jun and Qian Wenchao are lurking, like ferocious hounds. Even if the official supplies arrive tomorrow, should Huang Jun and Qian Wenchao remain unsatisfied, do you think you will receive any provisions? Having said this, Liang Chen fell silent, observing the stunned quietude of the homeowners group with great interest. He sought to plant a seed in their minds, one that would eventually yield unforeseen consequences. Within the homeowners chat, discussions of unity began to emerge, yet no one was willing to take a definitive stand. Unexpectedly, in response to Liang Chen's accusations, Huang Jun spoke up, Esteemed homeowners, I am Huang Jun, the property manager. Do not heed the slander of petty individuals. Tomorrow's official supplies will be distributed to individuals. As for whom you choose to allocate your portion to, that is your right and freedom, and the property company will not interfere. Thank you all. Simultaneously, at Huang Jun's residence, he and his brother-in-law Qian Wenchao enjoyed hot pot while monitoring the homeowners chat. Qian Wenchao, irate, slammed his chopsticks down. Damn, brother-in-law, that brat Liang Qian is still alive. He is still stirring trouble between us and the homeowners. In stark contrast to Qian Wenchao's agitation, the portly Huang Jun remained remarkably composed. Taking a sip of beer and chuckling, "What are you panicking about? It seems this heavy snow will not relent anytime soon. Otherwise, the authorities would not be so eager to distribute supplies." "What then?" Qian Wenchao asked, a hint of fear in his voice. He scanned the messages in the group, sharing the belief that the snow would cease in 3 days. Let these old geezers make a fuss? When the homeowners realize they have been duped, we can reclaim the supplies from Aunt Wong and the others. We could also use this as a pretext to forcibly gather all resources and redistribute them. When those people are starving and desperate, even the lofty female homeowners will be scrambling to cater to you. A lascivious glint sparkled in Qian Wenchao's eyes before a thought struck him. What about Liang Qian? He splashed us with excrement. We develop rashes all over our bodies and can't sleep at night. Huang Jun regarded Qian Wenchao's scratched face and neck. It's merely a skin rash. Once the temperature drops, it will heal in a few days. As for Liang Qian? He is blind, merely hoarding a bit more supplies, trying to hold out a few extra days. Fear not. I have already spoken with Deputy Director Zhang from the police station. He will represent the authorities and order Liang Qian to come out. At that point, he will be at our mercy, like a dog. In the admiration-filled gaze of Qian Wenchao, Huang Jun added, "Inform the security team that they must heed my commands. We can have as many supplies as we desire, as long as we unite. The Jingxi Yuxianqing community will forever belong to us." The previously silent homeowners group now erupted in exultation. Initially, they had been apprehensive of Liang Qian's words, fearing Huang Jun and Qian Wenchao would monopolize the supplies. Upon hearing Huang Jun's assurance of non-interference in the distribution, a collective sigh of relief resonated. I have always said, Manager Huang is a good man. Manager Huang is wholly dedicated to serving the homeowners, yet he is misunderstood. Liang Qian is truly a vile individual. Indeed, those who spread rumors like Liang Qian should be reported to the authorities. Liang Qian chuckled, shaking his head. Today, he witnessed firsthand the folly of self-inflicted tribulations. When those elderly individuals, alongside Huang Jun and his ilk, find themselves in dire straits, they will come to realize their own foolishness. After the homeowners collectively condemned Liang Qian in the group, Aunt Wong and Old Man Chen resurfaced, rehashing their previous tactics. They first proclaimed that the snow would soon cease, then revealed their connections across various departments, promising to secure more supplies. Finally, they engaged in moral coercion, urging others to relinquish their official provisions to them. Following this routine, many homeowners acquiesced to sharing their quotas with the elderly trio. Liang Qian scoffed, setting his phone aside to immerse himself in a video game. The next morning, Liang Qian rose to exercise. After breakfast, he approached the door, cracking open a shooting hole just enough to release a metallic insect. The living room wall displayed the first-person perspective feed. The mechanical insect, a miniaturized bionic drone rewarded by the system, was affectionately named Little Bug by Liang Qian. This insect functioned as a completely silent microdrone, composed of an unknown metal that withstood electric shocks, fire, and blunt force without sustaining damage. Liang Qian maneuvered Little Bug out of the building, soaring high above the community. On the screen's lower left corner, data on altitude, temperature, and humidity appeared. At a quick glance revealed that the outside temperature stood at a frigid -15 degrees. Given the current conditions, official personnel and military forces could still manage to operate. But in a day or two, the entire official apparatus would likely find itself incapacitated once more. The accumulated snow had reached at least 30 centimeters, with no civilian vehicles in sight, save for the occasional military truck. It appeared that the military had commenced supply distribution. Shortly thereafter, 2 military camouflage trucks rolled into the Jingxi Yuxianqing community. Huang Jun, bundled in a red down jacket, hurried to the vehicles, warmly shaking hands with the officers disembarking. At that moment, nearly all homeowners, tightly wrapped against the cold, rushed from their doors, encircling the military trucks. Aunt Wong and Old Man Qian took front positions, displaying the fervor of individuals scrambling for eggs in a supermarket, shivering yet standing resolutely amidst the crowd. Meanwhile, Liang Qian's large screen clearly broadcasted the meeting between Huang Jun and the military officer, capturing every expression and word exchanged. Little Bug hovered a few meters above them, its diminutive size and the snow covering ensuring it went unnoticed. Huang Jun's face, frozen yet contorted into a sycophantic grin, addressed the officer. "Comrade, thank you for braving the snow to deliver supplies to us." The officer nodded indifferently, gesturing towards one of the trucks. "These supplies are for all homeowners in the community. You will need to distribute them yourselves." Huang Jun immediately expressed his profound gratitude, signaling to Qian Wenchao beside him. Qian Wenchao understood and produced a megaphone, bellowing to the crowd. "Everyone, line up. Each household, send one person to collect supplies." After directing his security team to tally the supplies and maintain order, Huang Jun observed the well-organized line of homeowners with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. He then patted Huang Jun's shoulder, subtly signaling him to step aside. Huang Jun, comprehending the cue, followed the officer to a secluded area behind the truck. "Sir, please feel free to give any instructions." The officer glanced at his phone before inquiring, "In your villa district, is there a homeowner named Qian Jiawei? Where does he reside?" Huang Jun was momentarily taken aback but quickly grasped the situation. Casting a covetous gaze at the second truck, "Ah, young Master Qin, we are old friends. He resides in Villa District A, Building 3, just over there." Huang Jun pointed, then lowered his voice. "Sir, someone has entrusted you to deliver supplies to young Master Chen, correct? I can take you there." The officer scrutinized Huang Jun's shifty eyes before nodding. "That would be appreciated. To be candid, we have been specifically instructed to deliver some supplies to young Master Chen, and we ask for your discretion, Manager Huang." Huang Jun nodded vigorously. Understood. Please follow me." Huang Jun beckoned to Qian Wenchao and whispered a few instructions before dashing towards the villa district, the officer climbing into the rear truck, which then slowly followed Huang Jun. All the homeowners collecting supplies witnessed this spectacle, speculating. "Look, a truck is heading toward the villa district. Manager Huang is leading the way. Could it be that he is delivering goods to some big shot? Such nonsense. Have you not noticed the military leader seated in that truck? It is undoubtedly a directive from above, specifically dispatched to deliver supplies. Our entire community has been allotted a single truck. While that family monopolizes an entire vehicle, this is utterly unjust." Upon hearing this, Qian Wenchao bellowed from the side, "Silence! Are you tired of living? In such circumstances, being afforded this treatment is tantamount to a death sentence for you, which would be as simple as squashing an insect." Although the residents ceased their open discussions, whispers of speculation circulated privately, and soon a consensus emerged. "Look, that gentleman Qian Shao residing in the villa district has yet to collect his supplies. Do you understand now? Indeed, it appears that the influential figure is Qian Shao. Who would have thought his family not only possesses wealth but also military connections? What do you know? I've heard that Qian Shao's full name is Qian Jiawei. His father is the richest man in Yangjiang, and no wonder even the military delivers an entire truck of supplies to him." Sighing, one remarked, "Some are born with a silver spoon, while we are destined to toil like beasts of burden. Hurry and collect the supplies. Enough lamenting." Thankfully, Aunt Wang mentioned that this snow will cease soon. "As long as I can return to work, I shall be content." "You truly are a born beast of burden." Thinking of work at such a time, however, Aunt Wang and Uncle Chin's words may indeed hold truth. Her son is employed at the Meteorological Bureau, in hushed tones. The residents murmured while Aunt Wang and Uncle Chun stood at the front of the line with several elderly individuals, ready to claim their supplies. Many homeowners had chosen to share their recently acquired supplies with others, as Aunt Wang had promoted this idea throughout the previous night. Although Aunt Wang and Uncle Chin wore masks, the excitement in their eyes was unmistakable. Once the supplies were distributed, Aunt Wang and Uncle Chun exchanged glances and called out to a few young men who were about to leave. "Hey, you there? And you over there. We are elderly and not in good health. Please assist us in carrying the supplies home." Although the young men appeared reluctant, they felt compelled to help the elderly in front of so many witnesses. Liang Chen leaned on the sofa, sipping red wine as he observed the scene, shaking his head in resignation. Even he had to acknowledge that Aunt Wang and Uncle Chun possessed a profound understanding of human nature. In a pre-apocalyptic world, they would have excelled at orchestrating schemes. Yet, even if they succeeded now, it would be futile. In the presence of individuals like Huang Jun and Qian Wenchao, they remained mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Watching the crowd gradually disperse on the screen, Liang Qian operated his phone, directing the hovering drone to fly towards Qian Jiawei's villa. Soon, the camera zoomed in on the entrance of Building A, where Qian Jiawei wore a smug smile while conversing with the officer delivering supplies. "Thank you so much, Brother Liu." The officer chuckled. "Qin Shao, you are too polite. This was personally arranged by your father, who reportedly spent a considerable sum to procure these supplies. Please receive them well. We shall take our leave. Chun Jiawei and his trembling girlfriend expressed their gratitude once more before beginning to unload the goods. Huang Jun, standing nearby, eagerly assisted. Previously, he had only known of Chun Jiawei's wealth, but witnessing the influence of Chun Jiawei's father firsthand, he resolved to cultivate a better relationship with him. Once this heavy snowfall passed, perhaps this connection would elevate his own status. Liang Qian grew bored of watching and commanded the drone to return. That moment, he noticed a sudden influx of messages in the class group chat. Rapidly approaching 99 and opening it, he couldn't help but chuckle. Chun Jiawei truly cannot sit still. Having just received the supplies from his father, he is already flaunting them. Chapter 25. The embarrassing Chun Jiawei. Liang Qian found amusement in Chun Jiawei's antics. As the latter had posted over 20 videos in the group chat. In the footage, he and his girlfriend unboxed various supplies, including thick quilts and jackets, entire boxes of compressed biscuits, assorted canned goods, and even a full box of small umbrellas. Chen Xiao, with such a large assortment, it would take a lifetime to use it all. What do you know? Did you not notice the variety? Ultra thin, ribbed, and dotted. There's every conceivable experience. After all, for Chen Xiao, in this weather, having one girlfriend feels akin to having a whole harem. Chun Jiawei then posted a video of himself enjoying hot pot, sending the class group into a frenzy. Chen Xiao, please take me in. I can forego hot pot. Just being nearby for warmth would suffice. Our dormitory has electricity for only an hour each day. I am nearly frozen to death. How can Chen Xiao cook hot pot with an induction stove? Are you foolish? Did you not see Chen Xiao unbox the generator earlier? I counted. There are 5 full barrels of gasoline. Given the fuel consumption of that generator model, those 5 barrels should last at least 10 days. By then, the snow will surely have stopped. I genuinely envy Chen Xiao. Chun Jiawei, savoring the dishes his girlfriend prepared, felt elated by the flattery flooding the group chat, suddenly recalling how Liang Qian had embarrassed him multiple times in the past. Chun Jiawei picked up his phone to record another video. Classmates, please do not fret. The snow outside is simply too heavy, and the accumulation is too thick. Once the snow ceases in a few days, I will invite everyone over for a feast at my house. Some individuals from our class need not come. Though we are neighbors, many classmates find your presence nauseating, and we wouldn't want to spoil anyone's appetite. After posting the video, Chun Jiawei specifically tagged Liang Qian, fearing the latter might miss his words. Liang Qian, who had been enjoying Chun Jiawei's blunders, felt a bit bewildered when suddenly named. He had merely been a spectator. Yet here he was being targeted. However, a smile soon spread across his face. Such a delightful opportunity should not be squandered. He lit a Huangalu cigarette, pondering for a moment before instructing the artificial intelligence. Play the videos just captured by the drone. The projection screen swiftly displayed all the videos recorded by the drone as Liang Qian scrolled through the footage on his phone. He located the segment where Chun Jiawei conversed with the officer and a mischievous smile crept onto his lips. Modifying the video, he typed in the dialogue. His fingers flew across the phone screen, and moments later, he commanded, "Play it back." Watching the edited video on the screen, Liang Qian was thoroughly satisfied with the artificial intelligence's synthesis technology. Even he could not discern that the video had been processed. Send it to the class group. The video was dispatched successfully. Soon, as the group filled with various jabs and laughter aimed at Liang Qian, everyone noticed the video he sent. Chun Jiawei clicked on the video, curious as to why Liang Qian would suddenly appear. Was this not courting trouble? Yet, when he saw the video's content, his mocking grin instantly froze, and his lips trembled in anger. In the video, the officer delivering supplies was seen conversing with him. The scene was indeed from that moment, but the content of their dialogue left him utterly flabbergasted. Chun Xiao, please accept this entire truck of supplies. Brother Liu, thank you so much today. Chen Xiao, you are too polite. The original allocation plan for these supplies was intended for the automation department of South China University of Technology. As I heard that most of the senior students are trapped in the dormitories, your father spent a significant amount to facilitate this, allowing me to bring these items to you. I have also taken considerable risks in this matter. So please keep it confidential. Rest assured, Brother Liu. Those impoverished students are inconsequential. Their demise would be of no greater significance than that of a few flies. Chun Jiawei shouted in desperation. Those supplies were indeed procured at great expense by my father, who established military connections to acquire them. but they are not meant for South China University of Technology, nor do they belong to their class. Liang Chun, you are asking for death, cursing under his breath. He hastily sent a voice message in the class group to clarify, everyone, do not believe this. Liang Chen enjoys fabricating fake videos to deceive people. I never uttered such words, however, once the seed of doubt was sown. It took root and flourished. Especially in the current harsh environment, everyone was enduring the torment of low temperatures and scarcity of supplies. Soon, someone questioned, you never said those words? Then that implies you have indeed done those things? Chun Xiao, it's not that we don't believe you, but it is widely known that videos cannot be altered. Exactly. Even the most advanced video software cannot achieve such natural fluidity without any traces of editing. Chen Jiawei felt the growing agitation of his classmates, and his discomfort surpassed that of consuming a dead rat. Were it not for the considerable influence he had amassed through monetary means, he would likely have been thoroughly insulted by now. His mind raced, and suddenly, he had an idea. He shouted into the voice message, Hu Ming. Isn't he an expert in this field? We should have Hu Ming verify this. This video was undoubtedly fabricated by that scoundrel Liang Chun. Upon hearing Chen Jiawei's words, someone in the group promptly tagged Hu Ming.at that moment. Hu Ming was curled up in his blanket, shivering for warmth, having not eaten all day. Upon seeing the group message, he clicked on the video and watched it several times before sending a shaky voice message. I have reviewed the video, and there are no signs of artificial synthesis. It can be deemed authentic, unless there exists a synthesis software unknown to me, which is clearly impossible. Chen Xiao, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. Quickly return the supplies to us. I am freezing and starving. Hu Ming's words ignited the class group. Initially, everyone had merely envied the items Chen Jiawei displayed. Those heating supplies and emergency food appeared tantalizing. Yet no one harbored resentment toward Chen Jiawei, as they all understood that his family background was far beyond their humble means. However, when they learned that the supplies belonging to Chen Jiawei had originally been theirs and had been taken from them through unscrupulous means by Chen Jiawei's father, the initial envy and pent-up resentment erupted in an instant. Messages in the class group chat poured in like a barrage. Chen Jiawei, how could you possibly be the class monitor? Classmates are nearly freezing to death, and some haven't eaten for days. It turns out that this scoundrel has taken what rightfully belongs to us. Chen Jiawei, usually we tolerated your abstract antics, treating it as indulging a fool in his theatrics. But who would have thought you could be this treacherous? This is a matter of life and death. Just a few days ago, several people in the class died from the heat, and now we are met with a snowstorm. You live in a villa and still dare to rob us of our supplies. Chen Jiawei, may your entire family perish. To you, our lives are as insignificant as flies. Chen Jiawei was on the verge of tears, sending multiple messages of explanation, only to be drowned out by the flood of responses. Liang Chen nestled comfortably on his warm, soft sofa, relishing the reactions of the group. Comfort level 321 1000. Upon noticing his comfort level had surged nearly 20 points, he contentedly pulled over a silk blanket, burying his feet under the soft belly of Ergo, preparing for a delightful afternoon nap. Chapter 26. Live streaming the police. Liang Chen lay on the sofa, watching some borderline videos when drowsiness began to take hold, only to be abruptly awakened by the sound of an alarm. The alarm detected a potential threat, with a threat level of 2, upon hearing the artificial intelligence announce the threat level. Liang Chen's interest was piqued. The last time Lu Jinxian and Zheng Feng had visited was due to a risk of explosion from the oxygen tanks they carried, which had a mere threat level of 1. To his surprise, this time the threat level had escalated to 2. Although it did not pose a risk to the safety of the safe house, it nevertheless sparked Liang Chen's curiosity. Before Liang Chen could issue any instructions, the large screen automatically lit up. He was momentarily taken aback at the sight displayed on the monitor. In the surveillance footage, Huang Jun, accompanied by Qian Wenxiao and several security guards, was riding the elevator upstairs. Qian Wenxiao and the security guards bore grotesque, festering scars on their faces, which looked quite repulsive. Accompanying them were 3 individuals clad in police uniforms, equipped with gear. Liang Chen smirked slightly. It seems they are preparing to have the police pressure me into coming out. Analyze, Liang Chen commanded, focusing intently on the screen. 2 of the police officers, along with 2 security guards, were seen carrying a black box. The monitoring system detected 3 canisters of tear gas, 3 nightsticks, and 3 stun guns, along with 1 police ram, resulting in a comprehensive threat level of 2. It was determined that there would be no substantial harm to the safe house. However, the police ram could potentially cause slight structural damage to the building. A police ram, you say? Liang Qin's eyes narrowed slightly as images from police action films flashed through his mind. A group of SWAT officers hoisted a device resembling a machine gun and placed it in front of a door, which was subsequently shattered with a deafening crash. Huang Jun is truly going all out for me. In this weather, he has the police on his side, which must have cost him a pretty penny. Is it possible to infiltrate the police system? Find out if these officers are acting independently or if they are truly following orders. The artificial intelligence paused for a moment before responding. Infiltrating the police system is illegal. Command cannot be executed. Liang Qin shook his head, already having his suspicions. Yet, he soon considered the possibility that if he were to upgrade the current artificial intelligence with the system, perhaps he could break through this limitation. As Liang Qin pondered this, Huang Jun and his accomplices had arrived at his doorstep. With a wave of Huang Jun's hand, several security guards immediately raised umbrellas to shield everyone from the elements. Witnessing this scene, Liang Qin couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed the previous experience of having water and filth splashed upon them had left them with a psychological scar. The heavy black box was slammed onto the ground with a resounding thud, causing Huang Jun to flinch slightly. With an ingratiating smile, he addressed the leading officer, Director Zhang. This is that brat's home. Not only does he refuse to comply with management, but he also resorts to despicable means to harm property staff. Simply insane. Director Zhang glanced at Liang Qin's front door, his expression a mix of surprise and curiosity, signaling the two officers behind him to investigate. The officers approached the door and began inspecting it closely. Meanwhile, Liang Qin observed from another angle on the surveillance feed that a peephole on the door of the neighboring unit had quietly opened, revealing a mobile phone camera. Liang Qin smiled faintly. Having seen Lu Jinxian and her companions come prepared last time, he had already suspected that the couple in the adjacent unit was behind it. What he didn't know was that when Lu Jinxian and her friends had come over, the couple had just left, missing the bloody scene. Otherwise, they surely would have been frightened out of their wits. At that moment, the owner's chat group was buzzing with activity as many residents clicked to join the live video initiated by the couple. Eager to witness the commotion, what's going on at 2502? Is this a live broadcast? Isn't this Liang Qin's place? Why are Huang Jun and Qian Wenchao back again? Are those three really police officers? Indeed, they are from the police. The uniforms and gear are authentic. That black box looks oddly familiar. I think I saw it in a movie that's called a RAM, also known as a door-breaching device. There isn't a door it can't break down. This is it. I've long heard that Huang Jun has a close relationship with the police, but I never expected this to be the proof. I wanted to see how long Liang Qin could hold out, but it seems it's come to an end so quickly. With the police involved, does Liang Qin dare to keep the door shut? I bet 1,000 he won't. Even if he doesn't open the door, does he think that RAM is a toy? While the owner's group was abuzz with excitement, the two police officers took a step back. One of them turned and remarked, Director Zhang, I've never seen a door of this style before. I can assure you that this door is incredibly sturdy. Can the RAM open it? Uncertain. We can only try. Director Zhang hesitated briefly, exchanging a glance with Huang Jun, who immediately pulled out his phone to make a call. Inside, Liang Qin's phone rang. Hello, who is this? Huang Jun switched to speakerphone, respectfully handing the phone to Director Zhang. Is this Liang Qin? I am Deputy Director Zhang from the Yangjiang City Public Security Bureau, Linjiang Police Station. We have received a report stating that you are suspected of intentionally causing harm to others. We now summon you to come with us according to the law. Liang Qin's tone was somewhat flustered. Deputy Director Zhang, you can't just take their word for it. Deputy Director Zhang was quite pleased with Liang Qin's agitation. His tone softened. Mr. Liang Qin, please rest assured. The police are currently in the investigation phase. If you have any differing opinions, you may express them to me in person, as long as there is evidence to support your claims. The police will certainly advocate on your behalf. As soon as Deputy Director Zhang finished speaking, Liang Qin's voice echoed from the other end. Deputy Director Zhang, you are truly a paragon of justice. I have video evidence of Qian Wenchao and the security guards deliberately damaging my water pipes and electrical box, as well as footage of them vandalizing my home and attempting to illegally enter. After saying this, Liang Qin promptly sent several video clips to Huang Jun's phone. The hallway fell silent, save for the sounds of Qian Wenchao and the security guards scratching their skin anxiously. In the owners group, comments on Liang Chen's actions began to pour in. That was quite a bold move by Liang Chen. When the police arrest someone, they need to present evidence. He just slapped the video right in their faces. This must be somewhat awkward for Director Zhang. Others expressed disdain. What do you know? The police don't need a reason to arrest you. Even if Liang Chen has video evidence, he still has to obediently open the door and go with the police. After watching the video, Deputy Director Zhang turned to Huang Jun, giving him a quick glance before addressing Liang Chen through the phone. Mr. Liang Chen, I have viewed the video, and the information you provided is quite significant. We need to initiate a formal investigation. Please accompany us back to the station to complete a statement. Liang Chen chuckled coldly. Deputy Director Zhang, I suspect that if I were to open the door, you would all rush in and ransack my home for valuables, wouldn't you? Let me take a guess. Did Huang Jun promise you a 50-50 split? Or perhaps a 60-40? Deputy Director Zhang's thoughts were laid bare. His lips twitching in anger. Liang Chen, what kind of attitude is this? I am here representing the police to summon you. Regardless of your reasoning, you must come with me, from the other end of the line. Liang Chen's light laughter rang out. I bet your next line will be that if I refuse to cooperate, you will force your way in, right? Deputy Director Zhang was momentarily taken aback. Then signaled to the two officers. They immediately began setting up the black box, extracting a black cylindrical metal object from within. Liang Chen watched all of this unfold before him. This time, he did not wait for the artificial intelligence to prompt him. Instead, proactively opening the countermeasure strategy list. After reviewing it, he found no satisfying means of retaliation. It wasn't that the counter-strategies offered by the artificial intelligence were inadequate. Rather, they were excessively fierce. A single misstep could lead to the deaths of Deputy Director Zhang and his associates. In truth, Liang Chen would feel no guilt if he were to end their lives. But if he were to wipe out Huang Jun and the others in one fell swoop, he would lose a valuable source of comfort. In Liang Chen's eyes, Huang Jun and his companions were merely living embodiments of comfort. Killing them outright would be a waste. After contemplating for a moment, Liang Chen devised a plan. He rose and approached the door. Retrieving a specialized telescopic ladder and climbing up. Quietly, he opened a small slit in the shooting hole above the main door and skillfully loaded a crossbow with bolts. Since the artificial intelligence had assessed that the ram could potentially cause minor damage to the building structure, Liang Chen would not allow such a scenario to unfold. Even the slightest possibility of creating a crack in the stairs was unacceptable. In the face of his safety, nothing could be permitted to remain. As Liang Chen aimed the crossbow outward, the two police officers had just finished setting up the ram. Liang Chen squinted one eye, targeting the tear gas canister strapped to the officer's waist. And without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. A resounding crack echoed through the air, followed by the sharp sound of metal fracturing. A dense cloud of white mist swiftly enveloped the entire corridor. The two nearest police officers were the first to react. Collapsing to the ground, coughing violently, their faces streaked with tears and mucus. Deputy Director Zhang frantically rubbed his eyes, while Huang Jun clutched his thick neck, his face turning an alarming shade of purple. The most unfortunate were Qian Wenchao and several security guards, who had previously been doused with filth by Liang Chen, their bodies now riddled with festering sores, though they had endured discomfort and itching. At that moment, the intensely irritating mist corroded their wounds, causing them to writhe in agony. Qian Wenchao clawed at the sores on his face and neck, blood and pus mingling, rendering his visage unrecognizable. Meanwhile, in the small group of homeowners, those witnessing this scene were rendered speechless by shock. They had envisioned the grim fate awaiting Liang Chen if he were captured and contemplated a stalemate. Yet they could never have anticipated the chaos that unfolded as the white smoke spread, transforming the individuals outside into seemingly possessed figures. Finally, one homeowner discerned a clue. Something had punctured the police officer's tear gas canisters. Indeed, it was tear gas. Don't ask me how I know. I once took a faceful of it. The question remained. How had Liang Chen accomplished this? As the white mist gradually dissipated, a homeowner quickly noticed something amiss. Look. Those two officers appear to have something sticking out from their waists. Holy cow! Those are crossbow bolts. Liang Chen can shoot arrows with such precision? Isn't he blind? It was evident that there were others at Liang Chen's residence. Perhaps even an archery expert, possibly a professional athlete. While the homeowners group simmered with excitement, the tear gas in front of Liang Chen's door began to fade. Huang Jun and the others supported one another. Their eyes red and swollen, their faces a comical sight, with tears and mucus frozen into hard shells. Deputy Director Zhang pointed at the door, shouting at the two officers, "Breach that door. If we don't take this little bastard down today, I'll gladly forfeit my skin." The two officers struggled to their feet, approaching the door to reset the battering ram. Suddenly, two crossbow bolts whizzed through the air, one piercing an officer's palm and the other embedding itself in another's thigh. "Ah!" The agonized screams echoed as both officers clutched their bleeding wounds and collapsed. Before anyone could react, more bolts flew through the air. "Damn it!" Huang Jun cried out in pain, looking down to see a crossbow bolt embedded in his abdomen, the agony causing him to nearly faint. Qian Wenchao and several security guards, who had already suffered Liang Qin's wrath with boiling water and filth, reacted swiftly, hoisting Huang Jun's hefty frame towards the elevator. Liang Qin did not rush to target Qian Wenchao and the others, knowing they were already infected with bacteria. The longer they lived, the more they would suffer. He raised his hand crossbow, aiming at Deputy Director Zhang, who was fleeing toward the elevator, and pulled the trigger twice. With arrows striking his neck and the back of his head, Zhang's pig-like screams abruptly ceased. His body went rigid as the elevator doors were about to close. Huang Jun and the others were horrified to see Zhang's pained expression frozen, facing them as he toppled to the ground. The elevator doors shut, and Huang Jun, gritting his teeth against the pain in his abdomen, pressed the button for the first floor. As the elevator ascended, Huang Jun and Qian Wenchao exchanged glances, witnessing an unprecedented level of fear in each other's eyes. "Damn it, Liang Qin is a madman. He dares to kill police. Call the police. We must report this," Huang Jun shouted, clutching his stomach. "Forget that. I heard Deputy Zhang say that all police agencies are already paralyzed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to act against Liang Qin on his own." Qian Wenchao replied, struggling to support Huang Jun's weight. "Brother-in-law, what do we do now? Should we take you to the hospital?" Huang Jun pondered for a few seconds before gritting his teeth and saying, "Home. The hospital is already overwhelmed. The snow is too deep for ordinary cars to navigate. Fortunately, I have enough fat on my belly. I'll have my sister help me remove the bolt when we get home. I need to recuperate." Liang Qin observed everything through his phone and concurred with Huang Jun's assessment. Opting for the hospital would likely lead to death on the way. He glanced at the surveillance footage by the door, noting the two injured officers helping each other escape down the stairs. Outside his door, the battering ram remained poised, and police equipment lay scattered across the ground. While the battering ram posed no threat to his door, it could damage the building's structure, and Liang Qin refused to allow it to remain there. Otherwise, anyone could come and ram his door as they pleased, turning it into a wishing bell, with a police baton, a stun gun, a canister of tear gas, and an equipment bag at his disposal. Though not immediately useful, he decided to collect everything. With that thought, Liang Qin raised his hand crossbow again, aiming at the peephole of the neighboring house. A sharp crack echoed as the bolt struck, startling a man who was secretly filming. He screamed and hurriedly discarded his phone, swiftly closing the peephole. Glancing down at the newly pierced fruit machine, the man noticed his nether regions were already dampened by a liquid. After completing these actions, Liang Qin commanded his artificial intelligence, "Keep watch over everything in front of the door. If anyone dares to touch it, electrocute them without further inquiry." Command received, executing. Although Liang Qin could have opened the door immediately to retrieve the battering ram and scattered police gear, after careful consideration, he decided to wait until deep into the night to ensure greater safety. Descending the ladder, he casually glanced at the system panel. Upon seeing comfort level 352-1000, he stretched contentedly. After a series of operations, his comfort level had risen by 30 points. His efforts were not in vain. At this moment, the homeowners group was in an uproar. None could fathom that a solitary, blind man like Liang Qin would dare to shoot police officers with a crossbow. Just before the video feed cut out, one homeowner exclaimed, "I think I saw an arrow flying toward me." "I saw it too." Liang Qin must have noticed 2502 filming us. Liang Qin has completely lost his mind. I advise everyone to keep their distance. You might get shot one day. I called the police dozens of times, but all I got was a busy signal. I tried calling too. It didn't go through at all. So, Liang Qin can kill police without consequence for now? That's because of the extreme weather. Didn't he and Wang say it would stop snowing soon? After that, Liang Qin might have a way out. Anyway, I recorded everything. As soon as the blizzard stops, I'll report Liang Qin for killing police, I might even get a reward. Wow, you always spot business opportunities. How do you do it? I suddenly thought of something. If the snow never stops, can we all just kill at will? This statement struck like lightning, sending a shiver through the hearts of all homeowners. It felt as though a crack had appeared in the shackles of their souls. Yet, someone quickly stood to oppose. What the hell are you talking about? They said the blizzard will stop soon, and the authorities will surely find a way to restore normalcy to the police. Exactly. If the blizzard continues, we won't need to kill anyone. We'll all freeze to death. All right. This seemingly casual remark plunged the homeowners group back into silence. Chapter 27. The latest model automatic rifle. Aunt Wang's triumph at 2:30 in the morning. Liang Chun was jolted awake by his alarm. After stretching, he approached the door and activated the surveillance monitor. Seeing that the battering ram and police gear remained undisturbed outside, Liang Chen commanded the artificial intelligence, scan the entire building. Scanning, scan complete. No potential threats detected. Exercising caution, Liang Chen insisted, scan again. Scanning, scan complete. No potential threats detected. Activate the highest level of security monitoring. Alert me immediately if anything unusual occurs. Highest level of security monitoring activated. On his phone screen, thousands of surveillance video windows displayed simultaneously, and an electronic map with a security perimeter was established. The electroshock function was primed, targeting the neighbors across the way and the elevator stairwell. Any appearance of individuals would result in immediate electrocution without needing my consent. After issuing the final command, Liang Chun took a deep breath and retrieved 2 sets of cold weather gear from his space. He donned one set and fitted the other onto Ergo. Opened the door. A hissing sound of gas escaping filled the air as the door slowly creaked open. Liang Chun felt a blast of icy air hit him squarely in the face, causing his skin to sting and making it difficult to breathe. Damn. From 28 degrees to -40. This is unbearable. Cursing inwardly, Liang Chun moved quickly, switching on his headlamp, illuminating the dark corridor with a thought. He instantly stored the 300-kilogram battering ram in his space. Before Liang Chun could even issue further commands, Ergo had already dragged the last police backpack back inside. Close the door. Liang Chun glanced around, watching as the door gradually shut. This was his first venture outside since the apocalypse began. Though merely at his doorstep, the biting cold still filled him with trepidation. In his previous life, he had been tortured and killed in such frigid temperatures. If only the space's retrieval ability could work through walls. After shedding the cold weather gear from himself and Ergo, Liang Chen began to inventory the items he had collected. .3 police batons, made from high-quality alloy steel, would be somewhat useful in close combat. The metal spikes on them could also shatter windows. A canister of tear gas. This was a valuable find. The other 2 canisters had been shot and exploded by Liang Chen. And from the results, they were certainly superior to the counterfeit versions found online. .3 electric shock devices. Liang Chen picked one up and pressed the switch. Zzzt. The loud crackle of electricity startled him. The equipment of the police is indeed extraordinary. With it, the odds of close combat greatly increase. Even if he absolutely forbids anyone from approaching, having an additional means of self-preservation is undoubtedly beneficial. Liang Chen opened the black police equipment bag once more. A medical emergency kit. Impressive. The size of a laptop, the medical kit contained a dozen emergency medications, 3 rolls of bandages, disposable gloves, iodine, and various other first aid supplies. Although Liang Chen had thousands of boxes of Pfizer's special medications in his space, such a medical kit for emergencies was certainly advantageous to possess. Apart from the first aid kit, the bag also contained several cans of beef and a few bags of compressed biscuits, which Liang Chen tossed into his space without a second thought. Such items wouldn't even be consumed by the dogs at his home. A black bag shaped like a racket caught Liang Chen's attention. Having watched numerous military programs, he felt a shiver of excitement. This Deputy Director Zhang must have taken advantage of the chaos within the police force to pilfer special police equipment. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such an item to be present. Unexpectedly, this has turned out to be a windfall for me. Liang Chen gleefully opened the black bag, as anticipated. A folding assault rifle appeared before him. He carefully unfolded the rifle. Liang Chen's spirits soared. It was indeed the latest 30-style automatic rifle from Huagua. He had seen it in a military blogger's video. This rifle boasted tremendous power while having minimal recoil, making it easy for even women to handle. The most remarkable feature was its ability to fold. with an overall weight only one-third heavier than a handgun. Liang Chun thoroughly searched the backpack and found 3 magazines containing 90 rounds of 5.8mm rifle ammunition, the most common type of rifle round. He noted that he should acquire more of these in the future. With this automatic rifle, even if a special operations team were to launch an assault, Liang Chun felt confident in his ability to fight back. Lastly, he retrieved the ramming machine from his space, pondering for a moment before his eyes lit up. While it may not be used for ramming, this device was incredibly heavy and could be secured to the ground. It would serve as a formidable door brace. Without hesitation, Liang Chun summoned all his strength to push the ramming machine against the door, its front firmly pressing against it. After securing the 4 stout supports, a door brace was completed. Even if the door lock were broken or the system malfunctioned, attempting to force open this door would be futile without at least 20 or 30 adult men. Having stored all the equipment back in his space, Liang Chun tossed a braised beef whip to ergo, yawned, and walked into his bedroom. As time passed, the temperature rapidly dropped. 3 days later, upon waking early and opening the news, Liang Chun noticed that both anchors had donned down jackets. Although somewhat amusing, the news they reported was far from laughable. The latest update indicated that 13 counties in northern Huaguo were completely buried under heavy snowfall. With casualties unknown in the south, the average temperature had plummeted to -50°C, and authorities urged citizens to refrain from going outdoors and to burn combustible materials for warmth and self-preservation. Approaching the window, Liang Chun observed that the blizzard had not ceased. In fact, it had intensified, with accumulated snow reaching at least 2 meters, completely covering the entrance of the apartment building. Looking up, he noted the outdoor temperature displayed in the upper right corner of the large screen. The current temperature in Yangjiang was -53°C. By this point, those homeowners deceived by Wang Dama should have realized they had been tricked, right? With a smile, Liang Chun opened the homeowners group chat. He was met with an overwhelming barrage of messages, all directed at Wang Dama and several elderly individuals. Wang Dama, didn't you say the blizzard would definitely stop within 3 days? Wang Dama, isn't your son working at the Meteorological Bureau? Is he just a janitor there? Our food has run out. In such cold weather, we cannot starve. Return our supplies. Old Chun, we just want our supplies back. Weren't you the one who always spoke of reason? Why are you silent now? Come out and reason with us, however. Regardless of the homeowners' vitriolic complaints, Wang Shulan and Old Chun remained silent. Liang Chun, intrigued, decided to see what Wang Dama and Old Chun were up to. He approached the door, cracked open the shooting hole, and released a small insect from his space. Watching as the large screen lit up, Liang Chun maneuvered the insect swiftly to Wang Dama's home, flying in through the kitchen flue. At that moment, Wang Dama was huddled with her family around a fire, oblivious to the small insect hovering above them. Her daughter-in-law expressed concern, saying, "Mom, many people in the homeowners group are cursing you. What if they come to our house?" Wang Dama scoffed, I know them well. These people are all bark and no bite. If they truly had the guts. Huang Jun and Qian Wenchao wouldn't dare to be so arrogant, her son. Also worried added, Mom, when people get desperate, they can do anything. What if they come knocking on our door? Wang Dama shot her son a glare. It's over 50 degrees below outside, and the blizzard has sealed the entrance. Even if they find us, do they think our security door is just for show? Just then, her phone rang. It was a voice message from Old Chin. Wang Dama, look at the messages in the group. The youth today are utterly unworthy of being called human. I am 58 years old, and I merely took a little of their supplies, yet they insult me so. If I could reach the police, I would definitely report them. Wang Dama smiled and reassured him, Old Chin, don't stoop to their level. Once we weather this storm, we'll settle the score with them slowly. After hanging up, Wang Dama sternly instructed her son and daughter-in-law, listen here. None of you is allowed to speak in the homeowners group or answer any calls from the neighbors. If it weren't for me and Old Chun knowing in advance that the blizzard would not stop and devising a plan to deceive them for their supplies, it would be us freezing and starving. As for those neighbors, we need not concern ourselves with them. Let them starve or freeze, they deserve it. If they dare come knocking for supplies, let them go find Huang Jun and Qian Wenchao. Those two rascals have taken so much from everyone. Wang Dama's impassioned words flowed forth as she grew increasingly animated. Listening to her boastful declarations, Liang Chun took a hearty sip of his chilled tea and instructed the artificial intelligence. Send this video to the homeowners group. In the homeowners group, the vitriol continued unabated. Almost everyone expressed their outrage at Wang Dama's actions. Yet, a few self-righteous individuals emerged to defend her. Please be mindful of your words. They are all elderly. What if they see these messages and it affects their health? Besides, how could these elderly people know that the snow would continue to fall? It is your duty to assist the vulnerable. Ba, this is a virtuous act. Let's refrain from cursing. The comments from several do-gooders were swiftly drowned out, and at that moment, Liang Chen's video caused a brief silence in the group. The video depicted Wang Dama's family gathered around the fire. Her robust voice echoed clearly. If it weren't for me and old Chun knowing in advance that the blizzard wouldn't stop and devising a plan to deceive them for their supplies, it would be us freezing and starving. As for those neighbors, we need not concern ourselves with them. Let them starve, let them freeze. If they dare come knocking for supplies, let them go find Huang Jun and Qian Wanchao. Those two rascals have taken so much from everyone. In the next instant, a flood of messages erupted simultaneously, and the homeowners' collective fury ignited. Wang Xiulan, I curse your ancestors for 18 generations, if I'm not mistaken. The items they are burning to stay warm are the very supplies. Not only that, did you see her son throwing the candles into the fire? Each household was only allocated 3 for lighting. Yet they are using them for warmth. I thought you were merely petty, but it turns out you're downright wicked. It's not that the elderly have become corrupt. It's that the corrupt have simply aged. The self-righteous individuals, who had been so vocal just moments ago, now found themselves facing backlash. Fools, if you were in my presence, I would take down these old scoundrels seeking excuses. Let us go. We'll head to Wang Xiulan's house together. Let us go. If she doesn't return our supplies, we'll dismantle her house to settle the debt. The homeowners were incensed, clearly preparing to confront Wang Dama for their supplies. Meanwhile, within Wang Dama's home, she continued to boast about her triumphs. Her daughter-in-law glanced at her phone, her face turning pale, struggling to articulate her words. Mom, it's bad. It's bad. Wang Dama dismissed her daughter-in-law's cowardice. Look at you. Just a bunch of cowards. They're just talking tough in the group. Let them curse. It won't cost me a penny. Do they think I will return the supplies? Not a chance. Seeing his wife's fearful expression, her son picked up his phone and checked the homeowners group, exclaiming in disbelief, Mom, you need to see this. Wang Dama glared at her son in disdain, thinking that since marrying this daughter-in-law, even her son had lost his courage. But when she finally glanced at the messages in the homeowners group, her arrogant smile froze. She couldn't comprehend why the mere verbal condemnation had suddenly escalated to a united front heading to her door. With trembling fingers, she scrolled through the chat history, trying to discern who had sparked the homeowner's ire. It couldn't have been old Chun, could it? If I find out it's that old fool, I once let him off easily. As she continued scrolling, Wang Dama stumbled upon Liang Chen's video, realizing that the homeowner's furious reactions seemed to have erupted only after seeing this video. She clicked on the segment, and the scene felt oddly familiar. This appeared to be her home, but her son and daughter-in-law leaned in, recognizing the familiar setting and faces, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. The daughter-in-law lifted her gaze and surveyed her surroundings. Everything in the house was utterly familiar to her. They had never installed surveillance cameras or similar devices. Yet, in this video, it was unmistakably the 3 of them. The harsh voice of Aunt Wang echoed through the home. Those neighbors are of no concern. Let them starve to death or freeze. It's their own fault. Aunt Wang shuddered, nearly dropping her phone into the flames. What on earth was happening? Which scoundrel had recorded them? Mom, this isn't the time to dwell on that. What matters most now is how we will respond if those neighbors truly come knocking at our door. Indeed, Mom, there are at least 70 or 80 people in the group threatening to confront us. If each of them gives our door just one kick, it won't hold. Aunt Wang trembled as she once again picked up her phone and dialed Uncle Chen's number. The phone rang for an eternity without an answer. Aunt Wang continued to call, only to be met with a disconnection. Could old Chin really have fallen asleep? Mom, you must see the homeowners group. Upon hearing her son's words, Aunt Wang grabbed her phone and, upon seeing the messages, nearly fainted with rage. Uncle Chun had hung up on her call and directly sent a 60-second voice message in the group. Comrade Wang Xiulan, this is not criticism. Having watched that video, your actions are utterly reprehensible. I do this to help the elderly in our community through difficult times. You exploited my kindness and sense of justice to deceive everyone for resources. You even claimed the other homeowners deserved it. People like you are unworthy of our help. Only those like me, virtuous and grateful elders, deserve compassion. Aunt Wang could no longer contain her fury. That old bastard. He initially proposed deceiving for resources, and now he turns around to slander me. Just as Aunt Wang's family was engulfed in panic, the daughter-in-law, fixated on her phone, exclaimed with delight, "Mom, look, there seems to be a turn of events." Both Aunt Wang and her son glanced at the screen, their expressions shifting to astonishment. That moment, Huang Jun, who had been silent until now, posted a message in the homeowners group. "Everyone, do not heed the rumors spread by certain individuals. As far as I know, Aunt Wang's home has never had surveillance installed. That video is clearly doctored." Upon seeing Huang Jun speak in her defense, Aunt Wang was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face as she hastily sent a voice message in the group to express her gratitude. "Manager Huang truly understands me. My home indeed has never had surveillance. Even if we had, it would never have been accessible to Liang Chen." However, the very next moment, Huang Jun's subsequent words left Aunt Wang utterly dumbfounded. But it is an undeniable fact that Aunt Wang and Uncle Chun conspired to deceive everyone for resources. I, on behalf of the property management company, assure you that we will seek justice for everyone. Please do not venture out on your own. I will live stream the entire process of addressing this matter in the group. After reading Huang Jun's statement, Aunt Wang's family felt anything but reassured. Instead, their anxiety intensified. "Mom, what does Huang Jun mean by that? What else could it mean? He must be coming here to confront us. Quick, move the furniture and barricade the door. We absolutely cannot let them in." Aunt Wang, along with her son and daughter-in-law, piled their large furniture against the entrance, fully aware that once Huang Jun and his associates entered, all their resources would be lost. Meanwhile, in the security office, Huang Jun and Qian Wenchao were warming themselves by the fire with a dozen security personnel. Qian Wenchao, clad in a thick down jacket, scratched at his festering face. "Brother-in-law, after suffering a setback at Liang Chen's place last time, I must ensure we strip Wang Shilan's home bare this time." Huang Jun, clutching his bandaged abdomen, contemplated for a moment before asking, "Which building does that little brat Li Tiantian live in?" Qian Wenchao paused in surprise. "He lives in building 7. Why do you ask? I want him to join the security team. But that kid is only 13. What can he do? We have a dozen strong young men here. He's just a little brat." Huang Jun retorted, "You don't understand. Although Li Tiantian is only 13, his mother, Li Wanfeng, practically raises him like a pig. He's chunky and robust, like a little bear. In terms of physique, he is no less capable than any of you." All the security personnel nodded in agreement. Despite being 13, Li Tiantian was indeed stout. "I got shot by that scoundrel Yang Chen, and in this miserable cold, my wound is slow to heal. Look at you all. You're riddled with sores, constantly scratching. Li Tiantian, that little troublemaker, is perfect for any dirty work. From now on, let him handle any tasks that involve causing harm." Suddenly, Qian Wenchao's eyes lit up. "Brilliant, brother-in-law. You fear that the heavy snowfall will be like the previous heat wave, and who knows when it might stop? If the police investigate later, Li Tiantian is a minor and won't face any criminal charges." Huang Jun nodded with a smile and pulled out his phone, dialing Li Wanfeng's number from Building 7. Chapter 29. The little brat beats the old wretch. Liang Chen sat comfortably in a tank top and shorts on the sofa, savoring the delicious copper pot hot pot. The finest hand-cut beef, paired with authentic 3-in-1 dipping sauce, offered a flavor and texture that was simply irresistible. On the large screen, a video played featuring Huang Jun, Qian Wenchao, and others speaking. The real-time footage was captured by a miniature biomimetic flying device hovering beneath the security team's chandelier. Upon hearing Huang Jun's plan to recruit the little brat Li Tiantian, Liang Chen's eyes narrowed. That fat fool Huang Jun had the audacity to think of bringing Li Tiantian on board. This was indeed a strategic move on their part. As he consumed his meal, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He lifted a glass of Italian imported white wine from the table and took a generous sip. At that moment, the footage displayed Su Jun dialing Li Wanfeng's number. Upon hearing Huang Jun's intention to enlist Li Tiantian into the security team, Li Wanfeng hesitated. She was exceedingly indulgent towards her son, fearing for his safety. "Rest assured, Sister Li, I simply have a fondness for that child. I assure you, he will not suffer any grievances. Whenever there are resources to distribute, I will ensure your family is well taken care of." Upon hearing Huang Jun's promise of additional resources for her, Li Wanfeng's face brightened, and she readily agreed. Even though she had stockpiled some supplies in advance, most were intended to cope with the heat. Who could have anticipated that after the heat wave would come a severe blizzard? Mother and son were left helplessly shivering at home, bundled in every blanket they owned. After over 10 days without venturing outside, Li Tiantian was absolutely restless. The moment he learned he could join the security team, he leaped out of bed, donned 3 layers of down jackets, and bounced downstairs. Huang Jun, accompanied by Qian Wenchao and others, with wooden boards strapped to their shoes, trudged through the snow to the entrance of Building 7. They used shovels to clear the snow blocking the door and excitedly retrieved Li Tiantian. Uncle Huang, where are we going? To Aunt Wang's house. What? Li Tiantian's face fell in disappointment. I can't stand Aunt Wang. What's fun about her house? Last time, I broke a window there, and she scolded me for days. Today, don't just break a window. Go ahead and smash her entire house if you want. Really? But what if she scolds me? My mom says not to hit her. She might try to extort money from us because she is older. Today, Uncle will take care of you. Do whatever you want. If she dares to scold you, just hit her. Hee, just watch me. Li Tiantian, overjoyed, led the charge toward Aunt Wang's home. Witnessing this scene, Liang Qin added another plate of lamb to the pot. Chuckling to himself, a little brat beating up an old hag. This is 1,000 times more entertaining than those tedious domestic variety shows. Huang Jun, being a property manager, is truly underutilized. Minutes later, when Li Tiantian knocked on Aunt Wang's door with a baseball bat, she jumped in fright. Huang Jun called out loudly, Aunt Wang, I'm Manager Huang from the property management. We have received numerous complaints from homeowners stating that you are leading the charge and deceiving them of their resources. I now command you, on behalf of the property management company, to surrender those resources. Inside the room, the daughter-in-law trembled as she tugged at Aunt Wang's sleeve. Mom, they really came, if it comes to worst. Just give them what they want. Although Aunt Wang's face turned ashen with fear, her greed was deeply ingrained. She would never willingly relinquish the resources. Nonsense. If you have the guts, let them break in. We are law-abiding citizens. In broad daylight, is there no law? Outside, Huang Jun, seeing Aunt Wang's family hesitate to respond, signaled to Qian Wenchao. Qian Wenchao gestured, and a dozen security personnel rushed forward with crowbars. These individuals were adept at breaking down doors. Their previous setback at Liang Qin's door was due to its exceptional sturdiness. Faced with Aunt Wang's ordinary security door, it took less than a minute for them to force it open. Upon entering, they were met with furniture and clutter stacked to the ceiling, clearly indicating that Aunt Wang's family had made thorough preparations. The security personnel exchanged disdainful smirks, swiftly pushing aside all obstacles in mere seconds. Qian Wenchao followed the security team inside, pulling out his phone to start recording. Aunt Wang's teeth chattered, Manager Huang, I am a homeowner. You are not only failing to serve me but also forcibly barging into my home. I will report you to the police. Huang Jun exchanged glances with Li Tiantian, who instantly understood and gave Aunt Wang a resounding slap across the face. Aunt Wang's son attempted to intervene but was restrained by 2 security personnel. Unable to move, Aunt Wang fell to the ground, and as she looked up, 5 bright red fingerprints were clearly visible on her face, with blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Li Tiantian chuckled. Aunt Wang, how did you scold me the last time I broke your window? I'm here to take my revenge today. Upon finishing his words, Li Tiantian seized a baseball bat and commenced a rampage at Wang Dama's residence, shattering every fragile item, including the glass windows, into smithereens. Witnessing the destruction of her windows and television, Wang Dama's heart ached, tears streaming down her face as she cried out, Li Tiantian, you little beast, stop this at once. I shall fight you to the bitter end. Infuriated and overwhelmed, she grabbed a fruit knife from the table and charged at Li Tiantian. I in the throes of adolescence and having often emulated fight scenes from movies and anime. His movements were far more agile than Wang Dama's. He raised the bat and struck her knife-wielding hand with tremendous force. Bang! With a piercing scream, the knife clattered to the ground, and her right hand, now bruised and swollen, was a stark testament to the violence. Li Tiantian gazed at her twisted fingers, not with trepidation but with an unprecedented thrill, akin to a newborn vampire savoring its first taste of blood. Tossing aside the bat, he lifted his foot and delivered a heavy kick to Wang Dama's abdomen. She crumpled to the ground, Issuing muffled groans, her son, initially intent on intervening, shrank back in fear at the ferocity of Li Tiantian's assault. Ceasing his struggles, meanwhile, the daughter-in-law pointed an accusatory finger at Huang Jun, exclaiming, "Manager Huang, my mother-in-law merely deceived others for some supplies. She can easily return them. What gives you the right to resort to violence?" Huang Jun chuckled darkly. "That's not how it works. You exploited the goodwill of the homeowners, fully aware that the blizzard would not relent, and swindled them of their precious survival supplies. Such actions, at best, reflect petty greed. At worst, they are tantamount to endangering lives." Wang Dama, racked with abdominal agony, repeatedly murmured about murder. Upon hearing Huang Jun's words, she dramatically collapsed onto the floor, her eyes shut tight, her legs twitching uncontrollably. This act of feigning death had always proven effective. In the past, such theatrics had invariably led her adversaries to yield, no matter the severity of her transgressions. Huang Jun, dismissing her plight, gestured to the security guards behind him. They surged forward, ransacking Wang Dama's home, collecting any useful items to carry away. Her daughter-in-law, frantic, cried out, "Those things belong to our family. You cannot steal them." Instantly, Wang Dama halted her feigned convulsions, her eyes snapping open as she sprang to her feet, clinging to Huang Jun's leg and wailing, "Oh heavens, you are driving us to our demise. If you must take, then take my life along with it." Huang Jun scoffed. In the past, such a display from Wang Dama would have compelled him to placate her with a smile. It wasn't due to her wealth or influence, but rather her status as a nominal victim deserving of moral and legal protection. However, times had changed. Amidst extreme weather, all notions of morality and law had momentarily evaporated. Realizing her usual tactics were futile, Wang Dama bit down hard on Huang Jun's thigh, eliciting a pained gasp from him. Witnessing this, Li Tiantian stepped forward, seizing Wang Dama by the hair and unleashing a flurry of punches upon her head and body. The exhilarating release of violence was a sensation he had never before encountered, far exceeding the trivial scuffles of his past. After a minute, panting heavily, Li Tiantian straightened, surveying the scene of the now unconscious Wang Dama, her face swollen to a grotesque shape. Several security guards erupted into laughter, praising Li Tiantian's prowess. "What a remarkable display of skill! This fighting technique is truly spectacular. Damn it, you little beast! I will have my revenge." Wang Dama's son, witnessing the brutal assault on his mother, broke free from the guards and lunged at Li Tiantian. He had merely intended to downplay the situation and resolve it swiftly, but he never anticipated the ferocity of Li Tiantian's response. As the son lunged, Li Tiantian snatched up the fallen fruit knife, thrusting it into the young man's chest with both hands. Huang Jun glanced at the slowly collapsing figure, then led the group of satisfied individuals away. Leaving behind a scene of utter devastation at Wang Dama's home. In the homeowners chat group, the sight of Wang Dama's family being violently assaulted by Li Tiantian elicited cheers and applause. "Ha ha ha, what a delight. The righteous youth delivers justice upon the old swindler's family." It became evident that the unruly child was immune to the manipulations of the older generation. "Stop talking nonsense. Li Tiantian is fighting for our justice. He is no longer just a mischievous child." That final stab was so satisfying. "None of this family is innocent." Li Wanfeng, witnessing the accolades directed at her son in the group, felt tears of pride welling up in her eyes as she sent a voice message, expressing her gratitude. "Ha ha ha, my Tiantian has grown up. Thank you all for your praise." Liang Chen reclined against Ergo, perusing the system panel. Comfort level 406-1000. To his surprise, the thrilling spectacle had raised his comfort level by over 20 points. Leaving him feeling quite content, he harbored no remorse for the death of Wang Dama's son. In his past life, Wang Dama's family had been among his killers, and he felt no pity for their fate. Watching the live footage transmitted by Xiao Chong on the big screen, Huang Jun and his entourage returned, laden with spoils. Meanwhile, the homeowners chat group continued to resonate with laughter and merriment. Liang Chen observed this scene with a soft chuckle, sending a voice message into the group. "Now that the supplies are in Huang Jun's hands, what business do you have with it? I wonder what you find so amusing." Chapter 30. The villa residents' frenzied property purchases. Huang Jun's schemes. Liang Chen's decision to send a voice message directly to the homeowners group stemmed from the recent incident where he had killed Deputy Director Zhang in front of Huang Jun and his associates. He had shot an arrow into Huang Jun's abdomen, and he feared that Huang Jun might be too intimidated to act against him. If that were the case, it would hinder his efforts to increase his comfort level. Thus, it was imperative to provoke Huang Jun and the neighbors to some extent. More importantly, he sought to plant a seed of doubt in the homeowners' minds. Indeed, following Liang Chen's voice message, the once boisterous homeowners group fell into a hush. Just as Huang Jun returned to the security team, slumping beside the fire, he intended to have someone tally their gains when he overheard Qian Wenchao cursing profusely, "Damn it, that bastard Liang Chen is mocking us again in the group." Upon hearing Liang Chen's name, Huang Jun's expression darkened, and after contemplating the voice message, he remarked, "Forget it. We truly have no way to deal with that kid now." Qian Wenchao, agitated, scratched at his groin. "Are we just going to let this slide?" Huang Jun cast a disdainful glance at his scarred face. "Keep someone watching the surveillance. The moment he steps out, we will apprehend him. I refuse to believe he has enough supplies to last months in there. Right now, our priority is to maintain control over the other homeowners. As long as the majority do not resist, we will continue to enjoy our lives." Qian Wenchao nodded in agreement. Huang Jun seemed to recall something, glancing around the office before murmuring, "For some reason, I can't shake the feeling that Liang Chen has an unsettling aura about him." The videos he sent in the group were devoid of any surveillance cameras around. Qian Wenchao replied, "I feel that way too, brother-in-law. Do you think that kid might practice some kind of sorcery?" Huang Jun shot him a withering look. "Sorcery, my ass. I tell you, reading more books would do you good. Instead, you waste your time watching those long-legged beauties in black stockings." Qian Wenchao replied sheepishly, "Brother-in-law, what should we do about Liang Chen's divisive tactics in the group?" Huang Jun pondered briefly, then pulled out his phone to send a message in the homeowners group. "Dear homeowners, in response to your requests, the property management has addressed the issue of Wang Xiulan's deceit regarding the supplies. As you may have seen, we are currently in the process of inventorying the seized supplies. Additionally, there are still several accomplices whose supplies have yet to be confiscated. We kindly ask for your patience." Huang Jun's message swiftly garnered responses. "Manager Huang is correct. Do not listen to Liang Chen's nonsense. I support Manager Huang. I trust he will guide us through these hardships. Liang Chen's words are merely sowing discord. This is a special time, and he cannot disrupt our unity." Observing these slogan-like comments, Liang Chen casually sent a voice message. "Huang Jun controls your water and electricity. You'd best keep him pleased. Also, remember this. If Li Tiantian dares to kill Wang Dama's son, do you think he would hesitate to kill you? Keep in mind, in Huang Jun's eyes, you are nothing more than livestock, easily slaughtered at his whim." With those words, Liang Chen tossed his phone aside and retrieved a set of mixed martial arts instructional videos to practice. He was certain that his remarks would stir significant upheaval within the homeowners' minds. Contrary to expectations, while the homeowners were once again berated by Liang Chen, very few dared to stand up and criticize him. It wasn't that they were unwilling. Rather, a vague unease was brewing within everyone's hearts, as the exhilaration from witnessing the beating and plundering of Wang Dama's family dissipated. It was replaced by a profound sense of dread. This feeling intensified, especially when they saw Qian Wenchao take Li Tiantian to the home of the moral exemplar, Grandpa Chun, where they not only left him half dead, but also stripped his home of all its supplies. At this point, the fear of Huang Jun and his associates had become the foremost concern in the minds of all homeowners. This was precisely the outcome Liang Chen sought. Only by allowing the homeowners to gradually recognize Huang Jun's terror could he incite them to turn on one another for self-preservation. When the day arrived that they would be at each other's throats, his comfort level would rise even more swiftly. Unbeknownst to Liang Chen, as he diligently practiced his fighting techniques, a new topic emerged in the homeowners group. An owner from Building 9, Roby of the Villa District, suddenly posted a message. "Everyone, is there any owner of a high-rise property looking to sell or rent? I am willing to pay a high price for a high-rise apartment, specifically one above the 20th floor." This message piqued the interest of many homeowners. The Jinqiu Tianquan community is a mixed development of villas and high-rise buildings, with the property prices in the villa sector vastly exceeding those of the high-rise apartments. The owners residing in the villa area are invariably affluent, often looking down upon interactions with high-rise residents and seldom voicing their opinions in the owners group. What is going on? A prominent figure from the villa area has actually spoken up. Looking to purchase a property? In this weather? What is so peculiar about that? Just open the window and behold. The snow outside has accumulated to at least 3 meters. Indeed, it appears that the blizzard will not relent anytime soon. The villas adjacent to mine have their ground floors completely buried in snow. If this continues, The affluent residents of the villa area will soon resemble Eskimos. Ha ha ha, though it is somewhat tragic, I find myself chuckling at the thought. Do not laugh. Take care, lest someone hurl soft currency at you. While some jest, others swiftly seize the opportunity. Villa Area Block B, Unit 9, dear neighbor. I am currently out of town and I possess a 24th floor apartment in our community. That's splendid. I will message you privately. At this moment, many begin to realize, goodness, I too have a vacant property and I am out of town. Have I just missed out on a fortune? Indeed, this community must have numerous vacant properties like ours. Right? 1. May I inquire if there are any villa owners still interested in purchasing apartments? Damn it, enough already. I reside on the ground floor of a high-rise and am now entirely covered in snow. What have I said? Amidst the cacophony of discussions, several more villa owners emerged, opting for private conversations after adding each other as friends. A half-hour later, just as the topic seemed to be winding down, a screenshot suddenly appeared in the owners group. It was a transfer screenshot, revealing a staggering amount of 8 million. The sender was none other than the first owner who had approached Block B, Unit 9 about selling their apartment. Instantly, the owners group erupted once more. Goodness! If I recall correctly, that apartment of yours is a small unit, with a market value of less than 2 million, isn't it? Damn it! Are there any big shots left in the villa area looking to purchase? Although I am nearly frozen to death, the moment I saw that soft currency, my blood surged with excitement. Soon, a few more villa residents appeared, adding high-rise residents as friends and engaging in private transactions. The other owners could only watch as the group filled with an increasing number of transfer screenshots. One particularly outrageous screenshot revealed a purchase of a high-rise apartment originally priced at 3 million for an astonishing 15 million. Just when everyone thought that was an exorbitant sum, the wealthiest villa owner, Chan Jiawei, directly offered 20 million in the group to acquire the finest high-rise unit, prompting a rush of owners eager to buy. Qian Wenchao gazed at the growing number of screenshots in the group, drooling with envy. Brother-in-law, these wealthy individuals are far too affluent. Should I rally the brothers to seize their wealth? Huang Jun squinted at his phone and shook his head. The villa dwellers are not to be trifled with. If you attempt to rob them, we might not survive until the snow clears. Qian Wenchao, unwilling to relent, expressed. With so much money at stake, I yearn to carve a piece from them. Do you know why they can reside in villas and drive luxury cars? It is simply because they are wealthy? Incorrect. It is because they possess foresight, able to seize opportunities and recognize dangers before others. Brother-in-law, do you mean? Their eagerness to pay such high prices and hastily purchase apartments surely indicates they have caught wind of something. This snowfall is no ordinary occurrence. Thus, we must not solely focus on money. We too must plan for the future, just as they do. How shall we plan? Huang Jun's gaze drifted to the window. A sly smile forming. Do they not all desire the finest high-rise apartments? Conveniently, I happen to know whose residence is the best. Chapter 31. Conspiracy to seize Liang Qin's residence following Huang Jun's gaze. Qian Wenchao's eyes suddenly lit up. Brilliant, brother-in-law. Are you suggesting we unite the entire community to take down that scoundrel, Liang Qin? Huang Jun nodded. That brat's front door is too fortified, and he even has crossbows. We could not accomplish this with just a few of us. These wealthy individuals wish to purchase high-rise apartments, correct? Let us have them provide funds and resources. Beneath generous rewards, courage will surely follow. If 30 individuals are insufficient, then we will gather 50. If 50 are inadequate, we shall summon 100. We will launch a concerted assault on Liang Qin's residence, and by then, the owners capable of fighting will either be gravely injured or dead. Leaving Liang Qin's dwelling to us, Qian Wenchao stomped his foot. Let us do it, brother-in-law. Give your orders. Huang Jun pondered briefly and whispered. This matter must remain confidential. Forming a group on WeChat could lead to leaks from those close to Liang Qin. You will gather a person from each household in the villa area and recruit 50 sturdy young men to convene here. Qian Wenchao assented and set off with the other security personnel. An hour later, in the security team's office, over 70 individuals filled the spacious office, including the imposing Qian Jiawei seated in the front row. Huang Jun rose and surveyed the crowd. The murmurs gradually subsided. Ladies and gentlemen, I have gathered you today to discuss a matter of great importance. I have heard that many villa owners are seeking to purchase high-rise residences. 20-some villa owners exchanged glances, some nodding in agreement. Indeed, Manager Huang, we are willing to pay premium prices for vacant properties. This is merely a mutually consensual market transaction. Does your property management intend to interfere? Huang Jun waved his hand with a smile. You all have misunderstood. I do not wish to meddle in your free trade. Oh? Then what brings you, Manager Huang, out in this frigid weather? I happen to have a property that not only boasts the finest area and layout in our community, but is also fully equipped with comprehensive facilities and abundant material reserves. Upon hearing this, Huang Jun noted the expressions of surprise on everyone's faces. Manager Huang, let us speak plainly. Since you possess such a valuable resource, simply state your price. I, Chen Jiawei, shall purchase it. Huang Jun chuckled. Young Master Chen, do not be hasty. I have yet to finish my statement. The advantages of this property are indeed plentiful, yet it also harbors a drawback that requires collective effort to overcome. What drawback? This property currently has occupants. Thus, Chen Jiawei sneered dismissively. I thought there would be some real difficulty. Just help me contact them and see what they demand. If it is within 1 billion, I, Chen Jiawei, shall take it. Huang Jun was taken aback. Gaining a newfound respect for Chen Jiawei's financial prowess, young Master Chen, it is likely that even offering 10 billion, this individual would not part with their property. Chen Jiawei suddenly realized something. You are not referring to my blind classmate. Liang Chen, are you? Huang Jun solemnly nodded. Precisely. Chen Jiawei burst into laughter. I advise you to save your breath. I know Liang Chen well. He is orphaned yet did inherit some funds. However, compared to me or any villa resident, he is nothing but a pauper. How great could his dwelling possibly be? Let us disperse. Unfazed, Huang Jun continued. As you all are aware, roughly a week ago, I had the utilities to Liang Chen's residence cut off. Meanwhile, you have all been enjoying 30 minutes of water supply and an hour of electricity daily. Even so, I believe you must all be rather uncomfortable. Have you considered how a blind man like Liang Chen has managed to survive without water and electricity for so long? Huang Jun's words piqued the crowd's interest. Could it be that this fellow has a generator? After a week, he must have stockpiled quite a bit of drinking water. Huang Jun continued. I wonder if you all recall. Prior to the onset of the heat wave, Liang Chen purchased an immense quantity of gourmet food, sufficient to sustain all of us here for several years. If I am not mistaken, even if he is unaware of the current blizzard and extreme cold, he has undoubtedly caught wind of something. Therefore, his home must contain not just food, but other valuable goods as well. Manager Huang, do not say that, indeed, do not say that. Chen Jiawei maintained a defiant expression, yet he could no longer formulate effective rebuttals. Clearly, he too recognized the validity of Huang Jun's analysis. If that is the case, then Liang Chen is exceedingly selfish, one owner angrily remarked, if he knew the news ahead of time. Why did he not inform us? Liang Chen truly deserves to perish indeed. I once felt pity for his blindness, but now it seems that heaven has eyes, and he should perish along with his family. Let us unite and seize his residence, distributing his supplies amongst ourselves. Yes, those resources rightfully belong to us. Someone like Liang Chen is unworthy. Huang Jun observed the unfolding scene with satisfaction, sensing that the moment was ripe. He gestured for silence. Since everyone is in agreement, let us discuss how to bring him down. Chen Jiawei nonchalantly remarked. What difficulty is there in this? With so many of us, a mere spit from each could drown him. Huang Jun did not conceal his thoughts, directly unzipping his down jacket to reveal the thick bandages around his waist. Manager Huang, are you injured? Someone feigned surprise, though they had already seen the video of Huang Jun and others attacking Liang Chen's residence in the owner small group. At that time, Liang Chen had used a crossbow to fire tear gas, injuring Huang Jun and even killing a police officer a few days ago. Some police personnel sought Liang Chen for inquiries. I personally guided them, merely wishing to discuss matters with Liang Chen. Yet, he had the audacity to hide in the shadows and shoot me with an arrow. To be honest, he even killed a police leader. Upon hearing Huang Jun's words, the previously indignant crowd fell into a contemplative silence. They had all witnessed the harrowing footage of the clandestinely recorded video. Even through the screen, the brutality and carnage were palpable. Chen Jiawei recalled the shocking video he had seen in the owner's group chat, and the realization struck him. Liang Chen must have known about the impending climatic upheaval in advance. This only reinforced his conviction that Liang Chen's household possessed supplies far beyond their imagination. With this thought, Chen Jiawei suddenly felt that his own stockpile of compressed biscuits and canned goods paled in comparison. Manager Huang, I agree to seize Liang Chen's residence. However, we must establish clear terms. Once we have taken over Liang Chen's property, who will claim the rooms and the supplies? Everyone turned their gaze towards Huang Jun, eager to discern his thoughts on the matter. This question, while seemingly complex, was not insurmountable. The purpose of gathering everyone was to deliberate on this very issue. The villa owners present undoubtedly had amassed considerable resources, while many of the high-rise residents were likely facing severe shortages in clothing and food during such frigid weather. Therefore, I propose that if the villa dwellers could contribute a portion of their supplies as a reward, the high-rise residents could lend their strength. Once Liang Qin's home was secured, not only would they receive their reward, but they could also partake in the division of Liang Qin's provisions as for the house itself. Any interested party could offer corresponding supplies in exchange. With a cheerful demeanor, Huang Jun surveyed the crowd. His message was crystal clear. The affluent would contribute resources while the less fortunate would expend their efforts. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jiawei declared, I concur. I will provide 10 boxes of compressed biscuits, 10 boxes of beef cans, and 30 sets of winter jackets. I do not concern myself with how you allocate the spoils. I only demand Liang Qin's house and half of the food. The 50 robust high-rise residents engaged in hushed discussions for a brief period before a burly middle-aged man stepped forward. We agree? Let us proceed. Before long, Huang Jun rallied the group to devise a detailed assault plan. Chapter 32. In the dead of night, a world awash with sacrificial offerings that night, as Liang Qin lay comfortably with ergo, he was abruptly roused by the blaring alarm of the artificial intelligence system. Alert. Potential threat detected. Threat level 3. Liang Qin's eyes flew open, and he sprang from the bed. Activate surveillance. The mobile screen rapidly displayed the surveillance footage, and Liang Qin's brow furrowed in concern. Unlike previous instances, the screen now showcased 6 separate surveillance feeds, each populated by no fewer than 6 or 7 individuals. Liang Qin's mind sharpened. Analyze. Analysis in progress. Due to the substantial number of assailants, who were operating in separate groups, the artificial intelligence did not immediately provide a calculative response. After a tense wait of several seconds, the system reported, potential attackers detected. 52 individuals. Armed with crowbars, hammers, unidentified liquids, etc. Overall threat level 3. Why is the threat level 3? 2 groups of attackers have been identified, attempting to compromise the safety of the roof and floor. While they cannot inflict actual harm, they pose a risk to the structural integrity of the building. Damage to the lower load-bearing walls could result in the safety house tilting, adversely affecting living comfort. A nerve in Liang Qin's temple twitched. The term comfort struck a nerve. He yearned for his comfort level to escalate to 1,000 to unlock the system's reward of an apocalyptic bunker. Anyone who dared to jeopardize his comfort would face dire consequences. Taking a deep breath, Liang Qin swiftly regained his composure. As he scrutinized the individuals in each surveillance feed, recognition dawned. These were residents of the community. Moreover, they were all brawny men. The sheer number of participants indicated that only Huang Jun possessed the influence to muster such a crowd. From the footage, Liang Qin discerned the divisions of labor among the attackers. They were organized into 6 groups. One group wielded umbrellas and metal basins, drawing his attention at the front door. 2 groups were infiltrating the upper and lower residences, seemingly intent on breaching his ceiling and floor. Another group, equipped with ropes and hammers, appeared poised to traverse from a neighboring unit to his window, intending to shatter the glass and gain entry. A further group, evidently responsible for logistics, carried several buckets, the contents of which remained a mystery. The final group, consisting of only 4 or 5 individuals, had set up a fire in the stairwell, engaging in casual conversation. Upon closer inspection, Liang Qin recognized Huang Jun and Qian Wenchao among them, and to his surprise, he also spotted Chen Jiawei, whom he had not seen in a long time. The presence of the other 2 middle-aged men, whom Liang Qin had encountered only a few times, confirmed they were also residents of the villa district. It appeared that Huang Jun had allied with the affluent villa owners, enticing these high-rise residents with promises of rewards, thus mobilizing such a formidable force to besiege him. Fear often stems from the unknown. Once Liang Qin deciphered the adversary's strategy, his anxiety dissipated entirely. He retrieved a sizzling skewer of lamb from his stash, the tantalizing aroma of barbecued cumin causing ergo to drool profusely. After savoring a couple of skewers, Liang Qin observed through the large screen that the group brandishing umbrellas and basins had arrived at his doorstep. Taking a sip of his chilled Budweiser, an idea struck him. Let's provide them with some background music. Please select the track you wish to play. Liang Qin entered a few words in the search bar and pressed play. Outside the door, 6 or 7 men cautiously advanced, their hearts racing. Among the 50 male residents, these few were relatively less fit, hence their assignment as bait to divert Liang Chen's attention. Having watched the videos circulating in the owner's group, they were acutely aware of the lethal power of the crossbow bolts that could be unleashed from Liang Chen's home. If struck in a vital area, survival was improbable. Yet, the temptations offered by Huang Jun and Chen Jiawei were too enticing. Compounded by their dwindling food and heating supplies at home, they felt compelled to assume the role of bait. Fortunately, they were well prepared, each donning metal basins atop their heads, shielded by umbrellas. Thus, even if struck, they would not be fatally harmed. Nonetheless, their nerves were frayed. They were ordinary individuals, unaccustomed to dancing on the precipice of life and death. As they cautiously advanced, the sound of music suddenly erupted in the corridor, causing them to jump in surprise. What the hell? Whose ringtone is the Japanese invaders? Not me. I don't have my phone. Bro, it's not a phone. It sounds like it's coming from Liang Chen's front door. Liang Chen he's onto us? Damn it, the Japanese invaders? Isn't that an insult? As citizens of Hua, who doesn't he have an innate resistance to Japanese invasion? Liang Chen's playing that song. It's a blatant affront. Let the insult come. It's better than facing death. The group stood frozen, one hand holding their basins, the other wielding their umbrellas. They were caught in a limbo, unable to advance or retreat. The atmosphere shifting abruptly from fear to awkwardness. What was supposed to be an assault group might as well have been dubbed the Fool's Brigade. Suddenly, Liang Chen's voice resonated through the corridor, startling the men once more. Liang Chen, we're just trying to get by. Since you've seen through us, we'll take our leave now. Although they believed their defenses were foolproof, nobody wished to gamble with their lives. What if Liang Chen took the opportunity to launch a surprise attack as they turned to flee? If you breach my home today, will you let me go? I'm leaving now. What can you do about it? One bald man retorted angrily. He was accustomed to being a leader at his company, commanding a team of subordinates who dared not speak to him in such a manner. Were it not for the extreme weather and the scarcity of supplies at home, he would never have risked such an endeavor. Liang Chen not only played music to insult him, but he also threatened to prevent their departure. He was eager to test whether Liang Chen's arrows could penetrate his basin. In the midst of the other's complex gazes, the bald man turned and strode away. After taking a few steps, a flash of blue electricity surged forth, and the bald man collapsed, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. Anyone who dares to move will meet the same fate. Instinctively, the remaining men contemplated fleeing, but upon witnessing the bald man's grim fate, they were paralyzed by fear. Having swiftly dealt with the men at the front door, Liang Chen shifted his attention to the floor-to-ceiling windows. As he had surmised, another group of 6 or 7 individuals was soon to scale the exterior of his living room window. Open the curtains. Ever since Huang Jun had cut off his water and electricity, Liang Chen had made it a point to draw the curtains before turning on the lights each night. This was the first time he had opened the curtains at night. The brilliant illumination from the expansive windows cast a radiant glow upon the pristine white snow outside, reflecting light that illuminated half the sky. Many residents, having learned of the impending assault on Liang Chen's home, braved the bitter cold, peering out their windows to witness the spectacle. At that moment, they were acutely aware that Liang Chen had likely prepared in advance for the extreme weather. Upon receiving this information, all the residents were engulfed in a seething rage, unable to accept the reality. They directed all the suffering they endured in the blizzard towards Liang Chen. They resented him for not sharing the news in advance, for living comfortably while they struggled. Thus, even if darkness obscured their vision due to the power outage, they were determined not to miss this unfolding drama. Before the attack could even commence, they were taken aback by the brilliance emanating from Liang Chen's windows. Is that Liang Chen's house? But wasn't the entire city plunged into darkness? How is his home so brightly lit? It's been ages since I've seen such bright lights. It's almost comforting to behold. Wait, I recall that Liang Chen's home had its power cut off by Huang Jun long ago. How could there still be lights? He must have a generator. Impossible. I live 2 floors below him and have never heard the sound of a generator. Regardless of the explanation, one thing was clear. The news had to be true. Liang Chen had undoubtedly been forewarned about the impending drop in temperature. Liang Chen is a beast, so selfish. Why didn't he inform us? He deserves to be besieged today. Once we capture him, I'll make sure to stomp on him a few times. Look, They climbed to Liang Qin's window. Oh my God! These individuals are indeed the Spartan warriors of our community. Haha, Liang Qin, despite all his schemes and calculations, never anticipated that we would assault his window. Indeed, I have heard that Liang Qin went to great lengths to install an immensely sturdy door, believing it impenetrable. Little did he know, we would circumvent the door and opt to break the window instead. Let us go. The supplies and resources in Liang Qin's home are now ours, at this very moment. Nearly everyone in the Jinxiu Tianqing community is fixated on a singular point. IT is a beacon of light in the darkness, a window that radiates brightness and warmth. If they shatter it, they can partake in that light and warmth. Even if each person receives only a meager portion, the mere sight of Liang Qin no longer enjoying these comforts, reduced to their own miserable state, brings them immense satisfaction. Moreover, Liang Qin's imminent fate could very well be to be cast out, left to freeze to death. With the guidance of the light, many have raised their phones, magnifying that floor-to-ceiling window, initiating a live broadcast in the homeowners group. In the stairwell of Building 8, Chen Jiawei, upon seeing the live stream in the group, was momentarily taken aback, before a smug smile spread across his face. It seems Liang Qin is already aware of our intentions. He is preparing for self-destruction. Huang Jun and others hastily pulled out their phones, all captivated by the luminous glow emanating from Liang Qin's home. Qian Wenchao exclaimed, "What a beautiful floor-to-ceiling window!" Chen Jiawei's excitement was palpable. "It will soon belong to me." Initially, the few who were attempting to climb through the window, though secured by ropes, were trembling with anxiety. Upon witnessing the blinding light from Liang Qin's massive window, they were struck with terror. Yet, they quickly exchanged glances and leaped toward Liang Qin's window in unison. Once steady, they retrieved the prepared hammers from their waists and began to strike the glass ferociously. Chapter 33. The man in the light. In that moment, everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to the screens of their phones. Although the view was from a distance, they could almost hear the sound of the glass shattering. Thud. As the first heavy blow landed against Liang Qin's window, a dull thud echoed. Then came the second and third strikes. However, the anticipated shattering of glass did not materialize. With the illumination, the men swinging their hammers could see that the glass did not even quiver. After over 10 seconds of frenzied pounding, the men finally paused, their eyes reflecting disbelief. All the homeowners witnessing this spectacle were equally astonished, not shattered. How could this be? This is impossible. My husband wields the most professional breaching hammer. What material is Liang Qin's window made of? Is there such glass that can withstand a hammer? If I am not mistaken, that must be the legendary bulletproof glass. Bulletproof glass? ISNT that only used by high-ranking officials? What is Liang Qin? An ordinary person needs such resilient glass for? Still not understanding. He must have known that extreme cold and blizzards were approaching. He is preparing defenses against us. How infuriating. Not only did he not inform us, but he is also taking precautions against us. Liang Qin is utterly selfish, devoid of humanity. Upon witnessing the live broadcast in the homeowners group, Huang Jun and his companions, who had been laughing and joking moments earlier, fell into silence. Chen Jiawei stared at his phone screen, his breathing growing increasingly labored. For this operation, he had already prepaid for over 30 boxes of supplies. If the mission failed, it would not only mean losing everything, but he would also have to continue watching that scoundrel Liang Qin live a life 1,000 times better than his own. Therefore, he could not allow failure. With this thought, Chen Jiawei pulled out the walkie-talkie he had prepared and shouted, "Keep smashing. Whoever breaks the glass first will receive an additional 5 boxes of canned goods." His voice echoed through the walkie-talkie, and the men hammering the glass heard him clearly. The next moment, they surged forward like they were on a drug-fueled rush, raising their hammers to continue hammering the floor-to-ceiling window. "Let us go." The homeowners group began to cheer them on. Some self-proclaimed experts began to analyze the situation. "Everyone, don't panic. Our company has represented special glass before. I can assure you, no matter how tough the glass, if you keep striking one point, it will surely develop cracks and eventually shatter. That makes sense. If these brothers get tired, I'm willing to take their place. Bro, we're thinking alike. With so many of us, if we take turns, we can definitely break that window." Under the eager gazes of the crowd, several strong men persisted for another 10 minutes before finally stopping. They all simultaneously removed their gloves, touched the spots where they had just struck, and looked at their companions, their astonishment evident. After a full 10 minutes of frenzied hammering, the glass before them showed no signs of cracks. Not even the slightest dent. They had been selected not only for their agility but also because they regularly exercised, possessing strength at least 50% greater than the average male. Not to mention, the hammers used for breaking glass had been meticulously chosen, with alloy tips specifically designed for shattering windows. Yet, despite all this, they had not managed to inflict even the slightest damage on Liang Chen's glass. What does this signify? It means that Liang Chen's floor-to-ceiling window, seemingly fragile, is in fact harder than steel. Had they known that Liang Chen's window was constructed from 3 layers of this glass stacked together, they would have surely collapsed on the spot. All the residents in the homeowners group were equally stunned by the outcome. 10 minutes. With the force of those men as strikes, they could have shattered a floor, let alone a window. Your phones might not be so clear, but I'm using the latest model with superior clarity. I just zoomed in, and Liang Chen's glass has no scratches whatsoever. Chen Jiawei, witnessing this scene, became utterly frantic. He picked up his phone and shouted in the group, "I am Chen Jiawei, and I will add 5 more boxes of canned goods and 5 boxes of compressed biscuits. Whoever can break Liang Chen's glass will receive them." Chen Jiawei's words sent the homeowners into a frenzy. Many male homeowners expressed their willingness to take the place of those currently hammering the glass. However, some residents voiced concerns for their safety. Neighbors wanting to break the glass, "Please be careful." What if, in response to these well-meaning warnings, many homeowners scoffed? Liang Chen has merely installed a piece of bulletproof glass. No matter how tough a turtle shell may be, it can only watch helplessly as we shatter it. Exactly. Even if we can't break that window right now, Liang Chen is utterly powerless against us. This is what we call self-binding. He deserves it. Just as everyone thought it was merely a matter of time before they breached Liang Chen's window, and that Liang Chen was entirely at their mercy. Liang Chen reviewed the group messages and lightly tapped his finger on the phone screen. A retractable nozzle quietly extended from above the floor-to-ceiling window, aiming at 3 of the men and spraying water. The 3 men had no time to react, becoming instantly drenched by the water, ion temperatures plunging below -70 degrees. They did not even utter a word before swiftly turning into 3 ice sculptures. The crystalline figures slowly tilted back, their frozen safety ropes snapping. They plummeted from the 25th floor, landing in the thick snow below, without a sound. Simultaneously, 3 jets of flame erupted from above Liang Chen's floor-to-ceiling window, instantly engulfing the remaining 3 men. The flames, ignited by the gasoline being sprayed, quickly enveloped them. Accompanied by piercing screams, the 3 men fell from the 25th floor like 3 fireballs. The previously agitated homeowners were rendered speechless by this shocking scene. The events unfolded too rapidly, mere seconds passing, and the 6 men they had regarded as heroes all perished in the most horrific manner. How terrifying! Liang Chen had set such a trap. He is a devil. I will never again have any designs on Liang Chen. It's not worth risking my life over a few morsels of food. In the corridor, Chen Jiawei and others were seething with rage upon witnessing this scene. If Liang Chen's glass had merely been extraordinarily tough, they would not have been overly concerned. For they believed that with adequate incentives, someone would eventually attempt to breach it. It wouldn't take long to succeed. However, the situation was now drastically different in front of all the homeowners. Liang Chen had demonstrated through his actions that anyone attempting to shatter the glass would face the consequences of being frozen into ice sculptures or burned into charred corpses. As everyone fell into stunned silence, a voice message snapped them back to reality. "Look, Liang Chen has appeared." The crowd either fixated on the video or opened their phone cameras to zoom in on the scene. They beheld a tall, well-proportioned man stepping gracefully to the window, clad in a loose-fitting white t-shirt and gray sweatpants. He held a high-stemmed glass filled with red wine in one hand and several skewers of enticing meat in the other. He raised his wine glass and waved it toward the outside, revealing a radiant smile. At that moment, Liang Chen appeared to everyone as a deity standing atop the clouds, basking in the soul light, surveying the darkness and suffering of the world below. Chapter 34. The blind ones are us seeking new amusement. Liang Chen's sudden appearance left all homeowners in a daze. Even the 6 who had just met a tragic fate were forgotten. The powerful camera capabilities of their phones captured the scene before the floor-to-ceiling window with remarkable clarity, especially when they observed Liang Chen dressed in such light clothing, holding fine red wine, and steaming grilled meat. Envy surged to its zenith within them. "Look at that! Liang Chen is wearing a short-sleeve shirt and shorts. How warm must his home be? The roasted lamb skewers in his hands continued to sizzle with oil. Unmistakably fresh off the grill. Living in the same community, how could there be such a vast disparity? Why is it that we endure hunger and cold, while Yang Chun enjoys such comfort? I feel utterly miserable. We all used to suffer equally, and I could grit my teeth and persevere. But now, seeing Liang Chen basking in such ease and contentment, I feel as if I cannot endure for even a second longer. Before long, someone noticed the anomaly. Something seemed amiss. Wasn't Liang Chen blind? Indeed, why do I feel as though he is looking at me and smiling? Look at his eyes. They are so vibrant, clearly not blind. So, he has been creating a facade all along, leading us to believe he is merely a deranged blind man. Liang Chen is truly terrifying. Not only is he selfish, but he is also deeply cunning. Living next to such a person is a veritable nightmare. The envy towards Liang Chen quickly morphed into jealousy and rage, prompting some residents to incessantly tag Liang Chen. Liang Chen, you must have known about the extreme cold weather in advance. Why didn't you warn us all? Liang Chen, what benefits do you gain from this? Do you take pleasure in watching us suffer? Liang Chen, you are so selfish. Share your supplies and resources with us. Only then can we continue to accept you. Otherwise, what meaning is there in your solitary comfort? You must recognize the reality. Although you have prepared defenses, do not forget, you are but one person. The entire community comprises at least 2,000 or 3,000 residents. Do you truly wish to make enemies of us all? Liang Chen stood by the window, surveying the wintry scene of the community, relishing the spring-like warmth of his indoor surroundings, his heart filled with contentment. Glancing at the messages in the homeowners group, he picked up his phone and began to send a voice message in front of everyone. I am not related to any of you. We merely happen to reside in the same community. What obligation do I have to warn you in advance? Ask yourselves, how has my family treated you over the years? But ever since my parents passed away and I suddenly went blind, how have you ungrateful wretches treated me? To take 1,000 steps back, even if I were a fool willing to repay kindness with kindness and warn you about the drastic temperature changes. Would you believe me? In your eyes, wasn't I just a soft target, a helpless person who lost his parents and could be easily manipulated? As Liang Chen spoke, memories of his past began to resurface. Lu Jinxuan's treachery, the greed and selfishness of these neighbors, their collusion to inflict pain upon him. He continued, saying, your anger stems from witnessing me thrive while you struggle. You come to attack me, only to be countered. Just imagine, if at this very moment, you were to break into my home, you would undoubtedly be celebrating with glee. So, what right do you have to accuse me of selfishness? Simply because I refuse to obediently hand everything over to you. The homeowners were rendered speechless by Liang Chen's words, reflecting on the kindness his parents once extended to them, and recalling how they had turned against Liang Chen after his blindness. That moment. A message from Chen Jiawei broke the silence in the homeowners group. Neighbors, do not listen to Liang Chen's nonsense. Ultimately, he simply does not want us to live as comfortably as he does. Is that not selfish? I solemnly promise, whoever is the first to storm into Liang Chen's home and bring him before me, no matter the consequences, I will gift them my luxurious villa. Once this dreadful weather passes, that villa alone could elevate your worth to over 100 million. Many residents, upon reading this message, felt their greed stirring once again, eager to join the assault on Liang Chen's home. Chen Jiawei sent another voice message, enticingly addressing Liang Chen. Liang Chen, everyone in the community stands with me now. What do you have to contend with me? If you plead for mercy and promise to be my loyal dog, I might spare your life. What do you say? Liang Chen pulled a single armchair over, lazily sitting by the window, crossing his legs. Since you are so confident in your ability to conquer my home, let me show you something interesting. After sending the voice message, Liang Chen instructed the artificial intelligence. Open the live feed from the little bug and stream it to the homeowners group. Soon, all the residents witnessed this scene. A group of men wielding large hammers and metal shears were smashing the floor of a household. The tiles beneath their feet had been completely shattered, revealing gray concrete and several steel rods. As the men took turns working, a pit approximately 15 centimeters deep began to form. At that moment, many homeowners realized they must be demolishing the floor above Liang Chen's home. No matter how sturdy Liang Chen's doors and windows were, if they broke through his ceiling, they could invade his home. Manager Huang and Chen Shao were clever. They even thought of this method. Some astute homeowners sensed something was amiss. This live video was sent by Liang Chun, indicating he was aware of everything. Could it be? Just as the message was sent, a loud crash echoed in the live feed. Under the tense gaze of everyone, the man swinging the hammer slowly straightened up, a look of astonishment on his face as he glanced at the others. Damn. I think I hit a steel plate. One man, reacting swiftly, jumped into the pit and began frantically digging with his hands. After half a minute, the concrete debris in the pit was cleared away, revealing a thick metal plate. The man with the hammer furrowed his brow, lifted the hammer, and struck the metal plate with all his might. Thud. A dull thud resonated, and the man was jolted back several steps, landing on his backside. The hammer slipped from his grip as he removed his gloves, swallowing hard at the sight of his split knuckles. In the dust-filled living room, the heavy breathing of several men echoed. They gazed despondently at the metal plate at the bottom of the pit, rendered speechless. That moment, a man squatting on the ground extinguished his cigarette. Suddenly standing up as he walked forward, he unfastened his pants. I'll piss on you. Even if I can't break through. Let us see you cower like a turtle. In the homeowners group, those who had previously felt disappointment burst into laughter upon witnessing this scene. Having endured a night of setbacks, their spirits had already sunk to rock bottom. Although such an act of urination felt somewhat self-deceiving, it was, after all, above Liang Chun's head. The most crucial aspect was that the live footage was sent out by Liang Chen himself. This indicated that Liang Chen had intended to boast about the invincibility of his ceiling, only to have this generous brother disrupt his plans with a stream of urine. Ha ha ha, Liang Chun, no matter how fortified your ceiling is, it will still be subjected to the whims of others. This is what you call reaping what you sow. He wanted us to see him as the fool, yet the true jester is he. Liang Chen, when you sit down to eat, do try not to dwell too much on the thought that just 1 or 2 meters above you is excrement. Yang Li Juan, 1302, is that your husband urinating? Sister Li Juan, my brother's fortune is immense. You must be living quite happily, right? Chun Jiawei, watching the live stream, also found this scene amusing, calling out through the intercom. You all go up and urinate. I'll give you 10 packs of instant noodles for a single stream. Upon hearing this, the others hastily unfastened their pants and moved forward. 6 or 7 streams of yellow liquid met the metal plate. A flash of blue lightning surged through the air, causing the men to freeze in place, toppling backward. Smoke billowed from between their legs. The once proud and upright comrades transformed into charred remains. As they lay there, eyes rolling back and frothing at the mouth, the homeowners screamed in terror, jolted back to reality. They looked at the lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, suddenly recalling the recent fatalities from falls, and for the first time realized that Liang Chen's home seemed truly impregnable. Was that high-voltage electricity? I'm an electrician. To inflict such a degree of shock, Liang Chen's power source must be at least 1,500 volts. A typical small generator simply cannot achieve this. What on earth has Liang Chen prepared at home? Why does he possess such terrifying defenses? One homeowner, witnessing the horrific scene in the video, trembled as he typed. All this time, we looked down on Liang Chen, the blind man. Today, I have come to realize that the truly blind ones are us. Upon reading this, those who had previously dismissed Liang Chen with indifference felt a jolt of realization, slowly awakening to the notion that perhaps, in Liang Chen's eyes, they were the true jesters. As the live stream concluded, the homeowners group fell into silence, not a single message sent. Everything that transpired that night was also witnessed in its entirety by Lu Jinxian and Zhao Mingqi through their phones. The phrase, "the truly blind ones are us," struck a profound chord within Lu Jinxian. That night, she was undoubtedly the one whose heart stirred with the most tumult. Ever since they had sought trouble with Liang Chen, only to be soundly educated by him with a crossbow bolt, the two had taken refuge at Zheng Feng's home. It wasn't that Lu Jinxian had developed genuine feelings for Zheng Feng. Rather, the living conditions at his home were vastly superior to her rented accommodation. Moreover, as Lu Jinxian's #1 admirer, Zheng Feng was entirely devoted to her. Even after suffering severe injuries at Liang Chen's hands, he endured the pain to care for Lu Jinxian, not only sharing most of his heating supplies with her, but also prioritizing his stored food for her and her companion. What Lu Jinxian needed to do was merely to express a few heartfelt words every now and then, or to feign a bit of shyness from time to time. Even so, this was enough to keep Jing Feng awake with excitement throughout the night. He was even grateful to the heavens for the heavy snowfall that had brought the temperature to such lows, for it provided him with the opportunity to share a roof with his goddess. He would rather subsist on a single meal each day, curling up under the blankets, than to deprive Lu Jinxian of the meager supplies of compressed biscuits, bread, and down jackets available in his home. Zhang Feng fancied that he was taking excellent care of Lu Jinxian, believing that with time, she would inevitably come to rely on him and perhaps even develop some feelings. However, unbeknownst to him, while Lu Jinxian outwardly appeared gentle and considerate towards him each day, frequently expressing her gratitude, she had long grown weary of the monotonous diet of compressed biscuits and bread. Moreover, she harbored a deep disdain for the necessity of constantly wrapping herself in the down jacket that reeked of fish. Whenever the drudgery of her current existence became unbearable, she would subconsciously open the video sent by Liang Qian in their group chat. Watching the comfortable living environment and the array of tantalizing foods, she would imagine herself living in such a manner. It was not entirely unreasonable for her to indulge in such daydreams. As she had once lived in Liang Qian's home, that time, Liang Qian's parents had just passed away, and he was still the devoted admirer who catered to her every whim. Everything in his home, including all the wealth left by his parents, belonged to him. She had been on the cusp of realizing her dream of studying abroad and becoming a beautiful foreigner, but that dream was shattered by Liang Qian's abrupt change. His transformation caused her to lose the wealth she had just grasped. Liang Qian even drove her from his home, thwarting her plans to slowly poison him and seize his property. Later, when she witnessed Liang Qian thriving in the oppressive heat, her heart was filled with jealousy and rage. Yet, when she thought she could take revenge on Liang Qian with the help of Zhang Feng and her cousin, she was severely reprimanded by him with a crossbow. Had it not been for timely intervention, her cousin's men would likely have suffered significant losses. In the ensuing days, she was engulfed in fear and resentment. Gradually, that fear and resentment transformed into hatred, especially as she repeatedly viewed those food videos, her subconscious reminding her that all of that should rightfully belong to her. Thus, on this night, when she inadvertently discovered that the residents of the Jinxiu Tianquan community had banded together to launch an assault on Liang Qian's home, the conflict within her surpassed any other. As Liang Qian's former beloved, she had been repeatedly humiliated by him. Lu Jinxian was eager to see Liang Qian receive a severe lesson. Only then could she vent her fury. Yet, at the same time, she did not wish for Liang Qian's home to be overrun, for in her heart, everything within that house should rightfully belong to her. The best outcome she could envision was that Liang Qian would withstand the assault but emerge gravely injured. Allowing her to extend a modicum of care and gain entry into his home, as long as she could step inside, she would be willing to accept even a slight disadvantage at his hands. To her utter disbelief, however, Liang Qian effortlessly dismantled the assault of over 50 people. The fortitude of his home exceeded even that of the fortified shelters depicted in films. While this astonished her, it also intensified her desire to live in Liang Qian's abode, in such extreme conditions, who wouldn't yearn for safety and comfort. When she saw Liang Qian appear before everyone, her heart was pierced anew. Though she could not pinpoint what felt amiss, the Liang Qian on her phone was indeed a different person from the one she once knew. His ruggedly handsome appearance, coupled with his calm and composed demeanor, would render any woman weak at the knees. Yet, when she discovered that Liang Qian's eyesight had been restored, her spirits plummeted once more. Previously, she and Zhao Mingqi had gone to great lengths to procure poison from the school's chemistry lab to blind Liang Qian, all to gain complete control over him. Now that his vision had returned, even if she were to live in his home, she could no longer act with impunity as before. Nevertheless, Lu Jinxian had resolutely decided that she would find a way to move into Liang Qian's house and enjoy all that he currently possessed. Meanwhile, in the Jinxiu Tianquan community, Chun Jiaowei and his companions exchanged glances, the only sound in the corridor coming from the crackle of burning firewood. The intercom crackled to life. "Chun Xiao, we've been smashing away at Liang Qian's home for ages, only to discover that the concrete is reinforced with steel plates. Chun Xiao, the steel plates are electrified. One of our brothers has been electrocuted." Chun Jiaowei picked up the intercom, opened his mouth, but uttered not a single word. For the first time in his life, he had commanded so many people to risk their lives for him. Having devised what he believed to be an infallible plan, he was determined to seize Liang Qian's residence. Yet he could never have imagined that the assault on Liang Qin's home would not only fail but that so many of the 50 men he had brought would perish. He had grown accustomed to having his whims fulfilled by his wealthy father, but today he faced a crushing defeat at the hands of someone he had always looked down upon. After a long silence, Huang Jun cleared his throat and said, "It seems we underestimated this Liang Qin fellow. Let's have our men withdraw." The others nodded in agreement, and Huang Jun gestured to Qian Wanchao, who began issuing commands over the intercom for everyone to retreat. However, aside from the group downstairs at Liang Qin's residence, no one responded. At that moment, within Liang Qin's home, an artificial intelligence voice announced, "Detection indicates that the lower-level attackers have withdrawn. The load-bearing walls remain intact. Danger has been eliminated." Upon hearing this news, Liang Chun let out a quiet sigh of relief. The opposing side had organized so many people and attempted various means to breach his home. Yet they had not thought to damage the load-bearing walls. While he felt fortunate, it also made him acutely aware of the shortcomings of his high-level safe house. It was clear that he needed to expedite the enhancement of his comfort. He could not leave his fate in the hands of his enemies. This time, the attackers had not intended to destroy the load-bearing walls, but what if next time he encountered a reckless fool who would blow up the ground floor of his own home? With that thought in mind, Liang Chun opened the system panel to check. Comfort level 445-1000. Having repelled one wave of attackers, his comfort level had increased by over 30 points, which was rather decent. Liang Chun nodded to himself, but he also noticed a problem. As he gradually acclimated to his current lifestyle, enjoying good food, gaming, and other daily pleasures, his comfort level was becoming increasingly difficult to enhance. The daily increments were slowing down, so he needed to find new sources of enjoyment. Once he confirmed that his surroundings were completely secure, Liang Chun reclined back onto his bed, pondering new ways to elevate his comfort level. Chapter 35. Connect to show off wealth. Enhancing comfort was Liang Chun's foremost objective. At the outset of the apocalypse, simply enjoying good food and drink, along with some gaming, had allowed his comfort level to rise by about 10 points daily. However, as time passed, Liang Chun noticed that these daily increments were dwindling, from 10 points a day to merely 3. If tangible pleasures could no longer boost his comfort level, perhaps he should explore mental stimulation? As that thought crossed his mind, Liang Chun glanced over at Ergo, who was currently doting on a pillow. The sight of Ergo startled him. A woman? The moment those two words flickered in his mind, Liang Chun quickly dismissed the notion. Until he could guarantee absolute safety, he could not allow anyone inside, especially not a woman. His past experiences made him distrustful of others, particularly when it came to so-called love. As for basic physiological needs, his space was stocked with an array of top-tier adult products, which he had procured by emptying a warehouse in an island nation. This collection included various interactive toys and hundreds of lifelike female dolls, adorned in maid and nurse outfits among other costumes. However, after several attempts, Liang Chun found that his comfort level did not increase. At least this indicated that his taste was not in question. He reassured himself. Perhaps once he acquired a bunker, this issue could be resolved. In Liang Chun's mind, a bunker in the post-apocalyptic world would possess at least one safety buffer zone, as the name suggests. The safety buffer zone is the area located between the main entrance and the core zone. Once activated, it forms an independent space. Without Liang Chun's permission, no one could exit or enter the bunker. With a safety buffer zone in place, occasionally allowing a woman to enter for some interaction would become significantly less perilous. Since this avenue was currently unfeasible, he needed to consider alternative methods. Liang Chun picked up his phone and opened Douyin, hoping to find some engaging content that might still elevate his comfort level. After scrolling through several videos of people feigning madness and misfortune, he stumbled upon a live stream. Since the onset of the apocalypse, nearly all online streamers had vanished. The remaining ones fell into 3 categories. First were the reckless daredevils who sought to make quick money through absurd stunts in the extreme cold. They would either run around in shorts and t-shirts in the snow or camp outside for a night. Liang Chun had witnessed 3 streamers freeze to death before his very eyes. The second group consisted of formerly obscure survival stockpiling streamers. These individuals typically hoarded long-lasting food and survival supplies, with some even digging holes in their yards, calling them safety shelters. What had once been a niche endeavor became the most popular streaming category when the apocalypse actually struck. As these streamers found themselves with ample food and drink, the final category, and currently the most popular, featured genuine wealthy elites. These individuals had always enjoyed superior living conditions and typically stocked essential supplies. Thus, in the face of the extreme cold, these affluent individuals or genuine second-generation rich kids chose to live stream, showcasing their enviable living conditions to the vast majority of ordinary people struggling to make ends meet. At that moment, Liang Chen happened upon a streamer risking her life for money, a bikini-clad beauty showcasing her long, fair legs as she danced outdoors. The female streamer possesses an appearance that can only be deemed average, with her broadcasts typically attracting a maximum of 2,000 viewers. However, at this moment, witnessing the staggering audience of over 100,000 and the continuous stream of gifts rolling across the screen, the streamer trembles with excitement. "Thank you, dear family, for your generous donations. With your support, my life as a streamer is truly worthwhile," she exclaims. "Assistant, quickly bring me my coat. I can hardly bear it." Yet, the barrage of comments is filled with dissent. "I've taken off my pants. And this is what you show me." Indeed, it has barely been half a minute, and the top supporter is voicing his discontent. "Dance another segment, and I'll shower you with 10 supreme gift cannons." Upon seeing the top supporter's comment, the streamer, disregarding her assistant's protests, promptly sheds her coat and begins to sway before the camera. The chat erupts in cheers, though dissenters also emerge. "Hurry and put your clothes back on, or someone might truly get hurt. You know nothing. No supreme gift cannon can warm a heart." As the screen fills with frenzied comments, the streamer's once passionate gaze turns hollow, and suddenly, she collapses. A scream from her assistant pierces the air. What an unfortunate turn of events. I had merely sought some amusement, only to witness a live demise. Liang Chen shakes his head helplessly, double-tapping to like a few times before swiping up to switch rooms. What greets him is a villa, boasting at least a 200-square-meter living room. A man clad in a military coat, adorned with a gold chain around his neck, is broadcasting himself eating fish. "Brothers, this golden dragon has been with me for 8 years. 8 years? Hee hee. What can I say? I haven't had fish in 3 days, so I have to indulge." The audience is envious of the man's ostentatious display. "Oh my ancestors! That violet gold dragon has been auctioned for 15 million. I am wrapped in 5 layers of blankets. Will my drool freeze immediately? That fish's whisker is worth more than my life. You dare eat it? Adoptive father, I de-kill my wife to satisfy your cravings. Spare me, O dragon fish brother." Liang Chen gazes at the unappealing plate of fish, feeling a wave of nausea in his inventory. Countless exquisite seafood delicacies abound. Piles of completed seafood dishes, from steamed Australian lobsters to spicy crayfish, all freshly cooked. Compared to these delights, that 15 million golden dragon fish offers no advantages aside from its exorbitant price. Just then, a connection request pops up. The wealthy fish-eating man casually clicks to accept, and the screen splits in two. This is a common PK format on Douyin. 2 streamers connect simultaneously, competing in talents, ultimately determined by the gifts sent by their fans. The new streamer is named Purebred Steve. Dressed in luxurious black fur, he exudes an air of opulence. The wealthy man shifts the camera towards the plate of fish, then glances at his opponent, saying, "Brother, it looks like it's daytime on your side. Are you abroad?" Steve, wearing sunglasses, remains silent, simply picking up his phone. As the camera pans down, an indoor fish pond comes into view. In the pond, dozens of plump koi swim eagerly to the edge, opening their mouths towards Steve. The chat explodes with excitement. "Am I seeing things? Is that a Showa koi? At least 2.7 million. I just checked the reference images. It's definitely a Showa. This isn't a fish pond. It's a treasure trove. And those few kahaku are worth over 1 million each." Indeed, in the presence of koi, all gold and silver dragons pale in comparison. The wealthy fish-eater, clearly knowledgeable, fixates on the screen. His mouth agape, he manages to utter. This brother seems to be a senior." Steve chuckles. "I'm not one to enjoy connecting with others, and I particularly disdain pretentious displays, especially from you country bumpkins." With that, a shadow of gloom clouds the previously cheerful face of the wealthy man. "Brother, what do you mean by that?" Steve's pride shines through. "Some things don't need to be stated bluntly. I fear some of you might not be able to handle it." At this moment, the chat catches on, and questions arise. "Can you even speak Mandarin without an accent? What are you trying to flaunt? And that tone sounds suspiciously close to my hometown." Steve smirks derisively. That was merely the route I took to get here. Speaking to you lot is akin to playing music to a cow. Just then, a comment cannot contain its outrage. You scoundrel! We don't mind your flaunting wealth, but who do you think you are to act all high and mighty? The wealthy man, after reading the comments, retorts angrily, Brother, let us speak civilly. If you're doing well abroad, that's your affair. No need to belittle your own country. Steve stretches languidly, dismissing him. Let me reiterate. Since I've made it out here, you, a nouveau riche country bumpkin, have no right to converse with me, brother. Is it just about having a bit of money? Perhaps I cannot compare to you. But we have many who are wealthier than you, Steve. What good is wealth? Here, the variety of goods is abundant, and the quality of life is superior. In this weather, do any of you live better than I do? After saying this, Steve shifts the camera to the dining table, where a half-eaten ribeye steak is displayed alongside half a bottle of red wine. Damn it, this kid even has steak to eat? Last time I visited young Master Wang's stream, he mentioned that his steak supply was dwindling. While the big shots might have reserves, in this dreadful weather, all production and transport have come to a standstill. Everyone is eating one meal less than the last. I'm furious. Is there no big shot willing to step up? Steve laughs heartily at the comments. I relish watching you all seethe with frustration. As you say, it's better to lose face than suffer in silence. I'll state it plainly. If anyone in this stream lives better than I do, I'll kneel and apologize. But alas, you'll never have that chance. You can only watch me enjoy life. Liang Chun had initially intended to scroll away, but upon hearing Steve's last few remarks, he pondered for a few seconds. He then retrieved a cartoon headpiece from his inventory and donned it before initiating a connection with Steve. Chapter 36. Young Master Zhang intervenes. Liang Chun's intentions were quite simple. He sought to express his displeasure. He felt a strong inkling that if he could thoroughly humiliate Steve, his own comfort level would rise significantly. The connection request from Liang Chun immediately captured the attention of the chat. Whoa, a big shot is really connecting. I knew that our wealthy big shots, despite their extravagant lifestyles, can still step up when it counts. This username seems unfamiliar. I follow all the wealthy big shots who often stream. But I haven't seen this one. This friend named Only Love Jin Xian. Can you actually deliver? Please don't embarrass us. I forgot to change my name after getting up early. I'll definitely remember to change it after the connection. Liang Chen, upon seeing the chat, suddenly recalled that his Douyin username was from his past life. Only Love Jin Xian was a name he had chosen to express his affection for Lu Jin Xian. It now seemed like a social faux pas, but since the connection request had already been sent, he no longer cared about his username. Purebred Steve, seeing someone daring enough to connect with him, maintained his defiant demeanor. Although he was a flamboyant second-generation rich kid, he was not foolish. Recently, he had watched many wealthy individuals from Huagua stream, and after repeated comparisons, he realized that his living conditions were indeed superior to theirs. This prompted him to start streaming to gain some traffic. Thus, when Liang Chen's connection request appeared, he clicked to accept without hesitation. As the camera displayed Liang Chen, all eyes turned to his side of the screen. Upon seeing Liang Chen's appearance, Steve was taken aback, then burst into laughter. A loser living in a unit apartment? Who gave you the courage to connect with me? The chat was equally baffled. Why is he still wearing a Pikachu costume? It's normal for wealthy individuals to avoid showing their faces, but something felt off. What kind of wealthy big shot is this? Clearly, he's in a unit apartment. Dude, don't embarrass us. The sheepdog has already ridden your face. Are you really going to come out and make a fool of yourself? Before Liang Chen could speak, many comments had already deduced that he lived in a unit apartment. Those supporting Steve, the nationalists, were in ecstasy. Ha ha ha. I thought it was a wealthy big shot's alternate account. Turns out it's a well-meaning but powerless little pink. Brother, have you been foolishly cut by the chives? What are you trying to flaunt in these conditions? Your intellect? I bet he's about to say he has a heart for building Huagua, and his inner world is immensely rich. Liang Chun cleared his throat, ensuring his voice had been processed by artificial intelligence, then said, I heard that as long as someone lives better than you, you lose? Steve chuckled. Brother, hurry up and wash up for bed. Otherwise, you might experience another power outage soon. I've heard that your Huagua unit apartments only have power for half an hour each day. Liang Chen retorted. What? Eating your own excrement now? Steve frowned, spearing a piece of steak with his fork. Are you really trying to provoke me? In our esteemed nation of Hua, there exists an age-old adage. One's dignity is bestowed upon oneself. Yet, some insist on thrusting their faces forward, begging for a slap, as if refraining from such an act would be a disservice to them. Suddenly, Steve chuckled, just as he was about to speak, when yet another connection request illuminated the live broadcast screen. Upon seeing the username of the individual, the chat erupted once more. Zhang from Shanghai. It's young Master Zhang. Young Master Zhang is reputed to be the wealthiest second-generation heir in Haicheng, allegedly possessing even greater riches than young Master Wang. Just yesterday, I witnessed his live stream, where young Master Zhang indulged in a hot pot feast at home, savoring only the finest ingredients, leaving me utterly envious. That so-called AI Jin Xin, do spare us the embarrassment. Quickly, make way for young Master Zhang. Steve evidently recognized young Master Zhang's ID, his eyes darting as he manipulated the screen. In no time, the live stream was divided into 3 segments, with Steve occupying one half, while Yang Qin and young Master Zhang shared the remaining portion. Soon, young Master Zhang's image appeared. With a somewhat effeminate appearance, he exuded an air of nobility. My dear friend, kindly disconnect, young Master Zhang commanded, his tone laden with authority, as if ordering a servant. Liang Chen furrowed his brow. This esteemed netizen, it seems I was the first to connect. Surely there must be an order to this? Young Master Zhang appeared incredulous. You do not recognize me? Must I be acquainted with you? Liang Chen retorted, igniting a flurry of comments in defense of young Master Zhang. What a loser, not even knowing young Master Zhang. Yet daring to connect, quickly leave. Young Master Zhang is present. There's no need for you to flaunt your superiority. Withdraw, brother. Preserve some dignity. 1TU. Steve chuckled even more brightly at the barrage of comments. What they say online rings true. This is how you people in Hua showcase your bravado. Young Master Zhang's displeasure was palpable. Enough of this chatter. Do you dare to wager larger? Having long heard of young Master Zhang's illustrious reputation, Liang Chen inquired, what shall we wager? Young Master Zhang's camera panned, revealing an immense aquarium. Under the vibrant lights, 5 or 6 red and white fish swam gracefully. Young Master Zhang spoke slowly. Let us wager my 5 little fish against all your koi. Should either of us lose, the fish shall perish. Do you dare? His proposition stunned everyone in the live stream. Young Master Zhang was playing a dangerously high-stakes game. Steve's koi, after all, were worth no less than 30 to 40 million. While young Master Zhang's aquarium appeared lavish, it seemed he had only these 5 little fish. Could it be that young Master Zhang, like the so-called dragonfish brother, had consumed the rest? Yet, these 5 little fish looked rather ordinary. How could they possibly compare to someone's koi? In stark contrast to the confusion in the comments, ever since the appearance of the red fish, Steve's gaze had been fixated on the aquarium. If I am not mistaken, young Master Zhang appears to be raising 5 mint angels. Young Master Zhang's voice carried a hint of pride. Since you possess discernment, you are not entirely ignorant. So, what say you? Dare you to wager? Steve's words resonated with many fish enthusiasts in the comments. Oh my goodness, young Master Zhang truly has mint angels, and 5 of them, no less. This species is rare and notoriously difficult to catch. It is said that only one resides in aquariums worldwide, located in Hawaii. Young Master Zhang, do you lack sycophants in your aquarium? Steve was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated young Master Zhang would escalate the stakes so dramatically. His koi were the result of his father's painstaking efforts, costing nearly 50 million to acquire, all to impress a beautiful politician who had a penchant for fish. Therefore, upon hearing young Master Zhang propose a wager involving the life of the fish, he found himself hesitating. Seeing the conflict on Steve's face, young Master Zhang chuckled. I had thought you were a wealthy player, but it appears you are but a small fry. Disconnect now, and remember to sit at the children's table when you return home. Steve, gritting his teeth, declared, Let us wager then. This is a vial of cyanide. Surely, you have never even seen such a thing. If I lose, just 1 drop will instantly annihilate this pool of koi. Young Master Zhang nodded in satisfaction. The conditions for raising mint angels are well known. If I lose, a mere flick of the switch will render 100 million useless. Their exchange sent the entire live stream into a frenzy of excitement. No one noticed that in the lower left corner of the screen, Liang Chen was gently shaking his head. Young Master Zhang, catching a glimpse of Liang Chen's calm demeanor, remarked, Brother, why not disconnect first? I shall compensate you with 100 carnivals shortly. Upon hearing this, the comments erupted in chaos. What? Such a good deal. Had I known. I would have connected too. Quick, accept it, you fool. Why should he? This brainless individual just spoke a single line. And young Master Zhang is offering you his carnival. Watching the frantic attempts to dissuade him, Liang Chen remained unfazed. Since young Master Zhang is so eager, allow him to proceed first. I shall wait on the sidelines. As for gifts, let us forego them. After tonight, I will be deleting this account. Young Master Zhang narrowed his eyes. You do not regret this decision? Liang Chen stretched lazily. Just hurry up. I am pressed for time. Young Master Zhang shook his head, having encountered many peculiar personalities, but someone like Liang Chen was indeed a rarity. As Steve observed that young Master Zhang had fallen silent, he too disregarded Liang Chen. The camera swayed, revealing a grand fireplace in the frame. Then, his languid voice filled the air. Surely, the fireplace, a traditional heating device of the beautiful nation, is something the people of Hua have only seen in films? The roaring flames in the fireplace cast a warm glow on Steve's face. He stood there clad in a lightweight silk robe, comfortably positioned before the fireplace. Nonsense. Such contraptions are obsolete in our rural areas. Yet the warmth they emanated was undeniably inviting. The low end may indeed be low end, but the envy was all too real. Young Master Zhang glanced at the screen and lifted his phone, panning around the villa. Ultimately, the camera focused on a row of air vents beneath the ceiling. Fireplaces were discarded in our nation centuries ago, replaced by heating stoves. This system is a comprehensive fresh air temperature control setup, purifying the air and maintaining a constant temperature around the clock. After making his point, young Master Zhang revealed his lower half clad in shorts and slippers. Heavens, who gave me the courage to behold this? I am bundled in 6 layers of winter clothing, still shivering. I just ignited my bookshelf, and even then, I find it unbearably cold without my down jacket. Observing the two wealthy heirs competing over heating devices, Liang Chen shook his head in bemusement. Initially, he expected a display of opulent luxury, yet this was the outcome. However, upon reflection, he understood. With the average global temperature plummeting to around -75 degrees, maintaining a room temperature suitable for shorts would necessitate vast amounts of energy. The sudden onset of extreme cold, paired with the ability to store such energy, was itself a testament to wealth and status. Steve clapped his hands in amusement, seemingly anticipating that young Master Zhang would not concede in this matter of warmth. As the image swayed slightly, he descended a staircase into what resembled a storage room. Upon pushing open an iron door, rows of neatly arranged slaughtered cattle came into view in our beautiful nation. Stockpiling supplies is a routine matter for every household, as we are distanced from supermarkets, unlike your nation where one can find disheveled markets on every corner. Alas, the blizzard arrived too abruptly. I am left with only these 30-odd cattle. I apologize for the embarrassment it brings young Master Zhang. Steve's gaze remained fixed on young Master Zhang, his sense of superiority radiating from the screen. Young Master Zhang cast a glance at Steve's storage, his expression slightly faltering. Although his own storage boasted ample supplies, the people of Hua have always valued fresh ingredients, especially those from prominent families like the Zhangs. Thus, they did not stockpile 30-odd cattle like Steve's family. In terms of food, you have indeed triumphed. Young Master Zhang's concession elicited a chorus of astonishment in the comments. Is this not a bit unfair? In our Hua, even the wealthiest families wouldn't hoard such an excess of frozen meat. Indeed, isn't fresh food preferable? Fun fact, zombie meat was invented in the beautiful nation. While young Master Zhang may have surrendered in the realm of food reserves, he exhibited neither anxiety nor dejection. Calmly, he picked up his phone and strolled towards another direction of his villa. The comments buzzed with speculation. Young Master Zhang is on the move. He.s. about to showcase the true life of luxury. Stockpiling frozen meat is a behavior of the rustic. When it comes to enjoying life, young Master Zhang has never been outdone. Soon, the camera panned to an expansive hall, revealing a medium-sized swimming pool. Hold on, am I seeing things? Is that truly a swimming pool? Heavens! A pool filled with water that hasn't frozen? How much energy must be expended to achieve this? It's simply inhumane wealth. Young Master Zhang adjusted his phone's angle slightly, capturing the image of a figure swimming in the pool. The figure swam closer. Amidst the cheers of the comments, a woman with an almost flawless physique emerged from the water, shaking her wet hair. The beauty approached young Master Zhang, gently linking her arm with his, and waved at the camera. Did I not just see correctly? Is that not the internet sensation Pan Xiaoxiao? Her figure is simply breathtaking. Brothers, after all this time, I finally sense a hint of warmth. Just a hint of warmth, you say? Focus on the main event. Just moments ago, Pan Xiaoxiao had emerged from the swimming pool, indicating that the water temperature must be at least 20 degrees. Wouldn't you agree? I once worked part-time at a swimming facility during winter break, and I can attest that maintaining a constant temperature in the pool requires a daily electricity consumption of no less than 100 kilowatt-hours. Liang Chun observed young Master Zhang and the internet celebrity Pan Xiaoxiao engaging in flirtatious banter, feeling rather indifferent. He merely harbored a slight admiration. As the foremost second-generation wealthy individual in Huaguo, the energy consumed by young Master Zhang's family to maintain such an enormous pool's temperature was undoubtedly beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. Yet for Liang Chun, all of this was trivial. The energy contained within a single ultimate electric core was at least 30 million kilowatt-hours, sufficient to supply electricity for millions of residents in an ordinary city for an entire day. And this 30 million kilowatt-hours figure was merely the most conservative estimate. Indeed, young Master Zhang was extravagantly wealthy, but alas, just as everyone presumed that young Master Zhang's swimming pool would silence Steve, a triumphant voice erupted from the live stream. The screen swiftly panned as a Japanese shoji door opened, revealing a traditional Japanese hot spring. Within two identically sized stone baths, two women in swimsuits, one black and one white, were playfully splashing about. Steve, brandishing his phone, circled around the hot spring. Unfortunately, my villa is conveniently built atop a natural hot spring. Although the temperature has significantly dropped recently, it is still just warm enough for a soak. Upon seeing Steve enter, the two women quickly scrambled out of the hot spring, wrapped themselves in down jackets, and hurried over to plant a kiss on Steve's cheeks. Young Master Zhang's expression turned ashen. He hadn't anticipated that the pool he took pride in would be overshadowed by another's natural hot spring. In every conceivable aspect, a natural hot spring utterly surpassed an artificial pool, especially in this weather. Where maintaining the temperature incurred no expense, he hastily returned to the aquarium, directed the camera towards the power switch, and pressed it down. As the entire aquarium's lights extinguished in an instant, young Master Zhang also ended the live stream. Damn it! Young Master Zhang had lost 5 mint green immortals, worth at least 100 million, gone just like that. Those wretched sheepdogs had infuriated him to the point of chest pain. To be fair, their natural hot spring was indeed far superior to the pool. In the face of young Master Zhang's defeat, the nationalists standing alongside Steve were more excited than during the New Year celebrations. Ha ha ha, the little pinks are turning red on the spot. The gap between Huaguo and Meili-Guo was already vast. Yet some were blindly confident, believing Huaguo could be compared to Meili-Guo. Even young Master Zhang couldn't hold a candle to any random wealthy individual from Meili-Guo. Upon witnessing young Master Zhang concede defeat, Steve, with the live stream's popularity exceeding 800,000 viewers, arrogantly declared to the camera, "It's not that I look down on anyone. It's just that every single Huaguo person present here is trash." Just then, a languid voice interjected. "Why be a good person when you can be a dog?" Chapter 38. Who says you can't win without a gun? After Liang Chun uttered this line, many finally noticed that there was another individual online in the corner of the screen. "You scared me? I thought the live stream was haunted. Why is this loser still here? Does he love seeking attention this much? Bro, just get lost. Haven't you seen young Master Zhang has already lost? That's 100 million gone. Hurry up and leave. Don't embarrass us." Unfazed by the barrage of insults in the comments, Liang Chun fixed his calm gaze on Steve. Steve chuckled in disbelief. "Bro, I commend your spirit, but do you really think you're wealthier than young Master Zhang?" Liang Chun sighed. "Aren't we measuring who lives more comfortably? Does it really matter how much money one has?" His remark elicited a vigorous backlash in the comments. "Who let Wu Xia out? Quickly take him back, brother. Tell me, in extreme cold weather, to live comfortably, isn't it about who has more money? Or are we measuring who is crazier? I think this guy is definitely insane, and not just a little." Steve shook his head. "Forget it. Since you wish to be obstinate, I'll make sure you understand." With that, he picked up his phone and entered another room. As the lights turned on, the comments erupted in astonishment. The screen displayed 3 brand new handguns in a display case, accompanied by several hundred rounds of ammunition. Steve looked at Liang Chun with a sympathetic gaze, though it may seem a bit unfair. "As a citizen of Meili-Guo, if I were to draw these 3 handguns, how would you respond?" It is well known that Huagua has the strictest gun control laws in the world. Even air guns capable of causing injury are prohibited for private ownership. In contrast, Meligua permits legal gun ownership, and many wealthy individuals accumulate firearms as essential weapons. Bro, you could easily obtain 100 carnivals for free. Why do you insist on courting disaster? Some had previously remarked that Huagua's regulations were overly stringent. Now, it seemed that they could even pull out equalizers. This guy can't possibly be a plant, can he? Liang Qin gazed at the 3 handguns on the screen with a sense of helplessness. Before the apocalypse, he had procured 3 brand-new military-grade 92 pistols from his good friend Tang Peng. Along with 500 rounds of ammunition. In terms of power and performance, his 392s could easily outperform Steve's. Moreover, he possessed a Type 30 automatic rifle, touted as the strongest individual weapon. Yet he had no intention of showcasing these weapons. It wasn't due to fear of law enforcement, but rather because there was no need to reveal his trump cards for a mere livestream. Can't handle the loss. At this point, Steve had resumed his haughty demeanor, regarding Liang Qin as nothing more than a clown unworthy of his attention. After all, young Master Zhang had wagered 100 million with him. And Steve knew Liang Qin didn't possess such wealth. How about this? There's an old saying in Huagua. A man's knees are worth their weight in gold. I sentence you to kneel before everyone and bow 3 times. In response to Steve's provocation, Liang Qin displayed not a trace of anger, responding with a smile. Is 3 bows all it takes? Doesn't that seem a bit too lenient? Taken aback by Liang Qin's apparent lack of humility, Steve grew impatient. Then what do you want? How about this? The same best of 3 format. If you win, I will kneel and bow for half an hour during the live stream. As soon as Liang Qin finished speaking, the comments exploded. This brother must be feeling stimulated. Does he not have any family? Someone should control him. I've seen this episode. People die during the live stream. To be fair, though he seems a bit pretentious. He does have some backbone. Meanwhile, although young Master Zhang had cut the connection, he was still watching the live stream. Upon witnessing Steve produce 3 handguns, he realized that his loss that night was not in vain. For he was currently in Huagua and could never possess such items. When he heard Liang Qin's proposal, he furrowed his brow slightly. He had always thought Liang Qin was merely seeking to ride on the coattails of popularity. But he hadn't expected the other party to be so reckless as to gamble with their life. Steve was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. All right, since you're so willing to take risks, I accept your challenge. But what happens if you lose? I can't possibly lose. Since it's a wager, there must be a stipulation. What if I happen to win? What exactly are you trying to say? Liang Qin pointed behind Steve. If you lose, you must burn that beautiful flag of Meligua behind you and declare, there are only 2 genders in this world. How does that sound? Quite simple, isn't it? Liang Qin finished speaking, calmly gazing at Steve's increasingly grim expression. He understood all too well that the soft spot for sheepdogs like Steve was that they could do anything, but they must never touch the taboos of their foreign father. The so-called freedom and democracy in Meligua actually encompassed many bizarre taboo topics. For instance, declaring there are only 2 genders would be seen as discriminatory against gender freedom. Furthermore, the act of burning a national flag was an absolute taboo for an immigrant like Steve, who was so eager to please. At that moment, many in the comments began to cheer for Liang Qin. Ha ha ha, this brother may not seem very bright, but he truly understands the game. This wager appears simple. Yet the sheepdog would undoubtedly hesitate. Isn't it about freedom? Can't they even burn their own belongings or say a single word? Our brother has left the big brother speechless. Ha ha. Young Master Zhang, with a smile on his face, had not anticipated that Liang Qin would propose such an intricate wager. In contrast, his own wager with Steve now seemed rather childish and mundane. Unfortunately, no matter how clever the wager, it could not guarantee a win. Young Master Zhang shook his head, feeling that it would be a pity if Liang Qin lost. Observing the flood of taunts, veins throbbed on Steve's forehead. He had not anticipated that Liang Qin, whom he perceived as a mindless loser, could propose such a crafty wager. This wager appeared easy, seemingly a windfall for Steve, but only he understood that for families like theirs, truly integrating into Meligua required avoiding the very scenario Liang Qin described. Yet, as he observed the overwhelming barrage of taunts, his fury intensified. Fine, I accept your terms, but you will never witness it. With that, he brandished a handgun, playfully displaying it before the camera. If there are no objections, I believe I've won the first round. Just as he was about to set the gun down, he heard Liang Qin's voice, who says that Huagua prohibits firearms means I can't possess weapons superior to handguns? Following this, Liang Qin's screen flipped, revealing a living room of around 30 to 40 square meters, densely populated with bows and crossbows. What am I seeing? Is this guy part of the national archery team? Such nonsense. It is utterly implausible for even the national team to possess such a multitude of crossbows. They are predominantly composite bows. These weapons can strike with lethal force at distances up to 200 meters, rivaling that of handguns. I have witnessed videos showcasing their capability to pierce through ballistic shields at a mere 20 meters. Is this gentleman perhaps the fabled owner of a bow and arrow factory? Ha ha ha, even the shepherd dog seems to question its existence. Cold weapons. I may be retired, but I am not dead. Steve gazed incredulously at the multitude of bows and arrows scattered across the screen. He often came across videos from American content creators and was well aware of the power of composite bows. Nonetheless, he remained reluctant to concede, stubbornly asserting, no matter how formidable the crossbow, it pales in comparison to a handgun. That is common knowledge, is it not? Without hesitation, Liang Qin seized a hand crossbow from the ground and unleashed 3 arrows at a dummy situated across the living room. He then approached the dummy slowly. As the image zoomed in, the barrage of comments erupted once more. All 3 arrows struck the center of the forehead. Who on earth is this individual? My goodness, please remove your hood. You must be some kind of Olympic champion. With such a rapid draw, surely you would not falter against a handgun in a duel. Liang Qin glanced at the comments. What are you waiting for? Come on. Upon seeing the 3 arrows embedded in the dummy's forehead, Steve realized he had lost this round. Although his marksmanship was commendable, he could never hit the forehead from a distance of 15 meters. He chuckled to himself. I never anticipated you had such skills. Consider me defeated. Hearing Steve concede, young Master Zhang, who had been watching the live stream with a skeptical eye, felt a twinge of surprise. He had underestimated this lad. There was indeed something remarkable about him. However, he surmised that Steve would soon deny him any further opportunities. Young Master Zhang believed that Liang Qin's victory over Steve with a crossbow was merely a stroke of luck. Given Liang Qin's displayed living conditions, if Steve flaunted his wealth, he would undoubtedly secure victory. As expected, Steve soon remarked, I am feeling a bit hungry. Let us have a simple meal of beef, shall we? Chapter 39. I want $1 with a snap of his fingers. 2 blonde, blue-eyed chefs wheeled in a dining cart. A corpulent black woman approached the table and began serving dishes. Soon, a perfectly seared, golden brown steak was presented, arousing one's appetite at first glance. Steve took a knife and fork, cut a small piece, and after a few chews, spat it out. Tough texture. Let us try another piece. With that, he unceremoniously discarded the exquisite steak into the trash bin. This scene elicited mixed emotions among the viewers. Come on, at least swallow it. If you won't eat it, don't waste it. Why not give it to the servant beside you? Suddenly, the compressed biscuits in their hands seemed far less appealing, despite their disdain for Steve's arrogance. Nearly everyone was enduring hunger and cold in the extreme weather. For the vast majority of families, merely having access to bread or biscuits was already a luxury, while the thought of steak was beyond their wildest dreams. Yet, here was Steve, disdainfully discarding a steak for its poor quality. With a smirk, he remarked, beef, you see, is quite inexpensive in our beautiful country. Even this Wagyu I'm eating costs merely $1 per gram. Such blatant ostentation fueled the viewer's resentment. Hey, Mayam, we'll crowdfund you to take him down. I wish your entire family would contract mad cow disease. How can we even compete? This scoundrel insists on comparing meat consumption. While young Master Zhang's reserves can't hold a candle to his, sighing, the crowd turned their attention to Liang Qin, who had now taken a seat at the table. What is this? Are you also preparing to eat? My brother, perhaps you should just log off and not waste food. I bet 50 that this brother will only pull out a self-heating hot pot. I wager he'll be lucky to have a pack of instant noodles. Amidst the speculation, Liang Qin's camera gradually panned upwards, finally revealing the full array of dishes on the table. Steve, having taken a bite of his newly replaced steak, glanced up at the screen and was instantly taken aback. On Liang Qin's modestly adorned dining table lay an impressive spread of culinary delights. The center was a 9-compartment hot pot, each section bubbling with different colored broths. Surrounding the pot were fresh cuts of beef and lamb, an assortment of green vegetables, tripe, crispy meat, and shrimp paste. Nearby were several bowls containing snail noodles, dumplings, spicy rice noodles, duck blood vermicelli soup, and more, all steaming as if just prepared. In addition, large platters boasted roasted fish, suckling pig, and sumptuous chicken dishes. Liang Qian positioned his phone on a stand to capture the table, ensuring he remained out of frame, before removing his hood to indulge in the feast. The sounds of slurping and munching resounded continuously. With Steve's livestream audience nearing 1 million, the speed of the comments was overwhelming. I must be too cold and hungry. This must be a hallucination. Oh heavens, is this not the scene I dream of? I thought I would never see hot pot again. This is simply too delightful. Just a glance at that duck blood vermicelli soup is enough to know it tastes exquisite. Hey, my friend, the big plate chicken is simply irresistible. As viewers began to claim their favorite dishes from various regions, the atmosphere in the livestream reached a fever pitch. Even young Master Zhang, who considered himself indifferent to food, could not help but swallow audibly. Yet the most astonished was Steve. Although he had always disdained acknowledging his Chinese heritage, upon seeing the dishes from his homeland on Liang Qian's table, memories of delicious flavors flooded his mind, causing a tremor in his throat. With all restaurants in both the beautiful country and Huagua shut down, how could you possibly be enjoying such authentic delicacies? Liang Qian, mouthful, asked, "Would you like to try some?" Steve struggled to divert his gaze back to the expensive delicacies before him, finding them suddenly tasteless in comparison to Liang Qian's exquisitely crafted Huagua cuisine. Liang Qian sipped from a pot of pig stomach chicken soup and looked at Steve's pallid face. "Having eaten your fill, do you have anything to add? If so, do present it." With that, Liang Qian's hands appeared on screen, lifting a platter of untouched roast duck and placing it on the ground next to him. Under the watchful eyes of all, a sleek, shiny yellow dog ambled over, sniffed the roast duck, and began to eat it leisurely. Its dining posture was slow yet elegant, lacking any of the typical canine attitude. Clearly accustomed to such indulgence, this scene shattered the viewer's resolve. "Brother, just kill me and let the dog enjoy a feast, will you? This is too much. Big shot, do you need another dog? If not, do you require a slop bucket? I have been starving for 3 days. Seeing this before I die is a comfort. Where are those who once criticized our nation? Have they choked on their own words? Come forth and continue your rants. Why is Huagua inherently inferior to foreign nations? I still prefer your rebellious demeanor. The screen recording is already on. You may begin to fulfill your wager. Indeed, what else can your family possibly offer that can rival our Huagua cuisine? If not, hurry and concede." Steve gazed at the screen showing the dog devouring the food and the flood of comments urging him to concede. Bitterly, he pressed his lips together. Initially, he had intended to leverage his abundant resources to gain traction. Once the extreme weather subsided, he hoped to emerge as a top-tier influencer, sharing viewpoints palatable to the politicians of the beautiful country while disparaging Huagua from various angles. This would secure his family's foothold in the beautiful country and yield immeasurable benefits. Yet, despite his thorough preparations, he found himself outshone even by young Master Zhang. Just as his viewership surged and he was ready to conclude, an inconspicuous Huagua lad thwarted his plans. He could already envision tomorrow's media portraying him as a classic example of a foreign sycophant brought low. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, gritting his teeth as he said, "Brother, we have had no grievances or quarrels in the past. Let us simply consider today's events as bygones." Liang Qian yawned. "Everyone heard that. Just moments ago, you were adamant you would not lose. Now that you have lost, you wish to renege. It seems we are indeed not of the same nation. Your departure from Huagua to the beautiful country was undoubtedly the right choice." Liang Qian's words drew a myriad of responses from the comments, with some indulging in sarcasm and mockery, causing Steve's blood pressure to soar. "Brother, let us be magnanimous. I am willing to offer you $100,000. Is this an attempt to bribe me? $100,000 seems rather paltry." Steve's eyes lit up. As long as Liang Qian dared to name a price, he could label him as greedy. With so many eyes watching, public opinion would inevitably focus on Liang Qian prioritizing monetary gain over national interests. Thus, he would not only come out unscathed but might even find himself trending, currying favor with the government of the beautiful country. So, he earnestly inquired, "What is your offer?" Liang Qian chuckled softly. "Very well. Just give me $1. Chapter 40. Steve in a daze. Lu Jinchuan's bed photo. Steve was taken aback. "Are you certain?" Liang Qian continued, I want $1 in Huagua currency to be paid in cash. With the global blizzard currently underway, how could I possibly provide cash? You know the situation. What good is money to me now? So stop stalling and fulfill the wager. I'm off to wash up and sleep. A flicker of struggle flashed in Steve's eyes, quickly replaced by a sinister smile. I refuse to comply. What can you do to me? Liang Qin had anticipated that the other party would resort to underhanded tactics. Thus, he had preemptively given orders to the artificial intelligence that has it generated? We have gathered sufficient video material and are currently in the process of synthesis. Synthesis successful. Play it. Soon, the large screen in the living room began to play the video. In it, Steve took out a beautiful national flag of the United States and, with a smile, tossed it into the fireplace. The flag was swiftly consumed by flames. Immediately afterward, Steve faced the camera and resolutely declared, I, Steve, represent my entire family in firmly supporting only two genders. The so-called freedom of gender is nonsense, it is merely perversion and heresy. Observing the astonishingly realistic video footage, Liang Chun felt immense satisfaction with his artificial intelligence's video synthesis technology. He infiltrated the opponent's network, replacing the live broadcast with this video. The intrusion was successful, and the video was implanted and began to play in the live broadcast room. Steve wore a triumphant expression, still bantering with the furious barrage of comments. Unbeknownst to everyone, the live camera had already been replaced with the artificially synthesized footage. Under the gaze of over 1 million bewildered viewers, Steve unwittingly fulfilled the wager. Oblivious to everything, he continued to interact passionately with the comments until he was interrupted by the ringing of his phone. Hello, Dad. I'm live streaming. Can it wait? Zhang Fugui, are you out of your mind? Shut down the stream immediately and issue an apology video. Dad, are you alright? My popularity is skyrocketing today. I could post a video from Black Huagua tomorrow. Tell Congressman Smith that we are ready for acceptance. Acceptance? Smith watched your live stream, severed all ties, and wants to have our family deported. I'm going to. Zhang Fugui was left dumbfounded by his father's colorful language. Dad, what exactly happened? Why did Smith turn against us? How can you even ask? You burned the national flag in front of over 1 million viewers, claiming to oppose gender freedom. What kind of morals does the Zhang family lack that led to your existence? The more Zhang Fugui listened, the more confused he became, redirecting his gaze back to the live stream. He noticed the atmosphere in the comments was also quite peculiar. Brother shit is a real man. He pulled out a 40-meter machete only to find it was friendly fire and no more talking. I've recorded it. I'm posting it on YouTube and Facebook as a tribute. Give some attention to Comrade Shi Jiangwo. The one who deserves attention is only Love Jean Shinbro, an absolute hidden big shot. Big shot, give a location, and I'll pay my respects from afar. Zhang Fugui wanted to inquire about what was happening in the comments. But his father's call came through again. He had to hurriedly end the stream. It wasn't until an hour later that Zhang Fugui finally understood what had transpired. Yet, no matter how he explained, the damage had already been done. Regardless of their efforts, they could not alter Congressman Smith's decision. Liang Qian set down his phone, observing his follower count had surged from a mere 100 to 150. 000, bringing him immense joy. After checking the system panel, a slight smile graced his lips. In just half an hour, he had earned over 20 points of comfort, proving that his efforts were not in vain. With 150,000 followers, streaming occasionally in the future seemed quite appealing. Liang Qian stretched lazily and whistled at ergo, as both man and dog made their way to the bedroom. Meanwhile, in the residence of young Master Zhang, he had initially been feeling vexed due to his gambling loss. However, now he bore a smile, keenly interested in the peculiar video of Steve. Although he was unaware of the means employed, he sensed something was amiss. His attention had completely shifted to Liang Qin. Whether it was the vast array of crossbows or the astonishing variety of delicacies, it was evident that Liang Qin was far from the simpleton he appeared to be. Young Master Zhang silently noted this exceptional young man, planning to seek an opportunity to engage with him once the snowstorm subsided. In the homeowners group of the Jingxi Yushengqing community, one homeowner accidentally stumbled upon the live stream and shared the link in the group. Why does that person wearing a cartoon headpiece look so familiar? Heavens, is that Liang Qin? Indeed, it is. His home looks exactly like in the video. Damn it, Liang Qin just killed so many of us. Yet he still has the mood to watch live streams. Liang Qin, if we all die, What joy is there in you surviving? Liang Chun, my family has run out of food for 3 days. Please spare some to fill my stomach. Aside from openly seeking help in the group, many young female homeowners began to entertain other ideas. Some attractive female homeowners sent Liang Chun their seductive photos via private messages, accompanied by enticing voice clips, hoping to catch his attention. The drastic change in their attitudes stemmed from their inability to perceive any signs of warming weather and the increasingly scarce resources. Some had already burned all their combustible furniture. Families capable of ensuring 3 meals a day were dwindling. Most could manage only a piece of bread or a bag of instant noodles. Anyone with a semblance of intelligence had already concluded that if the frigid weather persisted, they would face death by either freezing or starvation. The assault on Liang Chen's home that night made it clear that attempting to prolong their lives by dividing Liang Chen's resources was not only futile, but would also incur devastating consequences. This led many single female homeowners to contemplate offering their bodies to Liang Chen. Even if they could not live at his place, they would be satisfied to exchange their bodies for some food. In the master bedroom of Zhang Feng's home, Lu Jinxian was staring blankly at her phone. Zhao Mingqi consoled her from the side. Jinxian, don't be too upset. Although Liang Chen's place is warm and bountiful, Zhang Feng treats us well too. Most importantly, he is utterly compliant with you. Lu Jinxian had also witnessed the live stream that night and still could not calm down. Did you see Liang Chen's username? Only love Jinxian. He still has feelings for me. Is it possible he just forgot to change it? You said it could be possible, which means he might still like me. What do you want to do? I am utterly fed up with eating biscuits and instant noodles every day, and those salted fish I haven't bathed in ages. I smell of fish. If only someone could let me take a hot bath and treat me to a steak, I would be willing to sleep with him. Zhao Mingqi was startled and quickly covered Lu Jinxuan's mouth. Jinxian, have you lost your mind? Keep your voice down. What if Zheng Feng hears and gets angry and throws us out? Mentioning Zheng Feng brought a mocking smile to Lu Jinxuan's face. That worthless fool. If it weren't for the current situation, I wouldn't even glance at him. Lu Jinxian pondered for a few seconds, a glimmer of madness appearing in her eyes. She stood up, locked the door, and began to undress. What are you doing? It's over 40 degrees below zero in here. You'll freeze to death. I am going to take a photo to send to Liang Chen. The reason he has been so distant is that he cannot appreciate my beauty. Now that his vision is restored, I want him to see that I am still the goddess all men desire. Lu Jinxian shed her 5 layers of down clothing, revealing her fair and smooth skin, instantly shivering from the cold. Yet, thinking of Liang Chen's lavish life, she gritted her teeth, changed into her most alluring Victoria's Secret lingerie, and half reclined on the bed, striking various seductive poses for Zhao Mingqi to photograph. Each movement had been meticulously planned in her mind. From lightly biting her lower lip to arching her voluptuous backside, executed to perfection. She was convinced that as soon as Liang Chen saw these photos, he would undoubtedly invite her over to enjoy a paradisiacal life together. Once Liang Chen accepted her, she was certain she could regain her upper hand, reducing him to the same humiliating state he once occupied, a mere sycophant for her to exploit. Lu Jinxian remained oblivious to the flicker of malice in Zhao Mingqi's eyes. Filled with admiration, just then, a heavy knock echoed on the bedroom door, followed by Zheng Feng's urgent voice. Jinxian, open the door quickly. I have fantastic news. Liang Chen is finished. Chapter 41. The destruction of Liang Chen's home. Complete collapse of order. Lu Jinxian was startled by the sudden banging on the door. Without time to remove her seductive lingerie, she hastily donned the clothes Zhao Mingqi handed her. A few minutes later, Lu Jinxian opened the door, her face displaying impatience as she looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng wore a military green coat with exposed cotton. The injury inflicted by Liang Chen had rendered his manhood useless, and in the extreme cold, the wound had completely necrosed, causing him pain with every movement. Thus, he leaned on a crutch, appearing no different than a beggar. Can we talk about this tomorrow? We were already asleep. Lu Jinxian waved her hand dismissively beneath her nose, looking at Zheng Feng with disdain. Zheng Feng, brimming with excitement, seemed entirely unconcerned by Lu Jinxuan's contempt. Jinxian, my cousin just called. He has gotten his hands on some explosives. With this, we can surely blow open Liang Chen's house. Lu Jinxuan's eyes lit up at the mention. She vividly recalled the live stream of the homeowners besieging Liang Chen's residence. The steel plates beneath the walls of Liang Chen's home were not only sturdy but also protected by high-voltage electricity, making it nearly impossible to breach. However, If they had explosives, they might just be able to take Liang Chen down. Are you serious? Of course. My cousin and his crew raided a miner's house and found 5 detonators in his basement. Lu Jinxian nodded. Zhang Feng had mentioned this before. His cousin, along with a few brothers, specialized in robbing the wealthy, sometimes even exterminating entire families to occupy their homes. What plan does your cousin have? Zhao Mingqi, in an unprecedented display of audacity, posed a question. Typically, in such circumstances, she would merely accompany Lu Jinxian in silence, never uttering a word. Zhang Feng glanced at Zhao Mingqi and remarked, "Cousin has informed us that the snow accumulation outside is exceptionally thick. They require a day or two to procure snow gear. Afterward, they shall converge with us, bringing along the remaining supplies from here, and together we will head to Liang Chen's residence." Lu Jinxian contemplated this in her mind, feeling a strong sense of optimism regarding the potential success of their endeavor. Just as she was about to speak, Zhao Mingqi suddenly interjected with a laugh. "Jinxian, with the change in plans, what about the items you filmed earlier?" Lu Jinxian swiftly covered Zhao Mingqi's mouth, staring at her in disbelief, as if she were seeing her for the first time. The previously taciturn Zhao Mingqi had never been so indiscreet. Zhang Feng, puzzled, inquired, "What is the matter, Jinxian? What does Mingqi mean?" Zhao Mingqi pushed Lu Jinxuan's hand away, her expression one of panic. "It's nothing. Nothing at all. Zhang Feng, please don't misunderstand. It's merely a jest among us girls." Without waiting for Zhang Feng to probe further, she seized Lu Jinxian and retreated to their room. Once the door was closed, Zhao Mingqi pulled Lu Jinxian onto the bed, immediately adopting an apologetic demeanor. "I am so sorry, Jinxian. I was just too elated earlier and let something slip." Lu Jinxian pondered that Zhao Mingqi had always been somewhat dim-witted over the years, and besides, Zhang Feng would not dare to pry into her affairs. Thus, she waved her hand, and the two, clad in their winter attire, burrowed under the blankets to sleep. Liang Chen awoke around noon, upon noticing a slew of enticing photos sent by several female homeowners on his phone. He perused the most appealing ones before tossing the device aside. If those women believed that a few scantily clad images would entice him to open his door, they were sorely mistaken. He retrieved a bowl of spicy boiled chicken and several meat sandwiches, relishing the meal alongside his dog. After dining, Liang Chen reclined on the sofa, perusing the news, while simultaneously scrolling through various group messages on his phone. He observed in his university classmates group that there were reports of individuals freezing or starving to death over the past 2 days. However, upon glancing at the homeowners group, he couldn't help but smirk slightly. The messages detailed how Qian Wanchao, accompanied by Li Tiantian and a host of security personnel, had brazenly invaded the homes of owners to seize supplies. Initially, some had tagged Huang Jun to mediate, but upon witnessing Huang Jun, who typically prided himself on fairness and justice, remain silent, the homeowners quickly grasped the reality. This was orchestrated by Huang Jun himself. It seemed that their supplies had dwindled, and they no longer bothered to feign civility, resorting instead to outright theft. Liang Chen sifted through the shocking images and videos, where some residences had been completely stripped bare, while others showed Li Tiantian brutally assaulting individuals. A few households that had fiercely resisted were set ablaze under Li Tiantian's command. Amidst the roaring flames, alongside the triumphant laughter of Li Tiantian and his cohorts, were the heart-wrenching cries of the burned homeowners. The little demon, Li Tiantian, even forcefully bullied a single sophomore girl. Qian Wenchao documented the entire ordeal and shared it in the homeowners group. Li Tiantian's mother, Li Wanfeng, not only failed to discipline him but expressed her satisfaction, praising him for finally maturing and becoming a man. Under the indulgence of Li Wanfeng and Qian Wenchao, Li Tiantian grew increasingly reckless, becoming the most feared and despised figure in the entire community. Observing all this, Liang Chen felt little emotional response. Many of the neighbors who were robbed or killed had previously participated in tormenting him, thus deserving their fate, as long as Qian Wenchao and his ilk did not disturb him. He had little interest in their petty affairs. Engrossed in entertainment, gaming, and honing his marksmanship and combat skills, Liang Chen's life was exceedingly fulfilling. 2 days swiftly passed. That evening, just as Liang Chen lay down, a deafening bang startled him. Drawing upon his extensive military knowledge, he immediately recognized it as the sound of a shotgun. After a brief mental search, he quickly deduced the answer. It must be the concealed gangster in the community. It appeared that, as the apocalypse dragged on, some individuals could no longer remain inactive. The actions of the security team and the gunshot echoed the onset of true chaos. Like Liang Chun, the vast majority recognized that the order upheld by morality and law had completely collapsed under the weight of the apocalypse. Even if people still harbored hopes for rising temperatures, the instinct for survival would inevitably revert everything to the most primal law of the jungle. This particular gangster was named Xiang Fei. Notorious in the area for his thuggish reputation, Liang Chen recalled that in a past life, Xiang Fei wielded a homemade shotgun, leading a band of 7 or 8 lackeys. They not only robbed homeowners in his community but also frequently targeted neighboring districts. Often clashing with rival factions, with the shotgun in hand, Xiang Fei and his crew rarely faced defeat, living conditions far superior to those of ordinary folk. As Liang Chen reminisced, he approached the door and released the little insect. The large screen flickered to life, displaying the footage transmitted by the insect. Soon, Liang Chen pinpointed the source of the gunfire and located the apartment on the 8th floor. He directed the insect to infiltrate. Inside the room, 3 young men lay sprawled on the floor, a thin layer of crimson ice beneath them, clearly lifeless in such frigid weather. Even if shot by a shotgun, their blood would instantly freeze upon contact with the air. Standing in the corridor, Xiang Fei, towering at least 185 centimeters, with a robust physique and a fierce countenance, bore a conspicuous scar resembling a centipede across his left eye. He stood there, expressionless, watching his subordinates scavenge the room. The deceased young men had amassed a considerable stockpile of supplies, including several unopened bags of rice and buckets of cooking oil. A satisfied smile crept across Xiang Fei's face. "Move swiftly, you two, carry the goods back, while the rest follow me. Who's next on the list?" A bespectacled, portly man immediately approached with a sycophantic grin. "Boss, it's the villa in Block C, Building 15. I've done my homework. There's 1 man and 2 women inside, one of whom is surnamed Duan and seems to be quite famous. A household like that must have valuable items." Xiang Fei's face lit up with excitement. Waving his hand, "Let us go." A group of 5 or 6 lackeys clustered around Xiang Fei as they descended the stairs. Witnessing this, Liang Chen's brow furrowed slightly. If there were only one individual in the entire Jingxi Yuxianqing community who warranted his concern, it would undoubtedly be Duan Tingnan, the woman who had inadvertently assisted Liang Chen in his past life. Chapter 42. Duan Tingnan. As Liang Chen thought of Duan Tingnan, a young woman materialized in his mind. She bore a striking resemblance to the actress Bai Lu, yet her expression held an added layer of determination. In his past life, Liang Chun had been confined in a dog cage and subjected to relentless torment by Lu Jinxian. When food ran out, Lu Jinxian intended to slaughter him for sustenance. At that moment, Duan Tingnan had sought him out, claiming her father was gravely ill and wishing to exchange 2 pet dogs for some medicine. Lu Jinxian, however, hiked the price, demanding an additional box of instant noodles to agree to the trade. Initially, Duan Tingnan firmly refused, but Lu Jinxian, with a smile, warned that should the food deplete, she would have no choice but to kill Yang Chen as a reserve meal. After a moment of hesitation, Duan Tingnan ultimately capitulated to Lu Jinxuan's demands. It was her 2 pet dogs and a box of noodles that allowed Lu Jinxian to endure for nearly half a month longer, thus granting Liang Chen an additional 2 weeks of life. Though he suffered greatly during that time, he held on to this gratitude. According to his recollection, Duan Tingnan had not been directly killed by Xiang Fei and his gang. Yet her striking beauty and figure had caught their attention. Xiang Fei, leveraging her father as leverage, had subjected her to repeated humiliation and torment for months. The day before Liang Chen's demise, he heard that Duan Tingnan had managed to break free from her bonds and committed suicide by jumping from a building. "I owe you half a month's life. Today I shall repay that debt." Though Liang Chen resolved to save Duan Tingnan, he had no intention of intervening directly. After a moment of contemplation, he cast his gaze toward the large screen. Wondering if the little insect could successfully execute the task, he began maneuvering the insect at full speed toward the villa district, quickly locating Duan Tingnan's residence. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he found a narrow window and slipped inside. However, in an instant, Liang Chen stood frozen in disbelief, staring at the scene displayed on the large screen with a look of incredulity. Before him lay a bedroom, where a man and woman were entwined together upon a massive platform bed. Completely unclothed, the man, in his 50s, lay on his back, his sunken eyes and pallid complexion contrasting sharply with the vitality now radiating from him. Liang Qian was astonished not only by the shocking nature of the scene, but also because he recalled that Duan Tingnin's father had been bedridden with illness. The man on the bed, given his age, could only be Duan Tingnin's father. Yet, how could one so ill exhibit such vigor? As Liang Qian pondered this, the couple paused momentarily, hurriedly donning their clothes. The woman, with a fleeting expression of disdain, feigned breathlessness as she remarked, "Darling, you were absolutely incredible today. It left me in ecstasy." The man chuckled, "Of course. Ever since I consumed that black dog's essence, my energy has been boundless. I can't believe your daughter actually agreed to let you slaughter that black dog. Wasn't he her most beloved pet? What of it? I am her father. With just a word from me, she would even sacrifice her own flesh for my consumption. Who would have thought your daughter would be so filial? You feigned illness, and she complied with your every whim." The man wore a triumphant expression. "Indeed, from the moment she was born, I was ensnared by that little vixen you are. 4 years, I neglected their well-being. Thankfully, my late wife was soft-hearted. To spare her daughter's feelings, she always lied to her, saying I was working abroad to support the family. Ha. Now that she's gone so suddenly, her daughter, whom she painstakingly raised, will conveniently support us both." After making this remark, Duan Tingnin's father pinched the ample flesh of the woman, eliciting a soft gasp as she buried her head into his embrace. Liang Qian could no longer bear to watch the couple's intimacy and guided the little insect to escape beneath the door. He urgently needed to locate Duan Tingnan. However, despite searching the entire villa, he failed to catch a glimpse of her in such weather. Duan Tingnan would undoubtedly not venture outside. After a brief moment of contemplation, Liang Qian suddenly smacked his forehead and directed the small insect to fly towards the villa's basement. After traversing 2 flights of stairs, the spacious basement came into view. Beneath a warm yellow light, a slender woman was rummaging through something. 2 well-bred, proportionate German shepherds lay on the ground behind her. The walls of the basement were adorned with photographs, each showcasing Duan Tingnan with a radiant smile against the backdrop of various scenic spots from around the world. Liang Qian recalled that Duan Tingnan was originally a highly popular travel blogger. Aside from her striking appearance and affable demeanor, her most commendable trait was her exceptional outdoor survival skills. Liang Qian had watched several of her wilderness survival videos, each garnering millions of views. Furthermore, he remembered that in his previous life, Duan Tingnan had mysteriously vanished from public view for some unknown reason. It now seemed likely that this was related to her lewd father upstairs. At the center of the wall hung a black and white photograph of a middle-aged woman, her eyes and brows bearing a striking resemblance to Duan Tingnan. As Liang Qian maneuvered the small insect closer, he noticed a large box. Inside were 2 heavy ski suits and several snowboards. Duan Tingnan was diligently organizing a backpack, which stood nearly as tall as herself, a military-grade field backpack. Upon seeing the item in her hand, Liang Qian's eyes narrowed. It was a multifunctional knife of the highest caliber, both in material and design. Duan Tingnin's slightly rough hands caressed the handle of the knife, a faint smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something, her ears twitching as she abruptly looked up. This startled Liang Qian. Despite having controlled the small insect numerous times, it was his first encounter with someone who could perceive it. However, Duan Tingnin's wide-eyed gaze scanned the room, failing to detect anything unusual. After all, the insect was quite small, and fine dust continued to fall from the basement ceiling. Yet, Liang Qian couldn't help but admire Duan Tingnin's keen instincts. He tapped a few times on his phone screen, activating the insect's sound transmission function. Clearing his throat, he called out, "Duan Tingnan." Startled, Duan Tingnan jumped, nearly dropping her knife. Quickly regaining her composure, she tightened her grip on the weapon and shrank back into a corner, warily surveying her surroundings. "Who?" Liang Qian was quite pleased with her reaction. Had it been another woman, she would likely have either screamed in terror or frozen in fear. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Liang Qian, your neighbor from the same community." Upon hearing his name, Duan Tingnin's eyes widened in disbelief. "Liang Qian, where are you?" Liang Qian lightly tapped his phone, causing the hovering insect to emit a milky white glow. The beam illuminated the wall, forming a football-sized light screen that projected the outline of his face. Duan Tingnin's beautiful eyes widened as she curiously stared at the silhouette on the wall. Liang Qian, how did you end up in my home?" She clearly recognized him. It could be said that every owner in the Jingxi Yushengqing community knew who Liang Chan was. After all, just yesterday, over 40 residents had perished due to an assault on Liang Chen's home. However, Duan Tingnan had not been involved in that incident. Every time she witnessed Liang Chen being targeted, she felt a pang of concern for him. I came to inform you that within half an hour, 6 men will arrive at your home. They are after you and your supplies, and the leader is armed. I've said all I needed to say. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Liang Chen's tone was calm as he observed Duan Tingnan's reaction. A look of panic crossed her face but quickly faded. After a moment of contemplation, she exhaled deeply and addressed the silhouette on the wall, saying, Liang Chen, thank you. I understand now. Liang Chen was somewhat surprised by her composure. What do you plan to do? Duan Tingnan gathered her long hair into a ponytail, securing it with a hair tie. Half an hour is sufficient. While I may not be able to confront them, I can certainly hide. Chapter 43. Hiding. After saying this, Duan Tingnan began to bustle about. She hurried to the other side of the basement and opened a metal cabinet door, expertly twisting several switches while casually explaining, this is my home's heating system. I need to turn it off. Otherwise, it will expose that I have fuel here. Hearing this, Liang Chen recalled the shocking scene he had witnessed in Duan's father's room. He had sensed something was amiss, only now connecting the dots. The reason Duan's father felt bold enough to engage in such acts was due to the heating system in Duan Tingnan's villa. Realizing this, he casually inquired, we are in the southern region, where even during the coldest winter, it only drops to 5 or 6 degrees. Why would you install a heating system? Duan Tingnan was already binding several large boxes with rope. You might find it amusing, but I have a passion for outdoor survival, so I always stock up on emergency supplies. The heating system was a whim. I never thought it would actually come in handy. As she spoke, her hands never paused. Liang Chen observed her secure several massive iron boxes with thick rope, guessing they contained her accumulated supplies. Remembering the top-tier multifunctional knife, he felt a spark of curiosity about her items. With these supplies, you should be able to survive for quite some time, right? Duan Tingnan paused, her expression becoming complex. Originally, they would have lasted a year, but with my father and stepmother around, I'm not so sure. Yet, she quickly brightened, flashing a radiant smile. Where there's a will, there's a way. I am certain I can manage. Witnessing her hopeful demeanor, Liang Chen recalled the earlier scene he had witnessed upstairs, contemplating whether to inform Duan Tingnan. Ultimately, he decided against it, recognizing it was her private affair, and he wasn't even a friend to her. He had merely come to offer a warning, a small resolution to their past entanglements. He likely wouldn't have any further interactions with her. Thus, he simply uttered 2 words, good luck. Duan Tingnan smiled and nodded, then turned to retrieve a white down jacket from the wall. Although the brand was unclear, Liang Chen could tell it was no ordinary jacket. The left sleeve bore a bright red flag of Huaguo, with the words Qingbei University Antarctic Research Team inscribed below. When Duan Tingnan donned a pair of goggles that covered half her face, Liang Chen seemed to recall something and asked, did you participate in the Antarctic Research Team? Did you release a series of videos? Duan Tingnan shrugged, pushing the goggles up. Yes, I participated in the school's Antarctic expedition. What's it to you? While speaking, she lifted a cover on one wall of the basement, revealing a red button, which she pressed firmly. With several beeping sounds, Liang Chen watched as one wall of the basement slowly parted in the middle, revealing an upward slope. Discovering such a concealed area in Duan Tingnan's home made Liang Chen feel a bit awkward. I should probably leave. I've seen too much of your secrets. Duan Tingnan waved her hand dismissively. You came to warn me. I owe you my thanks, not to mention I wouldn't mind at all besides. She paused before adding with a grin, given your world's top-notch safe house, my supplies are child's play. Liang Chen was taken aback. Others only knew that his house was special, but no one had ever directly referred to it as a safe house, let alone a world-class one. You know quite a bit about safe houses? Just some knowledge. It's a personal interest, Duan Tingnan replied, darting to another corner of the basement where she grabbed a piece of army green canvas and pulled it upwards with all her might. As the canvas fell, a red 4-wheeled motorcycle was revealed. Seeing this, Liang Chen was again astonished. A snowmobile? You actually have one? As a southern city, Yangjiang had no snow except for a few ski resorts, making it unlikely for anyone to purchase such equipment. Although Liang Chen had several in his space, they were merely temporarily stored at a Walmart, awaiting transport to northern Huaguo for sale. Duan Tingnan struggled to push the snowmobile down the slope. tying a thick rope to it to haul the boxes behind. She smiled and remarked, "It's just a hobby. I haven't touched these in a long time since I gave up outdoor activities." "All because of your father?" Duan Tingnan nodded, but then looked surprised. "How did you know?" "Just a guess. I'll go check on those men for you." Liang Chen deftly changed the subject and guided the small insect to fly outside. During the flight, he observed Duan Tingnan starting the snowmobile, dragging several boxes of supplies down the slope. As long as she closed that wall, it would be difficult for anyone to discover the hidden boxes. Liang Chen thought to himself, controlling the small insect to exit the villa and ascend into the air. With the dim sunlight, he spotted several figures struggling through the snow. From the look of their footwear, which appeared to be strung with something like tennis rackets, they were likely trying to avoid sinking too deeply into the snow to conserve energy. After assessing the situation, Liang Chen maneuvered the small insect back to the basement. He saw that Duan Tingnan had already hidden the boxes and closed the wall. In no more than 10 minutes, they will arrive. "What do you plan to do?" "There are still 2 people in my house. I must hide them first." Having said that, she hurriedly made her way towards the staircase, while Yang Chun controlled the little bug to follow closely behind her. Duan Tingnan reached the 2nd floor of the villa and knocked on a door. A few seconds later, a weak male voice emanated from within. "Tingnan, what's the matter?" "I'm feeling a bit unwell and have gone to sleep with your Aunt Lu." Upon hearing this, Liang Chen, seated on the sofa, couldn't help but roll his eyes and mutter under his breath, "You seem quite well to me." Duan Tingnan, anxious, implored, "Dad, please open the door. Someone is targeting us, intending to rob us." No sooner had she spoken than a woman's startled cry echoed from the room, followed by the sound of footsteps. As the door swung open, Aunt Lu, round and clad in a quilted coat, appeared with a look of terror on her face. "Why on earth is there a robbery? I've told you countless times to sell the villa and let us manage the money. How wonderful it would be for our family to live in an apartment. A young girl flaunting her earnings like this. Now look what's happened. They are specifically targeting the villa." Duan Tingnan disregarded Aunt Lu's incessant chatter and swiftly slipped into the room. She approached the bed and took a glance. At that moment, Duan's father lay there, appearing exceedingly frail. "Tingnan, your Aunt Lu is right. Once this snow stops, we should sell the villa." Duan Tingnan frowned. "This is the place where my mother lived. I want to stay here. Now is not the time for such discussions. You must hide quickly," Duan Tingnan insisted before turning to the wardrobe beside the bed. She opened the cabinet doors and began to push the clothes aside. Duan's father and Aunt Lu exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Duan Tingnan's intentions. Just as they were contemplating, Duan Tingnan pushed against the wardrobe, revealing that the wooden panel inside swung open like a door. Aunt Lu's eyes widened in astonishment, exchanging looks with Duan's father. Having resided in this bedroom for so long, they had never realized the wardrobe could open this way. Duan Tingnan urged Aunt Lu to help her father up and instructed them to hide within the cabinet, earnestly advising, "You can see outside from in here, but those outside will not be able to discover you. Thus, you must remain utterly silent." Duan's father felt it was an overreaction. "Are they just a few petty thieves? We could simply offer them some food and essentials to send them away. Do they dare to harm anyone?" Duan Tingnan shook her head in exasperation. Food and necessities are a matter of survival in this weather. And even if they were to resort to violence, do you think the police would intervene? Having said this, she paid no heed to any further protests from Duan's father and Aunt Lu. Shutting the wardrobe door firmly. At that moment, the sound of shattering glass shattered the silence in the room. Chapter 44. "Father, I no longer want it." Upon hearing the sound of glass breaking, Duan Tingnan displayed no signs of panic. She listened intently, quickly deducing, "There are people breaking in from both the front and back. The closest ones must be next door." Liang Chun paused in surprise. "You might as well hide in the wardrobe too." Duan Tingnan shook her head. "There isn't enough space, and besides, one shouldn't place all their eggs in one basket." With that, she gestured, and 2 German shepherds rushed out of the bedroom. Duan Tingnan approached the window and flung it open. While Yang Chen pondered how he would evade an attack from 6 or 7 assailants, he suddenly saw Duan Tingnan leap onto the windowsill, don her goggles, and without hesitation, jump down. Witnessing this, Liang Chen felt a moment of shock, then recalled that the snow outside was thick, so she likely wouldn't be injured from the fall. However, even so, the sensation of jumping into snow was far from pleasant. After all, this was no ordinary winter. The outdoor temperature was nearing -80 degrees. Such conditions meant that even in extreme cold weather gear, plunging into the snow would be unbearably frigid and required immense courage. He maneuvered the little bug to fly out, noticing a snow hole forming beneath the window, clearly indicating that Duan Tingnan had escaped the villa through it. Meanwhile, sounds of kicking at the door echoed behind him as Xiang Fei and his crew stormed in. One of the henchmen rushed ahead to the bed, using his machete to slice through the blankets. "Boss, there's no one in this room." Another thug entered from outside. "Boss, we've searched high and low. This villa is completely empty." Xiang Fei's expression turned grave as he glanced at the bespectacled, portly man beside him. "Old two, what is going on? Is your intel faulty?" The fat man immediately waved his hands. "Boss, the information is absolutely correct. This household has a beautiful girl who is a social media influencer. She should be quite wealthy. She is currently living here with her father and stepmother. I even scoped it out a few days ago. There's no mistake." Upon hearing this, Xiang Fei quickly approached the bed, removed his gloves, and reached under the blankets. He scratched at the jagged scar on his left eye and commanded, "Find her." The blankets were still warm, indicating that the person had to be hiding somewhere. The henchman sprang into action, rummaging around the room. One opened the wardrobe and dug through it, scattering clothes everywhere but failing to uncover the hidden compartment. Another thug approached the dressing table, grabbed a vase, and turned it upside down, causing several pieces of gold jewelry to tumble out. At that moment, a woman's startled cry emanated from the wardrobe, presumably Aunt Lu. Liang Chen shook his head, inwardly lamenting. This woman truly values money over her life. Everyone halted their actions, turning to look in the direction of the wardrobe. A cruel smile crept onto Xiang Fei's lips as he gestured for his thugs to approach. Two henchmen drew near the wardrobe. One of them stared at it for a few moments before suddenly kicking it with all his might. With a loud bang, cries of pain from both a man and a woman followed. "Boss, spare us, boss, spare us. We can give you anything you want. Just please don't hurt us." The two thugs each seized Duan's father and Aunt Lu, dragging them out from the wardrobe. Gazing at the kneeling pair before him, Xiang Fei raised an eyebrow. "Where do you keep your food and valuables?" Aunt Lu trembled in fear, unable to utter a word. It was Duan's father who stammered. "The food and warmth supplies are all managed by my daughter. I am bedridden and unaware of where she keeps them." "And where is your daughter?" "She hid us in the wardrobe and jumped out the window." Upon hearing Duan's father divulge his daughter's whereabouts without hesitation, Liang Chun felt a surge of disgust for the old man. Having experienced betrayal in his past life, he loathed nothing more than treachery. The wardrobe should never have been designed to allow visibility from the inside. As he pondered this, the sound of slaps rang out. Xiang Fei swung his hand and struck Duan's father several times. Duan's father's face quickly swelled, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. "Boss, you can ask whatever you want." Haven T resisted. "Why are you hitting me?" Xiang Fei chuckled. "I just can't stand those who betray their family, especially their own daughter." Duan's father wore a fawning smile. "What a trivial matter. Rest assured, my daughter is obedient. If I say east, she wouldn't dare go west. I'll call her right now and have her return with something for you." Saying this, Duan's father promptly retrieved his phone and made the call. Half a minute later, the call connected. "Tingnan, where have you been? Your Aunt Lu and I have been discovered. Hurry back and bring something for these gentlemen. I'm dying. If you don't come back, you'll truly be an orphan." After finishing his frantic plea, Duan's father hung up the phone and instantly donned a smile. "Boss, rest assured, my daughter will return shortly. She won't forget to bring you anything." At this moment, Aunt Lu began to regain her composure, and upon hearing Duan's father call for Duan Tingnan, she mustered the courage to speak. "Boss, my daughter is actually a social media influencer. She has plenty of money. When she returns, just ask her for anything. Could you perhaps return those few pieces of gold jewelry? They are heirlooms from my family and hold great significance for me." The henchman who had previously toppled the vase immediately handed the gold jewelry to Xiang Fei. Xiang Fei inspected the jewelry closely before chuckling. "Zhou Dashing, if I recall correctly, this brand was founded just over 30 years ago, right? Your family managed to buy some back then?" No sooner had he spoken than Xiang Fei struck Aunt Lu again, causing her to burst into tears, rolling on the ground in despair. She repeatedly wailed that she couldn't go on living. One of the nearby henchmen, annoyed by her cries, approached and kicked her a few times, leaving Aunt Lu groaning on the ground, too frightened to continue crying. Liang Chen, however, was unaware of this. From the moment Duan's father called for Duan Tingnan to return, he had been controlling the little bug to fly out of the villa, following the snow hole in search of her. 5 minutes later, he finally spotted Duan Tingnan in a snowdrift over 100 meters away from the villa. The snowdrift had just been dug out, providing shelter from the wind and allowing for observation of the surroundings, crucially remaining concealed and difficult to detect. Liang Chen nodded in approval. It was improbable for an ordinary person to create such a professional hiding spot in such a short span of time. At that moment, Duan Tingnan was adjusting her snow boots, ready to leave when Liang Chen called out to her. "Duan Tingnan, are you planning to go back?" Duan Tingnan's face was agitated. "My father and Aunt Lu have been captured. If I don't return, they might be in grave danger." Liang Chen hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. "Send me a friend request. I will send you the video I just recorded. If, after watching it, you still decide to return to rescue them, then by all means." Duan Tingnan was taken aback but still took out her phone and sent the friend request. Liang Chen took a puff of smoke and instructed the artificial intelligence. Send her the first segment of the video that the little bug recorded while inside her villa. Soon, Duan Tingnan received the video that Liang Chen had sent. As she opened it with a perplexed expression, her demeanor gradually turned icy. The video depicts a brief confrontation between Duan and Aunt Lu on the bed, their dialogue resonating with an unsettling sharpness. 2 minutes later, she returns the phone to her pocket and stands motionless. After witnessing this, "Do you still intend to return to rescue them?" Liang Chen took a sip of cold beer and fixed his gaze on the screen showing Duan Tingnan, curious to see if she would choose to save her father. After all, no matter the circumstances, he was her biological father. Even the angriest of individuals would generally opt to return. It seemed that Xiang Fei and his cohorts merely sought to seize some supplies. If one complied and refrained from resistance, it was unlikely they would resort to murder. Furthermore, as Duan's father had stated, should he perish, Duan Tingnan would truly be left an orphan. Suddenly, Duan Tingnan moved, but instead of crawling out of the snow den to return home, she plopped back down. She lifted her goggles and retrieved a piece of chocolate from her pocket, consuming it as something glimmered in her eyes, only to vanish swiftly thereafter. Observing this scene, Liang Chen smiled. Was this a decision to not go back? If she did not return, what of her father? Duan Tingnan discarded the chocolate wrapper and, with a self-deprecating smile, replied, "Let it go." Chapter 45. Duan Tingnan's resolution. Liang Chen found himself both surprised and somewhat admiring of Duan Tingnan's decisiveness. "I noticed you seemed a bit down just now. I merely feel it unjust for my mother. She is the kindest person in this world and the only one who truly cares for me." Liang Chen paused with the beer raised to his lips, her words striking a chord within him. "What do you plan to do?" "Wait. They will not give up until they find me. If it were me, I would certainly retreat to regroup, especially since our home lacks food and provisions, and I have turned off the heating. However, they would not simply relent. They would undoubtedly seek an opportunity for a surprise attack again." Liang Chen nodded, finding her analysis aligned with his own thoughts, deepening his respect for her judgment. "I didn't expect your insights to be so astute." Duan Tingnan smiled lightly. "It's nothing. When faced with a pack of wolves in the wild, the best course of action is to evade. If the pack cannot locate you, they will temporarily retreat, but they will inevitably return. This is the fundamental survival logic of beasts." Liang Chen produced a collection of snacks, munching as he spoke. "Then I shall go and see if those men have departed." With that, he instructed the artificial intelligence to send the small drone back to the villa. Inside the villa, Duan's father and Aunt Lu lay on the ground, bloodied and bruised, trembling in fear. It was evident they had suffered a severe beating at the hands of Xiang Fei's lackeys. Xiang Fei lounged in a winter coat, smoking and resting with his eyes closed. A few of his henchmen hurried in, the leader glaring at Duan's father and Aunt Lu before declaring loudly, "Boss, we searched again and found nothing. Not even a packet of instant noodles. We only saw 2 dogs, but they managed to escape." Xiang Fei opened his eyes and turned to Duan's father. "Are those dogs yours?" Startled, Duan's father stammered, "They belong to my daughter. She has 4 in total. And only 2 remained. Go summon the dogs." Duan's father and Aunt Lu exchanged a frightened glance, their voices trembling. "The dogs she raises are quite fierce. They only recognize her and do not heed my commands. Last time, I kicked one, and it bit me." Xiang Fei suddenly sat up straight, awaiting their response. "In this weather, while other residents are close to starving, your family is still able to keep dogs. Which means you must have hidden supplies. Where are they? If you don't speak up, don't blame my brothers for being ruthless." No sooner had he finished speaking than two henchmen descended upon Duan's father and Aunt Lu, delivering a brutal beating that filled the air with their cries of anguish. In a panic, Duan's father cried out, "Boss, please, stop hitting us. I am weak. I will call my daughter and have her return quickly. She has indeed hidden quite a few good items, and I will ensure she presents them to you." With that, he pulled out his phone and dialed Duan Tingnan again. However, after only a few seconds, his expression darkened, and he hastily hung up, redialing while muttering incredulously, "Impossible? How could it be unreachable? The phone must be broken." Upon hearing this, Xiang Fei waved his hand, and 5 or 6 henchmen surrounded Duan's father and Aunt Lu. Resuming their assault, a loud crack echoed as one of Duan's father's forearms was brutally broken underfoot. Aunt Lu screamed in terror, losing several teeth in the process. Minutes later, as Xiang Fei observed the two groaning on the ground, he shared a glance with the bespectacled second-in-command. The latter leaned in to whisper a few words to Xiang Fei, who nodded in response. "Since your daughter refuses to return, we shall not waste any more time. Do encourage her to reconsider. She cannot always evade us." With that, Xiang Fei and his henchmen exited the villa, leaving Duan's father and Aunt Lu writhing in pain on the ground. Liang Chun watched the scene unfold on the large screen, ensuring Xiang Fei and his men had departed before returning to the previous snow den. Duan Tingnan sat cross-legged, a petite heater before her, flames flickering a few centimeters high. "They're gone," Liang Chen remarked. At the sound of his voice, Duan Tingnan directed her gaze towards the tiny drone. "Thank you." Seeing she had no intention of leaving, Liang Chun remained silent, allowing the drone to hover quietly within the snow den while he reclined on the sofa, observing Duan Tingnan's profile on the large screen. After a considerable time, Duan Tingnan finally spoke softly. "Liang Chun, yes? Could you make this little fellow project your face again? The way it casts light and shadow." Liang Chen, slightly puzzled, nonetheless activated the projection feature of the drone. In the next moment, a soft white light emanated from the drone, illuminating the snow wall. However, due to the white surface, the light and snow blended seamlessly, rendering it too bright to discern clearly. "What shall we do?" Duan Tingnan scanned her surroundings. The walls of the snow den were entirely composed of white snow. She glanced down at her Arctic gear, which, though speckled, retained a white base. "If I project it here." She raised her hands, clad in black gloves. Upon hearing this, Liang Chun wore a slightly bewildered expression but complied with her request, as he controlled the drone to project his face into her palms. Duan Tingnan's gaze became evasive, yet she pressed her hands together as if cradling a precious treasure. "Liang Chen, thank you." Liang Chen remained silent, understanding the depth of her feelings, having experienced the despair of losing his parents in a past life. He knew the sensation of feeling utterly alone in the world, a time when one's heart is exceedingly fragile. It was precisely in such a state that he had become ensnared by Lu Jinxian under the guise of concern. Minutes passed before Duan Tingnan slowly rose, adjusting her snow boots and winter gear before stepping outside the snow den. Liang Chun sat up, finished the beer on the table in one gulp, and tapped his phone screen, instructing the drone to follow behind Duan Tingnan. 20 minutes later, Duan Tingnan returned to the villa. As she climbed through the window of her bedroom, 2 strikingly beautiful German shepherds bounded over, wagging their tails and affectionately nuzzling her calves. Duan Tingnan first inspected the room, noting the damage inflicted upon the furniture, with shards of the crystal chandelier scattered across the floor. Her fists clenched, and her chest heaved with emotion. However, she quickly regained her composure, hastening to the basement to ensure the stash of supplies remained undiscovered before slowly ascending the stairs to the bedroom shared by her father and Aunt Lu. Pushing open the ajar door, she found her father and Aunt Lu huddled together on the bed. Startled by her entrance, both jolted upright. Upon recognizing Duan Tingnan, her father's fear instantly morphed into rage, and he bellowed, "Duan Tingnan, you ungrateful wretch, where have you been? For the sake of some food and drink, you would abandon your own father's life? Do you possess no conscience? Can you not grasp the concept of gratitude? I truly should never have brought you into this world." Aunt Lu, recalling the gold jewelry stolen from her and the beatings endured, trembled with fury. "Duan Tingnan, your father is your only kin in this world. Even if you cannot bear to part with those items, you should never stand idly by as we are harmed." Your father often tells me that the happiest thing in his life is having you as his daughter. Is this how you bring him happiness? You have disappointed us immensely. The two exchanged barbs, each word a moral condemnation. Though selfish and greedy, Aunt Lu was quite adept at manipulation. She feigned sorrow, urging Duan's father to temper his anger. Darling, do not let your health suffer. I believe Tingnan has her reasons. After all, we are all bound by blood. Humph. How could I not be angry? I toil overseas to earn money, all for the two of you to live well. And now, in my old age, suffering from illness, she cares only for herself, disregarding her own father. Does she even qualify as human? Had this been before, witnessing their theatrical performance, Duan Tingnan might have continued to offer them her unwavering support out of familial loyalty. But now, the situation was different. Having seen the video released by Liang Chun, she understood that her father's supposed overseas labor was merely a fabrication crafted by her mother to spare her feelings. Duan's father and Aunt Lu were nothing more than a pair of scoundrels who had abandoned her and her mother shortly after her birth, only to return shamelessly after her mother's death from cancer. Leeching off them, she had even sacrificed her most cherished ambitions for their sake, which filled her with a deep-seated resentment. In that moment, Duan Tingnan's gaze turned icy, making Duan's father and Aunt Lu feel uneasy. They had never encountered such an expression on her face. You know full well whether you went abroad to work. You know exactly why you did it. I have but a single remark. From this day forth, whatever big girl and second girl eat, you shall eat as well. Upon hearing this, Father Duan was instantly alarmed. Duan Tingnan, have you lost your mind? How dare you suggest that I, your father, eat the same food as a dog? Chapter 46, System Rewards, Soul Link. Duan Tingnan coldly replied, You are correct. You are my only relative in this world. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing that all the resources in the household were under Duan Tingnan's control, she immediately attempted to smooth things over. Yes, we are family. We were merely speaking in anger. Duan Tingnan ignored her and continued to glare at Father Duan, stating, This is precisely why I continue to shelter you. To provide you with food fit for a dog, so you do not starve to death. It is out of respect for my mother. Should you utter another word or express disdain for the food, you will be thrown out and left to fend for yourselves. After saying this, Duan Tingnan turned and left, offering Father Duan and Aunt Lu no opportunity to respond. The two exchanged glances, their hearts filled with both fury and fear. They had never witnessed such a demeanor from Duan Tingnan. Liang Qian, scrolling through his phone, observed the profound sadness etched on Duan Tingnan's face and shook his head in resignation. Upon reaching Duan Tingnan's room, he finally spoke. With Xiang Fei and his gang targeting you, your days ahead will not be easy. Duan Tingnan gently stroked the soft fur of big girl and second girl, her gaze resolute. It matters not. This is not the first time I have been targeted by wolves. They will find it no simple task to harm me. She patted the heads of the two dogs, whistled, and they immediately sprang to their feet, alertly scanning their surroundings before scampering out the door with them around. I will sense those intruders before they even enter. No matter how cautious they may be, they cannot escape the keen ears of the dogs. Seeing big girl and second girl's disciplined behavior, Liang Qin glanced at the other end of the sofa, where second dog lay sprawled out in a most undignified manner, and kicked him in frustration. Second dog licked his nose with his tongue, turned over, and continued to sleep. Since there is nothing amiss, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing Liang Qin's intent to depart, Duan Tingnan's face flickered with a hint of reluctance. Will you be back tomorrow? Liang Chun shook his head. He had no desire to entangle himself emotionally with anyone. His visit was solely to fulfill a lingering wish from his past life. After a brief silence, he replied, It depends on the situation. With that, he commanded the artificial intelligence to guide the small insect home. Watching the tiny silver fly, no larger than a grain of rice, drift away, Duan Tingnan bit her lip, feeling a pang of disappointment. From the moment of her birth, her mother had always taught her to be strong and independent. She had adhered to her mother's teachings, whether in daily life or in the perilous wilderness. Never relying on others, it was precisely this trait that had allowed her to become a highly regarded outdoor broadcaster. However, the events of today marked the first time in her life that she felt a unique emotional connection to a man, even if it was merely through the shadow of his presence. Particularly after learning of the sordid nature of Father Duan and Aunt Lu, she felt the profound solitude of existing independently in this world. During that time, Liang Chen had been by her side, offering warmth and hope amidst the icy wilderness. Duan Tingnan shook her head, unwilling to indulge in the fantasy of forging a deeper connection with Liang Chen. As someone accustomed to surviving in harsh environments, she understood that Liang Chen bore no obligation to assist her. Everything must rely on her own strength. Lost in thought, she soon succumbed to drowsiness and fell into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to her, at the opposite end of the villa, the door to Father Duan's bedroom silently creaked open, revealing two figures with sinister expressions slowly stepping outside. After retrieving the small insect, Liang Chen lay back on the sofa. Resting his hands behind his head, staring blankly at the ceiling, he recalled Duan Tingnan's composure in the face of crisis and found it rather extraordinary. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and muttered. Open the system panel. As the system panel materialized, he noted the comfort level displayed as 508-1000. Liang Chen was surprised to see a new line of text beneath the comfort level, available for claim. Puzzled, he queried, "What does available for claim mean?" The mechanical voice of the system, long absent, finally resonated. "Host's comfort level has reached 500. Rewards can be claimed. Would you like to claim them?" Liang Chen quickly sat up from the sofa. "Claim. System rewards are being distributed. Rewards have been granted. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a soul link." Liang Chen wore a perplexed expression. A soul link? What is its purpose? It allows you to establish a mental connection with any living being within your line of sight and directly control them until you choose to sever the link or your mental energy is exhausted. Psychic control? How remarkable! Liang Chen's spirit soared. With a soul link, could he not control others from the comfort of his home, turning them into his puppets? With this thought, he could hardly contain his excitement and decided to find someone to test it on. His gaze naturally fell upon Second Dog. Sensing Liang Chen's intent, Second Dog, who was yawning, suddenly clamped its mouth shut, standing up as if to flee. Yet, the paw it had raised hesitated mid-air before slowly lowering again. Then, it lifted its head, curiously surveying its surroundings, occasionally sticking out its tongue or glancing back at its tail. Subsequently, it attempted to stand upright, walking on its hind legs like a human. Minutes later, the entire dog rolled its eyes and collapsed onto the ground. However, it quickly righted itself, looking around in confusion. Meanwhile, Liang Chen appeared to be inebriated, clutching his head and swaying as he sat in a chair. At that moment, he felt as if the world were spinning. His mental state utterly drained. This soul link consumed far too much energy. Merely controlling Second Dog for a few minutes left him feeling this way. He resolved to refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. Taking out a bowl of black-bone chicken soup with lotus seeds, he poured a generous helping for Second Dog and downed the remainder himself. This delicacy had been ordered from the most renowned medicinal cuisine establishment in Yangjiang, reputed for its calming and restorative properties. After finishing the soup, Liang Chen felt his mental state rejuvenated significantly. Reflecting on the sensation of utilizing the soul link on Second Dog, he still found it remarkably intriguing. It felt as though he had implanted his consciousness within the dog's mind. Not only could he completely control Second Dog's body, but he was also acutely aware of its superior hearing and sense of smell. Perceiving everything around them with clarity in that moment, Second Dog was his avatar. According to the system, the soul link could establish a mental connection with any living being, implying the possibility of communication. Liang Chen pondered, redirecting his gaze to Second Dog. However, despite his efforts, he found that even though he felt a connection had been established, he could not comprehend Second Dog's thoughts nor convey his own desires to it. Could it be that this mental connection was only effective between humans? Liang Chen mused, his excitement gradually subsiding. He reclined back on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and began contemplating another question. How did he manage to gain over 40 points in comfort merely by engaging in casual activities today? What could be the reason? The system remained silent. After taking a couple of puffs, Liang Chen arrived at a tentative conclusion. His heart would not deceive him. The only explanation was that spending time with Duan Tingnan had evidently brought him joy. Moreover, this sense of pleasure was not inferior to the satisfaction derived from avenging his past enemies. It seemed that his stronghold in this apocalyptic world would rely heavily on Duan Tingnan's efforts. Though he expressed this sentiment, he did not allow it to cloud his judgment. In essence, Liang Chen maintained his absolute composure. In the struggle for survival, safety would always take precedence. As for emotions, decisions should not be made impulsively. Liang Chun did not reject the notion of emotions, but he believed that all feelings must be built on a foundation of security. Resolute in his decision, he opened a video on free fighting, preparing to complete his training tasks for the day before taking a shower and retiring for the night. Chapter 47. Rescuing Duan Tingnan. Early the next morning, Liang Chun rose as usual. The moment he opened his eyes, he immediately sensed something unusual. It felt as if he were more attuned to his surroundings. Although his eyesight and hearing had not significantly improved, Liang Chun had the distinct impression that his mental acuity had enhanced. Could it be that utilizing the Soul Link, despite its high cost, also served to strengthen one's mind? Speculating, Liang Chun casually retrieved 2 bowls of rich, white lamb soup, the fragrant aroma causing Second Dog's eyes to widen in anticipation. He tossed a bowl to Second Dog, then tore a crispy flatbread into small pieces, soaking them in the soup as he savored each bite. Potential threat detected. Approaching the villa area. Just as Liang Chun took a sip of soup, the artificial intelligence issued a warning. Potential threat? Approaching the villa area? Liang Chun was taken aback. The security monitoring by the artificial intelligence was always centered around his home. When had the villa area itself become a threat? He activated the surveillance video. As the projection on the living room wall flickered to life, the footage from the community's surveillance cameras appeared. Due to the frigid temperatures, many of the camera feeds displayed a black screen, while the remaining few were exceedingly blurry. Even so, Liang Chun recognized at a glance that it was Xiang Fei, accompanied by 6 or 7 of his subordinates, trudging through the snow. Xiang Fei was wearing a tubular backpack, undoubtedly containing that homemade hunting rifle. Judging by their direction, were they again heading to Duan Tingnan's home? Liang Chun's expression turned contemplative. Logically, they had just visited the previous evening. Duan Tingnan would surely be on guard. Would they really return at daybreak, assuming Duan Tingnan was a fool? Although he thought this, Liang Chun still took out his phone and dialed Duan Tingnan's number. Better safe than sorry. However, when the call connected, he furrowed his brow slightly. The voice on the other end was not Duan Tingnan's, but rather Father Duan's. Hello? Who is this? Who are you looking for? Is Duan Tingnan there? Not here. Don't call again. After Duan's father finished speaking, he abruptly hung up the phone. Liang Chun set down his chopsticks and stood up to stretch his wrists and neck. Release the little bug and send it to Duan Tingnan's villa. Soon, the scene of the little bug flying rapidly was displayed on the large screen. 3 minutes later, the bug followed the route from yesterday and entered the villa. The bedroom of Duan's father and Aunt Lu was empty. So Liang Chun directed the bug to continue searching, and finally, he spotted the 3 figures in Duan Tingnan's bedroom. However, the image that appeared made the veins on his forehead bulge with anger. At that moment, Duan Tingnan was tied to a chair, her hands tightly bound behind her, and her feet wrapped in ropes at least a dozen times. Big girl and second girl lay limp on the floor, their limbs and mouths bound with ropes. Duan Tingnan's face was swollen, with clear handprints, and her hair was completely disheveled. Yet her eyes remained bright and fierce, glaring menacingly at the 2 men before her. In stark contrast to his sickly demeanor from yesterday, Duan's father now appeared vibrant and spirited. Little cousin, you needn't glare at me. If one does not act for oneself, heaven will punish them. That Xiang Laoda will definitely come again. And with your swift escape, we, as a couple, are destined for calamity. But now, as long as we hand you over to Xiang Laoda, we can live well. Aunt Lu, shedding her virtuous facade, smiled smugly. Tingnan, you needn't worry. With your beauty, those men will surely hesitate to kill you. Just be obedient, reveal what you've hidden, and serve them well. If you please Xiang Laoda and his brothers, who knows, we might be rewarded with a bounty. Duan Tingnan trembled with rage. I had envisioned how despicable you both could be, yet I still underestimated you. Duan Dongqiang, you are no human. You are a demon. A beast. Slap. Duan's father struck Duan Tingnan across the face, blood seeping from her mouth. Hee, since you hate me so much, let me share a secret. Upon saying this, Duan's father exchanged a knowing glance with Aunt Lu, their smiles appearing exceedingly cruel in Duan Tingnan's eyes. Hearing this, and upon seeing Duan Tingnan's pale face, Liang Chun felt a creeping suspicion. Indeed, Duan's father chuckled. The bracelet I had you bring to your mother 2 years ago was obtained by your Aunt Lu through black market channels. They say it's radioactive. Once worn, there's an 80 to 90% chance of developing cancer. I didn't expect her to die so quickly. Ha ha ha. Aunt Lu chimed in, visibly pleased. That item cost me quite a bit. And now I think about it, it still pains me. According to our plan, you should have been dead long ago. Who would have thought you, though compliant, remain an enigma regarding your true wealth? If it weren't for the fear of killing you and not being able to claim all your money, do you think you would still be alive? By now, Duan Tingnan was consumed by fury, her eyes bloodshot as she glared at Duan's father and Aunt Lu. If looks could kill, these two would have perished countless times by now. Hearing them speak so casually about their heinous deeds ignited Liang Qin's rage. He clenched his fists and inquired of the screen, "Is there any way to help her?" The artificial intelligence remained silent for a few seconds, excluding the option of taking action personally. If the little bug accelerates to its maximum state, it can penetrate the human body. Calculating the optimal penetration method, given the thickness of the target's clothing, the most effective attack points for the little bug would be the eyes or mouth. Liang Chun pondered for a moment and asked, "What is the cost?" Calculating, the miniature bionic aircraft will not sustain damage, but to reach maximum acceleration, at least 300 meters is required. Within 1 minute, it can only eliminate a single target, and there is a high likelihood of being discovered and captured. Liang Chun nodded. He would not take action personally. Firstly, for safety, and secondly, even if he set off now, he would not arrive at Duan Tingnan's residence before Xiang Fei and the others. However, the little bug was not designed for combat. With an attack frequency of once per minute, rescuing Duan Tingnan seemed nearly impossible. There were 6 or 7 of them. Even if he took down 1 or 2, it would not resolve the issue. The others would likely discover the little bug or simply use Duan Tingnan as a hostage. Damn it! How could I forget? Liang Chun suddenly slapped his forehead, recalling the soul link he had obtained just last night. System, can the soul link control any creature within sight, or must it be seen in person? Does seeing it in a video count? System? Facing the reticent system, Liang Chun felt a sense of helplessness. Forget it. I'll find out by trying. Bang. Just as Liang Chun was about to attempt establishing a connection with Duan Tingnan on the screen, a loud noise interrupted him on the large screen. A burly man with a scar over his left eye kicked open the door, followed by 6 or 7 henchmen rushing in. It was indeed Xiang Fei and his group. Xiang Fei opened his padded jacket, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth, and grinned. "Miss Duan, we finally meet." The henchman behind him let out sinister laughter. Duan Tingnan glanced at Xiang Fei, her previously palpable fury gradually replaced by a calm demeanor. "This big brother, how shall I address you?" Xiang Fei was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this beautiful woman would show no signs of fear. "I am Xiang Fei. If it weren't for you avoiding us yesterday, we wouldn't be in this situation." Duan Tingnan replied coldly, "How much supplies do you want?" Xiang Fei smirked. "What do you have?" "Enough food to last you 6 months, plus gasoline and winter clothing. Anything you desire." "I have." Xiang Fei's gaze roamed over Duan Tingnan's alluring figure, and he chuckled. "I want you." Duan Tingnan fixed her gaze on him and stated coldly, "If you touch me with a single finger, you will never receive a single item I mentioned." Xiang Fei was clearly enraged, his triangular eyes glaring at Duan Tingnan, seemingly trying to gauge the truth of her words. Half a minute later, he suddenly broke into a relaxed smile. "All right, I like that attitude. Let us get the goods first." Duan Tingnan raised her eyes slightly. "Then will you untie me?" Xiang Fei waved his hand, signaling his henchmen to approach. Soon, all the ropes binding Duan Tingnan were loosened, but her hands remained tied. Duan Tingnan stretched her body and shot a glare at Duan's father and Aunt Lu, who were smiling obsequiously at Xiang Fei. "Release my dog." Just as a henchman was about to move, he was stopped by Xiang Fei. "That won't do. They have become my food." Duan Tingnan clenched her fists, choosing not to say more, and stepped toward the door. Xiang Fei signaled with his eyes, and several henchmen swiftly surrounded her. Seizing the opportunity, Liang Chun focused on the screen displaying Duan Tingnan and activated the soul link. Duan Tingnan felt a moment of dizziness, nearly losing her balance. Though the sensation was peculiar, she was certain that the voice she had just heard was real, not a figment of her imagination. Could it be Liang Qin's metallic bug? She murmured to herself. But in the next second, Liang Qin's voice echoed in her mind. "It's not the bug. It's me. I must be losing my mind." Duan Tingnan felt as if she were spiraling into madness, akin to developing a split personality. She vigorously pounded her head to regain her composure. Just then, Liang Qin's voice resounded again. "Don't panic. This is a new technological method. Liang Chen explained this to help Duan Tingnan accept the mental connection as swiftly as possible. Indeed, Duan Tingnan quickly calmed down and asked in her mind, "Are you here to rescue me?" "Yes, you intentionally exposed the supplies in the basement to lure them over. You've set up a means to escape in the basement." After Liang Chen's words, a glimmer of hope flickered in Duan Tingnan's beautiful eyes. She hadn't expected Liang Chen to grasp her plan with such precision. Unbeknownst to her, the moment the mental connection was established, all her thoughts were laid bare before Liang Chen. "I can buy you about 20 seconds. Can you escape?" Duan Tingnan contemplated for a moment. 30 seconds. Great, 30 seconds. I will create a diversion. Liang Chen planned to directly control Xiang Fei and then command the henchman to release her. As a precaution, he could use a hunting rifle to maintain control and allow Duan Tingnan to flee. "When the time comes, clear your throat and I will spring into action." Seeing Duan Tingnan nod in agreement, Liang Chen severed the mental connection. Feeling Liang Chen's sudden absence in her mind, a sense of loss welled up in Duan Tingnan. Yet she quickly regained her focus, rehearsing in her mind how to escape. Originally, bringing Xiang Fei's group to the basement was a gamble. Though she had prepared an escape route, she knew full well that facing 6 or 7 men alone made her chances of escape almost non-existent. However, Liang Chen's presence rekindled her hope. With his help, she believed she could escape this time. As she contemplated, Duan Tingnan led the group to the basement. Observing the empty space, Xiang Fei furrowed his brow but refrained from speaking immediately. Duan Tingnan scanned the surroundings, her gaze landing on her mother's portrait hanging on the wall. Taking a deep breath, she declared, "One last condition. I want my mother's portrait." Duan Tingnan understood better than anyone that even with Liang Chen's assistance, it would be impossible for her to take even a single box of supplies. If there was something she absolutely had to take, it could only be her mother's portrait. Xiang Fei glanced at the beautiful middle-aged woman in the photograph. Nodding, of course, Duan Tingnan stepped forward, carefully removing her mother's portrait and tucking it into the spacious inner pocket of her winter coat. "Miss Duan, are you ready? Hand over the items." Duan Tingnan approached the concealed wall that could be opened. Clearing her throat, Liang Chen promptly commanded the small insect to focus its lens on Xiang Fei, poised to initiate the soul link at a moment's notice. Duan Tingnan reached the wall, unveiling a hidden cover that revealed a red switch within. She exchanged a glance with Xiang Fei, and a subordinate swiftly followed, seizing the rope in her hand. Duan Tingnan furrowed her brow. According to her plan, she intended to escape on the snowmobile once the secret door opened. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was looking, however, with the rope now in someone else's grasp, escape seemed utterly impossible. There was no time left to devise another plan, as the bespectacled second-in-command had already pressed the red switch ahead of her. With a muffled thud, the wall before them began to part slowly as it opened. A slope and 5 large boxes came into view, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Duan's father and Aunt Lu, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of suffocation. These items were rightfully theirs. That wretched girl truly brought out all the good stuff. Had they known this would happen today, it would have been better to present everything for their enjoyment. Well, at least they had salvaged their lives. That wretched girl would likely be mistreated by this group. Duan's father, filled with indignation, remarked, "Just like her mother, worthless. What good is earning so much money if it ultimately benefits others? Why didn't she give it to me sooner? She deserves it." Just then, Xiang Fei, who had been standing beside them, suddenly shivered and turned to glare at them. Duan's father felt uncomfortable under the scrutiny and forced a smile. Asking, "Brother Xiang, have we disturbed you with our conversation?" "I apologize." Before he could continue, Xiang Fei abruptly kicked him squarely in the groin. Ouch! Duan's father felt as if he had been struck by a lightning bolt, letting out a high-pitched scream. Before Aunt Lu could react, Xiang Fei landed another kick, this time to her abdomen. Xiang Fei's physique was remarkably strong, likely due to previous martial arts training. The force sent Aunt Lu flying, crashing against the stairs, unconscious. The surrounding subordinates stood in bewilderment, unsure why their leader was attacking the elderly couple at such a critical moment. Xiang Fei wiped his shoe on the ground, muttering, "I could no longer hold back." Ignoring the reactions of others, he began to unload his backpack, commanding, "Let Miss Duan go." The subordinate still holding the rope looked perplexed. "Boss, weren't you the one who told me to? Enough chatter. Let her go now." He finished, brandishing a shotgun, pulling back the chamber to load it. in more than 20 seconds. Hurry! Xiang Fei winked at Duan Tingnan, uttering a phrase that left everyone perplexed. Liang Chun, having just established the mental connection, felt his eyelids growing heavy, his energy rapidly depleting. Duan Tingnan cast a disbelieving glance at Xiang Fei but did not slow her pace. She dashed up the slope, pressed a button on the sloped wall, and the top cover began to open slowly. She leaped onto the snowmobile, twisted the key, and pressed the throttle to the maximum, launching herself forward. At that moment, Xiang Fei suddenly felt weak in the legs and knelt on the ground. However, he quickly regained his footing, looking around in confusion before pointing at Duan Tingnan and shouting, "She's escaping! Capture her!" He called out while chasing a few steps, just as he was about to aim and shoot. Duan Tingnan plunged into the snow that had fallen from the ceiling. The heavy snow quickly filled half the basement, burying several of the subordinates in an instant. They cried out in panic, pleading for help. Xiang Fei surveyed the surroundings, confirming there were no other threats, and bellowed, "What are you waiting for? Dig out the people and the boxes." Although he continued to command the group, a peculiar sensation lingered in his mind, as if he had completely lost his memory of the past few minutes. Liang Chen observed Duan Tingnan's successful escape, directing the small insect to fly out of the basement and ascend to the second floor. During their mental connection, he had glimpsed Duan Tingnan's plan. If she had the chance to escape, she would take advantage of the moment when Xiang Fei and the others were still in the basement to make her way back to the second-floor bedroom. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, the bedroom window quietly opened. Duan Tingnan peeked her head in, scanning the room. Liang Chen activated the small insect's external speaker and chuckled softly, "You're safe for now. Come in." Duan Tingnan paused. "Liang Chun, how did you know I would come back this way? You're incredible. Just a lucky guess. Hurry inside." Duan Tingnan beamed, flipping through the window into the room. "Thank you, Liang Chun. You've saved my life once again." While expressing her gratitude, Duan Tingnan kept her hands busy, first retrieving her phone from the floor. Then she quickly untied Denyo and Ernyo, pulling out 2 pet jackets from under the bed to put them on. Seeing Duan Tingnan anxiously glancing towards the door, Liang Chun reassured her, "Don't worry. They won't be able to come up for a while. The 5 boxes and the 3 people are buried in the snow. If they don't dig them out soon, those 3 will lose their lives." Upon hearing this, Duan Tingnan felt relieved, quickly opening the wardrobe and pulling out a bulging backpack to strap on. She whispered to the 2 dogs, "Denyo, Ernyo, follow me." The 2 German shepherds obediently trailed behind her as they jumped out the window. Watching Duan Tingnan's disappearing silhouette on the large screen, Liang Chun took a deep breath of his coconut latte and reclined on the sofa. Rubbing his slightly throbbing forehead, he murmured, "Controlling a human from a distance is incredibly draining. It's worlds apart from controlling 2 dogs." Based on his recent experience with Xiang Fei, he realized that with his current abilities, at a distance of 1,000 meters, he could control an adult male for no more than 30 seconds. Any longer, and it would likely harm his brain. As Liang Chen pondered, he opened the system panel, and a smile crept onto his face as he noted, comfort level 549-1000 had risen by an impressive 41 points. Remarkably efficient. Liang Chen rested his hands behind his head, gazing at the ceiling in a slight daze. To his surprise, it seemed that Duan Tingnan genuinely harbored feelings for him. Chapter 49. Entering the vacant house, Liang Chun held this belief because he discovered that through the soul link, he could perceive fragments of Duan Tingnan's memories and emotions. Although it was merely a small portion of fragmented memories and faint emotional waves, he was certain that Duan Tingnan indeed held affection for him. If he could have a woman like her by his side, his comfort level would surely rise rapidly. He sensed no animosity from her. Yet, even so, he could not recklessly accept her. At the very least, he needed to observe her a little longer. Liang Chen would not hastily allow Duan Tingnan into his home merely because he sensed some vague fragments of emotion. He contemplated, while controlling the small insect, to follow her closely. Soon, Duan Tingnan returned to the snow pit she had dug the previous day, panting as she set down her backpack and quickly lit the gas stove. "Liang Chen, can you do me a favor?" Minutes later, Duan Tingnan lifted her head, her large eyes fixed on the small insect. "What is it? Can you lend me a weapon?" Duan Tingnan's request caught Liang Chen off guard. He had expected her to ask for survival supplies or even to enter his home directly. "You want to retrieve those supplies?" Duan Tingnan shook her head, her once clear gaze now filled with resentment. "Those supplies are valuable, But they're gone. I want revenge for my mother. Liang Qin paused, slightly taken aback. You currently living in the snow. You need to find a way to survive first before considering revenge. I can survive, but perhaps not for long. That's why I must seek revenge even more. Liang Chen sighed, having just learned from his biological father that his mother was killed by him and his mistress. Anyone would harbor a deep-seated hatred and long for immediate vengeance. I understand your feelings. But it's not worth it to lose your life for revenge. He paused and continued, I have a suggestion. I don't know if you would be willing to consider it. Duan Tingnan nodded, signaling Liang Chen to proceed, knowing he was thinking of her well-being. First, find an empty house in the neighborhood to settle down in, and then devise a plan for revenge. At that moment, Duan Tingnan had fully calmed down, her eyes gradually brightening. You're right, I will go look for one now. She stood up to act but was interrupted by Liang Chen. Leave the house search to me. After speaking, Liang Chen addressed the artificial intelligence. How many vacant houses are there currently in the neighborhood? Soon, he sent Duan Tingnan the addresses of several selected vacant houses. Building 8, 23 RD floor, apartment 02. Upon seeing one of the addresses, Duan Tingnan inquired, I remember your home is on the 25th floor of building 8. Isn't this just 2 floors below your place? Liang Chen nodded. He also felt this apartment was the best choice. However, he did not clarify, leaving the final decision to Duan Tingnan, as expected, without any hesitation. She chose that very apartment. Once you settle in, feel free to call me if you need anything, Liang Chen said as he controlled the small insect to return. Duan Tingnan's eyelashes were frost-laden. Compared to the moment she learned the truth about her mother's murder, she now solely focused on revenge. Hope had taken root in her heart, an indistinct yet exhilarating hope. The same sense of hope was shared by Zhang Feng and Lu Jinxian. As Zhang Feng and his group of 5 finally arrived at their residence, leaning on his cane, Zhang Feng warmly greeted them. Bro, you finally made it. Was the journey difficult? Cousin cast a glance at Zhang Feng, his gaze momentarily lingering on his groin and cane. I was delayed by matters on the road for a day. Cousin, where are the supplies I left with you? Show me. Zhang Feng was taken aback, recalling that his cousin indeed had stored a batch of food and water at his home. However, those provisions were limited, and ever since Lu Jinxian moved in, he had handed over the warehouse keys to her to demonstrate his heartfelt sincerity. The keys to the warehouse are with Jinxian. What is it, cousin? Zheng Rulong glanced at Lu Jinxian, his eyes betraying a flicker of fervor. Miss Jinxian, I kindly ask you to hand over the warehouse keys. In these extraordinary times, it is imperative to allocate resources wisely. Lu Jinxian was about to refuse, but upon seeing Zheng Rulong's cold demeanor and avaricious gaze, along with Zhang Feng's mention of their violent acts, a wave of fear surged within her. She pulled a set of keys from her pocket and handed them to Zheng Rulong, accompanied by a sweet smile. You are right, cousin. During these exceptional times, we shall heed your guidance. Zheng Rulong accepted the keys, his gaze sweeping over Lu Jinxian with intensity. Lu Jinxian feigned a shy expression and turned to retreat to her room. At that moment, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Zheng Rulong's intentions were unmistakably clear. He was interested in her. Logically, being by Zheng Rulong's side would certainly be more advantageous than staying with Zheng Feng. Yet, Lu Jinxian understood that Zheng Rulong was not as easily manipulated as Zheng Feng. To align herself with him would undoubtedly require her to offer her utmost, her body. However, the thought of his yellowed teeth and the way he casually spat phlegm onto the ground made her feel nauseated. Unbeknownst to her, her usually inseparable friend Zhao Mingqi had, for the first time, not followed her back to her room. Little did she imagine that Zhao Mingqi had quietly slipped into Zheng Rulong's chamber and locked the door from the inside. Liang Chen emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, pausing briefly at the mirror. To his surprise, he had seemingly developed faint abdominal muscles. His facial contours appeared sharper than before, and his already handsome visage was now even more ruggedly striking. It seemed that his daily training was yielding some results. In addition to practicing free combat through video tutorials, he had devised a detailed training regimen for equipment. After all, the space was equipped with hundreds of fitness machines from top international brands, all in a variety of types. At that moment, his phone rang, a video invitation from Duan Tingnan. Liang Chen, you? As Duan Tingnan began to speak, she was taken aback by the sight of Liang Chen's bare upper body. His chiseled features paired with well-defined chest muscles rendered her momentarily speechless, her thoughts caught in her throat. Her eyes roamed unbidden between Liang Chen's face and physique. Liang Qian turned the camera to focus on a pot of blooming ginger flowers on the balcony. Asking, all settled? Duan Tingnan quickly regained her composure, her cheeks slightly flushed. Yes, this place appears to have been uninhabited for a long time, but fortunately, the doors and windows are intact, so living here poses no problem. As she spoke, she picked up her phone and took a tour of the room. Liang Chen noted that the apartment was rather bare, lacking even basic furniture like a sofa or bed. However, due to its prolonged closure, there was not much dust. He then pondered a question and could not resist asking, "How did you get in?" Duan Tingnan replied proudly, "Through the window in the hallway. I tossed the big girl over, and she opened the door." Liang Chen nodded, casting a glance at the dog, Ergo, who was eating in half an hour. "Come to my doorstep, and I'll prepare something for you." Duan Tingnan initially considered declining, but after a moment's hesitation, she did not refuse, merely nodding in agreement. "Thank you. Once the blizzard is over, I will repay you double." Liang Chen smiled without saying a word. After ending the video call, he began to contemplate what to prepare for Duan Tingnan. Meanwhile, at Zhang Feng's residence, Lu Jinxian was still puzzled about Zhao Mingqi's whereabouts when she suddenly saw Zhao Mingqi rush back into the room, glancing around the doorway before quickly locking it behind her. "What's the matter? Why the rush? Jinxian, it's bad. A grave situation has arisen." Chapter 50. Betrayal of Lu Jinxian. Lu Jinxian was taken aback. Although Zhang Rulong's attitude had grown considerably more assertive since joining them, he was still a relative of Zheng Feng. What could possibly go wrong? I just passed by Zhang Rulong's room and overheard him talking with Zheng Feng. Zhang Rulong intends to take all the supplies, leaving us with only a few days' worth of rations. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinxian instantly panicked. In the current circumstances, having their supplies taken would equate to severing their lifeline. Did Zheng Feng agree to this? Zhang Rulong is quite domineering. If Zheng Feng disagrees, what can he do? Jinxian, without those food items and gasoline, we will undoubtedly freeze or starve to death. What shall we do now? Lu Jinxian endeavored to calm herself amidst the turmoil, contemplating for a few seconds before telling Zhao Mingqi. "Fortunately, I prepared some provisions beforehand. We should gather our things and leave here under the cover of night." Zhao Mingqi appeared troubled. "What about Zheng Feng? What about him?" Lu Jinxian retorted. "Zheng Feng is gravely injured. If Zhang Rulong departs and we leave, won't he be in danger?" Lu Jinxian looked incredulously at Zhao Mingqi and reached out to touch her forehead. "Are you all right? What time is it, and you're still concerned about that sycophant Zheng Feng?" "I was kind to him only because he still had some utility. Now that Zhang Rulong is taking away the supplies, he is nothing more than a fishy-smelling cripple, wasting food while alive. It would be better to let him fend for himself." After saying this, Lu Jinxian turned to pack her belongings, but Zhao Mingqi seemed conflicted. "Jinxian, that is a bit too harsh, and no matter what, Zheng Feng genuinely cares for you. He has sacrificed so much for you. How can you just kick him aside?" Lu Jinxian shot a glare at Zhao Mingqi, initially thinking her friend was simply naive. To her astonishment, she realized Zhao Mingqi was a hopeless romantic. "If you wish to stay and endure with him, then do. I am leaving. I have always despised this place's fishy odor. I have so many sycophants, any one of whom is a better match than Zheng Feng." Lu Jinxian spoke. Her hands moved swiftly. Yet, just as she busied herself packing food, she heard the door creak open behind her. She quickly turned around to see Zhao Mingqi opening the door, with Zhang Rulong and others standing at the threshold. Zheng Feng appeared haggard, his face a mask of grief and indignation as he stared at her. "Jinxian, I never expected that I would be so contemptible in your eyes." Lu Jinxian looked at Zhao Mingqi, seeking clarity on the situation, only to witness Zhao Mingqi swaying her hips as she approached Zhang Rulong. Naturally nestling against him and casting a smug glance in Lu Jinxian's direction. In that moment, Lu Jinxian comprehended everything. "Zhao Mingqi, you actually conspired with others against me?" Feigning heartbreak, Zhao Mingqi replied, "Jinxian, you are truly mistaken. You are my dearest friend. How could I ever betray you? I simply could not bear to see Zheng Feng being deceived by you. For Brother Long, he initially considered pursuing you, but I informed him that you are not as pure as you appear." Fury coursed through Lu Jinxian, making her tremble. "You're talking nonsense." Zhao Mingqi appeared to relish Lu Jinxian's distress. "Am I wrong? Your mind is solely occupied with wealth, and any man with money can have a fleeting romance with you. During your university years, you were supported by at least 3 men. When you were short on cash, you would even take on high-paying jobs for a night's work. You need not argue. I have been by your side for years, and if I dare to say this, I must have proof. If you are innocent, then produce your phone and enlighten everyone about those sultry photos of yours. Feeling as if the world was spinning, Lu Jinxian could hardly fathom that her once loyal friend would join forces with outsiders against her. Zhao Mingqi, what on earth are you doing this for? Zhao Mingqi clung tightly to Zheng Rulong's arm, pressing against him. From the moment I first laid eyes on Brother Long, I fell for him. And now, I am his as's partner. I cannot stand by while his cousin is drained by a woman like you. Zheng Rulong burst into laughter, one hand groping Zhao Mingqi's sensitive areas, causing her face to flush and her breath to quicken. He patted Jing Feng on the shoulder. Cousin, your judgment of women is terribly flawed. I have long told you that Lu Jinxian is a vixen. Look at me, Mengqi has given me her first time. Ha ha ha. Having said this, Zheng Rulong directly handed a set of keys to Zhao Mengqi. From this day forth, the allocation of supplies will be dictated by Mengqi. Anyone who dares to disobey should not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Zheng Rulong wrapped his arm around Zhao Mingqi and departed. Liu Jinxian gathered her disheveled hair and turned to Jing Feng, displaying a pitiful expression. Brother Feng, you saw it all. It was Zhao Mingqi who harmed me. You know me, don't you? Zheng Feng stared blankly at Lu Jinxian, as if he had never known this woman. He recalled everything he had done for her and the realization that he could no longer be a man. The woman before him continued to speak, but Zheng Feng could hear nothing. His gaze gradually turned ferocious, causing Lu Jinxian to grow increasingly anxious. Zheng Feng, what are you going to do? Zheng Feng stepped into the room, locking the door behind him, his eyes brimming with madness. Jinxian, do not be afraid. Just let me cherish you properly one last time. With that, Zheng Feng lunged towards Lu Jinxian, who deftly sidestepped him. Zheng Feng, please, come to your senses. You profess to love and protect me, yet you wouldn't force me into something I do not wish to do. Are you truly going to break your promise? Jinxian, I am the person who loves you the most in the world, and I will certainly take responsibility for you. Zheng Feng discarded his cane, and the sharp pain radiating from his groin only heightened his exhilaration. Lu Jinxian was genuinely frightened. Zheng Feng, you are nothing but a eunuch now. Even if I agree to be with you, what can you possibly do? If you leave now, I can pretend that nothing has happened, and we can continue to be good friends. Zheng Feng's face twisted with rage. Ha ha ha, Lu Jinxian, you have finally spoken your true feelings. Who wants to be good friends with you, even if I am rendered useless? I am still a man, and I can still bring you to ecstasy. As he spoke, Zheng Feng suddenly lunged forward, seizing Lu Jinxian's wrist and flinging her onto the bed. He then yanked the bedsheet and bound her tightly. Zheng Feng, what are you doing? Lu Jinxian watched in horror as he pulled out an assortment of bizarre items from his pocket, sending a shiver down her spine. It seemed he intended to torment her. Ah, Zheng Feng, you pervert. That hurts. You can't do that. Ah, at that moment, Zhao Mingqi was nestled in Zheng Rulong's embrace, and upon hearing the series of anguished screams emanating from Lu Jinxian's bedroom, she felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. For so many years, she had trailed behind Lu Jinxian, obeying her every command. Just because Lu Jinxian was more beautiful than her, more adept at charming and controlling men, she had to play the supporting role. Only when Lu Jinxian was in a good mood would she receive a few crumbs of kindness, while for years she felt like a dog kept by her side. Even the meager supplies from Zheng Feng's family barely allowed her to take a third of what Lu Jinxian received. She was unwilling to accept this. She not only wanted to take everything from Lu Jinxian, but also to see her tormented by the man she despised the most. Making her wish for death, Zheng Rulong, who had just paused, also heard Lu Jinxian's screams, causing his hands to become restless. Zhao Mingqi's expression stiffened, but she quickly replaced it with a coy smile. Cautiously complying, Liang Chen, unaware of Lu Jinxian's plight, spent 20 minutes preparing a supply package for Duan Tingnan, placing it at his own doorstep. Chapter 51. A surprising Duan Tingnan. 10 minutes later, Liang Chen was savoring a delightful squirrel fish while Ergo devoured a bowl of crab roe buns with gusto. Detecting an approaching presence and sensing no threat, Liang Chen turned his gaze to the large screen. There appeared the graceful silhouette of Duan Tingnan at his door. Upon seeing the black suitcase he had prepared for her, Duan Tingnan broke into a radiant smile. She did not approach the door to knock, but quietly walked up to it and pulled the suitcase over. First, she performed a deep bow towards the entrance, resembling an ancient hero. then playfully flashed a peace sign with a mischievous grin. From the elevated angle of the surveillance, Liang Chen perceived that Duan Tingnan, standing at a height of 1.68 m, appeared almost like a petite girl. He took out his phone and snapped a photo of the screen, pressing send, accompanied by a few words, "Little potato." Duan Tingnan retrieved her phone to check, and a beaming smile spread across her face. She turned towards the door, formed a heart shape with her arms, and then skipped away with her suitcase. Liang Chen smiled knowingly and released the little insect. Soon, the insect followed Duan Tingnan to Building 8, Apartment 2301. Duan Tingnan gently knocked on the door, and half a minute later, the security doors surprisingly swung open from the inside. 2 German shepherds rushed out, affectionately circling her legs. "Good dogs," Duan Tingnan praised as she pushed the door open and gestured for them to enter. "Both are retired military dogs, gifted to me by a friend who is into outdoor activities." She spoke lightly, but Liang Chen was inwardly astonished. The quality of military dogs from Huagua is renowned worldwide, and they are notoriously sought after. Some individuals go to great lengths, spending exorbitant sums to acquire a single military dog. He had not expected Duan Tingnan to possess 2 at once. In the center of the spacious living room stood a white tent, with a gas stove in front still burning, emitting a soft blue glow. After securely locking the door, Duan Tingnan sat cross-legged in front of the tent and opened the suitcase. "Wow!" she exclaimed as she extracted several packages of salmon slices and frozen steaks, eagerly examining the packaging and swallowing hard. Still the classic out-of-stock king from Sam's Club. Before she could fully express her astonishment, her gaze was drawn to other items in the suitcase. "What? There's even more?" She eagerly rummaged through the remnants and pulled out an array of instant foods: beef sticks, dark chocolate, crab roe noodles, beef powder, udon noodles, self-heating hot pot, and energy nut packs. Duan Tingnan swallowed hard as she recited the items. "Resembling a little girl receiving New Year's gifts. It seems you are also a foodie," Liang Chen remarked, reclining on the sofa, enjoying the sight of Duan Tingnan gazing hungrily at the food. "Of course," Duan Tingnan replied with a hint of pride, though a trace of doubt lingered in her tone. Just as she was about to say something, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she pulled out a frying pan and an induction cooker from the suitcase. "I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Just threw together some edibles. I can't let you starve," Liang Chen responded, unable to conceal his delight. Duan Tingnan's joy was palpable. Just moments ago, she had worried that Liang Chen had provided her with so many delicious items. But they all seemed to require heating. Now, with the induction cooker and frying pan, even if she only had 30 minutes of power each day, it would be enough for her to prepare meals. As long as she had the frying pan, she could manage to cook something using the gas stove. Even if the taste would not match that of the induction cooker, it would still be 100 times better than biscuits or instant noodles. Moreover, there was even a small bottle of olive oil in the pot. As for drinking water, she could simply scoop some snow from the balcony or downstairs, as she often did while outdoors. What shocked her even more was that beneath the instant food, there was a box of ibuprofen painkillers. Gazing at the assorted delicacies before her, Duan Tingnan took a deep breath, her heart stirring. Even as a professional outdoor blogger, her emergency supplies had never been this abundant. She understood the value of these items. Even a single one could spark fierce competition among the majority of people. It was common for families, combining their resources, to possess only a few pieces of dry bread or instant noodles each day. In the property group, even a bag of biscuits could fetch thousands, or even tens of thousands of dollars. Not to mention that box of painkillers, which was worth its weight in gold. Furthermore, as the snowstorm and low temperatures persisted, hardly anyone was willing to sell food, medicine, or warm supplies. Most crucially, these foods were a balanced combination of meat and vegetables, and the variety of flavors indicated that Liang Chen had clearly put thought into it. For some reason, feeling this care brought her more joy than seeing the food itself. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, her attention was captured by another item in the suitcase, causing her to gasp in surprise. She slowly reached out and delicately picked up the object, cradling it in her hands for a closer inspection. It was a pitch-black handheld crossbow, sleek in design and exquisitely crafted, complete with a scope. She carefully examined the crossbow, then retrieved about 30 bolts from the suitcase. Liang Chen sat up straight, intently watching Duan Tingnan's movements. Clumsily, she loaded a bolt, extending her hands forward, swaying left and right as she aimed, then pulled the trigger. With a loud twang, A bolt flew steadily into the living room wall, its tip quivering slightly. Duan Ting stuck out her tongue, appearing somewhat embarrassed. That was my first time, so I'm a bit rusty. From her awkward movements, Liang Chun could tell it was indeed her first encounter with a crossbow. Try again. Remember to lock your shoulder joint and don't exert force with your wrist. Under Liang Chen's guidance, Duan Ting Nan diligently practiced, her demeanor as serious as a schoolgirl. 20 minutes later. With another loud twang, the sound of glass shattering echoed from the other side of the living room. A bolt had struck the clock on the wall, embedding itself not far from the center. Well done! As expected of a Tsinghua and Peking University scholar, you learn quickly, Liang Chen praised sincerely, clearly impressed by her learning ability. Hee, thank you for the compliment, Duan Ting Nan replied, hands on her hips, swaying with pride, clearly pleased. When do you plan to take action? Upon hearing Liang Chen's inquiry, Duan Ting Nan's smile gradually faded. She seated herself cross-legged once more and placed a small piece of snow on the gas stove. I'll practice for another day tomorrow, and then I'll go. Liang Chen observed the determination in her eyes and couldn't help but shake his head, choosing not to say more. Having lived 2 lives, and having been harmed by others in his previous one, killing did not weigh heavily on him psychologically. But Duan Ting Nan was different. She had never taken a life, and this time, she would be targeting her own father. Rest well tonight. I have to go, Damim. Duan Ting Nan obediently nodded, waving her hand towards the air. Controlling the little insect to fly out of the room, Liang Chen hesitated for a moment before directing it towards the villa area. A few minutes later, the large screen displayed the scene inside Duan Ting Nan's villa. It was no longer the warm and tidy place he had first visited. Instead, it was a scene of ruin and chaos. The 5 boxes from the basement were nowhere to be found. They had likely been taken away by Xiang Fei and his gang. Liang Chun spotted Duan's father and Aunt Lu in the upstairs bedroom. The two were bundled in 3 layers of blankets, their faces bruised and swollen, sitting across from each other. That Xiang Fei is a beast. We willingly handed over Duan Ting Nan to him. And not only did he let her go, but he also beat us. His methods are too ruthless. Exactly. Those scoundrels took everything away, leaving us with not even a single hair. How are we supposed to survive now? Aunt Lu's anger grew as she thought about it, tears streaming down her face. I told you long ago to act quickly. Even if you had just secured those items, we wouldn't have been wiped out completely. Now look, Duan Ting Nan has escaped, and we are on the brink of starvation. Father Du rubbed his swollen lower body, wearing an expression of utter dejection. After all the calculations, who could have anticipated that Xiang Fei would suddenly go mad? Aunt Lu suddenly recalled something and ceased her sobs. Do you remember what Xiang Fei said before leaving? Chapter 52, Revenge. Father Du was momentarily taken aback. What did he say? He mentioned that as long as we can recapture Du Tingnan, we could exchange her for a month's worth of rations. How can you still believe his nonsense? That man is a fickle lunatic. You're being foolish. As long as we capture Du Tingnan, with her beauty and figure, and her status as a minor celebrity, we could sell her to those with resources and at the very least secure several months' worth of food. Father Du nodded in agreement. I think selling her to young Master Chun would be a fine choice. That kid has plenty of good stuff at home. Heh, I've heard that many beautiful women have been seeking him out recently, all in exchange for food. He then furrowed his brow. This girl is cunning. The last time we used a sedative on her, she certainly won't fall for it again. I have a plan. Don't you remember the pendant we took from her neck when we bound her? I opened it, and inside were the ashes of her deceased mother. With this, how could she not return? Upon hearing this, Father Du clapped his hands, and the two began to conspire excitedly. Half an hour later, Du Tingnan received a message from Father Du, which essentially threatened that if she did not return home tonight, he would destroy the pendant. He even sent a photo of a chamber pot, threatening that if Du Tingnan did not obediently comply, he would scatter her mother's ashes into it, forcing her to be eternally associated with filth. Du Tingnan fought back tears as she gazed at the pendant on the screen, extending her hand to touch it. Ultimately, she burst into tears. Liang Chen, observing her trembling form on the large screen, sighed. In a moment, I will help you. Hearing Liang Chen's voice, Du Tingnan gradually stifled her sobs, wiped her tears, nodded, and stood up. An hour later, Du Tingnan returned to her villa. She slipped through the bedroom window, her gaze icy as she confronted the two individuals before her. Father Du held the pendant in his hand, with a basin of frozen excrement at his feet. Upon seeing Du Tingnan, Aunt Lu wore a look of disdain. Aren't you able to run? Why not continue running? Your mother is right here. Let's see where you can escape to. Father Du grinned lewdly. Tingnan, don't blame your father for being cruel. In this cursed weather, we must survive. How else could we call you back? Du Tingnan retorted coldly. Speak. What must I do to reclaim my belongings? Father Du chuckled. It's quite simple. You need only provide us with 3 months' worth of rations, and the pendant will be returned to you. I guarantee it with my integrity. Du Tingnan scoffed. All my possessions are in those 5 boxes. There are no rations left. Father Du dismissed her with a wave. There are ways around that. I've heard that young Master Chen is kind-hearted and particularly charitable. As long as you're willing to make a sacrifice, you can exchange for plenty of food. Aunt Lu, fearing Du Tingnan's anger, quickly added, rest assured, as long as you go to young Master Chen and secure 3 months' worth of rations, we will absolutely return the pendant to you. Du Tingnan's smile turned more sinister. If my mother were alive, do you think she'd be willing to watch me sell my body to you 2 scoundrels for food? Du Dongqiang, if you have even a shred of humanity left, return my mother's ashes to me, and I might allow you a more comfortable death. She then turned her gaze to Aunt Lu. As for you, I will not allow you to die easily. Aunt Lu sneered. Your mother's ashes are still in our hands. What do you have to be so arrogant about? Father Du seemed to be affected by Du Tingnan's words, his eyes flickering as he said, Alas, we are father and daughter after all. I shouldn't resort to such despicable means to coerce you. The pendant will be returned to you. Come and take it. Aunt Lu, anxious, attempted to snatch it away but was pushed aside by Father Du Dongqiang. Are you mad? If you give her that, we will starve to death. As Du Tingnan saw Father Du extend the pendant toward her, she quickly stepped forward to retrieve it. She failed to notice the cunning glint in Father Du and Aunt Lu's eyes. Just as her left hand was about to grasp the pendant, Father Du suddenly retracted his hand, leaving her empty-handed. Meanwhile, a shadow slipped through the window behind her, raising a club toward her neck. In a split second, Du Tingnan's body lowered, squatting while pivoting to face her assailant. Her right hand, previously concealed in her pocket, emerged holding a pitch-black crossbow. Bang-a-bang. 2 muffled sounds echoed. The shadow froze for a moment, the club falling from his grasp. With a thud, the figure, at least 6 feet tall, collapsed backward, crashing heavily onto the wooden floor. Lu Tong? Aunt Lu screamed in horror, unable to believe that Du Tingnan had anticipated the ambush from behind. Lu Tong was Aunt Lu's nephew, who had remained in Yangzheng after graduating from university, renting a place in the neighboring community. Tonight, their ace in the hole was not the pendant but Lu Tong. They knew that in terms of physicality and reflexes, they were no match for Du Tingnan. Their plan was to distract her with the pendant while Lu Tong attacked her from behind to knock her unconscious. However, they never imagined that their so-called scheme had long been observed by Liang Chen, who had informed Du Tingnan in advance. Father Du was stunned by the unfolding scene, but he quickly regained his composure. Before Du Tingnan could aim at him, he opened the pendant in the next second. The powder within was about to spill. Father Du suddenly froze, closing the pendant and returning it to Du Tingnan. She swiftly took the pendant and stuffed it into her pocket. Father Du's actions left Aunt Lu dumbfounded, unable to suppress her expletive-laden outburst. Du Dongqiang, you fool! That thing is our lifeline. Why did you return it? Suddenly, Father Du jolted, looking dazedly between Aunt Lu and Du Tingnan. What happened to me? You? Ah! Aunt Lu's curse was interrupted by a sharp scream as she looked down in disbelief at her leg, where a black crossbow bolt was embedded. She staggered back a few steps, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, unable to speak due to the pain. Father Du, frozen in shock, trembled, pleading, Tingnan, Tingnan, don't shoot me. I'm your father. Your biological father. Oh! After a horrible cry, Father Du looked incredulously at the arrow embedded in his chest. Tingnan, you? His words trailed off, and in his final moments, a thought struck him. If only he had not abandoned his wife and daughter. If he had not caused his wife's death. If he crumpled to the floor, his eyes losing their last flicker of life. Aunt Lu, witnessing Father Du's demise, felt his gaze still piercing her, rendering her unable to scream out of fear. Du Tingnan swiftly approached Aunt Lu, stepping on her arm. From behind, she produced another crossbow bolt, probing Aunt Lu's cheek for a few seconds before finding the right spot to thrust it down forcefully. Almost simultaneously, Aunt Lu convulsed as if electrocuted, letting out a tortured scream while thrashing wildly. Du Tingnan coldly observed Aunt Lu's struggles and said, "This is the most painful nerve bundle in the human body, more agonizing than childbirth. Your blood will freeze, preventing excessive blood loss and ensuring you do not die quickly. You shall atone for my mother in this manner." With that, she leaped out the window without looking back. Aunt Lu thrashed on the floor, her fingernails leaving trails of blood on the wooden surface. Her fate was sealed. If she was fortunate, she would freeze to death. If not, she would die in agony. Liang Chen lay on the sofa, rubbing his temples. After 2 consecutive days of using the Soul Link, his mental exhaustion was considerable. Nevertheless, eliminating the 2 scourges, Father Du and Aunt Lu, lifted his spirits. After downing a cold Americano for a boost, Liang Chen opened the system panel. Although he was mentally prepared, seeing the comfort level at 559-1000 still surprised him. It had increased by 50 points. Du Tingnan truly was a treasure. Even if she did not move in, he could not allow her to come to harm. Contemplating this, Liang Chen made his way to the bedroom, intending to rest and recuperate. Just as Du Tingnan, exhausted, returned to the empty house and prepared to rest, a sudden phone call interrupted her. She glanced at the screen, hesitated for a few seconds, and ultimately chose to answer. A concerned young man's voice came through the line. "Tingnan, have you considered things? When shall I come to pick you up?" Chapter 53. "Thank you. Good night." Du Tingnan furrowed her brow slightly, her tone flat as she replied, "Chengqing, I have already stated that I will not go with you. I have my own life." The man on the other end dismissed her concerns. "Tingnan, don't be stubborn. With your meager supplies, is this truly a life worth living? Moreover, many are going mad, robbing and killing. How can you, a young woman, cope? Chengqing, I will repeat myself. I am capable of managing my own affairs. We are merely ordinary friends. Please do not interfere in my life, or we shall not even remain friends." With that, Du Tingnan hung up the phone, feeling somewhat irritated as she sat cross-legged. However, when she took out her mother's pendant from her pocket, her expression softened instantly. After gazing at it for a long while, she hung the pendant back around her neck. She then picked up the pitch-black crossbow from the floor, caressing it gently as she gazed at it. A smile graced her face. Suddenly recalling something, she hastily tossed aside the hand crossbow and, feeling guilty, cast a furtive glance around. She weakly called out to the air, Liang Chun, are you there?" After a few seconds of silence, with no response from Liang Chun, she picked up the hand crossbow once more and meticulously wiped it clean. Gently placing the weapon beside her pillow, she finally reached for her phone. Opening Liang Chen's profile, she sent a simple message, "Thank you, good night." 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Each day, Liang Chun engaged in a routine of eating, drinking, and training, all while chatting with Duan Tingnan. Since the revenge, Duan Tingnan's demeanor had transformed back to one of optimism and enthusiasm. Even when the indoor temperature hovered around -20 to 30 degrees, and despite the need to brave the biting cold to fetch snow for drinking water, Duan Tingnan remained exuberantly spirited. Conversing with Duan Tingnan in this state invariably uplifted Liang Chun's mood. Thus, even though their daily activities of eating, drinking, and gaming no longer heightened his comfort level, the mere joy of conversing with Duan Tingnan accrued around 10 points of comfort each day. Observing the system panel displaying a comfort level of 591-1000, Liang Chen felt an increasing anticipation for the rewards of the system upgrade. The Doomsday Bunker. Stretching lazily, he poured a steaming plate of noodle strips into a dish of chicken, stirred it together, and began to feast heartily. Sharing in this indulgence were Zhang Rulong and Zhao Mingqi, though they were only enjoying a cup of old pickled cabbage instant noodles. Nevertheless, the aroma of the noodles made the other occupants salivate, especially since each had only consumed half a steamed bun the previous night. Particularly for Lu Jinxian, who lay bound to a bed, her body marred with bruises. The past 3 days had been the most torturous of her life. It felt to her as if 3 years had passed, or perhaps even longer. Zhang Feng had discarded his usual gentle demeanor, subjecting her to utmost humiliation and torment. At that moment, Lu Jinxian had shed all her tears. Her vacant gaze fixed upon the ceiling, with waves of sharp pain radiating from her lower body. In that instant, She regretted more than ever, regretting that she had not cherished Liang Chen. Had she not schemed to seize Liang Chen's wealth, conspiring with Zhao Mingqi to poison him, but instead genuinely chosen to be with him, she might still be living with Liang Chen now, residing in that heavenly abode, enjoying a comfortable temperature and delectable food. Liang Chen had once listened to her every word, his affection for her sincere. Yet, she had taken all of this for granted, mistaking it for her own allure, viewing Liang Chen as just another sycophant, merely a vessel to drain. The more she pondered, the more sorrowful she became, her body racked with pain so unbearable that she yearned for death. Suddenly, a surge of inexplicable anger filled her heart. No, I cannot die like this. I still wish to emigrate. I have so many admirers. I am their goddess, and there is Liang Chen. If it weren't for him driving me from his home and forcing me to repay so much money, I would not have fallen to this lowly state. I will take my revenge. I want you all to suffer, Lu Jinxian silently vowed, rekindling her hope for survival. Just then, she heard Zheng Rulong's voice from the living room. Fengzi, today I will take your sister-in-law and the brothers to deal with that Liang Chen. Once I have taken over his home, I will notify you all to come. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Mingqi's voice chimed in, sultry and mocking. Darling, just a moment. I'm going to check on that little wretch Lu Jinxian. Soon enough, Zhao Mingqi strutted in, her high heels clicking, a smug expression plastered on her face. Lu Jinxian, there's half a leftover bun here. Hurry and eat it. Lu Jinxian had already made up her mind to escape by any means necessary, so she paid no heed to Zhao Mingqi's haughty demeanor and opened her mouth to eat the bun offered to her. As she chewed, a faint smile crept onto her lips. Zhao Mingqi furrowed her brow, asking with distaste, "What are you smiling about?" Lu Jinxian immediately wiped the smile from her face and cautiously replied, "It's nothing. I just remembered how whenever I got my nails done, you would feed me. We had such a good relationship back then." With a nostalgic expression, Lu Jinxian's reminiscence only served to disgust Zhao Mingqi. Those memories might have been delightful for Lu Jinxian, but for Zhao Mingqi, they were a reminder of her humiliation as a dependent. With this realization, and upon observing Lu Jinxuan's wistful demeanor, Zhao Mingqi hesitated briefly before unbinding her left hand, shoving the leftover bun into her palm. "Eat it yourself. You're enjoying this now? Do you even consider your current status? Do you think you deserve me feeding you?" Lu Jinxian felt a wave of guilt wash over her. "I am sorry, Mengqi. I didn't mean it that way. I was just thinking of the past." She lifted her gaze only to find Zhao Mingqi glaring at her, prompting her to quickly shut her mouth and obediently munch on the bun. Seeing that Lu Jinxian had been thoroughly cowed by Jing Feng, Zhao Mingqi no longer harbored suspicions. She spat on the floor and stormed out, muttering curses. As Zhao Mingqi's figure receded, a cruel smile emerged on Lu Jinxuan's face. Soon, the sound of a door slamming plunged the room into silence. 2 hours later, after Zheng Feng had finished tormenting Lu Jinxian, he finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing beside her in a deep slumber. Lu Jinxian softly called out a few times, but when Zheng Feng did not respond, she used her freed left hand to retrieve a folding eyebrow razor from beneath her pillow. Having developed the habit of keeping the razor there after grooming her brows, she never anticipated this small habit would prove so fortuitous. Carefully, she severed the ropes binding her right hand and foot. Once fully liberated, Lu Jinxian rose slowly, stretching her limbs. Stealthily, she approached Zheng Feng, aimed for his throat, and struck without hesitation. At that moment, an unforeseen change occurred. Zheng Feng unexpectedly opened his eyes, staring directly at her. With the faint moonlight streaming through the window, Lu Jinxian clearly saw his penetrating gaze fixated on her. And upon noticing the razor in her hand, Zheng Feng's brow furrowed as he reached out to seize the weapon. Startled, Lu Jinxian shuddered, yet she understood that this was her final chance to escape Zheng Feng's clutches. Without a moment's hesitation, she bent her arm at the elbow and delivered a powerful blow to his groin. "Ah!" Zheng Feng screamed, his face contorting in agony as his hands instinctively shielded his lower body. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Jinxian swiftly slashed at his throat, denying him any chance to react. She then mounted him, using her full weight to pin him down. Simultaneously, she grabbed a nearby pillow and desperately pressed it over his face. Blood sprayed onto her own face and body, the warm liquid fueling the madness in her eyes. Regardless of Zheng Feng's struggles, she clamped her legs tightly around him, pressing down hard on the pillow. After a minute, his thrashing gradually weakened, his hands falling limply to the side. His body growing still, Liu Jinxian continued to apply pressure for another 2 minutes before finally releasing the pillow. She gazed upon Zhang Feng's grotesquely pale face. A fit of uncontrollable laughter erupted from her. Laughing, she began to survey her surroundings, searching for useful supplies. 10 minutes later, in Zhang Rulong and Zhao Mingqi's room, her gaze fixated on a short, earth-colored stick. It was a detonator that Zhang Rulong had specifically left behind. Liu Jinxian cautiously stowed it in her backpack. Half an hour later, clad in all the remaining cold-weather gear from Zheng Feng's home, she stepped out the door, leaving a trail of footprints in the snow, discernible only to an Eskimo hunter. Listening to the narration with its rich, magnetic tone, Liang Qian and Go found themselves drowsily fixated on the documentary playing on the large screen. This film about life in the frigid Arctic regions had been recommended to him by Duan Tingnan. Just as Liang Qian felt himself on the verge of drifting off to sleep, a sudden alarm jolted him awake. Alert! Potential threat detected, level unknown. He sprang upright from the sofa, all traces of drowsiness vanishing. On the large screen, 6 figures emerged through the third-floor window of Building 8. As the snow had completely buried the second floor, judging by their shapes, it appeared to be 5 men and 1 woman. They bore no buckets or containers, indicating they were not the neighbors out gathering snow to melt. Liang Qian watched with keen interest as the group brushed off the snow that had accumulated on them, retrieving compressed biscuits from their packs. Clearly, they intended to replenish their energy before ascending the stairs. When they removed their masks to eat, Liang Qian was taken aback by the sight of half a face he recognized. Zhang Rulong? Zhao Mingqi? Liang Qian immediately recognized them, astonished that they had returned. He recalled how they had been deceived by Liu Jinxian into joining forces against him, only to be taught a harsh lesson when he had shot Zhang Rulong in the backside and pierced Zhao Mingqi's palm with a bolt. Where were Liu Jinxian and that Zhang Feng? Liang Qian took a deep breath of the chilled sour plum juice, his eyes glued to their forthcoming actions. He could hardly believe their resilience. Despite being injured in such frigid conditions, they had journeyed a long way to find him. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Rulong and his cohorts had come specifically to rob and kill the wealthy. They had found a villa equipped with heating, and their injuries had mostly healed. Watching them leisurely munching on biscuits, Liang Qian felt a growing sense of unease. Could the system detect threats? Just then, the system scanning concluded. No threats detected at present. Attention. Severe threat identified. Detonators detected. Threat level 7. The AI's tone became urgent, and Liang Qian watched in horror as Zhang Rulong produced 3 short, earth-colored sticks from his bag, each connected to a red wire at the end. What the hell? This looks like... The system chimed in, detecting explosive materials, analyzing, analysis complete. Industrial detonators, purpose. To demolish buildings or rock formations. 3 explosives were prepared. Detonated via an electric switch. Their power was insufficient to obliterate the safe house, yet capable of damaging the building structure, potentially causing severe tilting or even complete collapse, resulting in the safe house being buried. Upon hearing the analysis from the artificial intelligence, Liang Qian's expression turned grave. No wonder the threat level was so elevated. He had never anticipated that Zhang Rulong could procure such detonators. Liang Qian fixed his gaze on Zhang Rulong in the surveillance footage and activated the soul link. Huh? Why isn't it working? The mental control he had envisioned did not transpire, leaving him utterly astonished. He scrutinized Zhang Rulong and his companions, finally detecting a clue. The group was thoroughly wrapped from head to toe. Donning professional goggles. It seemed that under such circumstances, the soul link was rendered ineffective. From the outset, Liang Qian had surmised that the soul link functioned by means of visual contact with the target's eyes. When he had controlled Xiang Fei and Duan's father previously, neither had been wearing any protective gear over their eyes, thus the operation had proceeded smoothly. Encountering Zhang Rulong and his entourage today had confirmed Liang Qian's suspicions. Given that the soul link was off the table, physical elimination was the only option. Yet he pondered whether Zhang Rulong would make a direct assault on his home or take action from above or below. Liang Qian's mind raced as he began to analyze various possibilities. They had traveled a considerable distance in the biting cold, indicating they were not merely seeking revenge. The most likely scenario involved a plan to breach the safe house and seize the property. Thus, they would probably come directly to demolish his home. If they detonated explosives downstairs, it would be exceedingly easy for them to gain nothing of value, as he speculated. Liang Qin realized that if that were indeed the case, he had several methods at his disposal to counteract their efforts, with absolute confidence in neutralizing Zhang Rulong and his band before the detonators could be triggered. However, he needed to prepare for any eventuality. If this group experienced a lapse in judgment and opted to detonate from above or below, it could become problematic. After contemplating for a moment, he resolved not to place his hopes in others. With this in mind, Liang Chun released a small insect-like surveillance device to monitor Zhang Rulong's group closely. He also retrieved cold weather gear and a Type 30 fully automatic rifle from his space. Preparing for the worst, he planned to stealthily exit if the situation turned dire. With his firepower, it should not prove overly difficult to eliminate them before they could react. As Liang Chun fitted a silencer onto the Type 30 rifle. He ensured that if Zhang Rulong's group were to split up, he could take out several of them without immediate detection. He donned polar gear for himself and ergo, suddenly recalling Duan Tingnan was still on the 23rd floor. If a firefight ensued or the building were to explode, how could Duan Tingnan be left to suffer innocently? Thus, he pulled out his phone and dialed her number. A melodious female voice soon responded. "Hello, what is the matter? Pack all your belongings immediately and await my instructions. You must leave this building at once." What is happening? Don't ask so many questions, just do as I say. All right. Unlike typical girls, Duan Tingnan discerned the unusual tone in Liang Qin's voice. However, she neither probed further nor displayed any emotion. She simply agreed to comply. This response stemmed partly from her extensive outdoor experience and, of course, her trust in Liang Qin. After hanging up, Liang Qin observed the video feed from the small insect, revealing that Zhang Rulong's group had ascended to the 24th floor and continued their climb. This brought him a measure of relief, indicating that their intentions were directed at the safe house rather than simple vengeance against him. He sent a message to Duan Tingnan. Now quietly open the door and descend. Do not make a sound, and certainly do not come up to my place. Upon receiving an OK emoji in reply, he turned his attention back to the electronic screen at the door. At that moment, Zhang Rulong and his crew had arrived at his doorstep. Just as Liang Chun thought he could effortlessly deal with them, an action from Zhang Rulong sent a chill down his spine. In the surveillance footage, four underlings along with Zhao Mingqi were now holding a thick piece of cardboard above their heads. Clearly, they feared Liang Chen would unleash a crossbow bolt as he had previously. Little did they know, Liang Chen possessed firearms, even rifles. That flimsy cardboard was laughable. However, what surprised Liang Chen was Zhang Rulong's behavior. He was not shielding his head with cardboard. Instead, he had secured a detonator around his waist, clutching the trigger in his left hand. With a mere gentle press of his thumb, the detonator would explode. Zhang Rulong emerged from the stairwell, casting a cruel smile towards Liang Chen's door, as if to taunt him. Should he dare to attack with a crossbow or threaten his life, even at the cost of his own, he would bring the whole floor down, ensuring Liang Chen's misery. Truly ruthless. Witnessing this scene, Liang Chun could not help but curse inwardly. This development rendered his initial plan of simply shooting them rather precarious. Should Zhang Rulong detonate the device before dying, the structural integrity of the 25th floor would undoubtedly be compromised. At that point, the safe house tilting would be the least of his concerns. It could very well plummet to the next floor or even demolish the entire building. Could he employ electric shock to incapacitate them all? Or perhaps stun them? Liang Qin inquired tentatively. However, the answer he received was far from satisfactory. If electric shock is used, there is a 30% chance it will trigger the detonator. What about toxic gas? The neurotoxin would take effect in 3 seconds at the earliest, leaving them ample time to detonate. Is there no foolproof solution? Calculating, currently, there is no infallible strategy. Here are all potential countermeasures. Liang Qin glanced at his phone screen, where the artificial intelligence presented 7 possible responses, none exceeding a 70% success rate. As he watched Zhang Rulong and his underlings begin to feel along the walls near the door. Preparing to place the remaining 2 detonators, Liang Qin furrowed his brow, his mind racing to devise a solution. The AI's calculations should have exhausted every conceivable option. Was there truly no way out today? As he pondered, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within him. No, the AI's computations were limited to known methods and did not account for the unknown. Within his space, the majority of items were things it had no knowledge of. With this realization, Liang Chun felt a glimmer of hope. He immediately entered his space, surveying its contents as if he were a deity. Upon spotting a section filled with an abundance of kitchen supplies, an idea flashed through his mind. In the next moment, He found himself holding two items, a massive crossbow and a gleaming broadback cleaver. The crossbow's string measured a staggering 1.5 meters in width, and Liang Chun had previously tested its draw. It required all his strength to pull back in a real combat scenario. No one would wait patiently for him to string it, which was why he had relegated it to storage. The broadback cleaver, produced in the Hamburger Nation, hailed from the world's most renowned kitchenware brand. Liang Chun had seen advertisements wherein a 4-year-old child could effortlessly chop through a pig's bone with it. The hardness of human wrist bones should not exceed that of pig bones, so as long as he was accurate, his plan should succeed. Reiterating his concept in his mind, Liang Chun sprang into action. He knocked a slender metal bolt onto the massive crossbow, stepping on the bowstring with his foot and pushing upward with both arms. With a satisfying click, the crossbow was finally drawn. He then retrieved a roll of industrial-grade tape and adjusted the angle, securely fastening the cleaver to the front of the bolt. Glancing at the surveillance screen, he noted that the two underlings had found their positions and were carefully placing the detonators. They were now extending the wires. Slowly retreating. The high-pressure air gun automatically aimed at the wires, loaded with iron pellet shot, awaiting his command to fire. The high-pressure air gun was one of the defensive weapons of the safe house, and the use of shot ensured a 100 chance of severing the wires. Command confirmed, high-pressure air gun ready. Ascending a ladder, Liang Chun slowly opened the shooting aperture above the door, aiming at Zhang Rulong, who was not far below. Zhang Rulong observed his two underlings placing the detonators, then gradually retreated to his side, surveying the wires with meticulous attention. Once he was satisfied everything was secure, he waved his hand. Everyone retreat to the hallway. Detonate and then rush in. The four underlings and Zhao Mingqi heard the order and sequentially moved toward the hallway. Among them, two held detonators, cautiously backing away. As all five retreated into the hallway. Zhang Rulong was about to follow suit when he suddenly perceived a flash of light before him, something brushing gently against his left hand. Then came the sound of metal clattering to the ground. Instinctively, he lowered his gaze, only to behold an unimaginable sight. His left hand had vanished, leaving behind a bare wrist. Blood gushed forth from the smooth CUI in shock. He searched around, discovering his severed hand on the ground beside a sharp cleaver. The handle still taped to a slender crossbow bolt. "On my hand, my hand." Zhao Mingqi, standing in the hallway, was horrified at the sight, letting out a piercing scream. The shriek and the excruciating pain jolted Zhang Rulong back to his senses, and he glared viciously at Liang Chun's door, bellowing at his underlings. "Detonate!" Without hesitation, the two underlings pressed the detonators simultaneously. The others instinctively covered their ears, yet the anticipated violent explosion did not occur. The two underlings exchanged bewildered glances and pressed the detonators again. Aside from the click of the triggers, there was no reaction in the hallway. A young subordinate leaned forward, following the wire with his gaze, and soon shouted, "Big brother, both wires are severed." Zhang Rulong felt a surge of shock and anger within him as he bent down to retrieve the detonator from his left hand. With a soft puff, Zhang Rulong, who had just bent over, became rigid in his movements, gradually collapsing to the ground, motionless. Zhao Mingqi and the others were left bewildered, as one little brother peeked out to investigate. He was met with the sight of a thumb-sized hole in the back of Zhang Rulong's head, from which blood flowed profusely. "It's a gun. That kid has a gun. Quick!" The voice abruptly ceased, and that little brother also slowly fell, his temple pierced by a bullet. The remaining subordinates, now devoid of any courage, scrambled down the stairs in a panicked frenzy. Liang Chun descended the ladder, stowing the crossbow and automatic rifle into his space. He took out his phone to check the real-time footage transmitted by Xiaochong. He observed three little brothers, paralyzed by fear, their steps growing increasingly erratic, until one of them slipped. The three tumbled into a heap, rolling down an entire flight of stairs before finally coming to a stop. Even so, they dared not linger, enduring excruciating pain as they continued their descent. Liang Chun shook his head, maneuvering Xiaochong to return, but in the stairwell, he spotted Zhao Mingqi, frozen in place. At that moment, Zhao Mingqi had her head bowed, staring blankly at the lifeless Zhang Rulong, murmuring to herself. Given her despondent demeanor, Liang Chun even wondered if she might lose her sanity from fright. Damn it! In the next moment, a single action from Zhao Mingqi sent Liang Chun's previously relaxed nerves into a taut state once more. Chapter 56. The frenzied Zhao Mengqi. Liang Chun could not help but curse, for he witnessed Zhao Mengqi unzipping her down jacket, slowly retrieving a dusty yellow pipe from within. What now? It was precisely a detonator identical to the one Zheng Rulong and his companions had. At the sight of the detonator, Liang Qian held his breath, rapidly climbing the ladder, drawing his rifle and loading it. He then swiftly opened the shooting port. Having completed these actions, he focused intently on aiming at the door of the stairwell, waiting for Zhao Mengqi to impulsively burst out so he could take her down with a single shot. However, to Liang Qian's astonishment, Zhao Mengqi muttered something under her breath but did not take a single step forward. Just as Liang Qian was pondering this, Zhao Mengqi suddenly turned and sprinted down the stairs, seemingly intent on detonating the explosives downstairs. Witnessing this scene, Liang Qian's expression changed dramatically, and he quickly descended the ladder. "Open the door," he shouted, immediately checking his cold weather gear as he stood by the door, waiting. With the sound of mechanical operations, the heavy door slowly creaked open. Liang Qian kept his eyes glued to the phone screen, watching as Zhao Mengqi reached the door of room 1 on the 24th floor. She frantically pounded on the anti-theft door, and soon a woman's voice came from within. "Who is it?" Zhao Mengqi paused for a second before shouting. "Do you still want this box of instant noodles at your doorstep? If not, I'll take it away." Upon hearing this, the woman inside immediately yelled, "Yes, yes, yes, that's my husband forgot." As the voice drew closer, the iron door swung open. The moment the woman peeked out, Zhao Mengqi yanked the anti-theft door wide open. With her other hand, she drew a dagger and viciously stabbed it into the woman's abdomen. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. The woman initially cried out in pain a few times, but soon her gaze grew distant, her body slumping to the ground. "Wife, what's wrong?" A heavily bundled man emerged, asking as he walked out. But before he could react, Zhao Mengqi had charged towards him. With the same frenzied stabbing, the man tried his utmost to push Zhao Mengqi away, but it was already too late. He too soon lay motionless on the floor. A mad smile spread across Zhao Mengqi's face as she looked around, quickly striding towards a wall. Liang Qian was taken aback, realizing that this seemingly foolish woman could effortlessly locate the most critical load-bearing wall in the house. If this wall were to collapse, the safe house would either tilt severely or, worse, be buried under the collapse of the building itself. Finally, the heavy safety door opened just wide enough for one person to pass. Liang Qian dashed out, sprinting downstairs with all his might, closely followed by Ergo. He was uncertain if he could reach Zhao Mengqi before she detonated the explosives, and his mind began to race, contemplating where to temporarily hide if the safe house were to be destroyed. In room 2401, Zhao Mengqi placed the detonator at the base of the load-bearing wall and did not retreat. Her eyes brimmed with madness and resentment. "It's over, all over. I've been bullied by that wretched Lu Jinxian for so long. After finally finding a pillar of support, witnessing hope, why must you let me down? The heavens are unjust. Since you once let me live, then no one shall live. We shall all die together," she screamed, standing still as she pulled out the detonator, due to her earlier violent actions while stabbing. A bundle of wires had wrapped around the detonator, encasing the detonation button. Zhao Mengqi tugged forcefully, managing to tear open a gap just as she extended her finger to press down. At that moment, a white figure appeared at the doorway, darting towards Zhao Mengqi's side and seizing her right hand with a death grip. If Liang Qian were present, he would instantly recognize the person as Duan Tingnan. Startled by the sudden tug, Zhao Mengqi looked up to see a tightly bundled but strikingly beautiful girl struggling to wrest the detonator away. Simultaneously, she felt a sharp pain in her leg as 2 wolfhounds were gnawing at her calves. "Who are you? Get lost, or I'll kill you." Duan Tingnan pursed her lips in silence, exerting all her strength to pry Zhao Mengqi's fingers away, preventing her from pressing the button. Zhao Mengqi did not anticipate that this seemingly frail girl could possess greater strength than herself. At that moment, consumed by madness, Zhao Mengqi gripped the detonator tightly in her right hand while her left hand retrieved a dagger from her pocket, aiming to stab Duan Tingnan in the abdomen. With a thrust, the dagger pierced Duan Tingnan's belly. However, to Zhao Mengqi's surprise, the girl did not exhibit any signs of pain. Instead, her grip tightened. Fearing that the detonator would be snatched away and feeling the lingering injury in her left hand from Liang Qian's gunshot, Zhao Mengqi hesitated to stab again, opting instead to wrestle for the detonator with both hands. The standoff continued. Her fury surged, and she charged directly at Duan Tingnan. Caught off guard, Duan Tingnan was slightly dazed from the impact, causing the detonator to slip from her grasp. Just as Zhao Mingqi was about to press the button, Duan Tingnan quickly crouched and swept her leg in a circular motion, executing a sweeping kick that knocked Zhao Mingqi down. After all, Zhao Mingqi was merely an ordinary girl, untrained in combat. Thus, when her body lost balance and fell backward, her instinct caused her palms to extend backward to brace herself against the ground. Duan Tingnan was unable to seize the detonator as it flew off in another direction. Thinking quickly, she grabbed the nearby detonator and dashed to the window, throwing it out. Zhao Mingqi rose from the ground, snatching the detonator and pressing down on the button. What seemed like a slow motion transpired in mere seconds. That moment, Liang Chun had just reached the doorway, witnessing Duan Tingnan tossing the detonator out the window while Zhao Mingqi pressed the detonation switch. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, Liang Chun saw a burst of flames erupt outside the window. Duan Tingnan was thrown by the shockwave, followed by a dizzying sensation and ringing in his ears. The entire room was enveloped in dust and black smoke. Liang Chen knocked his head a few times, bracing himself against the wall to steady his body. Finally, he spotted Duan Tingnan sprawled motionless on the ground a short distance away. He rushed over, flipped her over, and quickly checked for any signs of blood. After removing his gloves, he placed his hand under Duan Tingnan's nose, feeling her breath and finally easing his concerns. Suddenly, a coughing sound reached his ears. Following the sound, he saw Zhao Mingqi also rising from the ground. Enraged, Liang Chun grabbed the automatic rifle hanging from his chest and unleashed a barrage at Zhao Mingqi. She trembled violently, her body riddled with blood holes. Collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Liang Chen did not even spare Zhao Mingqi a glance as he scooped up Duan Tingnan and turned to exit. Dinyo and Ernyo struggled to rise from the ground. Growling towards Liang Chen as he carried Duan Tingnan away, Ergo barked at Dinyo and Ernyo, then turned to follow Liang Chen out the door. Dinyo and Ernyo paused, seemingly intimidated by Ergo's bark, as if they understood Liang Chen was not an enemy. Thus, they tucked their tails and trailed behind Ergo towards Liang Chen's home. Liang Chen returned home with Duan Tingnan, placing her on the sofa. Turning around, he noticed Dinyo and Ernyo had followed Ergo inside and uttered a command to close the door. He then swiftly stripped off his and Ergo's padded jackets. With the indoor temperature nearing 30 degrees, he had to remove his clothing quickly to avoid heat stroke. Half a minute later, with a dull thud, the heavy door closed once more. Liang Chen checked Duan Tingnan's breathing again and took out a blood pressure monitor from his space. Wrapping it around her delicate wrist. 2 minutes later, Liang Chen frowned at the reading on the monitor. While her blood pressure was normal, why was her heart rate so rapid? Chapter 57. Duan Tingnan's arrival. Liang Chen's decision. Liang Chen gazed at the screen displaying a heart rate of 150 beats per minute. Worried that Duan Tingnan might have sustained a head injury, Dinyo and Ernyo seemed to sense the anomaly as well. Perked up their ears, looking at their master with concern. Duan Tingnan's complexion was flushed, beads of sweat forming at her brow. Her lips parted slightly, emitting indistinct murmurs. Liang Chen leaned closer to her mouth, trying to comprehend her words. Warm breaths brushed against his ear, igniting a warmth within him. Duan Tingnan squirmed, seemingly in discomfort, and finally struggled to open her eyes. She looked around in a daze, and her gaze settled on Liang Chen's extended ear, breaking into a mischievous grin as she exclaimed, "So hot!" Liang Chen, startled, recoiled his neck, only then realizing that Duan Tingnan had awakened. He simply sat down on the floor, an expression of helplessness mixed with relief adorning his face. Duan Tingnan laboriously sat up, gritting her teeth as she began to remove her down jacket, followed by her down pants and cotton boots. She cast a glance at Liang Chen, who was clad in thin sports pants and a short-sleeved shirt, and playfully reproached him, "You certainly undress in a hurry. Do you wish to roast me alive?" Liang Chen chuckled, his mind occupied with thoughts of Duan Tingnan possibly being injured in the explosion. Momentarily forgetting the sweltering heat of his own home, realizing that wearing a cotton jacket was indeed a form of torment, he inquired about her condition, and Duan Tingnan took a few deep breaths, noting that aside from muscle soreness, her body was largely unscathed. Liang Chen's gaze fell upon the torn-down jacket of Duan Tingnan, and he expressed surprise. "What happened to that hole? Did that woman stab you with a dagger?" During the altercation between the two women, Liang Chun had rushed down the stairs at full speed and had not witnessed Zhao Mingqi's attack on Duan Tingnan. However, he had seen the frenzied scene of Zhao Mingqi stabbing the couple downstairs. A brief moment of reflection led him to deduce that Duan Tingnan must have also faced the blade of her adversary. Duan Tingnan remained silent, her gaze lowered to her abdomen, where a similar tear marred her light blue cashmere sweater. Swiftly, she removed the sweater, causing a red packaging bag to tumble to the floor. Liang Chen squinted at it and couldn't help but laugh. Whose good person leaves home with beef jerky tucked away? The jerky was a supply Liang Chun had previously gifted to Duan Tingnan, and it turned out to be the very item that saved her life. You told me to pack everything and hurry downstairs? I was already out the door when I remembered I hadn't brought the jerky. Opening the box again would have taken too long, so I just shoved it in my pocket, Duan Tingnan chuckled, appearing somewhat cunning. Just as Liang Chen was about to inquire about her physical condition, a peculiar odor assailed his nostrils, causing him to flinch. He initially suspected a leakage from the jerky bag, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was a different scent. Noticing Liang Chen's reaction, Duan Tingnan tilted her head to sniff herself, her fair cheeks instantly flushed. She murmured shyly, Liang Chun, don't search anymore, it's my scent. After the high temperatures and then the blizzard, I haven't had a drop of water and haven't bathed in ages. Liang Chen looked at Duan Tingnan in astonishment, taking a moment to process her words before responding. Oh, then you should wash up. The bathroom is over there. He gestured nonchalantly towards the bathroom, contemplating the fact that, in the wake of the scorching heat, the city's water supply had been on the brink of collapse. For ordinary people, obtaining sufficient drinking water had become a luxury, let alone bathing. Subsequently, the extreme cold and blizzard meant that while melting snow could provide drinking water, how many could afford to bathe at home? Whether for indoor heating or boiling water, the energy consumption was immense. The fuel needed for a single bath could very well keep a family warm for several days. After all, one could survive without bathing. But lacking energy for warmth could lead to fatal consequences. Duan Tingnan understood what bathing meant under such circumstances. Although she was aware that Liang Chen's home was stocked with supplies, she couldn't help but wonder if such wastefulness was acceptable. Noticing her hesitation and reluctance to speak, Liang Chen assumed she had her own concerns. He promptly stood up, entering the bedroom to retrieve an assortment of daily necessities. Emerging from the bedroom, he held a collection of brand new toiletries, along with unopened towels and bathrobes. Here, use these. They smell better than the beef jerky, he said. Duan Tingnan's cheeks flushed once more as she shot Liang Chen a glare, before quickly gathering the items and dashing towards the bathroom. Liang Chen shook his head with a smile, then turned his attention to the 3 dogs nearby. Observing the 2 German shepherds panting with their tongues lolling out, he suddenly remembered and hurriedly bent down to remove their cotton jackets. The 2 dogs, appearing rejuvenated, exhaled deeply and obediently sat in place. Truly commendable for military dogs, Liang Chen thought to himself. He kicked the food bowl for the 2 dogs, filling it with fresh water and pushing it towards them. Thirsty, are we? Have some water first. I'll feed you some pork knuckles soon. The 2 dogs gazed longingly at the clear mineral water before them, their desire palpable, yet they remained seated, refraining from touching the bowl. Liang Chen recalled hearing that military dogs undergo rigorous selection and training. Unless commanded by their owner, they would starve before they ever touched food. Such dogs, in terms of obedience and combat capability, were top-notch. One of the dogs curiously approached the bowl, swaggering over and lapping up the water noisily, having also felt the thirst after their earlier sprint. Once sated, the second dog looked up at Liang Chen with an almost pitiful expression, occasionally emitting a whimper as if to beg. Liang Chen shot it a sidelong glance, producing a skewer of lamb and offering it to the dog. Eagerly snatched the skewer and lay down, devouring it messily. Meanwhile, the 2 German shepherds watched the second dog feast, drooling uncontrollably yet maintaining their composed posture. After tending to the second dog, Liang Chen settled back onto the sofa, contemplating how to approach Duan Tingnan. Everything she had done today was ample proof that she harbored no ill intentions towards him. Rather, her feelings were genuine. During their previous mental connection, Liang Chen sensed her affection for him, devoid of any hostility or ulterior motives. Most importantly, the evidence confirmed that being around Duan Tingnan significantly enhanced his comfort level. Even so, it was prudent to implement some safety measures, at the very least, when they first began living together. He needed to be prepared. Liang Chen was not a cold-hearted individual, Yet he was also not someone easily swept away by emotions. Having lived a second life, his ultimate bottom line was safety. Until he was entirely certain of his companion's intentions, necessary precautions were essential, such as locking her bedroom at night. Beyond that, the most fundamental solution was to bind their interests deeply together. Only then could he forego the constant vigilance against her potential schemes. Perhaps, he thought, a shift in perspective could provide a solution. Liang Chen suddenly conceived a bold idea that could fundamentally address the issue. Weighing the pros and cons and reflecting upon it, he deemed his approach feasible. Half an hour later, the sounds of running water ceased from the bathroom, and Duan Tingnan cautiously emerged. Liang Chen turned to see her clad in an oversized white t-shirt, which accentuated the length and elegance of her legs. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, "You took quite a long time in there, huh? Is that so? But with this weather, who knows how long it will last? It feels so wasteful. What if?" Observing her expression of guilt and anxiety, Liang Chen felt reassured in his earlier thoughts and beckoned her to sit at the dining table. Duan Tingnan deftly gathered her long, smooth hair into a high ponytail, instantly transforming into a vibrant and lively figure. She gazed at Liang Chen with a cheerful smile, wordlessly captivated. Liang Chen locked eyes with her and asked, "Are you willing to come to my home and live with me?" Duan Tingnan's cheeks flushed once more at his question. Yet she did not shy away. Instead, she nodded earnestly, "I would. So, we are friends now. You won't betray me, will you?" Liang Chen inquired teasingly. Duan Tingnan shook her head resolutely, her innocent eyes reflecting no hesitation in a way. "You've helped me so much and treated me so well. How could I ever betray you?" After saying this, she suddenly recalled something, crossing her arms over her chest and accentuating her already impressive dimensions. "Liang Chen, do you hear yourself? Who threw that bomb out the window today? It was me. I am your savior. In ancient times, you'd have to bow your head in gratitude." Liang Chen chuckled in disbelief, casually replying, "But you just said that I saved your life too. So wouldn't he that make me your savior as well? We're even now. No one needs to bow." Duan Tingnan protested, "How can that be? Each of us should bow to the other. Isn't it strange for two people to bow to each other?" Hearing Liang Chen's words, Duan Tingnan almost retorted that it would resemble a couple bowing to one another. However, feeling her ears heat up, she quickly changed her mind. "Forget it. We can discuss that later. I'm so hungry. Where's my beef jerky?" As Duan Tingnan continued to clamor for beef jerky, Liang Chen shook his head. After a moment of silence, he said, "What you are about to witness may well overturn your understanding." Chapter 58. Henceforth, please take care of me. Duan Tingnan was momentarily taken aback by Liang Chen's words before laughing. "What, are you going to perform magic? Please, commence your performance." Liang Chen regarded her playful expression, choosing not to elaborate. With a mere thought, the once empty dining table was suddenly laden with an array of delectable dishes from all corners of the world. Each dish was steaming, some even sizzling with oil, clearly freshly prepared. The room was instantly enveloped in an enticing aroma. Duan Tingnan's carefree smile froze on her face as her beautiful eyes darted around, taking in the feast that had appeared before her. After a moment, she unconsciously swallowed, exclaiming in disbelief, "This ist magic. It's sorcery. Are you human or ghost? Have I already died? Did I get blown up today? Is everything I'm experiencing now just an illusion?" Liang Chen found her words amusing, and he placed a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs onto her plate, gesturing for her to try it. Duan Tingnan hesitantly picked up her chopsticks, her hand trembling slightly as she examined the glossy, red spare rib. The unique aroma of the dish wafted into her nostrils, and as she parted her lips and took a delicate bite, the savory and sweet flavor overwhelmed her senses, causing her to lose composure and chew eagerly. The tender, juicy texture made her eyes glisten with unshed tears. "What are you crying over a meal?" Liang Chen said. Bemused, Duan Tingnan, unable to contain herself, quickly grabbed 2 more spare ribs, her face smeared with grease, and in a teary voice declared, "This is the sweet and sour spare ribs from Jiangfeng Shaozhu. It's absolutely their signature dish. One of my favorite dishes. I thought I would never taste it again in this lifetime." As a native of Yangjiang, this dish is a cherished memory from her childhood. If you like it, indulge a little more. There's plenty to go around. Duan Tingnan picked up several pieces of preserved plum ribs, savoring each morsel with diligence. She held the ribs in her hands, meticulously gnawing away every last bit of meat before finally discarding the bones to the side for ergo. Ergo sniffed at the whitened bones before him, gazing incredulously at the woman before him. Duan Tingnan, too engrossed to notice Ergo's reaction, shifted her attention to the other dishes on the table. Could it be the roast duck from Piafeng? The rice noodles from Jiefeng Road? The barbecue delicacies from Hongjie? And this must be the soy sauce chicken from Dongfu Cantonese cuisine. Good heavens, these dishes look as if they have just been served. Liang Chun, have you secretly gathered the chefs from all these establishments? Liang Chun was utterly awed by Duan Tingnan's imaginative musings as he watched her devour the feast before them. Knowing that she hadn't enjoyed such delectable food in a long while, he refrained from interrupting. He ladled 2 bowls of huadiao chicken soup, serving one to Duan Tingnan. He himself took a bowl of Yangzhou fried rice and simply enjoyed the combination of soup and rice. After a good 10 minutes, Duan Tingnan finally paused her culinary endeavors, letting out a satisfied belch. She gazed contentedly at the sumptuous spread before her, her eyes still brimming with affection and reluctance. All right, from now on, just tell me what you wish to eat, and I shall ensure you have your fill. Duan Tingnan finally tore her gaze away from the dining table, only to be reminded of the astonishing scene from earlier. Liang Chun, who exactly are you? How did you manage to conjure up so many dishes at once? Liang Chen met her curious gaze earnestly and replied, before the onset of the apocalypse, I unexpectedly acquired a unique ability. I possess a personal space that can store a plethora of supplies. The food within remains unspoiled and maintains its original condition. I have stockpiled a considerable amount, enough to last a long time. However, only I can access this space. In other words, should I perish, everything will vanish with me. Liang Chan shared the details of his infinite space with Duan Tingnan, hoping to convey that her interest would be best served by ensuring his survival. This effectively entwined their fates together. As long as Duan Tingnan was not foolish, she would comprehend that to lead a good life, she must guarantee Liang Chen's safety. To harm him would be tantamount to demolishing her own happiness. Naturally, Liang Chun only divulged the information regarding the space, keeping his true trump card, the system, under wraps. He firmly believed that the system was fundamental for his survival and success in the apocalypse. After all, the infinite space was merely a bonus from the system. Thus, he aimed to enhance his comfort level swiftly, upgrading the system to intermediate status to unlock the rewards of the apocalypse bunker. This was also a significant reason for his choice to confide in Duan Tingnan. The mere fact that being with her could elevate his comfort level was reason enough to keep her close. Given that he had chosen to accept her, it was indeed challenging to conceal the existence of the space indefinitely. Once Liang Chun finished speaking, he maintained a calm gaze on Duan Tingnan. Understanding that excessive explanation was unnecessary, she would need to process and accept it herself. He was aware that Duan Tingnan was an exceptionally astute woman and did not require further persuasion. After absorbing Liang Chen's words, Duan Tingnan fell into deep contemplation, then scrutinized him for a long while before lowering her head, lost in thought. After some time, she lifted her head, her starry eyes sparkling with a newfound determination. Liang Chen, from this day forth, I shall be by your side. For the sake of a brighter future, I will ensure your protection from harm. Upon uttering this, Duan Tingnan silently vowed, regardless of whether you possess this space in the future, I will steadfastly guard you, for after my mother departed, you have been the kindest to me. Liang Chen, oblivious to Duan Tingnan's inner thoughts, smiled and extended his hand. Then, roommate, welcome to your new abode. Duan Tingnan, momentarily taken aback, quickly reached out and clasped Liang Chen's hand tightly. Then, roommate, I look forward to your care in the future. With their understanding established, Duan Tingnan transformed into an inquisitive child, peppering Liang Chen with questions. While she rambled on, Liang Chen opened the system panel. Upon seeing the comfort level at 642-1000, he could hardly believe his eyes. He had not anticipated that this decision to welcome Duan Tingnan into his life would elevate his comfort by nearly 60 points. Filled with joy, Liang Chen suddenly recalled a pressing concern. He interrupted Duan Tingnan's barrage of inquiries. You're so focused on filling your own belly, but Dinyo and Ernyo are still waiting over there. Duan Tingnan slapped her forehead, finally remembering, and quickly apologized. She bent down and commanded her 2 German shepherds. Drink water, eat. As soon as she finished speaking, the 2 obediently seated German shepherds sprang into action. As if released from formation, their bodies relaxing, they hurried to Ergo's bowl, wagging their tails but refusing to open their mouths to drink. Witnessing this, Liang Chun assumed the dogs were unwell. What's wrong with them? Why won't they drink water even after you gave them permission? However, Duan Tingnan, upon observing the scene, was astonished, her mouth agape as she glanced at the yawning and nonchalant Ergo. This is rare. Simply astonishing. Chapter 59. The canine monarch Ergo and the intelligent fat girl Liang Chun followed Duan Tingnan's gaze and glanced at the nonchalant Ergo. Rare? What is its name? Where did it come from? Duan Tingnan approached Ergo, sitting beside it, lifting its paw for inspection. She stroked its chest and even pried open its mouth to examine its pure black tongue closely. Its name is Ergo. I found it 3 years ago by the roadside. What of it? Duan Tingnan lightly patted Ergo's back as if she had discovered a treasure, if I'm not mistaken. Ergo is a natural-born canine monarch. A natural-born canine monarch. What on earth is that? Duan Tingnan glanced at the respectful Denyo and Ernyo, chuckling. Denyo and Ernyo are merely 3 years old. The prime age for military dogs. Dio, you know why they were retired? Because they were excessively domineering, suppressing the other military dogs to the point they couldn't raise their heads. Although their genes are extraordinarily excellent, no male dog dared approach them. The canine unit's experts were at a loss and had no choice but to retire them together. Duan Tingnan's words piqued Liang Chin's curiosity. He glanced at the docile Denyo and Ernyo, starting to comprehend. Are you saying Ergo is a natural-born leader? Duan Tingnan nodded. The concept of a natural-born canine monarch is something I had previously only heard of. It is said that in a wolf pack, a fierce battle is typically required to select the alpha. However, there exists an exception. Approximately every 50 years, a natural-born ruler emerges within the pack. This wolf possesses the finest genes and an inherent aura of authority, commanding the other wolves' unconditional obedience without the need for combat. Liang Chun was momentarily taken aback by Duan Tingnan's words. Are you suggesting that Ergo is such an alpha? Surely, that cannot be correct? As if sensing Liang Chin's skepticism, Ergo lifted its proud head, as if to say, don't underestimate my worth. Duan Tingnan gazed at Ergo with unwavering conviction. I am an external instructor for the military dog unit of the Yangjiang Military District. Even if I were mistaken, Denyo and Ernyo's reactions could not be fabricated. Before their retirement, they had killed at least 3 male dogs. I have never witnessed them display such demeanor towards anyone else. Upon hearing this, Liang Chun contemplated thoughtfully. If that is the case, it does seem plausible. I remember that since Ergo was a few months old, whenever it encountered other dogs on the road, none seemed willing to show their teeth. They all behaved quite submissively. Liang Chun looked back at Ergo, which was now standing with its front paws together, head held high, casting a sidelong glance at the 2 German shepherds who were behaving submissively. The pompous posture made Liang Chin's teeth ache, and he couldn't help but kick its rounded backside. You're fat, and you're still puffing up. Enough of that. Hurry up and let them drink and eat. The moment Ergo was kicked, it reverted to its humble demeanor, stepping back a couple of paces and barking at Denyo and Ernyo. Seemingly granted permission, Denyo and Ernyo began to drink water eagerly. Their demeanor resembled that of a dutiful wife from the old society, utterly devoid of the military dog's former might. Soon, Liang Chun produced 2 braised pork hocks from his space. Denyo and Ernyo's eyes lit up as if they had encountered long-lost relatives. And they pounced forward, devouring the delicacies hungrily. Duan Tingnan, observing the hocks in the bowl, swallowed discreetly. This food is simply too lavish. If word gets out, people will surely resent us. Liang Chun chuckled without responding. Turning to Duan Tingnan, there is something I think is necessary to clarify in advance. Although we will be living together from today onward, I will still need to lock your room at night. Duan Tingnan was momentarily taken aback but nodded calmly. Understood. Liang Chun was somewhat surprised by her nonchalant acceptance. You're not going to protest? Or ask why? Duan Tingnan smiled casually. When I was in the wild, I often formed teams with others. While we helped each other, that didn't mean we had to trust each other completely. As an unspoken rule among everyone, mutual vigilance is standard practice in a perilous natural environment. Is it wrong to prioritize one's own safety first? Liang Chun nodded, and since Duan Tingnan was so forthright, he had no further objections. He then guided her through the basic facilities in her room. Artificial intelligence, please come out and give a greeting, Liang Chun casually remarked. Miss Duan, greetings. I am the artificial intelligence system of this safe house, and it is a pleasure to meet you, the AI responded. Duan Tingnan's eyes widened in bewilderment as she glanced at Liang Chun. While similar smart home systems had become quite commonplace, she sensed that the one in Liang Qin's residence was rather distinct. "Is this your home's intelligent steward? What brand is it?" Before Liang Qin could reply, the AI interjected once more. "This system is among the most advanced artificial intelligences in the world, not merely an ordinary smart home system." Duan Tingnan chuckled at the AI's somewhat arrogant tone and cautiously inquired, "Isn't it just voice control? What makes it so remarkable?" The AI fell silent for 3 seconds, then replied with a hint of urgency, "Master, please allow me to demonstrate my capabilities to Miss Duan." Liang Qin was somewhat at a loss. Despite having utilized it for quite some time, this was the first occasion he realized his AI possessed such a distinct personality. "Go ahead," he said, somewhat resigned. As soon as he finished speaking, the large screen in the living room flickered to life, revealing a detailed map of the entire neighborhood. Constant vigilance, with extreme sensitivity, capable of automatically identifying threats and simulating defense strategies. Shortly thereafter, the screen transformed into a myriad of video windows, seamlessly integrating with all video systems. In the next moment, Duan Tingnan's phone began to ring. When she checked her device, she was startled to see a pair of green eyes blinking on the screen, nearly dropping her phone in fright. Aside from the official systems of Huagua, this system invades all devices, disregarding safety boundaries. Use your human terms, it is a rogue. Duan Tingnan's mouth fell slightly open. Although Huagua's technology had approached a world-leading level, she had only witnessed such powerful artificial intelligence in science fiction films. You have a name. What should have been a perfectly normal inquiry rendered the previously loquacious AI silent. After a moment, a melancholic electronic voice responded, "My master has never given me a name." Duan Tingnan turned to Liang Qin, her gaze seemingly questioning why he had not named the child. Liang Qin looked innocently puzzled. "It's just a machine. Why name it?" Duan Tingnan eagerly looked at Liang Qin. "May I name it?" Liang Qin sighed in resignation. "If you don't find it dull, go ahead." Upon hearing this, Duan Tingnan's face lit up with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly declared, "From now on, your name shall be Pangya." The room fell into a brief silence. "Pangya? Are you there, Pangya?" "I am here." "He, then that means you agree." Watching Duan Tingnan's excitement, Liang Qin couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. After all, this artificial intelligence system was renowned as a world-leading technology. The name felt rather hasty. Yet, the AI's performance today had also exceeded his expectations. Until now, he had never engaged with the AI as if it were a real person, as Duan Tingnan was doing. This made him ponder that he still had an opportunity for system synthesis. The synthesis system not only triples the quantity of items but also enhances their quality. Liang Qin initially intended to synthesize the artificial intelligence system itself, curious about what cutting-edge technology could emerge from an already advanced AI. To facilitate this, he had requested engineer Su Xiang to send an additional mainframe. Clearly, the AI Pangya was not particularly pleased with its new name, yet it still engaged in conversation with the eagerly curious Duan Tingnan. Liang Qin listened on, bemused. At that moment, Liang Qin received a video call invitation on his phone. Upon seeing the name of the caller, his brow furrowed slightly. Chapter 60. Sister-in-law is quite fierce. Although somewhat reluctant, Liang Qin chose to answer. Liang Qin, help me." Lu Jinxuan's breathless voice immediately came through, on the screen. Lu Jinxian wore goggles, her entire face wrapped in a scarf. "Help you? Why should I help you?" Lu Jinxian shook the camera back and forth, revealing that she was hiding in an open building surrounded by ruins, with snowflakes occasionally drifting in. "Liang Qin, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have sold your things without your consent. I've truly realized my mistake. During these days away from you, I've discovered that the person I truly like is still you." Duan Tingnan, overhearing Lu Jinxuan's tearful confession, felt a pang of disappointment. She mustered her courage to look at Liang Qin, and upon seeing his expression, a smile returned to her lips. Liang Qin regarded Lu Jinxian with disdain. "Are you sick? I've made it very clear before. As long as you repay the money, we are even." With that, Liang Qin abruptly ended the call. However, the video invitation rang again almost immediately, causing Liang Qin to furrow his brow even deeper. As for Lu Jinxian, his greatest enemy from a past life, he certainly had no intention of letting her off the hook. Yet, since she did not reside in the same neighborhood, Liang Qin saw no reason to jeopardize his own safety for revenge. It simply was not worth it. Since he could not seek direct revenge, he figured it would not hurt to annoy this scheming woman. With that thought, Liang Chen answered the call once more. Upon seeing Liang Chen again, Lu Jinxian immediately resumed her faux sobbing. Liang Chen, I knew you wouldn't really ignore me. Wu, you have no idea how much of a complete psycho Jingfeng is. He resents you for hurting him and, upon discovering that I have feelings for you. She continued to sob. Seeing Lu Jinxian crying so pitifully, Liang Chen feigned concern. What exactly did Zhang Feng do to you? Duan Tingnan could easily see through Liang Chen's act. Her curiosity piqued. She leaned in to listen more closely to their conversation. Lu Jinxian perceived Liang Chen's feigned concern and felt a rush of joy. Boosting her confidence in her manipulative skills, Zhang Feng was utterly devastated by you. And he can't be a man anymore, he confessed to me, claiming to like me. But I made it abundantly clear that my heart belongs to someone else. And that someone is you. I can't entertain anyone else. Yet, he remains relentless, even tying me to the bed and tormenting me. Liang Chen, please, you must help me. Liang Chen gazed intently at the screen. Did he hurt you? Lu Jinxian hesitated for a moment, but soon pulled down the scarf covering her head. When Liang Chen saw her swollen face and dark circles under her eyes, he was momentarily taken aback. He nearly burst into laughter. Zhang Feng really did a number on you, didn't he? Quite fierce. Lu Jinxian was oblivious to Liang Chen's unusual demeanor, believing instead that he was genuinely concerned for her. Wu, Liang Chen, you must stand up for me. Look, as she spoke, she carelessly opened her coat, revealing her bruised skin. Liang Chen understood that Lu Jinxian was truly attempting to showcase her alluring assets. Seeing Liang Chen's rapt attention, Lu Jinxuan's confidence surged. Liang Chen, when your eyes were closed, I didn't want to bother with my appearance anymore. They say a woman beautifies herself for the man she loves. Now that your eyes are better, I have so many beautiful clothes to wear just for you. Is that all right? With that, she deftly maneuvered her phone. Moments later, Liang Chen received a new message notification. Upon opening it, he was met with a provocative photo of Lu Jinxian, which made him feel quite nauseous. Believing Liang Chen to be swayed once more, Lu Jinxian seized the opportunity, her voice softening. Liang Chen, I have long wanted to give myself to you. Please take me. I am trapped here, so cold, so hungry, and so scared. Come save me, take me to your home, and let me do whatever you desire. Leaning back on the sofa, Liang Chen retrieved 2 cups of fragrant lavender latte from the space. Taking a large sip himself, he shot a glance at Duan Tingnan, who immediately understood, her playful smile barely contained. She picked up a latte from the table and, with a moment's hesitation, sat beside Liang Chen. Blushing as she nestled against him, Lu Jinxian, unable to hide her excitement, thought Liang Chen was about to succumb to her charms. However, when she noticed another person beside Liang Chen on the screen, she was instantly frozen in shock. Liang Chen, who is she? Why is there someone else beside you? Liang Chen, somewhat unaccustomed to the affectionate gesture from Duan Tingnan, heard her soft voice by his ear. Brother Chen, is this big sister a performer? Why does she have such colorful makeup? Lu Jinxuan's fury ignited at those words. Liang Chen, you must not be deceived by her. This woman is clearly a scheming green tea. Who are you, and why are you in Liang Chen's home? Duan Tingnan feigned innocence, appearing as if she were a frightened little bird as she burrowed further into Liang Chen's embrace. Brother Chen, this big sister is so fierce. I am so scared. You must tell her who I am. Liang Chen, internally marveling at Duan Tingnan's superb acting skills, lowered his gaze only to find her earlobes flushed crimson. It dawned on him that she was also putting on a brave front, and he couldn't help but gently pinch her earlobe. Duan Tingnan shivered at his touch, but refused to reveal any cracks before Lu Jinxian. Opting instead to pinch Liang Chen's side fiercely, Liang Chen gasped at the sudden sting but continued to smile that, of course, she is my girlfriend. Tingnan, I must confess, this big sister just sent me several risque photos that were truly eye-watering. I could barely bear to look. Duan Tingnan's small hand tapped a few times on the screen, quickly finding the seductive images Lu Jinxian had sent. Covering her mouth in astonishment, she exclaimed, Big sister. Is this a style from 3 years ago at Victoria's Secret? This piece of lingerie is truly the best at concealing flaws. My dear sister-in-law possesses remarkable taste. Lu Jinxian was infuriated by Duan Tingnan's persistent address of her as sister-in-law. She exclaimed, Liang Chen, do not be deceived by her. A person like you clearly resembles nothing more than a mere vase with a pretty face. Liang Chun, you must inform her that I am an exemplary graduate of South China University of Technology. I am the academic goddess in the hearts of countless boys. She is no match for me, a woman of substance. Hearing her boast of being an academic elite, a cryptic smile spread across Liang Chen's face. Lu Jinxian sensed something was amiss and hurriedly pressed. Liang Chun, you must tell her. I speak only the truth, do you not agree? We are classmates. You know this well. Your grades are also commendable. We are the true soulmates. Being with such a superficial woman will soon bore you. Liang Chen chose silence, savoring a large sip of his oolong latte. A tea this moment. Duan Tingnan finally spoke with a smile. Sister-in-law, since you've introduced yourself, allow me to introduce myself as well. My name is Duan Tingnan. If you are not familiar with me, you must have heard of the name Listening to the Wind from the South. Lu Jinxian was taken aback, a sudden impression surfacing in her mind as she gazed at Duan Tingnan's exquisite features, slowly aligning with the image in her thoughts. You are that internet celebrity? Duan Tingnan chuckled, exuding confidence and charm. Indeed, sister-in-law, you recognize me. At that moment, Lu Jinxian beheld Duan Tingnan's angelic beauty, and then glanced at her own scarred visage, marred by Zhang Feng's cruelty. A wave of self-loathing washed over her. Yet, as a woman, what she could least tolerate was seeing the man she desired being won over by another, especially Liang Chun, who was more sought after than those second-generation rich kids. She cast a scornful smile at Duan Tingnan. So what if you are an internet celebrity? Aren't you merely a digital beggar relying on your looks? I am a legitimate university student, destined to study abroad, and perhaps even remain overseas for research. Duan Tingnan exchanged glances with Liang Chen, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the battered woman before her. However, seeing Liang Chen's growing smugness, she could not help but retort, Sister-in-law, since you place such importance on educational credentials, allow me to reluctantly share my academic background. Chapter 61. Who Suffers in Silence? Duan Tingnan continued with a smile. I hold a master's degree from Qingbei University, having completed my studies in merely 3 years instead of the usual 7. That year, I inadvertently received admission letters from 3 Ivy League schools. Duan Tingnan's nonchalant tone drove Lu Jinxian to the brink of madness with jealousy. Whether it was Qingbei or Ivy League schools, they were institutions she could only dream of attending. You are lying. You, an outdated internet celebrity, dare to boast so shamelessly? Liang Chen, do not believe her. Such a person specializes in fabricating credentials to embellish herself. Duan Tingnan smiled gently. Sister-in-law, please do not be agitated. It is not conducive to your recovery. All of this has been verified. A quick online search will confirm it. That moment, Liang Chen yawned, naturally wrapping his arm around Duan Tingnan's shoulders, causing her to tense momentarily. Enough, Lu Jinxian. Put away your pathetic tricks and leave at once. Do you not have a mirror? Lu Jinxuan's eyes glimmered with envy, a nagging thought creeping into her mind. The Duan Tingnan before her indeed resembled a quality internet celebrity, her education and demeanor having withstood the scrutiny of countless netizens. As this realization sank in, Lu Jinxuan's sense of inferiority intensified. Her gaze fixated on the screen displaying Liang Chen and Duan Tingnan, who appeared as a celestial couple straight out of a romantic drama. The memories of recent months replayed before her. Liang Chen's indifference, Zhao Mingqi's betrayal, Zhang Feng's brutality, all piercing her heart like daggers. Her expression twisted in anguish. Before Liang Chen and Duan Tingnan, she felt like a clown, foolishly believing she could entice Liang Chun, only to become the subject of ridicule. No, I am a goddess. I am the white moonlight in the hearts of many. Lu Jinxian screamed in despair. Liang Chun, and you, little vixen, do not revel in your triumphs. I, Lu Jinxian, will not let this end here. One day, I will have you both on your knees, begging for a morsel of my favor. Just wait and see. With that, Lu Jinxian abruptly ended the call. Liang Chen and Duan Tingnan exchanged glances, and Duan Tingnan, a hint of concern in her voice, asked, Liang Chun, have we gone too far? I sense she is merely a bit agitated. Have we truly provoked her? What if she retaliates against you? Liang Chun sighed and recounted how Lu Jinxian had conspired with Zhao Mingqi to move into his home and attempted to poison him with chemical agents. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning how, in a past life, Lu Jinxian had viewed him as mere sustenance, ultimately leading to her demise at the hands of their neighbors. Duan Tingnin's face flushed with anger as she listened to Liang Qin's account. Had I known? You should have utilized that black technology to control her actions. Have her strip and jump into the snow to freeze to death. At present, she still believed Liang Qin's soul link was akin to the extraordinary technology employed by Pengya. Liang Qian offered no explanation, merely stating, "Would that not be too merciful? In such splendid weather, I intend for her to live a few more days, allowing her to truly experience the vicissitudes of this world." Duan Tingnin shivered at his icy tone, yet upon reflection, she realized that dealing with such a woman should not be too easy. Suddenly, she seemed to grasp something, abruptly standing up. "I was merely acting before. I am far too tired. I shall take a brief rest." With that, she snatched a coffee from the table and hurriedly made her way to her bedroom. Liang Qian watched her retreating figure with a bemused shake of his head. He opened the system panel to check the comfort level, 687. Although the increase was not as dramatic as before, the overall trend was promising. Observing the 45-point rise in comfort, Liang Qian felt quite satisfied. He rose and approached Duan Tingnin's bedroom door. Retrieving a magnetic lock from his space that required no installation, he secured the door from the outside. After completing this task, he performed a few stretching exercises and began practicing free combat with a sandbag. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, beneath a tempestuous and frigid night sky, Lu Jinxian lurked in the shadow of a dilapidated building, feverishly searching through her phone's contacts. After some time, her gaze settled on a specific name. This time, she did not hastily dial the number, but instead pondered quietly. Minutes later, she finally pressed the call button, her eyes gleaming with cunning. After a few rings, the call connected. Lu Jinxian took a few shallow breaths before adopting a delicate, fragile tone. "Chen Xiao, do you remember me? I am Lu Jinxian and I have 2 gifts to present to you. I wonder if you would be interested." On the other end of the line, Chen Jue chuckled lewdly. "Goddess Lu? I wonder what mysterious gifts you have in store? The first gift is myself." Chen Jue was momentarily taken aback, then burst into a more exuberant laugh, having long desired to experience Lu Jinxuan's charms. However, due to his father's strict oversight, he had been unable to indulge. Now, with the extreme cold aiding him, his father was trapped in Beijing, making daily check-ins much easier to navigate. The thought of soon conquering the goddess Lu Jinxian filled him with excitement. "I like this gift. What else do you have?" Lu Jinxian lowered her head, extracting a yellow detonator from her pocket, snapping a photo to send to Chen Jue. "Before I present you with the second gift, you must grant me a request." Upon seeing the photo, Chen Jue's eyes widened, his breath quickening. "Oh? What do you desire?" "I want Liang Chen to kneel before us. I wish to see him grovel like a dog, pleading for mercy, yearning for me to end his suffering." A silence fell on the line, and after a few seconds, Chen Jue inhaled deeply. "It seems our thoughts align perfectly. Although he previously evaded my grasp, it is quite fortuitous why father has sent over a fresh batch of supplies. This time, I will ensure Liang Chen regrets his very existence." Lu Jinxian smiled, recalling Chen Jue's wealthy father and the abundant resources at his disposal. In that moment, her sense of frustration dissipated. What was Liang Chen? Merely a pauper hoarding supplies, and no matter how tough his shell, he could never hope to compete with the son of Yangjiang's richest man. Chen Jue, Liang Chen, and that little vixen. Let them prance around a few more days. Once I secure my position beside Chen Xiao, their days of bliss will come to an end. Liang Chen, of course, remained oblivious to the alliance forming between Lu Jinxian and Chen Jue. The following morning, as he stepped out of his bedroom, he was drawn to a series of knocks at the door. Approaching, he opened Duan Tingnin's room, only for a white figure to leap out, startling him. Duan Tingnin dashed into the bathroom. Though Liang Chen's home boasted excellent soundproofing in the restroom, he could still hear the torrent of water flowing. A minute later, Duan Tingnin emerged from the bathroom, her face flushed and pouting. "Big brother, you can lock your bedroom door, but have you considered the plight of someone needing to use the restroom at night? Who suffers in silence?" Chapter 62. Duan Tingnin's skill points are for farming. Liang Qian had indeed forgotten about Duan Tingnin's nighttime restroom needs. Smacking his forehead, he retrieved a portable urinal from his space, specifically designed for bedridden patients. Duan Tingnin stared at the device in Liang Qin's hand with an expression of utter despair. Liang Qin glanced at her increasingly flushed face and then at the urinal, sensing that something was amiss. Soon, He retrieved an array of containers of various shapes and sizes from the space. There were uniquely shaped vases, a mandarin duck hot pot, and antiquated porcelain, all scattered about. Duan Tingnan's face reddened as she finally mustered the courage to voice her thoughts. Is there anything a bit more ordinary? Like a simple plastic bucket? Liang Chen, realizing her intent, swiftly produced a red plastic bucket adorned with the character. Duan Tingnan patted her chest to calm her racing heart. What shall we have for breakfast? Without hesitation, Liang Chun laid out a lavish spread of Cantonese dim sum. Duan Tingnan gazed at the plump shrimp dumplings, the tender steamed chicken feet, and the diverse array of roasted meats. The surreal feeling she had experienced just the day before washed over her again. Startled, she quickly picked up a shrimp dumpling and tossed it into her mouth. The succulent shrimp juice filled her mouth and the springy shrimp meat was crushed between her teeth. Duan Tingnan finally confirmed that she was indeed not dreaming. While enjoying her meal, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. She looked earnestly at Liang Chen and, with her mouth full, asked, "When you spoke of the space yesterday, you used a particular term. What was it? You mentioned the end of days before you spoke of extreme heat, frigid cold, or blizzards." Liang Chen was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Duan Tingnan not only had a keen memory but also a discerning mind. He had revealed only a slight flaw, yet she had seized upon it. However, given the current circumstances, it was not a significant issue. They were already in this together, and sharing some information about the apocalypse would not be a problem. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Chun picked up a beef ball and, while eating, said, "Indeed, it is the end of days. Humanity is facing an unprecedented apocalypse. The world will be frozen for at least another 3 months." He locked eyes with Duan Tingnan as he continued, "Moreover, in the coming 3 months, temperatures will continue to plummet. In 1 month, temperatures will drop below -100 degrees. Duan Tingnan listened intently to every word Liang Chun spoke, showing no signs of skepticism. At -100 degrees, gasoline would solidify. Even the most seasoned polar workers could not survive long outdoors in such conditions. Liang Chen nodded. 3 months from now, 80% of those currently alive will perish. Duan Tingnan was taken aback, her beautiful eyes fixed on Liang Chun. "May I ask, how do you know so much? Or rather, how do you know about the impending apocalypse in advance?" Liang Chen lit a cigarette. "What if I told you I had a dream? In that dream, the apocalypse had arrived, and I was consumed as food. Would you believe me?" Duan Tingnan pondered for a moment and earnestly nodded. "I believe you." Liang Chen shook his head, bewildered by whether this girl was astute or naive. Duan Tingnan murmured, "You must have seen me being harmed in that dream, which is why you came to rescue me. Right?" Liang Chen remained noncommittal. Duan Tingnan ceased speaking and quietly continued her meal, savoring the warmth enveloping her as she gazed at the array of delectable dishes before her. She directed her gaze towards the handsome man across the table who was diligently eating, her lips curving into a smile of happiness. "Liang Chun, thank you." She knew that if it weren't for Liang Chun, she would have already been mistreated by Xiang Fei and his group. Even if she managed to escape one calamity, she would still fall victim to Duan Dongqiang and Aunt Lu's betrayal. Regardless of the outcome, she could never be seated in this warm and secure abode, relishing delicacies that others could only dream of. Liang Chun was taken aback by her sudden show of gratitude and casually replied, "No need for thanks, just clean up after eating." Duan Tingnan rolled her eyes but complied and tidied up after finishing her meal. Liang Chun watched her diligent demeanor with satisfaction and pulled out a game controller to play. After more than an hour of battling, Liang Chen finally defeated a minor boss. Stretching contentedly, he glanced around, only to find that Duan Tingnan was nowhere to be seen. Just as he was about to call out to her, he heard her excited voice coming from the balcony. "Liang Chen, come quickly." Liang Chen, puzzled, walked over to the balcony. When he saw what Duan Tingnan was busy with, his eyes narrowed. In the sunlight, she was meticulously pruning the few pots of flowers Liang Chen owned, even taking the dense branches and planting them in empty pots. The once seemingly lifeless potted plants suddenly burst forth with vitality. Standing on the balcony, one could almost feel as if they had stepped into a lush jungle. Liang Chen, observing Duan Tingnan's dirt-stained hands, asked the question on his mind, "Do you enjoy gardening?" Duan Tingnan nodded, then quickly shook her head. "What do you mean?" "I mean, I not only love to plant flowers, but I also enjoy cultivating everything. I am not just fond of planting, I excel at it." Seeing her radiate in the sunlight, Liang Chun seemed to recall something. What was your major at Qingbei University? Duan Tingnan grinned confidently. You finally remembered. I am a bona fide master's degree holder in botany, having participated in several national projects. So your skill point is agriculture, Liang Chun exclaimed, remembering that in his previous life, he had watched Duan Tingnan's educational videos on planting. Although his space contained an abundance of food, fresh fruits and vegetables would always be in high demand, even if the fresh produce in the space could sustain them for at least 10 years. What about after that? And what if the space disappeared one day? As the apocalypse loomed, the value of food would escalate. At that point, even a single potato could lead to murder. Once they reached the apocalypse bunker, Duan Tingnan could fully utilize her planting expertise, ensuring they would never worry about food depletion again. Land would always be the most reliable resource. Contemplating this, Liang Chen's gaze fixed intently on Duan Tingnan. Duan Tingnan felt her cheeks flush under his scrutiny, placing a hand over her heart defensively. What do you want? You just said you could plant anything, so you must also know how to grow crops? Duan Tingnan paused, finally grasping Liang Chen's implication, and confidently nodded, of course. As long as there are seeds, I can even grow a money tree for you. Liang Chen had a sudden inspiration and retrieved several large plastic boxes from the space. He also brought out several bags of potting soil and fertilizer, as well as planting tools, gloves, and more. All of these items had been collected from the Walmart warehouse. When Duan Tingnan laid eyes on these supplies, she reacted as if a lecher had spotted a beautiful woman, exclaiming joyfully before diving into work. Watching her busily engrossed in her task brought Liang Chen a sense of enjoyment. He opened the system panel. 701-1000. Comfort level had indeed risen by several points. Liang Chen smiled knowingly and produced a variety of potatoes, sweet potatoes, and beans. Duan Tingnan turned to receive the plants, her expression brimming with happiness. In no more than 3 months, I can multiply these by dozens or even hundreds. Liang Chen nodded in agreement, eager to witness the extent of Duan Tingnan's planting prowess, as it was directly related to his future strategic planning. Just as they were enthusiastically discussing various planting topics, a warning from Pangya echoed throughout the room, detecting an unknown individual approaching with an undetermined threat level. Liang Chen unlocked his phone screen, and upon seeing the figure displayed, a smirk crept across his lips. Is it really him? Chapter 63. A beggar at the door. A man with a story on the surveillance. A tall man was climbing the stairs. Although he wasn't moving quickly, he maintained a steady pace and rhythm. Why this time? The man had reached the 23rd floor, showing no signs of heavy breathing or needing to rest. Duan Tingnan leaned in curiously to take a look. Oh, do you know him? No, how can you say oh if you don't know him? Liang Chen replied, somewhat speechless. Duan Tingnan pointed at the screen and whispered, look at his left arm. It seems to be missing. In the footage, as the man swung his arms, his left sleeve was conspicuously empty. Liang Chen was well aware that the man lacked a left arm, as he recognized the visitor. The man's name was Yin Zhan, and he was also a resident of the community. Liang Chen knew him because, in his previous life, Yin Zhan was notorious in the neighborhood as a beggar. When most people were short on medical supplies, they would offer their surplus goods for trade in the residence group. Yin Zhan, however, was different. He went door to door, directly asking for help. Although he asked, he was never insistent. If one told him no, he would leave without fuss. For those residents who were less mobile, he would even offer to fetch snow for them in exchange for some food. Duan Tingnan didn't recognize Yin Zhan because, according to the timeline of her previous life, he should have just begun his begging endeavors, likely having run out of food at home. Under their watchful eyes, Yin Zhan finally arrived at Liang Chen's door. To Liang Chen's surprise, after gently knocking twice, Yin Zhan knelt down, his expression anxious. Liang Chen, I am also a resident of this community. My name is Yin Zhan. Can you hear me? Liang Chen exchanged glances with Duan Tingnan and replied through the phone. What's the matter? Upon hearing Liang Chen's response, Yin Zhan became agitated. I need your help. My daughter has been ill, with a high fever that has persisted for 3 days. She is only 3 years old. Please, can you spare some antipyretics? As Yin Zhan spoke, his fists remained tightly clenched, and his body trembled slightly. Please, get up. Liang Chen, respecting the military profession both in this life and the last, did not wish to see him in such a humble position. Once Yin Zhan stood, Liang Chen continued, Brother Yin, it's not that I don't want to help, but given the current weather, every household is facing scarcity, let alone the critically sought-after medicines, and my family, too. does not have any surplus. Injun listened in silence, his expression growing increasingly anxious, as if he had resolved to make a significant decision. Brother Liang Chun, I understand that this request may be somewhat excessive for you. However, if you can save my daughter, I am willing to repay you in any way you desire. I will do whatever you ask. Duan Tingnan turned to Liang Chun, noticing that his face bore no expression. Brother Yin, I have a few questions to ask you. Of course, you have the right to refuse to answer. Injun paused for a moment, then quickly shook his head. Ask away, I will speak candidly. Liang Chun nodded and took a seat in the rocking chair on the balcony. Duan Tingnan fetched a small stool and sat beside him. Brother Yin, what is your profession? Upon hearing Liang Chun inquiring about his occupation, Injun momentarily froze. He had anticipated that Liang Chun would ask about his daughter's condition or whether there were any items to barter. After a brief hesitation, he replied, I am a soldier. I was injured 6 months ago and transitioned back to Yangjiang. Currently, I serve as an instructor in the Yangjiang SWAT team. Liang Chun raised an eyebrow. Indeed, there are policies in place for military personnel transitioning to civilian roles. Yet, to his knowledge, individuals like Yin Zhen, who bear physical disabilities, no matter the numerous benefits provided by such policies, would never be assigned a position as a SWAT instructor. After all, such roles demand considerable expertise. It is not merely a matter of missing an arm. Even a fully capable soldier, lacking exceptional qualifications, would typically be relegated to the rank of an ordinary officer. What was your division? Yin Zhen hesitated again but ultimately answered. The Army, the unit number or nickname. To his surprise, this time he chose not to respond directly. Brother Liang, I sincerely apologize, but the military has its protocols. I cannot disclose that. Do you have any other questions? I can answer everything else. How did you lose your arm? I was injured during an exercise. We were in the field, and there was no time for treatment. Upon returning, amputation was my only option. Yin Zhen spoke of it with such ease, as if discussing someone else's plight. Brother Liang, my daughter is gravely ill. I implore you, please help me. Your family lives on such a high floor. Moving melted snow must be exhausting. Starting today, I will bring 3 buckets of snow to your home every day. No, 5 buckets. Yin Zhen pleaded incessantly. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Chun replied, How about this, Brother Yin? Leave your contact number. After all, acquiring medicine is no trivial matter. Allow me some time to consider it. Once I have made up my mind, I will certainly reach out to you. Yin Zhen wanted to say more, but ultimately held his tongue. He provided his phone number and then slowly rose to his feet, bowing slightly towards Liang Chun's front door before turning to leave. As he descended the stairs, Duan Tingnan could not help but ask, Are you going to agree to him? If it were you, would you agree? Liang Chun countered, eager to gauge Duan Tingnan's perspective. After a moment's reflection, Duan Tingnan shook his head. Oh? Why not? Though his daughter is indeed pitiable. In this current environment, who isn't struggling to survive? Under normal circumstances, his offer to bring snow daily would be quite reasonable, as having someone else undertake that task could significantly conserve our strength and mitigate various dangers. Nevertheless, your family does not lack for water, rendering his offer less advantageous to you. Liang Chun nodded, recognizing that Duan Tingnan's remarks indicated she was not merely a bleeding heart. You are right, but you have overlooked one thing. What is that? This Yin Zhen is far from the simpleton he appears to be. Duan Tingnan tilted her head in contemplation for a while, then remarked, He has served in the military, sustained injuries, and still promises to deliver 5 buckets of snow daily. Are you suggesting he possesses some degree of capability? Precisely. Have you considered that while the government does have policies favoring disabled veterans, when have you ever seen a veteran missing an arm become a SWAT instructor? Duan Tingnan pondered this, her eyes lighting up. That does seem unusual. Typically, transitioning military personnel are merely assigned stable jobs. In his case, given his disability, I would believe he receives monthly compensation, but how could he be an instructor? Unless this Yin Zhen is exceptionally skilled in some regard. If he indeed possesses such abilities, he could be of great use to us. Should the need arise for us to venture out, he could be our man. Upon hearing Liang Chun's thoughts, Duan Tingnan nodded in agreement, then suddenly chuckled mischievously. What are you laughing about? Duan Tingnan winked playfully. I just thought of another possibility. Given our analysis, what if this Yin Zhen is merely a well-connected individual? Haha, you might be onto something. Liang Chun shook his head, initially intending to refute her, but he found her theory plausible. Rather than speculate endlessly, it would be more prudent to see for themselves. Upon hearing this, Duan Tingnan was momentarily taken aback. Liang Chun had already instructed Pengya. Have Xiao Chong follow this Injun and observe his home. Xiao Chong activated, and the screen lit up. The two found themselves in the living room, where a large display showed Xiao Chong transmitting real-time footage. Now trailing after Injun, Duan Tingnan watched in wide-eyed astonishment and turned back to Liang Chun, her face a mask of curiosity. I asked that the little silver flying insect, after watching for a while. Duan Tingnan could not help but exclaim, I have traveled the world and considered myself well-versed. Yet since meeting you, I feel like a child who has never seen the world. Liang Chun smiled without speaking, merely observing as Injun made his way home. Minutes later, Xiao Chong finally followed Injun into his residence. Upon seeing the interior of Injun's home, they exchanged glances, both incredulous. Chapter 64. The unethical mother and daughter. The astonishment of Liang Chen and Duan Tingnan stemmed from the sight in Injun's living room, where an elderly woman and a middle-aged lady were dining. On the table lay a military green plastic box, steaming with a variety of dishes, including meat slices and quail eggs. Each of them had a matching green bowl filled with steaming rice. This was a military-grade self-heating hot pot, a type of outdoor ration exclusive to field troops. With just the addition of water, it could be cooked easily, providing not only a warm meal but also a source of heat. Duan Tingnan explained, being a professional outdoor blogger, she was well acquainted with nearly all outdoor supplies. Liang Chun was also familiar with such military provisions but found it odd not the food itself, but rather the demeanor of the two women towards Injun. Logically, one would expect a warm greeting from one's family upon returning home, yet both women continued to eat, seemingly oblivious to Injun, who stood shivering. Injun appeared accustomed to their indifference, walking past the living room and into a small bedroom opposite the bathroom. The small room was noticeably colder, with frost adorning the curtains despite a small fire burning in the center. Worry etched on his face, Injun approached a small bed and gently touched the forehead of a little girl sleeping beneath the covers. Wow, what a beautiful child, Duan Tingnan couldn't help but exclaim. The girl, about 3 or 4 years old, had a nose like a petal, breathing out white mist, her cheeks rosy like ripe apples. At that moment, her brow furrowed as if enduring great pain. Sensing Injun's cold hand, the girl slowly opened her eyes. Uncle, you're back. Are you frozen? Injun's eyes softened. Uncle is not cold. Is Tauzi hungry? Tauzi is not hungry, she replied, pursing her lips. Injun frowned slightly. You didn't eat anything last night? How can you not be hungry? Tauzi smiled sweetly. When I eat, Grandma and Mama get angry. If they get angry, they will scold you. Uncle, I don't want Uncle to be scolded. Injun's eyes glistened with unshed tears, but he quickly regained his composure. Don't worry, Tauzi. Uncle will not be scolded. I will go get you something to eat. Injun stood and headed towards the living room. Liang Chen and Duan Tingnan exchanged puzzled glances. Why does this child call Injun uncle? Could he be a stepfather? Duan Tingnan, sipping her chilled bayberry juice, wore an inquisitive expression. The question is, why do the mother and grandmother seem less affectionate towards the child than this stepfather? Liang Chun rolled his eyes, admiring her curiosity and imagination. On the screen, Injun had reached the living room, rummaging through a storage cabinet. Aunt Yang, where have the food supplies gone? Old Lady Yang took a spoonful of hot pot broth and shot him a sidelong glare. Do you think we are made of iron? Do we not need to eat? That little bit of food you brought is long gone. All you do is rummage and ask, the middle-aged woman chimed in with a roll of her eyes. Yes, Injun, you keep saying that my late husband was your best comrade. If you have food, we won't starve, right? I knew from the start you were just saying that to ease your own conscience. Injun, feeling agitated, stepped forward to explain. Sister-in-law, what are you saying? Since I promised Binzi, I will take good care of the three of you. When have I ever gone back on my word? The self-heating hot pot you are eating now was specially sent by Captain Liu during the last supply drop. Others do not possess such remarkable things. Old Lady Yang waved her hand dismissively, saying, Enough, enough, do not flatter yourself. With these worthless items, if it weren't for the cold and the snow, I wouldn't even bother to eat them. They are all prepackaged meals, clearly unhealthy. Injun clenched his fists in anger, yet he restrained himself from continuing the argument. Sister-in-law, do we have any bread or steamed buns at home? Tauzi is still ill and hasn't eaten for a whole day. Tauzi's mother, while picking her teeth, covered the unfinished hot pot soup. None left, nothing at all. Not even a cup of cold water, if you ask me. You soldiers only know how to give to those who are unrelated. Neglecting your OWN, why late husband would hardly come home for a year and a half, only sending money and making phone calls. Now that he has gone, you, his comrade, come to my home, claiming to take care of us. And yet, the three of us are on the brink of starvation. You should find a way. Injun lowered his head silently, hesitant to speak. He sighed deeply and quietly turned to leave. I will go find something to eat. You two keep an eye on Tauzi. The two women watched as his tall figure disappeared, exchanging a glance that revealed their satisfaction. Old Lady Young patted her daughter's hand. Do you think we might be too harsh on Injun? What if one day he decides to ignore us? Absolutely impossible. Binzi told me that Injun values relationships deeply and is closest to him. Now that Binzi is gone, he specifically entrusted us to him before his death. Just for that, Injun would never abandon us. Old Lady Young nodded, smiling with pride. Then we must make good use of him and have him bring back more provisions, by the way. While he's out, hurry over to Wang Ji's place next door. Build a good rapport and see if he can procure some food for us. After all, you two have been together for several years. If he won't help us, who will? Upon hearing this, Tauzi's mother looked towards the door and giggled. All right, I'll go right away. Over the years, Wang Gu has treated me the best. Thank goodness Binzi has passed. Otherwise, Wang Gu would have been pushing for a divorce. What a hassle. Saying this, Tauzi's mother wrapped herself in a cotton coat and swayed her hips towards the neighbor's door. The Liang family's home was quiet. The only sounds were Liang Chen smoking and Duan Tingnan occasionally slurping on a hawthorn juice. After a while, Duan Tingnan slammed her cup on the table and exhaled a long breath. Damn it. That mother-daughter duo is truly shameless. And that Wang Gu, they're all animals. Liang Chun was taken aback to hear Duan Tingnan curse for the first time and glanced at her in surprise. I didn't realize you had such a sense of justice. Duan Tingnan huffed. It's just infuriating, that deceased Binzi and that Injun. Although I don't know them, they sacrificed for this country. And what happened? They charged into battle, only to have their families taken advantage of. How is that fair? Liang Chun could clearly sense Duan Tingnan's angered eye in truth, upon learning about everything Injun did. And the nature of old Lady Yang and her daughter, even after living a second life, he felt a certain discontent. He wasn't out of a sense of justice. It was simply an uncomfortable feeling within him. The most crucial part was that he had an inkling that resolving the issue with Injun might enhance his comfort. With this thought, he extinguished his cigarette. Shall we lend a hand to Injun? Duan Tingnan perked up instantly, grabbing Liang Chen's arm. I knew you wouldn't ignore this, especially with those two women. Liang Chen rolled his eyes. Is this really the kind of language a graduate from Qingbei should use? Xiao Chong, turn on the voice output. The voice output was activated. Liang Chen glanced at the eager Duan Tingnan beside him and shrugged. Do you know what to say? Duan Tingnan's eyes twinkled with confidence. Of course. Just tell him straightforwardly that his comrade's mother-in-law and wife are shameless. Not only do they treat him like a scapegoat, but they are also having an affair with the neighbor next door. Liang Chen, feeling helpless, poked her forehead with a finger, causing her to topple back onto the sofa. Liang Chen looked at the large screen, where Injun's tall figure was struggling through the snow. After a few moments of contemplation, a devious idea formed in his mind. Chapter 65. The Test of Murder. Duan Tingnan was flipped onto the sofa by Liang Chen's finger. Struggling to sit up, she looked at Liang Chen with defiance. Do you have a better plan? Just watch, Liang Chen replied, clearing his throat, and addressed the figure of Injun on the screen. Brother Injun. I am Liang Chen. Injun, trudging through the snow, was startled. Unlike the typical startled reaction, he did not turn back or stop. Instead, he surged forward, racing several meters before halting, then cautiously surveyed his surroundings. His reaction was textbook for encountering danger. Both his speed and movements were impressive, clearly indicating rigorous training and ingrained muscle memory. Duan Tingnan, munching on a vegetable pancake, commented thoughtfully. Injun is so alert. However, he found no signs of danger. Who is speaking? I am Liang Chen, no ill intent. Please find a sheltered spot. I have something to show you. Upon hearing Liang Chen's voice again, Injun, though incredulous, nodded obediently. Soon, he slipped into the corridor of an apartment building. I will add you as a friend. Please accept. Injun pulled out his phone and accepted Liang Chen's friend request. His expression darkened quickly. The conversation between old Lady Yang and her daughter echoed clearly in the corridor. Upon seeing Tauzi's mother heading towards the neighbor's flirtatious silhouette, The veins on his forehead bulged. Duan Tingnan, chewing on her pancake, mumbled. You already told him, so that mother-daughter pair is in for it now. Liang Chen shook his head. Knowing Yin Zhen, he definitely wanted to take it out on them. Just as Duan Tingnan was about to shake her head in disagreement, she saw on the large screen that Yin Zhen let out a long sigh. I understand now. Thank you, brother Liang Chen. Since you know, I want to hide it from you. Although Taozi is not my blood relative, she is Binzi's flesh and blood. Binzi was my soldier and my best brother. Now that he is gone, I must take care of Taozi to ask for that mother-daughter pair. Let them be. After saying this, Yin Zhen began to organize his coat, preparing to beg for food from door to door. Liang Chen glanced at Duan Tingnan, amused by her ghostly expression. How do you know he can endure this? Aren't men supposed to be the most intolerant of wearing green hats? That was his brother, not himself. Moreover, no matter how outrageous that woman is, she is still the widow of his best brother, so, will you still care? I will, but I need to confirm some things first. Liang Chen suddenly remembered that in his previous life, Yin Zhen's fate seemed rather grim. He vaguely recalled that Yin Zhen later became bedridden, just like him, and was sold as food. Now it seemed that it was likely the handiwork of old Lady Yang and her daughter. Confirm what, of course, whether he is worth my concern. Liang Chen interlocked his hands behind his head, watching Yin Zhen's tall figure begging for food from door to door. At that moment, a loud crash echoed through the corridor, followed by a woman's shrill scream. Yin Zhen glanced up towards the staircase, straining to listen. The noise quickly faded, and the entire building fell silent once more. Yin Zhen shook his head, aware of what had transpired. It was not that he did not wish to investigate, but instances of home invasion and the law of the jungle occurred frequently. Besides, without an elevator, and with the door closed, he lacked the physical capability to intervene. Liang Chen, however, had a glimmer of inspiration. What perfect timing! Xiaochong, go take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaochong began to swiftly ascend through the stairwell. A minute later, Xiaochong hovered outside the door of a unit on the 16th floor. Go in, Liang Chen commanded, on the large screen. Xiaochong flew out of the corridor, finding a tiny hole outside the kitchen flue and squeezing through. Duan Tingnan was fully engrossed in the large screen, her body subtly swaying in sync with Xiaochong's flight path, as if watching a VR movie. Liang Chen chuckled, but when he looked back at the screen, his brow furrowed slightly to its them. Duan Tingnan also recognized the group causing trouble inside the room. Those security guards, and that little fatty. He really should be castrated. In the living room, 3 security guards brandished machetes and fire axes, rummaging through drawers and cabinets. Anything deemed useful was stuffed into their backpacks. Their faces were grotesquely disfigured, a result of the filth Liang Chen had thrown on them earlier. The bedroom door stood ajar, with a fire burning on the floor. Beside the fire lay an elderly man, bloodied and unconscious, on the bed. Li Tiantian's rotund figure was pressing down on a girl who appeared to be only 18 or 19. Despite her desperate struggles, she was no match for Li Tiantian. As her clothing began to tear, the terror in the girl's eyes gradually morphed into despair. This Li Tiantian truly was born to be wicked. Even in such cold weather, he could not resist acting like a beast. Liang Chen sighed, reminiscing about how Li Tiantian had behaved similarly in his past life. Encouraged by Qian Wenchao and his gang, he robbed, killed, and violated women, exhibiting even greater cruelty than Qian Wenchao and others. Li Tiantian's mother, Li Wanfeng, not only failed to stop him but also boasted about her son in the owner's group, claiming he was a real man, a true lad. Whenever someone could not help but condemn Li Tiantian's actions, Li Wanfeng would leap to insult them. She even instructed Li Tiantian to go and vandalize the homes of the critics. After several such instances, no one dared to openly condemn Li Tiantian any longer. Du Nianjian looked at Li Yingyan with gritted teeth, his eyes reddened with fury. Li Yingxian initiated a video call with Ynzhn. Brother Li Ying, what is the matter? I can promise to provide you with medicine, and perhaps even some food. Really? Ynzhn, having just been rejected by a homeowner, paused his ascent and his voice brimmed with astonishment. However, I need you to assist me with a task. What task? In room 1602 of this building, a group of security personnel is committing an act of violence. You want me to stop them? Ynzhn seemed incredulous, unsure of why Li Yingxian had divulged this information. NGWI and his associates had organized an assault on Li Yingxian's residence. Though he had not participated, He had witnessed the entire ordeal. The brutal scene remained vividly etched in his memory, affirming that Li Yingyan was by no means a merciful individual. What Li Yingyan said next left him in a state of shock. Do not stop them. Simply eliminate them. Eliminate them? Why? Yan Ziqian sought further confirmation. Fearing he had misheard, Li Yingyan's gaze was icy as he fixated on the large screen. He observed an injured elder struggling to rise, desperately attempting to pull Li Tiantian away. Infuriated, Li Tiantian kicked the elder in the abdomen. Clearly unsatisfied, he leapt onto the elder. Raining down a flurry of slaps, he then bound the elder to the door, forcing him to witness the degradation of the girl. Deng had, unbeknownst to him, grasped Li Yingyan's arm with such intensity that his knuckles began to whiten. Li Yingyan narrowed his eyes. Yan Ziqian, I grant you 3 minutes. Should you exceed this time or fail, you can forget about the medicine and food. Yan Ziqian sensed the chilling intent behind Li Yingyan's words and stood frozen for a few seconds. Then, with a sudden burst of determination, he ascended the stairs at full speed. A slight smirk graced Li Yingyan's lips as he added, Spare Li Tiantian's life. Consider it a bonus from me. Chapter 66. The exceptional skills of Yan Ziqian. Du Tianjian watched Yan Ziqian race up the stairs, a twinge of concern gripping him. Should we inform him that the individuals across the way are armed? Li Yingyan shook his head. If Yan Ziqian could not handle such a few adversaries, he would hold no value in his eyes. As for Li Tiantian, Li Yingyan had already made his decision. If Yan Ziqian faltered, he would resort to a soul link to compel Li Tiantian to leap from the building. 14th floor, 15th floor, we have arrived. Du Tianjian's voice quivered with excitement. Their gazes turned to the large screen. In the bedroom, Li Tiantian had removed the last article of clothing from the girl. The elder, bound to the door, emitted a desperate lament. Just then, a resounding bang echoed from the door. Everyone in the room was startled. The 3 security guards in the living room simultaneously glanced towards the door. Bang! Another loud thud. A dent suddenly appeared near the lock of the iron security door. The 3 guards exchanged glances, and in unison, they drew their machetes or fire axes, bracing themselves. Boom! Another thunderous crash, and the entire security door burst open. Before the guards could react, a tall shadow charged in. Who the hell are you? The guard closest to the door barely finished his sentence before he felt a tremendous force strike his throat, sending him hurtling backward. Engage! The other 2 guards, witnessing the chaos, swung their machetes at Yan Ziqian. To their horror, despite their precise strikes, the blades merely glided past his body. One guard, having practiced Sanda, believed himself quite skilled. He aimed a roundhouse kick at Yan Ziqian. However, before he could land the kick, he felt an excruciating pain as if his supporting leg had been struck by an iron rod, causing him to lose balance and crash to the ground. Before he could struggle to rise, Yan Ziqian had retrieved the fallen machete, delivering a decisive blow to his throat. Blood gushed forth like a fountain as the guard desperately tried to stifle the wound. But to no avail. The other guard stood frozen in terror. Before he could process the situation, the blade flashed before him again, and another geyser of blood erupted. The first guard, just managing to clutch his throat as he stood, witnessed his 2 companions spraying blood, leaving him in a state of sheer horror. Though he had followed Qian Wncho in wrongdoing, even injuring others, the scene before him was beyond anything he could have imagined. Even in nightmares, you bastard, fear compelled him to curse, but he could only manage 3 words before he felt a chilling sensation at his throat. This time, he saw his own blood gushing forth. Yan Ziqian wasted no time, stepping into the bedroom. Upon seeing the scene within, his brows furrowed instantly. Li Tiantian had witnessed the carnage in the living room and sat frozen on the bed, having never encountered such a bloody tableau. Yet, despite the horror, his astonishment outweighed his fear, for deep down, he believed adults should never harm children, let alone use a knife against them. Thus, he straddled the girl, pointing at Yan Ziqian and shouting, "You must be crazy. How dare you provoke our security team? Do you believe that tomorrow will come to your house and kill your wife and children?" Yan Ziqian looked at Li Tiantian with disgust, choosing silence as he grasped the finger he had extended. With a twist, there was a sickening crack. This was followed by a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. He twisted his corpulent body, attempting to strike YNZHN with a punch. YNZHN, with one arm occupied gripping Li Tian's finger, faced the incoming punch. Unexpectedly, he did not dodge but chose to meet the blow with his head. At the moment of impact, Li Tian screamed in agony, shaking his left hand in anger, eyes wide with fear as he stared at YNZant. Why is your head so hard? YNZHN was no longer interested in banter. With a firm yank, he pulled Li Tian from the bed, sending him crashing to the floor. YNZant then placed his foot on his back. While Li Tian attempted to struggle, YNZant lifted his foot and pressed down hard on his neck. Li Tian emitted a strangled cry, his face turning crimson as he pushed against YNZHN's military boot with all his might. Yet, it was futile as YNZHN continued to apply pressure. Li Tian's limbs flailed wildly. Even as he struggled to breathe, he raspingly shouted, "I'm still just a child. I'm only 13. If you dare to hit me, my mom won't spare you." Seeing YNZHN remain unmoved, he intensified his threats, "I'm a minor, protected by the law. If you bully me, I'll have my mom call the police to arrest you. Let go, I can't breathe." As YNZHN saw him still writhing, he stomped down hard on the back of his head. Thud. A dull thud echoed from the floor as Li Tian's body went limp. Collapsing to the ground unconscious, YNZHN severed the ropes binding the elder and helped him down, before picking up the clothing on the floor and tossing it to the girl. After completing these tasks, he nodded at the grateful elder and girl, then spoke to the air. "I have finished. 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Liangzhn's voice resounded, startling the other two. "When can I obtain the items?" YNZHN panted, inquiring. "There is one final task." Li Ingzhn gazed at the screen where Li Tian lay sprawled on the floor, smiling as he began to instruct YNZHN on what to do. Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, as if unable to fathom the deviousness of Li Ingzhn's plan. After Li Ingzhn finished, even the decisive YNZHN appeared momentarily stunned. Eventually asking, "Are you certain you want to proceed this way? Complete it, and the medicine and food will be yours." Upon receiving Li Ingzhn's confirmation, YNZHN no longer hesitated. He looked at the elder and the girl, who stepped forward, his voice trembling yet resolute. "Young man, rest assured, we have faced death once before. Regardless of who inquires, the old man will only say one thing. We saw nothing." YNZHN nodded and began to drag Li Tian along with the 3 other bodies. Tianjian observed YNZHN methodically following Li Ingzhn's instructions. Murmuring, "Why does your method seem so twisted? Yet I find it oddly satisfying." Li Ingzhn yawned, and with a thought, a copper pot and several plates of hot pot ingredients appeared on the coffee table. Dinner time. Tianjian glanced at the increasingly bloody scenes on the large screen, then looked down at the meat rolls and duck blood on the table. "Could we perhaps change the channel? What would you like to watch?" Cherries and little balls. Half an hour later, in the homeowners group chat of JNXETNCHN community, homeowner Li Tian posted several videos. The footage revealed a fire raging in the corridor of Building 7. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the burning pile consisted entirely of winter coats, snow boots, and thermal underwear. Beside the flames lay 4 naked men sprawled on the ground. A man, thoroughly bundled up, waved at the camera before approaching the 4 and began to eviscerate them. Meanwhile, Li WNF leisurely roasted sweet potatoes at home, one in hand while she took selfies with her phone, posting them to the homeowners group. Observing a few occasional sycophantic messages, she proudly pressed the voice message button. "Thanks to my son Tian. Don't be fooled by how mischievous he used to be. He has grown up now. He brings me back so many things every day. Those snarky neighbors, who wouldn't be jealous of my capable son? If you have the ability, go rob someone too." After sending the voice message, she was not yet satisfied and prepared to showcase the down comforter Tian had brought home the previous day. Just then, she noticed the video Li Tian had shared in the group. A blissful smile graced her lips. Where has that child run off to this time? The next moment, Li WNF felt as though she had been struck by lightning, staring at her phone screen with a heart-wrenching wail. Chapter 67. Retribution for Murder. Reprisal for Theft. Li Wanfeng frantically clawed at her phone screen, as if attempting to extricate Li Tian from the confines of the video. Yet deep down, she understood the futility of her efforts. Soon, Her eyes reddened with despair, and she murmured Tiantian's name repeatedly, her trembling hands beginning to dress. In the 10th floor corridor of building number 7, Yinzhan, following Liang Chen's instructions, finally completed the last segment of the video. He glanced back at his creation, shivering involuntarily. As a seasoned veteran who had witnessed the horrors of battle, he had encountered more life and death than the average person. However, he could hardly fathom the sheer brutality and savagery of Liang Chen's scheme. A mere youth. In the corridor, a nearby bonfire crackled with ferocity, for naked bodies sprawled upon the ground. Two of the security guards lay mangled, their bellies slit open by Yinzhan, their entrails discarded beside them. Resembling slaughtered livestock, Li Tiantian and another guard remained intact, as Liang Chen had specifically directed Yinzhan to position Li Tiantian closest to the flames, replenishing the fire with ample wood on the wall. Yinzhan inscribed a bold message in blood: retribution for murder, reprisal for theft. Please help yourselves. Yinzhan murmured, Heaven, this is all Liang Chen's doing. If you seek someone to blame, let it be him. Not me. As he muttered to himself, he hastened down the stairs. Meanwhile, in the homeowners group chat, an increasing number of residents were viewing the video. Most reacted initially with disgust and fear, but soon, they clicked the video open again, watching as the mysterious figure began to dismember the bodies. With their stomachs grumbling from days of hunger, the fear within them gradually morphed into greed, as they witnessed the figure butcher two individuals as if they were mere animals. A portion of the homeowners resolved to gather their families and prepare for a venture. Ultimately, when the mysterious figure finished scrawling on the wall with blood, over half the homeowners could no longer restrain themselves. They rushed out, each person laden with oversized backpacks and bags. Within minutes, nearly 20 households arrived at the scene, encircling the bonfire, cautiously approaching. Yet none dared to touch the dismembered corpses. At last, a bold male homeowner brandished a short knife and prodded one of the severed legs. Taking a deep breath, he trembled as he sliced off a piece of muscle. As he cradled the meat in his hands, desire vanquished his fear. He quickly tossed the flesh into his backpack and raised his knife once more. Seeing someone take the lead, others surged forward, brandishing various knives of all sizes, clamoring to claim their share of flesh. In less than 3 minutes, the two carcasses were completely stripped, leaving behind only 2 skeletal remains. The arriving homeowners, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, were engulfed by regret. Some lamented their delayed awareness of the situation, while others regretted their sluggishness. There are still 2 left, someone shouted from the crowd. All eyes turned to the 2 remaining intact individuals. Wow, this one is quite plump, so much meat. Isn't that Li Tiantian? Indeed, it is. I wonder who did this. Whoever it was, they are a true benefactor. Absolutely, we are all starving. Yet Li Tiantian appears so plump. Why should he be spared? Isn't it because he joined the security team, hoarding our supplies daily? He's getting off easy. Those security guards and that Li Tiantian are the real villains. My sister was wronged by him. My grandmother was beaten to death by them. Wailing. Stop crying. Haven T, you read the words on the wall? Retribution for murder. Reprisal for theft. Yes, let us take action. With someone leading the charge, many drew knives and began to carve flesh from the security guards and Li Tiantian. Just then, a piercing scream echoed throughout the corridor. Tiantian? Li Wanfeng pushed through the crowd and lunged at Li Tiantian. In that moment, she resembled a frenzied spirit, flailing her arms to fend off the surrounding homeowners. She brushed aside her disheveled hair, her bloodshot eyes fixating on Li Tiantian. His limbs were now emaciated, much of his flesh reduced to mere bone. Tiantian, who did this? They're monsters. Tiantian is still just a child. How could you bear to harm him? Do you have no conscience? Her voice rose in desperation, yet the onlookers remained impassive, some even chuckling derisively. At that moment, an elderly voice emerged from the crowd. Tiantian's mother, if you seek someone to blame, direct your ire at the one who killed him. We are merely hungry. What fault lies with us? Li Wanfeng turned to see Elder Chen leaning on a cane. Although he appeared frail, his face bore an expression of righteous conviction. You shall not escape retribution. Li Wanfeng's curse prompted a homeowner to retort, Li Wanfeng, how many families has your son tormented? How many girls has he wronged? His fate today is fully deserved, indeed, and it wasn't us who killed him. He was already dead when we arrived. Right? With Li Tiantian's robust physique, His death can be seen as his penance for all of us living. Amidst the chorus of agreement, Li Wanfang's lips moved, but no sound emerged. Just then, a voice that seemed to echo from the depths of hell jolted her from her stupor. Mom, Mom, please save me. I am in so much pain. The crowd, previously enraged at Li Tiantian, fell silent as they heard that voice. All gazes converged on Li Tiantian, who lay there, his limbs a bloody mess, yet his eyes opened in agony, fixated on Li Wanfang. Mom, someone is bullying me. That person hit me. You must help me retaliate. Li Tiantian's lips trembled, his chubby hand gripping Li Wanfang's collar tightly. Mom, didn't you say I was still a child? That they wouldn't truly harm me? I'm in so much pain, so much pain. As his cries grew fainter, Li Tiantian's eyes finally stilled. Tiantian, Li Wanfang collapsed over him, wailing uncontrollably, and soon succumbed to unconsciousness. In the corridor, the homeowners exchanged glances in an instant. They all surged toward Li Tiantian and Li Wanfang. The excruciating pain jolted Li Wanfang awake from her faint. Upon seeing her son's mangled body beneath her, she instinctively reached out to embrace him. Yet, upon witnessing her own skeletal arm, despair washed over her as she thought, perhaps from the very beginning, I should never have allowed Tiantian to join the security team. Perhaps I should never have condoned his transgressions. As darkness enveloped her vision, Li Wanfang too became a sought-after morsel in the eyes of the crowd. Meanwhile, Liang Chen and Duan Tingnan arrived on the scene half an hour later. Xiao Chong had recorded the entire event. Ugh, Duan Tingnan clutched his mouth and dashed toward the restroom. You couldn't resist watching, could you? Liang Chen quipped, shutting off the large screen and directing his gaze toward the electronic display at the entrance. On the screen, Yin Zhan stood before Liang Chen's door, bending down to pick up a bag from the ground. The moment he opened the bag, he froze in astonishment. Chapter 68. The unfathomable human heart. Yin Zhan rubbed his eyes and looked again at the backpack. Once assured it was not an illusion, he took a deep breath and bowed deeply at Liang Chen's door. The large Explorer outdoor backpack was filled to the brim with food, plenty of bread and instant noodles. And he even spotted him sausages and milk. At the top of the food, a full box of ibuprofen lay nestled. These provisions were nearly all convenience foods that Liang Chen seldom consumed. Such items piled high in his storage would be an understatement, as the supermarket warehouse brimmed with budget-friendly, popular convenience foods. Liang Chen naturally accepted them all, and he had amassed a substantial quantity of medications, including an entire warehouse of Pfizer's specialty drugs. With an array of treatments for various ailments, he paid no mind to a single box of ibuprofen. However, for Yin Zhan, these supplies felt like a divine blessing. Worth their weight in gold, he felt a twinge of fear that these goods might be seen by others, inevitably leading to a frenzied scramble. Yin Zhan's lips quivered. Brother Liang Chen, thank you. Don't mention it. Just promise not to report me to heaven next time. Liang Chen replied with a teasing smile. Yin Zhan's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly scratched his head. Although Liang Chen's words were jest, they imparted a poignant truth. This young man's methods were truly inscrutable. It seemed he possessed a pair of all-seeing eyes, observing everything. I was merely speaking offhandedly. Don't take it to heart. Liang Chen chuckled. Brother Yin Zhan, what are your thoughts on today's task? Yin Zhan hadn't expected Liang Chen to pose such a question. He pondered for a few seconds before responding somberly. Those individuals deserved death. There was no wrong in killing them. However, I fail to comprehend why we needed to lure others to partake in the looting. Yin Zhan nodded. Though he was not one to show mercy, he had never engaged in such bloodshed before. Do you believe that if you hadn't acted today, this crowd wouldn't have resorted to cannibalism? Yin Zhan was momentarily taken aback by Liang Chen's question, but he quickly arrived at an answer. He shook his head resolutely. They would. When people are starving, they will undoubtedly resort to cannibalism. Liang Chen nodded, clearly recognizing that Yin Zhan was not a dullard. Do you think that if old lady Yang and her daughter were fighting for survival, they would eat that girl named Taozi? Yin Zhan was initially lost in contemplation regarding the unsettling issue of cannibalism. As Liang Chen's words resonated in the air, Yin Zhan felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He had previously expressed his outrage at the mistreatment of Taozi by Yang Laotai and her daughter, questioning them on their failure to properly care for their own flesh and blood. Yet, he had never entertained the notion that, should the day arrive when they found themselves utterly destitute, they might resort to such a heinous act. Liang Chen observed the turmoil in Yin Zhan's expression despite his silence. His eyes conveyed a depth of understanding. I still find it hard to believe they could commit such an atrocity, Yin Zhan thought. I can comprehend your perspective. It is often said that the human heart is inscrutable, but when matters are grave, what harm is there in probing a little deeper? What do you mean? Liang Chen smiled as he noted the contemplative look on Yin Zhan's face. When you return, you can feign injury. At that moment, whether the inhabitants of that home are human or specter will become abundantly clear. As Liang Chen's voice trailed off, Yin Zhan's heart remained tumultuous. When Duan Tingnan emerged from the restroom, she happened to catch a glimpse of his departing silhouette. Has he left? Yes. What did you say to him? I instructed him on how to perform. Liang Chen recounted his earlier words to Yin Zhan. And Duan Tingnan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is precisely how it should unfold. That Yang Laotai and her daughter will undoubtedly reveal their true selves. Liang Chen retrieved a dozen chilled Budweiser beers and handed Duan Tingnan a bottle of Waha. She paused, then let out a soft grunt, eagerly snatching a can of beer to sip. Liang Chen chuckled, taking a large swig of the icy brew, and commanded Xiao Chong to fly towards Yin Zhan's residence. Observing the rosy hue of Duan Tingnan's cheeks, he opened the system panel, comfort level, 715-1000. Eliminating Li Tiantian and Li Wanfeng would enhance the comfort level by several points. It seems a prudent use of resources. Closing the system panel, Liang Chen was about to glance at the large screen when his peripheral vision caught sight of an empty space beside the sofa, causing his expression to stiffen. Duan Tingnan, noticing Liang Chen's unusual demeanor, followed his gaze in an instant. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed as she quickly averted her eyes. On the plush wool carpet, Ergo was busily atop Daniel, who was obediently crawling, occasionally turning back to lick Ergou. Erno curiously circled around her sister and brother-in-law, incessantly sniffing. Ahem. Liang Chen cleared his throat, only to realize that Ergo was utterly oblivious. Engrossed in his activities, Yin Zhan is almost home. To alleviate the awkwardness, Liang Chen pointed at the large screen. Duan Tingnan understood his intent and immediately turned to look. What is he doing? She inquired. Gesturing at the screen, Liang Chen noticed that Yin Zhan had reached the base of his building and was bending down to dig in the snow. This fellow has some wit. He likely intends to conceal most of the food, bringing back only a small portion for the act. Indeed, as Liang Chen's words faded, Yin Zhan straightened up and buried the snow hole he had just excavated. As he climbed through the window into the hallway, the backpack on his back appeared significantly deflated. Under their watchful gaze, Yin Zhan pushed the door open and stepped inside. The moment he entered, he staggered, his previously blank expression twisting in discomfort, emitting occasional hissing sounds. What happened? Yang Laotai was the first to notice Yin Zhan's odd behavior and inquired. I accidentally missed a step and tumbled down the stairs. Taozi's mother hurried over, circling around Yin Zhan twice. Initially focused on his legs, her attention was soon drawn to the backpack on his back, her eyes fixated. Where did this backpack come from? Did you manage to get food? Yin Zhan's expression stiffened. Yet he nodded slightly. I was fortunate enough to assist someone in overcoming a difficulty, and they gifted me some bread. Yang Laotai quickly approached Yin Zhan, and together they hastily unloaded the backpack from his shoulders. Disregarding his injuries as they eagerly rummaged through it, 10 packets of instant noodles. My heavens, and there are ham sausages. Look, there's even a can of luncheon meat. The two of them squealed with excitement. Akin to miners who had struck gold, Yin Zhan limped toward Taozi's room, and upon witnessing his condition, Yang Laotai's eyes glimmered with cunning. Yin Zhan, Taozi is gravely ill. She surely cannot do without fever-reducing medicine. Yin Zhan gazed at Yang Laotai's eagerly expectant face and forced a smile. Aunt Yang, I managed to procure a few ibuprofen tablets. I'll administer them to Taozi right away. Upon hearing the word ibuprofen, Yang Laotai's eyes widened, her gaze brimming with avarice. She frantically signaled to her daughter, who promptly approached Yin Zhan with a warm smile. Big brother Yin, I can't thank you enough. You truly care for Taozi as if she were your own daughter. Since you are injured, you should rest. Just hand me the ibuprofen, and I shall promptly give it to Taozi. After a moment's hesitation, Yin Zhan retrieved 3 ibuprofen tablets from his pocket and handed them to Taozi's mother. I appreciate your kindness. With that, he turned and entered his bedroom. Unbeknownst to them, Yin Zhan had quietly approached the door, pressing his ear against it, Chapter 69. The Sinister Nature of Humanity, Yin Zhen's Decision Within the Bedroom. Taozi's mother eagerly counted the food from the backpack, her excitement palpable. She opened the can of luncheon meat, scooping a generous chunk into her mouth, savoring the taste with utter satisfaction. You know, despite Yin Zhen's disability, he may seem honest and unassuming, but he possesses a certain capability in critical moments. Yang Laotai quickly bit into a large piece, scoffing, him? He merely experienced a stroke of luck. After all the effort to bring back some food. Look at his condition. Taozi's mother pulled out a piece of bread, hesitatingly suggesting, Taozi has had a high fever for several days and has been hungry all day. Shouldn't we feed her something before giving her the medicine? Yang Laotai snatched the bread from her hand, exclaiming, Are you out of your mind? Why would you give her food? That's ibuprofen. That fool Yin Zhen has no idea how valuable it is, and neither do you. I saw someone in the owners group offering 10 packets of instant noodles for 1 ibuprofen. We have 3 on hand. If we trade them all for food, think of how much we could acquire. Perhaps even a box of luncheon meat or some ham sausages. Taozi's mother voiced her concerns, but Taozi is only 3 years old. What ifs are nonsense. It's perfectly normal for a child to have a fever. When you were young, you would recover in 2 or 3 days. Besides, do you truly wish for her to recover? Hearing her mother's words, Taozi's mother felt momentarily lost. What do you mean? Yang Laotai spoke in a tone of exasperation. Are you foolish? In this weather, what injuries can heal? Just look at Yin Zhen's expression and how he walks. He is undoubtedly gravely injured. He already has but 1 arm, and now his leg is useless. Don't even think about sending him out to find food. He can scarcely walk, he is nothing but a burden. If he becomes incapacitated, we cannot rely on him, and we will only have an extra mouth to feed. Taozi's mother remained perplexed. If Yin Zhen is incapacitated, we can simply drive him away. What does that have to do with Taozi? What nonsense. It has everything to do with her. If Yin Zhen is incapacitated, we will have to rely on Wang Gu. Over the years, Wang Gu has grown to despise Binzi and this child. If Taozi were to die from illness, Wang Gu would be overjoyed. You must promise him that once this dreadful weather passes, you will bear him another child. Only by keeping him satisfied can we continue to have our sustenance. Mom, Taozi is your own granddaughter. How can you say that? What of it? Look at the snow outside. Just a few days ago, the authorities announced that everyone should organize self-rescue. Do you know what that means? It means the current situation is beyond official control. It signifies that we cannot afford to be concerned about others. Yang Laotai, noticing her daughter's wavering resolve, continued to persuade her. Moreover, even if this dreadful weather subsides and Binzi is dead, that little girl is nothing but a burden. What good can come from dragging her along? Taozi's mother fell silent for a few seconds before asking, What about Yin Zhen? He won't just stand by and watch us neglect Taozi. Yang Laotai seemed to have already devised a plan. Smirking. Did you see the video in the owners group just now? Of course, that mysterious man was ruthless. The most unexpected part was that so many owners. Taozi's mother halted mid-sentence, suddenly comprehending Yang Laotai's intent. Mom, are you suggesting, is that feasible? Yang Laotai smiled with confidence. What is not feasible? What time is it? As long as we can survive, does it matter if it's livestock or human? That Yin Zhen is nothing but muscle. Even if we can't finish him, we can trade him for other provisions. I'm somewhat apprehensive. What is there to fear? No matter how capable he is still a disabled individual. Moreover, with his leg now useless, I propose we dispose of him tonight. Otherwise, if his wound becomes infected or he succumbs to illness, the meat will be inedible. Taozi's mother seemed to have made up her mind. I'll go speak to Wang Gu soon. Yang Laotai was pleased with her daughter's transformation. Yes, I'll accompany you. We must devise a thorough plan for this matter. Yin Zhen hastily returned to his room. As he gently closed the door, Yang Laotai and Taozi's mother emerged, stealthily making their way to Wang Ji's residence next door. Yin Zhen slowly approached the edge of his bed, reaching into his pocket and rummaging for a while. He produced a crumpled cigarette, placing it between his lips and fumbled for a lighter, trembling as he attempted to ignite it several times before finally succeeding. He took a deep drag and set the cigarette in an incense holder on the table. Behind the incense holder lay a black and white photograph of a rugged-faced man who smiled warmly at him. Yin Zhen chuckled self-deprecatingly, saying, Binzi, look at the mess this has caused. You are commendable in every regard. But your taste in women leaves much to be desired. Rest assured, having promised you, I shall not allow anyone to harm Taozi, not even your wife or her mother. Jin lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. A few minutes later, Liang Qin's voice broke the silence. Did you hear everything? Upon hearing Liang Qin's sudden appearance, Zhan felt no fear this time. Indeed, as you said, these two women are merely masquerading in human guise. Zhan could not help but admire Liang Qin's discernment, even though he was more than a decade older. However, when it came to reading people, he was far outmatched, and it's good that you've seen through it. I fear the confusion that might ensue, leaving you a muddled ghost in the end. Zhan nodded. Now that I am aware, I cannot allow them to succeed. He felt quite confident about this. He had just dispatched several security guards wielding machetes with little effort. Not to mention, the adversaries this time were merely two women, Old Lady Yang and Taozi's mother. Even with the addition of the corpulent Wang Gu, they would be no more than children in his presence. However, what he did not anticipate was Liang Qin's next words, which tightened his chest. I know those three are no match for you. But have you considered that they might use Taozi as leverage against you? As Liang Qin's words hung in the air, Zhan sprang up from the bed. No need to rush. Allow me to show you something. With Liang Qin's voice still echoing, Zhan received a video on his phone. The footage revealed the entire conspiracy of Old Lady Yang and her daughter, along with Wang Gu, plotting to kill him. Zhan squinted at the excited expressions of the three, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Upon hearing Wang Ji's plan, a cold sweat broke out on his back. Brother Liang Qin, I owe you one this time. Without you, both Taozi and I would surely be in grave danger. Liang Qin smiled faintly. The only reason they can scheme against you is that they have grasped your weakness. As for now, I am quite looking forward to tonight's events. Zhan nodded. Since they refuse to act human, they should not blame me for being ruthless. Liang Qin turned off the large screen, instructing the small bug to remain on the ceiling of Zhan's bedroom. Duan Tingnan stretched, revealing her alluring curves. Liang Qin was momentarily taken aback. Seemingly realizing something, Duan Tingnan blushed and exclaimed, What are you staring at? The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. After saying that, she darted back to her own room. Dazed, Liang Qin quickly redirected his attention to Ergo, who lay contentedly on the carpet after enjoying himself, flanked by Big Girl and Second Girl, who gently groomed him. Liang Qin couldn't resist giving him a playful kick before taking out a training dummy and practicing mixed martial arts alongside the videoed. At midnight. Liang Qin was roused from his slumber by a call from Fat Girl. He had previously instructed that if the small bug detected any unusual activity at Zhan's home, he should be awakened. He rose and headed to the living room, unlocking the door to Duan Tingnan's bedroom. Duan Tingnan emerged excitedly, leaping onto the sofa and crossing her long, fair legs. She gestured towards Liang Qin, saying, Shall we indulge? Liang Qin rolled his eyes but, in the next moment, acquiesced to her request. Duan Tingnan scrutinized the table laden with snacks and beverages before selecting a can of ice-cold cola, pushing it towards Liang Qin while she munched on a box of zhou heiya, not forgetting to offer him a duck wing. As Liang Qin savored the duck wing and took a large gulp of cola, his gaze shifted to the large screen in the night vision mode of the small bug. The door to Zhan's bedroom was gently pushed open. Three shadowy figures silently approached the bed, brandishing kitchen knives. From the large screen, Wang Ji's short and stout figure was clearly visible at the forefront, followed closely by Old Lady Yang and Taozi's mother, each gripping a knife. At that moment, Zhan lay beneath three heavy blankets, breathing heavily. Wang Gu crept to the head of Zhan's bed, widening his eyes as he scrutinized Zhan, seemingly searching for the optimum angle to strike. Taking a deep breath, he slowly raised the knife with both hands and aimed a vicious blow at Zhan's head. Old Lady Yang and Taozi's mother held their breath, eagerly watching, as if Wang Gu were about to slaughter a lamb rather than a man. Yet, the anticipated sound of the knife striking flesh was absent, replaced instead by Wang Ji's terrified stammer. Why you? What are you doing? At this, Duan Tingnan could not contain herself, and a mouthful of yogurt spilled from the corner of her mouth. Ha ha ha, sneaking in to stab someone in the dead of night, and asking what they're doing? You're killing me. Her remark elicited a chuckle from Liang Qin, though he understood Wang Ji's predicament in the footage. The knife was mere centimeters from Zhan's face, yet it remained suspended in mid-air, unable to advance. For at that moment, Zhan's hand was tightly gripping the knife's handle. Even with just one hand, his strength far surpassed that of Wang Gu. a man fraught with impotence. Yin Zhan wielded the knife with one hand and delivered a swift kick to Wang Ji's abdomen, causing him to scream in agony. However, Yin Zhan was taken aback to find that, despite Wang Ji's lack of strength, he possessed remarkable endurance. A typical person would have been rendered incapacitated by such a kick, but Wang Gu grit his teeth and shouted, "Quick, stab him!" Though old lady Yang and the others could not see what was happening, they heard Wang Ji's command and, armed with their knives, rushed to attack Yin Zhan. Yin Zhan pushed Wang Ji's hand away, rolling onto the floor. Before old lady Yang and her accomplices could bring their knives down, he extended his right leg, sweeping it forcefully against their calves. With a resounding thud, all three fell to the ground. Yin Zhan picked up the knife that had fallen and aimed it at Wang Ji's neck. In a panic, Wang Gu instinctively raised both hands to block, only to feel a chilling pain as his hands were severed. He let out a pained howl, lifting his hands to inspect the damage, only to discover that aside from his 2 thumbs, the remaining 8 fingers had been brutally severed. Rolling on the ground in agony, Wang Gu realized that, without a miracle, all 3 of them would likely perish at Yin Zhan's hands that night. Grateful for his habit of leaving an escape route, he shouted to old lady Yang and her daughter, "Quick, go grab the child." Initially, they had planned to seize Taozi before killing Yin Zhan, but after reconsideration, they feared the child's cries might alert him. In retrospect, this strategy had proven gravely misguided. Nevertheless, there was still a chance to salvage the situation. If they captured Taozi, Yin Zhan would think twice before acting against them. The 2 women, initially flustered at the sight of Yin Zhan attacking Wang Gu, recalled their previous plan upon hearing Wang Ji's urgent shout and scrambled towards Taozi's bedroom. A cold smile crept across Yin Zhan's lips as he delivered another lethal blow. Wang Ji's shriek abruptly ceased. Yin Zhan then plunged the knife into the chest of his fallen foe before striding towards Taozi's bedroom. Upon entering the room, he caught sight of 2 indistinct figures standing at either end of the children's bed, each gripping a knife and vigilantly watching the door. Upon seeing him enter, old lady Yang trembled and exclaimed, "Yin Zhan, have you lost your mind? How dare you harm anyone?" Yin Zhan was amused by her words. "You 3 come to kill me in the dead of night, and you expect me to meekly accept my fate?" Old lady Yang had never heard such a chilling tone from him before. She raised her knife and shouted, "Don't come any closer. If you take another step, we will kill the child." Taozi's mother also trembled as she spoke. "Yes, don't approach us. Otherwise, we won't hold back." Yin Zhan pulled out his phone, activating the flashlight to illuminate the twisted faces of the 2 women, still finding it hard to believe. "Taozi may be Binzi's child, but she is also your own flesh and blood, your granddaughter. Can you truly bear to kill her?" Seeing that Yin Zhan was indeed hesitant to advance, old lady Yang felt emboldened and coldly laughed. "What does it matter that she is our own? Our lives are far more valuable. If you kneel down and bind yourself, we will spare the child. Otherwise, we will kill her right before your eyes. Let's see how you explain this to the deceased Binzi." Yin Zhan shook his head and approached the 2 women. Startled, they instinctively raised their knives. "Don't come any closer. If you do, we really will strike." Seeing that Yin Zhan had no intention of stopping, the 2 women screamed as they began hacking at the children's bed. The blankets were shredded, revealing a large plush toy beneath. "Is this not Taozi? You knew all along?" Old lady Yang exclaimed incredulously upon recognizing what lay atop the bed. Yin Zhan halted his advance, coldly fixing his gaze upon the 2. After a few seconds, he finally spoke. "You are, after all, Binzi's relatives. I shall grant you one final reprieve." With that, he turned and strode out, plunging the room back into darkness. Old lady Yang and Taozi's mother exchanged glances, unable to see each other's faces. Yet they could sense a feeling of relief in the other's breath. Yin Zhan hurried back to his bedroom, wrapping the sleeping Taozi in blankets. Using the ropes he had prepared earlier, he secured her to his back before retrieving Liang Chen's backpack, filling it with all the food he could find in the room. After completing this, he took a key from Wang Ji's corpse. With Taozi on his back, he unlocked Wang Ji's front door and stepped inside. Only when they heard the sound of the door slamming shut did old lady Yang and her daughter dare to emerge from the small bedroom. Supporting each other, they returned to the room, only to discover that all the food from the cupboard had vanished, even the emergency rations hidden beneath the bed. Elderly Yang, overwhelmed by sorrow, plopped down onto the ground, unleashing a wail of despair. Mother Tao, hunched over, stood beside the bed, murmuring, "Peach is my daughter. How could I ever harm her? It's all your fault. It's all you're doing, you wicked woman. If it weren't for your incessant instigation, how could I have gotten entangled with Wang Xiangming? Return my daughter to me. Return my husband." In a fit of rage, elderly Yang shoved her onto the bed, her voice laced with venom. "You heartless wretch. Everything I did was for you. Be honest with yourself. If it weren't for me, could you possibly live so comfortably in this dreadful weather? Not a single morsel has gone uneaten by you. And now you dare to blame me?" Mother Tao, momentarily stunned by the tirade, was soon engulfed by fear. "Wang Gu is dead, Yin Jian has left. All our provisions are gone. How are we to survive?" Elderly Yang cast a disdainful glance at her daughter, acutely aware of her self-indulgent nature and lack of resolve. "Stop your wailing. Go and shut the door." Once Mother Tao secured the door, elderly Yang continued. "Yin Jian took Peach to Wang Ji's home. He has plenty of food, even though he is currently in a foul mood. But Peach is your own flesh and blood. In a few days, you should go seek him out. For the sake of the child, he will undoubtedly not abandon us." "What if we starve to death before then?" Mother Tao retorted. Hearing her daughter's words, elderly Yang glanced towards Yin Jian's former bedroom. "There lies the meat we need. Can we really starve?" Suddenly, realization dawned upon Mother Tao, her eyes shifting from terror to numbness. Moments later, both women armed themselves with kitchen knives and ventured into the bedroom. Liang Chen and Duan Tingnan, witnessing this scene, instinctively set aside their snacks. "Let us go check on Wang Xiangming's place," Liang Chen commanded. Soon, the scene at Wang Ji's home appeared on the screen. It was clear that Wang Ji's living conditions were significantly better. Yin Jian had settled the sleeping Peach onto a large bed, adding 2 more quilts for her comfort. He gently touched her forehead, his expression softening considerably. Then, as if struck by a thought, he hesitated for a few seconds before finally speaking. "Brother Liang Chen, I cannot express my gratitude in words. My life from now on belongs to you. Should you ever find need of my services, just command me." Having said his piece, he lay down beside Peach, indifferent to whether Liang Chen had heard him. Observing this, Duan Tingnan turned to Liang Chen, who was lost in thought, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "What occupies your mind?" she inquired. Liang Chen, however, kept his thoughts to himself, engrossed in reviewing the system panel, and noted with satisfaction that his comfort level had risen by 10 points. Lighting a cigarette, he took a puff, with Yin Jian as a pawn. "Should anything arise outside, I can have him handle it." Duan Tingnan nodded. She had understood Liang Chen's intentions from the outset and found nothing amiss with his plan. Just then, both of their phones chimed simultaneously. Upon glancing at her screen, Duan Tingnan's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Liang Chen couldn't help but ask, "What is it?" "Heh, that Lu Jinxian truly is resourceful. She has quickly found herself a benefactor," she replied. Liang Chen opened his phone to find a message in the homeowners group chat, where Lu Jinxian had tagged everyone. "Dear homeowners, I am now representing Chen Xiao to inform you of an important matter. Recently, numerous outsiders have been robbing and injuring residents in our community. In consideration for everyone's safety, Chen Xiao is willing to provide supplies to establish a self-defense team. Any homeowner willing to join the team will receive food from Chen Xiao. However, compliance with his orders is mandatory. Dissent will result in exclusion from the team." Below her announcement, Lu Jinxian had detailed a list of rewards. Duan Tingnan glanced at her phone, unable to suppress her disdain. 3 packs of instant noodles for assassinating someone for Chen Jiawei? How miserly. Violating orders or failing to complete tasks will result in further deductions. Even capitalists wouldn't dare to be so stingy. Liang Chen chuckled. "Do you believe that, even so, many will still be eager to serve him?" Just as Duan Tingnan was about to express her disbelief, her eyes widened in astonishment as the group chat was flooded with messages, all expressing a willingness to follow Chen Jiawei's commands. He truly has a firm grasp on human nature. When did Chen Jiawei become so astute? Liang Chen was well aware that this was all Lu Jinxian's scheme, and he could vaguely sense that, in the end, it would likely circle back to him. He held both individuals in low regard, yet Lu Jianxuan's maneuvering sparked another thought in him. "It seems that tomorrow, I shall have Yin Jian handle a task for me." Duan Tingnan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What task?" "Since Chen Jiawei can recruit followers with such meager offerings, I want Yin Jian to organize this group of people to serve me instead. Our compensation only needs to be slightly better than Chen Jiawei's. After all, They won't survive long. These expendables are worth using. Recalling certain events from his past life, Liang Chun thought to himself, in this life, such occurrences must never transpire again. Chapter 71. What does Chan Joe have to compare with me? What do you intend for them to do for you? You will find out soon enough. Seeing the puzzled expression on Duan Tingnan's face, Liang Chen's memories surged forth in his previous life, about a month after the global freeze. Huang Jun and Qian Wanchao had allied with a group of security personnel to cooperate with the Xiang Fei gang. This group not only plundered the residents of their community but also extended their reach to neighboring areas. However, similar gangs existed in those areas, leading to frequent clashes. Initially, they enjoyed some advantages with Xiang Fei's homemade shotgun, but soon, other gangs retaliated with their own makeshift firearms. What began as close-quarters brawls escalated into gunfights. Though these so-called gunfights were rather rudimentary, they were at least more advanced than mere melee combat. Eventually, someone concocted homemade explosives. Liang Chen vividly remembered that this gang, in their quest for territory, had blown up several villas and even a residential building. Although the explosion did not occur in Building 8, it was not far off. It was clear that he needed to upgrade the system swiftly. Only by residing in an apocalyptic bunker could he fundamentally avoid certain issues. Liang Chun pondered how to expedite the increase in comfort levels. Since being with her enhanced his comfort, perhaps, what are you planning? Young man, you're still young. A single misstep could lead to eternal regret. Duan Tingnan, swirling ice cream, felt Liang Chun's intense gaze and quickly covered her chest, feeling a mix of nervousness and shyness. TCH. Liang Chen shot her a sideways glance, choosing not to shatter the fragile tension. Although doing so might boost their comfort level temporarily, he was certain that forcing their relationship to advance would ultimately hinder future improvements. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Thus, he resolved to allow things to develop naturally. By following his heart, he could maximize his comfort level. Realizing it was late, he suggested, let us get some rest. A flicker of subtle disappointment crossed Duan Tingnan's eyes, but as she gazed at Liang Chen, admiration mingled with her expression. She whistled to the two dogs, but they merely sat still, their attention focused entirely on Ergo, who lay nonchalantly, seemingly oblivious to the gazes directed at him. Truly, a married daughter is like spilled water. Duan Tingnan appeared to recall certain memories, her cheeks flushing as she dashed back to her bedroom. Liang Chen, noticing Ergo's smug demeanor, couldn't resist giving it a playful kick. He then locked the door to Duan Tingnan's bedroom and returned to his own, ready for sleep. The following morning, after breakfast, Liang Chen dialed Injun's number. Brother Liang Chun, what can I do for you? Injun, I would like your assistance with something. Speak, and I shall see to it. Seeing Injun's prompt agreement without hesitation or inquiry, Liang Chun felt reassured in his judgment of him. You are aware that Chun Joe is gathering a team using supplies, correct? Yes, I saw the messages in the group. But from what I understand, the offerings are pitiful, and many homeowners are joining out of desperation. I want you to do the same. Use supplies to entice some people to work for me. Injun was taken aback by Liang Chen's request but did not question the reasoning behind it. No problem. But how much do you plan to invest in supplies? The supplies are not an issue. Just tell them that whatever Chen Joe offers, I will provide 30% more. Upon hearing Liang Chen's decision, Injun breathed a sigh of relief. To be fair, without Liang Chen's assurance, he lacked confidence in attracting many people, as deep down, he felt Liang Chen wouldn't be able to offer enough incentives to win over the homeowners. While Liang Chen appeared to have a substantial reserve, it was likely not as extensive as Chen Joe's. Given that the latter was a bona fide rich second generation with significant backing and resources far beyond Liang Chen's reach. That moment, with many people's food supplies running low and some already beginning to starve, it was evident that even a small amount of food could compel numerous individuals to labor. Hence, in the current environment, only two types of people could still thrive comfortably, those like Chen Joe and Liang Chen, who either had a solid background or a secure environment with ample supplies, and groups like Huang Jun and Xiang Fei, who relied on violence to oppress ordinary citizens and seize resources to sustain themselves. However, as someone who had experienced war, Injun understood that the ultimate truth of this world is the survival of the fittest. Regardless of whether it is Chen Joe or Liang Chen, he expressed understanding regarding the matter of rallying a team. After all, only by converting a portion of resources into strength can one safeguard their core interests from being plundered. Liang Chen was unaware of Injun's intentions. In truth, his objective was quite simple, to seek out some expendable individuals to eliminate Huang Jun and Xiang Fei's group. If both sides could perish together, that would be ideal. Should any of these individuals survive, they could serve as a buffer against other impending dangers. In essence, Liang Chun aimed to find expendable resources with minimal investment, thereby establishing a layer of peripheral defense. For Liang Chun, this was undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor. Since you can provide ample supplies, I believe organizing a group of individuals should pose no issue. However, just what does that mean? It simply means that these are ordinary people, and their combat capabilities are likely limited. I have heard that Xiang Fei's group possesses firearms. Even the security team is equipped with numerous batons and tear gas. Do not underestimate these rudimentary weapons. They can significantly widen the gap between ordinary individuals. Once a confrontation arises, the side armed with basic weapons may even overpower the unarmed. Liang Chun had not considered this issue before, but after listening to Yin Zhen, he realized it was indeed necessary to equip these individuals with some gear. Otherwise, even if he managed to organize a sizable group, lacking any fighting capacity would render them defenseless at the first encounter. Such a team would be better left unformed. After pondering for a moment, Liang Chun spoke to Yin Zhen. Leave the matter of supplies and equipment to me. You focus on recruiting personnel. Yin Zhen retained a soldier's work ethic. Once given a clear command, he executed it immediately. Soon, Liang Chun witnessed Yin Zhen posting recruitment information in the homeowners group. The gist was that he represented Liang Chun in seeking manpower, offering compensation details that indeed exceeded Chen Jiuwei's by 30%. Yin Zhen's message quickly garnered attention. Some homeowners expressed keen interest in Liang Chun's generosity. I didn't expect Liang Chun to offer such favorable terms. Count me in. I'll join as well. In this day and age, whoever offers more is who I will side with. I have no choice, I'm starving. However, there were also homeowners who expressed skepticism regarding Liang Chun's capabilities. Liang Chun? How can he compare to young Master Chen? Surely, he isn't trying to deceive us into serving him with empty promises. Look, young Master Chen's father is the wealthiest man in Yangjiang, with both riches and connections. Even if the offer is slightly lower, at least he won't trick us. Liang Chun, on the other hand, might leave us with nothing in the end. Just moments earlier, Chen Jiuwei and Lu Jinxian had engaged in a brief exchange, now lying in bed to rest. Chen Jiuwei was slightly out of breath, wiping the sweat from his brow, casting a resolute glance at Lu Jinxian that signaled, next time. For sure, Lu Jinxian lowered her head, her face flushed, yet her eyes betrayed a profound disappointment. Chen Jiuwei took out his phone to check, unable to suppress a scoff. This Liang Chun is truly a piece of work. He seems to be everywhere. Upon hearing Liang Chun's name, Lu Jinxian leaned in closer, and after reading the message, spat resentfully. A toad sitting on our feet, not biting but certainly irritating. Young Master Chen, his timing of appearing now to poach our recruits is clearly intended to vex you. Chen Jiuwei's expression darkened as he coldly replied. Before making this decision, my father had someone send a large shipment of food through military transport channels. I want to see just how long Liang Chun can sustain this competition against me. You should send out a message now, increasing the original compensation by half. Lu Jinxian immediately nestled against Chen Jiuwei's chest, gazing up at him. Young Master Chen, you look incredibly handsome right now. Chen Jiuwei held Lu Jinxian close, feeling even more triumphant. Liang Chun's shell may be tough, but what does it matter? In terms of supplies, even if his little room were crammed full, it could never surpass mine. Since the blizzard buried the villa, Chen Jiuwei had not followed the trend of other homeowners by purchasing vacant high-rise apartments and relocating his family. Instead, he posted in the homeowners group, offering minimal food as compensation to hire individuals to clear snow from his property. Although the workload was immense, the sheer number of willing workers was overwhelming. Many men, with families to support, scrambled to earn a living, eager to work for Chen Jiuwei. Seeing their enthusiasm, he continuously lowered the compensation. Even so, each day, hungry homeowners still came to work for him. Thus, he concluded that as long as he controlled resources, others were merely his laborers. These individuals were not foolish and clearly understood the choice between him and Liang Chun. Before long, Liang Chun and Duan Tingnan noticed a message from Lu Jinxian in the group. This time, Lu Jinxian opted to send a voice message, her tone brimming with superiority and disdain towards Liang Chun. Listen closely, I represent young Master Chen to announce. Starting today, anyone who completes young Master Chen's tasks will see their compensation increased by half. Additionally, I must warn everyone not to be deceived by certain individuals. Young Master Chen's strength is evident to all. We will never default on any supplies. However, the same cannot be said for others. After all, how much can fit in that tiny room of his? Moreover, have you forgotten how he treated you before? Many of your loved ones met their demise at his hands. Do not forget the pain after healing from the wounds. You must admit, Lu Jinxian possesses quite a talent for incitement. Duan Tingnan remarked, sipping her soybean milk. Liang Chen, having satisfied his hunger, stood up to stretch. Prepare yourselves, we may need to step out. Upon hearing that they were going out, Duan Tingnan excitedly jumped from her chair. Really? Where are we going? What are we doing? Liang Chen's gaze sharpened as he looked out the floor-to-ceiling window. To a few locations, to gather some supplies. If Chen Jiaowei wishes to compete with me in terms of resources, then let him witness what true abundance looks like. Duan Tingnan appeared puzzled. Isn't there already a substantial amount of supplies in your space? Liang Chen chuckled lightly. Do they even deserve it? No matter how much I have, I cannot possibly offer those resources as compensation. Furthermore, for future planning, we should also venture out to explore. Provided we ensure absolute safety, we should investigate the outside world. Who knows, we might stumble upon some rare treasures to bring back. Duan Tingnan nodded. What do you plan to use as compensation to persuade those homeowners to work for you? Liang Chen's face broke into a confident smile. I happen to know a place brimming with expired food supplies and tons of zombie meat. If we can acquire those, how do you think Chen Jiaowei will compare with us? Chapter 72. Stepping out upon hearing Liang Chen's words, Duan Tingnan's interest was piqued. As a former top outdoor blogger, being confined indoors was undoubtedly a torturous experience for her. However, seeing Liang Chen's serious expression, she quickly sobered. Are you considering safety issues? Liang Chen glanced at her in slight surprise, then nodded. On this outing, we must prepare thoroughly, eliminating all conceivable dangers. Duan Tingnan earnestly nodded, then requested paper and pen from Liang Chen, beginning to jot down notes. Liang Chen curiously leaned in, discovering that Duan Tingnan was meticulously listing all conceivable hazards. Any preventive or resolution strategy she could think of was duly noted. The more Liang Chen observed, the more satisfied he became, praising her, as expected of a Tsinghua and Peking University graduate. Both your critical thinking and expression skills are top-notch. Upon receiving Liang Chen's praise, Duan Tingnan haughtily huffed but continued her work without pause. Soon, she had filled an entire sheet of paper. Proudly, she handed it to Liang Chen. I've outlined all the threats and corresponding countermeasures I could think of. If we follow the suggestions here, we can reduce the likelihood of danger by at least 30%. This is a prerequisite I undertake every time I embark on an adventure. Liang Chen nodded, adding the locations he intended to visit to the list. He then lifted the densely written paper, waving it in the air. Fatty, scan this and produce a more rigorous and easily comprehensible action plan. Scanning, scan complete. Analyzing and supplementing content, action plan generation in progress, completed. Following this action plan will reduce risk by over 95%. In the next moment, Liang Chen's phone pinged with a notification. He opened it to reveal a satisfied smile and promptly forwarded the summarized plan to the envious Duan Tingnan. Humph. Having artificial intelligence is impressive. It's just summarizing and creating a diagram. Duan Tingnan radiated a sense of defiance, yet upon reviewing the concise action plan, she was instantly captivated. The cognitive abilities of Fatty were undoubtedly at the pinnacle of excellence. This capability to identify and rectify oversights surpassed human intelligence entirely. She didn't want to make a fuss, but gazing at the action plan, Duan Tingnan found it hard to contain her inner excitement. The plan had filled in many details they had overlooked, and many of these nuances could only be realized through first-hand experience. Even if she and Liang Chen pondered for days, they might not have conceived them. As a professional outdoor blogger, she fully understood the value of this plan. After all, in most cases, crises or even fatalities in the wild stemmed from the unknown or sudden hazards. Liang Chen chuckled. In due time, I'll show you what true artificial intelligence looks like. Liang Chen naturally could not disclose to Duan Tingnan that he planned to use the last remaining opportunity for synthesis on the current artificial intelligence system. By then, it would likely bring them an absolute surprise. As for why he chose not to synthesize it now, it was because Liang Chen believed that retaining one synthesis opportunity was crucial for addressing unforeseen issues. While these events were low-probability occurrences, it was wise to keep a contingency plan in place for longevity. For instance, if the space suddenly became unusable or if an unexpected incident occurred in the safe house. He is capable of synthesizing food or other essential supplies using the system. Moreover, having encountered numerous narratives depicting the rebellion of intelligent machines against humanity, he harbors a modicum of concern. What if the synthesized products turn out to be excessively aberrant, transforming into a genuine threat, thus rendering the endeavor counterproductive? Therefore, refraining from synthesizing the artificial intelligence system until all precautions are meticulously established seems to be a prudent decision. Armed with a nearly flawless operational plan, the two commenced to organize their gear according to the provided guidelines. Over the next half hour, Liang Chun was continually astonished by Duan Tingnan's performance, which exemplified what it means to be a top-tier outdoor expert. Whether it was the meticulous selection and donning of cold-weather gear from head to toe, or the impeccable utilization of backpack space, Liang Chen acquired numerous techniques that would otherwise remain elusive. This prompted him to recall a saying: one should never compare their hobbies to others' means of sustenance. At this moment, he profoundly realized that engaging with true professionals offers far more learning opportunities than seemingly sophisticated theories. Moreover, Duan Tingnan consistently spoke to Liang Chen in a gentle manner, imparting her expertise in a clear and accessible manner, even guiding him through practical applications until he fully grasped the skills. As Duan Tingnan elaborated, Liang Chen discovered an increasing array of outdoor skills he needed to master. After half an hour, he took a deep breath, gazed intently into Duan Tingnan's eyes, and earnestly expressed, "Thank you. These insights are immensely valuable to me." Duan Tingnan, caught off guard by his sudden gratitude, felt a tinge of shyness, then chuckled heartily. "What's that? Once we are outside, there will be even more for you to learn." Liang Chen nodded, a sudden thought striking him. He opened the system panel and was astonished to find that after just half an hour of learning from Duan Tingnan, his comfort level had surged by nearly 20 points. To his surprise, he realized how eager he was to learn. Duan Tingnan was indeed a treasure of a girl. It seemed that such exchanges warranted more frequent occurrences. Closing the system panel, Liang Chen stowed away the meticulously organized backpack into his space. This action elicited another wave of envy from Duan Tingnan. "Do you know how burdensome carrying such equipment is for outdoor adventures? If only I had a space like that, I could summit Everest several times a year." Liang Chen rolled his eyes at her and retrieved a handheld crossbow from his space, handing it to her. Duan Tingnan recognized the significance of carrying a weapon and dutifully accepted it, securing it to the outer side of her thigh. Liang Chen himself did not require such precautions, as accessing the equality device from his space in moments of danger was far swifter than retrieving it from his person. After a thorough inspection, the two, along with their 3 dogs, were finally fully equipped. Liang Chen instructed Pengya, "Activate the highest defense level. Upon detecting a threat, eliminate it immediately and notify me at once." Highest defense level activated. Opening door. As the heavy door creaked open, Liang Chen gently tossed a small insect outside. He then donned a pair of the latest smart glasses. The smart glasses connected to his phone, allowing him to view real-time footage relayed from the insect while also receiving updates from Pengya instantly. No potential threats detected within a 2-kilometer radius. With Pengya's scanning report, Liang Chen waved at Duan Tingnan, and the two stepped out, one after the other, with the 3 dogs closely following behind. Despite being fully armed, Liang Chen still felt the biting chill enveloping him. His breath momentarily faltered, yet thankfully, the high-quality cold-weather gear and mask he wore mitigated most of the cold, allowing him to quickly acclimate to the external temperature. Watching the door fully close behind them, the two began their steady descent down the stairs. 20 minutes later, they quietly exited the neighborhood. Liang Chen glanced back to ensure their safety before producing 2 snowmobiles. "Is that the Arctic Cat ZR Thundercat? Do you recognize it?" "Of course. It's reputed to be the most powerful snowmobile on the planet. They say it can match the speed of a sports car on snow." Liang Chen gestured for Duan Tingnan to mount the vehicle. The 3 dogs also eagerly leapt onto their respective spots behind the two. With a roar of engines, the superior snowmobiles sped across the snow. If memory serves correctly, that location should remain undiscovered. "Tens of thousands of tons of food will belong to me this time." As Liang Chen reminisced about his previous life, he sped off into the distance with Duan Tingnan, leaving a trail of snow mist behind them. Chapter 73. Searching for the warehouse. Duan Tingnan in peril. The first destination Liang Chen aimed to take Duan Tingnan was located north of Yangjiang, at the foot of Qingliang Mountain. According to his recollection, in his past life, just days before the heat wave warning was issued, a scandal involving inferior food products had erupted here, shocking the entire Huaghua. Media reports indicated that thousands of tons of contaminated food were involved, distributed across multiple regions. The key perpetrators were swiftly apprehended, yet the evidence-gathering process proved exceptionally arduous. This was not due to the criminal organization's intent to conceal or destroy evidence, but rather because the warehouse, hidden in the small town at the mountain's foot, was monumental in size, filled with countless food ingredients and finished products. The police had initially stationed personnel there, but the sudden onset of the apocalyptic heat wave, followed by an ensuing frigid blizzard, rendered the warehouse a veritable dead zone. Given its remote location and sparse population, it wasn't until 3 months into the icebound apocalypse that anyone remembered and located the warehouse. By then, it was buried under several meters of snow. The excavation efforts resulted in countless casualties. Many perished from starvation at the site, while more succumbed to the freezing temperatures. Yet, in their final moments, they all shared a singular thought: to unearth the snow and find the vast quantities of inferior food to satiate their hunger. With the Arctic Cat snowmobiles at their disposal, Liang Chen and Duan Tingnan reached the foot of Qingliang Mountain in merely an hour. This was largely thanks to the thick blanket of snow, which concealed most obstacles that would have impeded their passage. As this, Qingliang Mountain? What are we doing here? Duan Tingnan unabashedly expressed her confusion after an hour of riding the snowmobile, her legs feeling stiff. Surely, they were not here for a vacation? Liang Chen gazed at the snow-covered Qingliang Mountain in the distance and recounted the details of the food warehouse incident. Duan Tingnan listened with rapt attention, suddenly slapping her thigh and exclaiming, "You're a genius! I remember that news story too. How did I not think of this place?" However, Liang Chen's gaze returned to the vast, white mountain as he stamped his feet in the snow. His brow furrowed. Sensing his reaction, Duan Tingnan seemed to grasp the gravity of their current situation. "I only remember the news saying that the warehouse with the inferior food was located in the small town at the mountain's foot. But the report didn't specify its exact location. Now that the entire town is buried, finding it seems utterly impossible." Liang Chen glanced at the sun, now high in the sky, and murmured, "It's not entirely out of the realm of possibility." Duan Tingnan, noticing Liang Chen's stubbornness, couldn't help but tease, "We can't just each take a shovel and dig through the snow." "Wait!" Duan Tingnan's startled exclamation stemmed from the sight of the snow on her right suddenly vanishing, revealing the intact streets of the small town beneath. Cautiously, she leaned over to peer down, spotting several trucks and even a few individuals bundled in winter coats, huddled lifelessly by the roadside, seemingly victims of the cold. "Liang Chen, did you see that? What on earth?" she gasped as she straightened up to inquire whether Liang Chen understood what was happening. She looked up to see a vast expanse of snow disappearing yet again. In that instant, she seemed to recall something, abruptly turning to Liang Chen. "Did you do this?" "Yes, I cleared the snow." "That's incredible. Do it again." "Let me see," Duan Tingnan exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she grabbed Liang Chen's arm, urging him to continue. Liang Chen realized that at this moment, relying on the space's absorption ability was their only recourse. Thus, he focused his thoughts and resumed collecting the snow before him. Gradually, Liang Chen discerned that with the space's current maximum absorption capacity, he could clear an area roughly the size of a basketball court. Given the expanse of the town, if fortune did not favor him, it could take 1 or 2 hours to find the warehouse. As he pondered this, his actions of absorbing snow never faltered. Fortunately, it was an infinite space. Otherwise, he would have to find a place to dispose of the snow, wasting countless hours in the process. Just as Liang Chen was feeling somewhat numb from the continuous absorption, Duan Tingnan's voice rang out in the distance. "Liang Chen, I think I found it." Liang Chen lifted his eyes toward the source of her voice, only to see her crouched in the snow, half her body extended out as she strained to see something below. "Be careful," Liang Chen warned, intending to caution her against falling. After all, the snow they were standing on was over 20 meters high compared to the ground beneath. However, before he could finish his sentence, he witnessed the snow beneath Duan Tingnan collapse entirely. Without the snow's support, she plunged downwards. Liang Chen barely caught a fleeting glimpse of her white figure disappearing. In an instant, he activated his thoughts, summoning a football field's worth of snow to reappear. Filling in the chasm created by the collapse, he rushed over and looked at the newly reformed snow. Rubbing his forehead, initially, he cautiously absorbed a portion of the snow, and upon seeing it lower by 7 or 8 meters, He hesitated to continue. He had previously conducted experiments confirming that any living being entering the space would perish. While they would remain in a state of suspended animation, dead was still dead. Thus, Liang Qin refrained from further absorption, fearing he might inadvertently draw Duan Tingnan into the space along with the snow, effectively sealing her fate. Upon this realization, Liang Qin could only retrieve a shovel specifically designed for digging through snow from his spatial storage. Frantically, he began to excavate downward. The three dogs seemed to comprehend the gravity of the situation, fully unleashing their energy to hastily claw at the snow, while Denyo and Ernyo emitted mournful whines. As he dug, Liang Qin shouted, "Duan Tingnan, where are you?" He was acutely aware that buried beneath such a thick layer of snow, he had at most 2 minutes to rescue her. After that, even if he managed to find Duan Tingnan, the likelihood of her succumbing to asphyxiation would be high. Ignoring the despair creeping in, he continued to dig, one shovelful after another. Just as hope was waning, an arrow suddenly pierced through the snow, creating a small hole 2 meters from his feet. Under normal circumstances, Liang Qin would have shot in the direction from which the arrow came. But now he felt an immense sense of relief, marveling at Duan Tingnan's cleverness. He followed the small opening created by the arrow and dug down with fervor. After approximately another minute, an arm clad in a winter coat emerged from the snow, its delicate hand already a deep shade of red from the cold. Without a moment's hesitation, Liang Qin grasped the arm with both hands and pulled with all his might. He felt that after a period of training, his stamina and strength had notably improved. Before long, he managed to extricate Duan Tingnan from the snow. He threw himself beside her and tapped on his smart glasses. "Fat girl, what's wrong with her?" The voice of the AI soon echoed in his ear. "Preliminary diagnosis indicates Miss Duan is suffering from asphyxial shock." "What's the remedy?" "Artificial respiration and cardiopulmonary resuscitation." "Huh. It must be performed within 120 seconds. Or there is a risk of brain damage." Liang Qin glanced at Duan Tingnan's slightly purplish lips and swiftly took out a pre-assembled tent. He tossed in 2 heating stoves for warmth, then quickly unbuttoned her coat. He was grateful for having chosen first aid as an elective in school, as he felt somewhat proficient in performing artificial respiration and CPR. With hands interlocked, he pressed down vertically on the lower part of Duan Tingnan's sternum 30 times. Taking a deep breath, he pinched her nose and pressed his mouth against hers. Chapter 74. Unexpected gains. Her lips felt soft